In his past life, this guy was an insect expert. But after reincarnating, he accidentally became the martial world's #1 poison master. That giant Thanban Ngokong centipede that terrified the entire martial world? Yeah, that's basically just his pet. The queen hornet, leading legions of bees across the land, was also raised by his hand alone. And these cute little larvae aren't just obedient, they also know how to protect their master. They might look harmless, but each one is a rare and deadly poison. Even demonic cultists would be toast if they messed with him. Our story opens with a young man named Xiao Long, a famous streamer who made videos about insects and other poisonous creatures. One unlucky day, a snake bit him, and just like that he was reincarnated into the world of martial arts. But no matter where he ended up, Xiao Long could never give up his hobby of collecting venomous creatures. On this particular day, a group of travelers shows up, asking Xiao Long if they could stay for the night. Looking at their uniforms, he immediately recognizes them as members of the Sichuan Tang clan. Xiao Long agrees, telling them they can rest anywhere they like, but the main hall is off-limits since he's using it. The head of the Tang clan, Tang Shan, hears this and thanks the young hero. Xiao Long then excuses himself for an important matter. Turns out his important business was feeding time for his precious pets. Xiao Long heads inside and opens a jar. Inside are some cricket-like bugs. Cradling the jar, he coos, "I was almost late. Everyone must be starving, right?" He then reaches over to open another container, which holds a massive black earth tarantula. This species is native to the Hainan region of China, and adults can grow up to 20 centimeters in length. Xiao Long uses chopsticks to offer a cricket to his little friend. Smelling the food, it devours it like it hasn't eaten in days. He mutters about the old man being late with feedings again. Xiao Long then moves over to a nearby cabinet. Inside, one of the drawers is a chameleon, another local species known for the distinct stripes on its body and tail. In his past life, getting a chameleon was tough since they were so hard to find. Now, he sees them crawling everywhere. Annoyed that the old man was just rambling instead of feeding it, the chameleon angrily snaps at Xiao Long's finger, making him yelp. Just then, Tang Shan suddenly appears, thanking Xiao Long again for the shelter and inviting him to join them for dinner. They had just hunted a deer in the forest. Hearing there's meat, Xiao Long's eyes light up, his mouth already watering. Turns out, since he was reincarnated here, he hadn't had a single decent meal, surviving only on snakes, centipedes, and lizards. At that thought, Xiao Long happily agrees. He's finally going to eat some real meat. The scene shifts, and everyone is gathered around a campfire, roasting meat. The incredible aroma fills the air. It's enough to make Xiao Long drool as he stares without blinking. While waiting for it to cook, Tang Shan starts a conversation. He asks if he lives alone on the mountain and how old he is. Xiao Long replies that he's around 14 or 15. Not wanting to reveal too much, he claims an injury from his childhood prevents him from remembering much about his past. He says he's lived on the mountain alone since he was a kid, catching snakes and selling their skins to get by. After a bit more chatting, the meat is finally cooked. Tang Shan's father, Tang Jun, hands him a steaming hot leg of deer. It was still piping hot. "Thank you, senior," Xiao Long says, happily taking the leg. He immediately sinks his teeth into it, the flavor melting in his mouth. Tender, fragrant, and perfectly seasoned, it was beyond delicious. Cooking it at the perfect temperature kept the meat incredibly juicy and not at all dry. It had been so long since Xiao Long tasted grilled meat this good, and he was absolutely ecstatic. While they're eating, Tang Shan reveals that they're searching for a giant centipede with green spots on its body. People call it the Thanban Ngokong, and it's absolutely massive. A fully grown one can easily make a meal out of a human. The reason Tang Shan is hunting for it is that his daughter is bedridden with a serious illness. Only the inner core from the Ngokong can save her life. Xiao Long is moved, thinking a parent's love truly knows no bounds. He feels a little bad for the centipede, but hey, they gave him food, so he decides to help them out. With that thought, Xiao Long speaks up. "I don't know what a Thanban Ngokong is, but I think I can guess its location." Xiao Long was more confident in his knowledge of poisons than anyone. Out of 8.7 million organisms, 20,000 are venomous, and he had memorized all the knowledge about them in his head, every single species, with zero exceptions. With his expertise, the world of poisons was practically in the palm of his hand. Wei Xiao Long picks up a book and concentrates. The pages of the book begin to flip on their own, emitting a wondrous light. After a moment, he snaps the book shut, smiling. "Found it," Zi Long said with a confident glint in his eye. "A giant centipede, you say? I think I know exactly where to look." Tang Shan, completely stunned, couldn't help but ask, "What? Are you serious?" Tang Jun leaned in too. "If that's true, Where is it? The young man paused, a thoughtful look on his face. Tell me, he asked. Where exactly have you been searching, and at what time of day? Can you tell me? Though Tang Shan wasn't sure why Xiao Long was asking, he answered. We've searched the north and east, mostly during the daytime. To the north, we focused our search along the riverbank. Xiao Long rubbed his chin, a slow smile forming. So that's it, he murmured to himself. No wonder they couldn't find a thing. The two men were floored when Xiao Long declared, Well, of course you couldn't find it then. Tong Jun just blurted out. What? Of course, the old man pressed urgently. Can you tell us why? Xiao Long gave a smug smile. Sure, centipedes are arthropods. They're part of the Myriapoda subclass, cold-blooded, and cover a wide territory. That means they need a specific hiding spot to keep their temperature and humidity stable. Here's the interesting part. Unlike most insects, centipedes have a weak waterproof layer with breathing holes, which means they actually hate places with too much water. So while they need a humid environment, they avoid areas that are too wet. But on the flip side, without any moisture, they can't survive for long. It's a very unique trait for this species. Sitting on the porch, Xiao Long continued his lecture. So a Qingban Wugong, especially a massive one, is highly unlikely to be hiding in a dense forest or along the riverbank. Tang Jun looked like he was getting a headache. I don't believe this. So they don't just hide out in rotten logs? Some smaller centipedes might be found there, Xiao Long explained. But you're talking about a massive one, right? Zilong was on a roll. If its body is that huge, then fallen trees or riverbank stones are completely useless. There's simply nowhere for it to hide properly. After hearing all this, Tang Shan and Tang Jun exchanged a look, slowly nodding in understanding. Sitting beside the young man, Tang Shan said earnestly, If we find it where you say, you will be rewarded handsomely. With a knowing smile, Xiao Long pointed to the mountain before them. Look to the west, he stated confidently. You should search that rocky mountain over there. During the day, centipedes rest under sun-warmed rocks. They only come out to hunt at night. That night, moonlight bathed the steep cliffs. The search party split up, scouring the mountainside. At the summit, Tang Shan stood watching, his brow furrowed in thought. A man rushed up to him. Family head, is it possible that the young hero was wrong? Tang Shan considered this. Is that so? Leaping down, he gave the order. We'll rest here for today. Fire the signal arrow and call everyone back. The soldier acknowledged the command. Yes, family head. A signal arrow shot upwards, burning brightly against the night sky. As the search parties rested, they began to complain. Gods, I'm exhausted. I really hope that kid knew what he was talking about. The men grumbled amongst themselves. Where the hell is this damn centipede? Yeah, seriously. That young hero seemed pretty smart, though. Suddenly, a noise drew their attention to Tang Shan. He was clenching his jaw, his body trembling. He was shaking as he spoke. Tang Yinner, the greatest genius in the history of the Tang sect. Has heaven truly abandoned us? Just then, a voice called out, The Grand Head has returned. Everyone immediately stood and greeted him. You've returned, sir. Tang Jun walked over to Tang Shan and asked about their progress. Still nothing today? Tang Shan simply replied, No, father. Then he asked, Did you find anything, father? Tang Jun coughed lightly. No, and the situation isn't looking good. Tang Yinner can only hold on for 3 more months at most. I don't know if we can find this thing in the next 10 days. The two men fell silent, sharing the same heavy burden. Tang Shan made a suggestion. Father, how about we try searching to the south tomorrow? With no other leads, the old man sighed. All right. Suddenly, Tang Jun exclaimed in surprise, Nothing? Then a look of realization hit him. He slapped his forehead and laughed. That's it, so that's it. How could I not have seen it before? This has to be the place. Seeing a new glimmer of hope, Tang Shan asked, Father, did you figure something out? But Tang Jun's answer wasn't what he expected at all. No. Just as you said, I haven't found a single trace or felt anything. Tang Shan was stunned. Right? The old man confirmed. Exactly. Because there's nothing. And that's precisely why I know it's here. Tang Jun scanned the area, then asked, In the past 3 days, have you found anything at all on this mountain? Tang Shan shook his head. No, sir, not a single trace. He rubbed his chin, thinking out loud. No animal droppings, no territorial markings. You're right. There's absolutely nothing. The moment the words left his mouth, his eyes shot wide open with realization. Realizing his son had caught on, the old man said excitedly, Exactly. How could a mountain this massive have absolutely no signs of animal life? Tang Shan clenched his fist. This is its territory. Tang Jun replied with a victorious smile. Exactly. That's why every other beast in the area has already fled. Either fled or became food for the centipede. He pats Tongshan's shoulder to comfort him. The azure-striped centipede is definitely here. Now we can finally save Yinner. The words barely left his lips when the ground began to shake violently, and everyone cried out in terror. "What is this?" one man shouted. "What in the world is going on?" Someone was so terrified they stumbled right into the campfire, and from that blazing fire, a massive explosion erupted. Tang Jun and Tang Shan stood frozen in shock, yelling, "What was that?" A razor-sharp pincer suddenly appeared, slamming down hard on the ground. The terrified soldiers could only stammer as dirt and rock rained down on them. The old man's face went pale as he shrieked, and that's when it appeared the colossal form of a giant centipede, the azure-striped centipede, slowly taking shape. At the same time, back in the city, the air was filled with panicked screams. Xiao Long casually remarked, "It's absolute chaos out there." He lounged about, wondering, just how big is that centipede to scare everyone this badly? They were just looking for it, not tearing down a mountain. Xiao Long smirked. A centipede so huge it could swallow him whole? A spark of excitement hit him. Honestly, I'm getting really curious. Back in the mountains at night, everyone surrounded the dead centipede's corpse. Tang Jun opened a box, announcing, "This is the inner core of the azure-striped centipede." The people around him were overwhelmed with emotion, while the old man covered his face and coughed lightly. Now, Yinner can be saved. Tang Shan, his body completely battered, stepped forward. "Father, please send the uninjured martial artist to Sichuan ahead of us." Tang Jun looked confused. "What are you trying to say?" He gazed into the distance, replying, "Favors must be repaid, and grudges must be settled. Hatred is carved in blood, but kindness is etched in stone." Tang Shan asked, "But don't we still have work to do here?" The old man slapped his head, suddenly remembering. "I was so worried about Yinner, I almost made a huge mistake." Tang Jun put away the box with the inner core and declared, "That's right. We must treat that young hero as our most honored guest. Whatever that young hero desires, we will provide it. Yes, let the injured warriors stay in the village to recover. In the meantime, I will go meet this young hero myself." Tang Shan added, "He is probably eager to hear from us as well." Xiao Long, on the other hand, had a miserable look on his face as strange creatures crawled all over him, refusing to let go. He sighed, "What am I supposed to do now? In just one night, I've become the father of a baby azure-striped centipede brood." In a small room, Xiao Long muttered to himself, "When I get home, I'll wipe the egg clean and put it by my pillow. In the morning, I'll see them." He looked down at the little creatures crawling on him. "Well, my little darlings, you've all hatched." He stared at their round bodies and rabbit-like ears, trying to control his emotions. "I was expecting this, but I didn't think they'd hatch this fast." He glanced at a little one sleeping on his cheek when suddenly, it started to pee. He panicked, trying to catch it, yelling, "Hey, you guys, give me some space!" Xiao Long thought to himself, "The real problem is that these little guys seem to think I'm their mother." Another one kept gnawing on his shirt. He figured, "They're stuck to me like glue and won't leave my side for even a second." The night before, in a mountain ravine, he had found the centipede's secret lair. The closer he got to the cave, the more terrifying it felt. He accidentally kicked something and yelped, "What in the world is this? What kind of beetle is the size of a man's fist?" The torch fell from Xiao Long's hand as the beetle beside him collapsed to the ground, gasping. Wiping his sweat, Xiao Long said, "That was close." He checked his bag. "Anyway, 3 eggs are still safe." He rubbed his head and mumbled, "It's a good thing the rain stopped. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save any of them." But then he noticed something, and shot to his feet. "This is no time to waste. I have to get back and clean these eggs." He tied the bag securely to his belt and said, "All right." With a look of pure excitement, Xiao Long shouted, "My little centipedes, just you wait." And now, with all the eggs hatched, he sat there groaning. Even though he never saw the living azure-striped centipede, he felt pretty lucky just to have saved these eggs. But the cute little critters kept clinging to him, making things really awkward. Xiao Long asked them, "Hey, you guys aren't planning on leaving, are you?" The mischievous babies crawled down his back as he muttered, "I know you don't need to eat until you molt the second time, so food isn't an issue. But having you all stuck to me like this is a real problem." Then, an idea hit Xiao Long. "If I get in the water, maybe they'll leave on their own." A wicked smile spread across his face, instantly terrifying the baby centipedes. "Well then," he announced, "I guess it's time for a bath." Early the next morning, Tang Shan, his body wrapped in bandages, walked with firm steps toward a specific location. When he arrived in front of a room, he called out in a loud voice, "Young hero, are you in there?" After waiting by the door for a moment, he called out again, "Young hero." Hearing no sound from inside, he pushed the door and stepped in. He announced, "Young hero, I'm coming in." But as he looked around the room, Tang Shan saw that no one was there. He mumbled to himself, herbs, jars, and even medicine cases. Looking at all the supplies, he wondered, could this young hero be a master of medicine? With a sigh, he scolded himself for entering an empty room so thoughtlessly. It was incredibly rude. And with that, Tang Shan, he decides to leave, saying he'll be back later. But then a strange sound stops him cold, and he has to turn back. "What is that noise?" he mutters, noticing several large jars behind him. He creeps closer, lifts a lid, and his eyes go wide. He gasps, "What is this?" Inside, a spider is clutching something white in its fangs. He recognizes it immediately. A spirit spider. His gaze darts to a medicine cabinet, his voice a disbelieving whisper. Tang San yanks open a drawer and finds a striped orange creature. He wonders, is this a stone lizard? Unbelievable. He then notices another jar filled with dozens of brown insects. The pot next to it holds bizarre-looking eggs, and a box beside it is filled with the dried corpses of snakes. Frozen in shock, he mumbles. All these different lizards. It feels like he's just stumbled into a Venom Master's private collection. Absolutely incredible, he breathes. A thought hits Tang San. Is someone actually breeding these creatures, nurturing them to multiply? Even his own Tang family, legendary for their work with poisons, only ever managed to control and extract their venom. They would never dream of breeding them on this scale. He quietly closes the door and steps outside, lost in thought. A small twist of fate, Tang San whispers, his fists clenching, and it saved my precious daughter's life. Could this young hero truly be that fateful encounter? Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him. "Senior." He turns around to see Xiao Long rushing over. "Your arm, what happened? Are you hurt anywhere else?" the boy asks frantically. Tang San puts a hand on his shoulder. "It's nothing serious. Actually, what I really need to tell you is," but he stops, sensing something deeply wrong. What is this? An evil, menacing aura is radiating from right behind the boy. The door explodes inward. A strange figure appears, radiating killing intent, its terrifying grin revealing sharp teeth. Tang San shoves Xiao Long aside instantly. He screams, "Young hero, get out of here." The kid just stares back, completely confused about what's happening. But it's too late. The stranger is already in an attack stance. Yun Xiang lunges forward, destroying everything in his path as he charges Tang San. He channels all his force into a devastating blow, sending Tang San flying back, coughing up blood. He immediately recognizes the enemy's terrifying power. He mutters in shock, "A master, on the same level as my father." Then he screams, "Young hero, run for it." The words barely leave his lips before Xiao Long is snatched by the neck and lifted high into the air. He chokes out, "Sen.io Yun Xiang," just grins wickedly. "I heard the Tang family was in Hainan, so I came to see. But it looks like the snake of the 10,000 poisons Divine Lord is injured, and all alone, too." Tang San struggles to his feet, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you attacking this young man and me?" Yun Xiang just laughs. "You'll know soon enough. Just take a good look at this face. And my red hand. Your father did this to me. I am the Blood Hand Asura, Jia Yungxiang." The name clicks. Tang San remembers what he used to look like. He whispers the name, Jia Yungxiang. The rumors said he'd been poisoned and fallen from a sea cliff, but it seems he survived. Seeing Xiao Long struggling, Tang San yells, "That young hero has nothing to do with us. Let him go," he pleads, offering, "Take my life instead of the kid's." The villain just tightens his grip on the boy's throat. "I don't think so. If you so much as touch me, he dies. This powerful madman would be a plague on the world." Tang San grits his teeth, realizing the villain has no intention of letting the young hero go. At that moment, Xiao Long is being choked to his absolute limit. Yun Xiang laughs maniacally and yells, "Die!" The boy gasps one last plea, "Please, save me." And then swarms of centipedes erupt from his body, crawling all over the villain's arm. They bite down again and again, making Yun Xiang panic. "What is this? Centipedes?" He tries to shake them off, screaming, "You think mere centipedes can actually do any harm to me?" But the creatures pump their venom into his body, making him cough up blood. Finally, Yun Xiang collapses, screaming, "Damn it!" He lies motionless at Xiao Long's feet. The terrified kid mutters, "Oh God, he's dead." He gives the body a kick. "Hey, you still alive in there?" Tang San stands there, jaw on the floor, completely stunned, and then he bursts out laughing like he's just struck gold. This young hero is really something else, he murmurs. Xiao Long is now poking the body with a stick. And that is how he became a member of the Tang family. A few days after Jia Yunxiang's fall, a sigh of relief finally echoes through the room. Wei Xiaolong is tending to a weakened Tang San in bed. The old man finally speaks. Thank you, young hero. Hearing his voice, Xiaolong says, we can't delay. If you tell me where your people are, I'll go and check on them. But then he pauses, scratching his chin. Ah, no, that's no good. I can't just leave you here all alone. But I can't exactly call a doctor, either. Hearing this, Tang San quickly insists, I'm fine, don't you worry about me. I'll be okay after a few days of rest. Xiao Long is amazed the old man lost so much blood, yet he's still this calm. He remembers the man coughing while still trying to reassure him. Xiao Long immediately objects. Please don't say that. Your condition is. He looked to be in serious condition. Tang Shan took a weak breath and replied, It's all right. Just didn't want you to worry. The old man added a single sentence. I'm from the Wulin. Xiao Long was shocked, asking back, The martial world? The boy's interest was piqued, asking excitedly, You mean people who can fly through the air and use palm techniques? The old man smiled and answered, Not everyone can do that, but for the most part, you could say that's right. The boy thought to himself in amazement, This is incredible. This world is truly different otherwise. Seeing a house-sized centipede wouldn't make any sense. Tang Shan's voice cut through the boy's thoughts. In any case, this is something to be grateful for. The old man had saved his life, and though it might be a bit rude, he decided it was time for a proper introduction. He stated his name, I am Tang Xueshan of the Sichuan Tang clan. The boy didn't hesitate, responding, My name is Wei Xiaolong. The old man closed his eyes in approval. Xiaolong means little dragon, a fine name indeed. Then he looked at the boy and asked, I have many questions for you, if you don't mind answering them. The boy replied politely, Yes, please ask. The old man began, This black venomous creature, is it a wugong? The boy glanced down at the larva on his body, prodding one gently as he confirmed, That's right. They're the larva of the green-banded centipede. Tang Shan was so shocked he shot upright, exclaiming, You're saying you tamed the larva of the green-banded centipede? The old man's outburst startled the boy, who yelled back, Elder, please, you need to lie down. But he ignored the boy's advice, pressing on, How in the world did you manage to tame something like that? The boy stammered. While I was waiting for you, I saw. But the old man cut him off. Are these other poisonous insects yours as well? He hesitated before speaking again. Well, it's a bit of a long story. He asked shyly, Would you like to hear it? The old man covered his mouth and cleared his throat. It's fine, go ahead and speak. And so the boy began. It all started with the eggs. And just like that, the story began. Outside, the night was quiet, as if listening intently to Xiao Long's tale. After hearing everything, Tang Shan asked in disbelief, Wait, you mean you found the eggs yourself and raised them? The boy answered, Yes, that's right. I could even guess when the eggs would hatch. The old man broke into a sweat, thinking, Who can possibly know the exact day an egg hatches? How did you do it? The boy simply said, Please wait a moment, elder. With that, Xiao Long opened a cabinet, pulled out some creatures, and asked, Would you like to see this? He held one out, proudly introducing it. This is just a common cave lizard. It had yellow stripes on its body and a white striped tail. He then moved on to introduce another one. And here the ones with large white stripes on their tails were bred together, resulting in these two distinct color patterns. Tang Shan stared at the animals before him, blurting out, Could it be? He shouted. You're saying you created this coloring yourself? The boy happily confirmed. That's right. Aren't they beautiful? The old man swallowed hard, a thought forming in his mind. Does that mean, if you breed two highly venomous creatures together, you could create an even more powerful species? The question caught the boy off guard. His mind raced, realizing that in theory, it was absolutely possible. After considering it, he said, If you knew which one had the stronger venom, then yes, definitely. He hesitated. But that part is difficult. The old man suddenly roared, What? It's possible? The boy flinched. He placed a hand on his shoulder, making a serious offer. You must join my clan. The boy could only let out a confused, Huh? The old man shouted again. If you join our Tang clan, we will teach you every martial arts secret we have. Rare herbs, spirit grass, and any type of poison you could ever want will be right at your fingertips. He passionately continued. With your talent, you might even be able to capture or raise one of the legendary 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains. And if that wasn't enough to entice him, Tang Shan decided to pull out his ultimate trump card, not that he was bragging. One of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains is my own daughter. Xiao Long quickly tried to stop him. Wait a minute, the boy asked. What did you just say? The old man was also taken aback, but then a realization dawned on him, and he burst out laughing. You're young, but you're still a man, so of course you'd react that way. My daughter truly is one of the 3 great treasures. Realizing the misunderstanding, the boy yelled, No, it's not like that. That's not the part of the offer I'm interested in. He imagined the legendary creatures the old man mentioned, clenching his fists as he asked, Are the 10 great venomous creatures as formidable as the green-banded centipede? The old man smirked with pride, emphasizing, Of course, without a doubt, they are on another level entirely. The green-banded centipede is formidable, yes, but it's still a low-tier creature that can't compare to the legendary 10. He described creatures from a centipede as large as a house to one that shimmered like pure gold. Xiao Long's imagination ran wild, but the old man continued. Whatever the boy was imagining, the reality was even more unbelievable. Tang Shan let out a soft sigh. What a strange turn of events. He looked at Xiao Long's brightly lit, excited face, and the 2 larvae peeking out from his shirt, certain of his answer. It seems my persuasion was a success. 2 days later, at the Taoist temple, a disciple of the Tang clan arrived. Tang Shan shouted, Wait, are you saying the blood-hand Rakshasa, Jia Yungxiang, actually showed up? He admitted, It's true. I was almost done for. Who knew his secluded training would push him to a level rivaling my own father's? The disciples were completely terrified, stuttering. Thaw. That. One of them couldn't even get the words out. So, wait a minute. One disciple suddenly realized. Huh? Did you kill him, Patriarch? Did you finally master the myriad poisons art? Another disciple immediately cheered. Congratulations. The others quickly chimed in. Yes, congratulations to the Patriarch. Tang Shan just sighed, denying it. That's not what happened. He then revealed, I didn't kill him, this young hero did. One disciple gasped in shock. Him? This young man? He then turned, grabbing Xiao Long's hands and yelling for confirmation. It was you. The disciples immediately bowed. Young hero, thank you for saving the life of our patriarch. Are you perhaps one of those legendary masters, eternally youthful, who has already achieved enlightenment? Xiao Long was totally bewildered by their question. Huh? What? Eternally youthful? What are you talking about? Tang Shan calmly stepped in. Young hero, I believe there's a misunderstanding. Could you show them? After a moment's thought, Xiao Long agreed. All right, my little ones, come on out, Xiao Long said. The disciples stared, eyes wide, as creatures began wiggling out from his robes. Tiny larvae chirped and peeked out curiously. Once they got a clear look, a disciple gasped in shock. Wait, are those divine centipedes? These things, Tang Shan explained, are what defeated Jia Yunxiang. A disciple shouted in a mix of awe and terror. What? Another disciple yelled. Their venom, is it safe? But you could hear the admiration hidden beneath his fear. He tamed the legendary azure-striped centipedes. How can a hero so young possess such incredible talent? Tang Shan calmly continued. And that is why I've decided to formally invite this young hero into our family. A disciple yelled excitedly. Wow, young hero, this is a huge opportunity for you. Tang Shan's voice cut through the excitement, drawing everyone's attention. He clenched his fist, his tone turning serious. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Xiao Long asked, Senior, is there something else we need to find? Tang Shan was silent for a moment before speaking gravely. The blood-hand Rakshasa, Jia Yunxiang, he began. His technique, the blood-hand poison claw. It's a demonic art that requires human blood and bone marrow to power up. Xiao Long was horrified. What kind of insane evil art was this? Tang Shan continued, his mind made up. If he left behind a manual or a successor, we have to eliminate any trace of it. That monstrous technique cannot be allowed to plague the martial world ever again. He clenched his fist tightly. And if he took any prisoners, we have a duty to rescue them, don't we? The disciples all agreed. Of course, Patriarch. Tang Shan then turned to Xiao Long. Young hero, would you be willing to help us? After all, you know the lay of the land on Hainan Island. Xiao Long fell silent, deep in thought, as his little larvae crawled closer. As they chirped, he closed his eyes and considered. Joining the Tang family, this was starting to feel like a lifelong commitment. He thought to himself, an internship is usually about checking out the company vibe, maybe sizing up the boss's character, right? He smiled. I get it. Once you're fully recovered, I'll give you my full support. The disciples were impressed by his response. Tang Shan praised him. Your thinking is impressively sharp, young hero. Xiao Long gave a brilliant smile. Of course, saving people is always the right thing to do. Outwardly modest, but his mind was already scheming. On this mission, he'd get to properly investigate the Sichuan Tong clan. He smirked. After all, the best candidates always interview their employers, right? 3 days passed. Old Master Taishan had recovered, and the group Tangshan, Wei Xiaolong, and the disciples was ready to move. Their mission: find the lair of the blood hand Rakshasa, Jia Yungxiang. Their search led them to a village near an abandoned Taoist monastery. They began asking the locals if anyone had gone missing recently. A villager answered nervously, "Missing people? You're asking about them?" An old man recalled, "Over the past year, maybe 1 or 2 people have vanished in the woods, but it hasn't been a regular thing." Tang Shan stroked his beard, deep in thought. The group bowed in thanks. "We're grateful for your help, village chief," Tang Shan said. The old man replied warmly, "Not at all. It is a great honor to be of service to the esteemed Tang family." Tang Shan then said, "We'll be on our way." The chief bowed back. "May your journey be safe." Unfortunately, they learned nothing else of value and had to move on. Xiao Long was puzzled. So this village is just a dead end? Tang Shan was lost in thought. Considering he found us and showed himself so openly, he replied, "I was certain he'd be hiding nearby. This search isn't going to be easy." Xiao Long agreed. It was strange. How could someone leave absolutely no tracks behind? Xiao Long replayed the attack in his head. What did he say then? He wondered. As the memory clicked, he suddenly blurted it out. "Senior, do you remember his exact words when he first appeared?" Tang Shan turned to him. "Not clearly, no." "What about you?" Tang Shan asked. Xiao Long tried to recall. "Ah, right. That's when I got hit and sent flying." He paused. "So, he said the Tang clan was on Hainan Island, right?" the old man asked. Xiao Long continued to analyze the situation. "If that's the case, doesn't it mean someone knew the Tang clan was here and tipped off Jia Yungxiang?" The master nodded. "Probably." An excited Xiao Long jumped in. "Then it's simple. We just need to track the path we took across Hainan Island. We can use our descriptions to ask around, and we'll eventually find them." The master and his disciples just stared at him, surprised. Tang Shan said cheerfully, "I never thought of that. That's brilliant. If the blood hand Asura Jia Yungxiang said it, then he must have heard the news from someone who saw us." While the boy felt awkward from the praise, the master made a decision. "Easy enough. We move out immediately." They continued their journey until they arrived at a small village. A heavy, gloomy atmosphere hung over the entire place. As they entered, Xiao Long spoke up. "Clanhead, I heard there's a village just like this near the port." Tang Shan observed his surroundings, noting that it seemed to be a place inhabited solely by women. He gave the order, "Let's check it out." Based on what the young hero said, the women here shouldn't be too hostile toward us. "Yes, Clanhead," the disciples replied. Inside the village, the people looked deeply depressed. Many seemed completely lost. One person was even lying in front of their own door. Another villager sat quietly, working. They called out, "Is anyone here?" The group's arrival finally caught the villagers' attention. One of them asked, "What business do you have in the village of women?" Tang Shan was a bit surprised to see the village chief holding a little girl's hand, followed by 2 young men from the village. He raised his head and introduced himself. "I am Tang Tishan, head of the Sichuan Tang clan. We have come here for a reason." While everyone else was talking, Xiao Long quietly scanned the area around them. He thought to himself that the village was utterly lifeless, even the children had no energy. Then, a strange idea occurred to him. What is wrong with these people? Looking around, he saw how listless everyone was and wondered, could they all have been drugged? The village chief spoke. "A disappearance? I know nothing of it. Nothing has happened here." His face hardened. "Go back." Tang Shan tried to persuade him, but it seemed the number of people inside had dwindled. The old man yelled, "This is none of your concern. Go back." Both Tang Shan and Xiao Long were taken aback by his attitude. Tang Shan turned and whispered, "Young hero, I distinctly heard the people here were supposed to be friendly." The boy didn't understand either and just replied, "Yeah." Just then, the child the chief was holding suddenly collapsed. The old man cried out, "Ma Zhen, you fell down?" The old man broke down in tears, panicking. "Oh heavens, Ma Zhen, this can't be happening. You're the only family I have left," the old man said in anguish. "Why did even you have to catch this awful disease?" Tang Shan knelt on one knee before the old man and offered, "Elder Chief, I know a little bit about medicine. Perhaps I can help?" The old man asked, "Medicine of the Central Plains?" The master replied, Yes, I am no physician, but I have some knowledge. May I examine the child's condition? The old man quickly agreed, desperate for any help he could find. The village chief began to explain. Some time ago, a terrible disease had appeared in their village. The children began to die, one by one, while the adults grew weaker by the day. Tangshan placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. I see. Let me take a look. The old man's eyes filled with tears as he said, Thank you. Thank you so much. The village chief told them, Please, come inside quickly. Then he shouted to the villagers, What are you waiting for? Get this doctor and his group inside. The group rushed inside. As he ran, Xiao Long asked a disciple, Senior, the clan head knows medicine too? Ah, that's right, he replied. Our Tang clan's martial arts revolves around handling toxins, so we have to be skilled with medicine. Besides, our training starts with a deep understanding of the human body, so medical knowledge is essential. A thought suddenly struck Xiao Long. He'd assumed they were just a clan of assassins specializing in poison, but joining the Sichuan Tang clan meant learning medicine on top of their terrifying poison arts. It was actually quite fascinating. The disciple immediately added with a cruel smirk, Oh, and sometimes we capture bad guys to test poisons on. Watching their reactions is pretty fun. Hearing that, Xiao Long was horrified. Human experiments, he thought, suddenly picturing Tang Shan and his clan in a very different light. Him, along with those rogue disciples. He shivered and thought to himself, That's taking it way too far. These people are truly terrifying. The sky was still overcast, but the first rays of dawn were starting to shine on a single house. Inside, Ma Zhen lay motionless. A sickly blue aura radiated from her entire body, her eyes shut tight. Tang Shan briefly explained the situation to the village chief. First, I transferred some of my internal energy into her to suppress the poison. The old man replied, Oh, thank you. The chief stroked Ma Zhen's head and said sadly, She is my only granddaughter. I beg you, please help her. Tang Shan asked. Her pulse is unstable. Strange. Was the child's heart weak from birth? The old man shook his head. The illness only got this bad 6 months ago. It wasn't just his granddaughter. The old man explained that many others were also suffering from the disease. We call it the demonic illness, the elder explained. This was the exact reason he told everyone to leave earlier. Xiao Long understood immediately. Tang Shan then requested, Elder, I'll start by prescribing a good heart medication. Please gather all the villagers for me to test the medicine. Moved by his words, the old man burst into tears. Thank you, sir, the elder said again, deeply grateful. Xiao Long watched Tang Shan with a gentle smile. As night descended, a disciple quietly called out, Family head. You've worked so hard treating everyone. Tang Shan simply replied, Thank you, Jubai, before asking about the condition of the patients. He thought for a moment. This is truly strange. He analyzed the symptoms: weakness, swollen eyes, an unstable pulse, and a low fever. The symptoms varied, but all the seriously ill patients were having problems with their hearts. He suddenly remembered and asked, What about that young master? Jubai reported that he was exhausted from helping and had fallen asleep. He had already been carried to a room to rest by the other disciples. The disciple sighed. The young master really gave it his all. Tang Shan agreed. For someone untrained in martial arts, this journey must have been exhausting. He then added, We should go check on how he's doing. Jubai quickly responded, I'll lead you there. The door opened softly, revealing Xiao Long sleeping soundly inside, completely unaware of their presence. Tang Shan didn't enter at first, just observing quietly. Then he abruptly pushed the door open and rushed to the boy's bedside. His hand flew out like lightning and slapped the boy hard across the face, making him scream in pain. Xiao Long woke up, staring with shocked, angry eyes. Senior, why did you do that? He cried out. The sudden attack from Tang Shan left him completely bewildered. He clutched his cheek, backing against the wall in confusion. What is this? What's going on? Senior, that hurts. Tang Shan's tone immediately softened. My apologies. I was just trying to catch a bug on your cheek. Xiao Long furrowed his brow. A bug? Tang Shan said awkwardly. Just listen to me. Glancing through the doorway, he explained. I just wanted to visit before resting. Then suddenly he pointed. There it is. Out of nowhere, a bug flew down and landed right on his face. Did you even feel it? He pointed to the bug with a sharp gaze, saying, Hainan Island has many unknown poisonous insects. It's dangerous, so I reacted without thinking. Tang Shan held up the bug in his hand. Look, it's this big. Xiao Long stared at it for a moment, stunned, then suddenly spoke. This? His mind was racing. Wait, why is this bug here? Something clicked, and he seemed to have a realization. Xiao Long asked, "Senior, though the patients have different symptoms, they all share one unusual abnormality, don't they?" Tang Shan confirmed it. "So what do you believe is causing this demonic illness spreading through the village?" Xiao Long pointed directly at the bug in his hand and declared, "This is the cause." Tang Shan was stunned. "What? This is a type of kissing bug. It's called that because it often sucks blood from the eyes or lips of sleeping people. It's incredibly agile, even faster than a mosquito, which is why it's also known as a vampire bug or assassin bug." As he wiped the bug's blood away, Xiao Long explained, "The bug itself isn't venomous, but its stomach is full of harmful parasites." He continued, "When it bites, a person becomes infected through its waste products. The illness it causes is known as Chagas disease. It's listed as the 7th leading cause of death by parasitic creatures in humans." Xiao Long turned to the village chief. "Are the dogs in the village suffering from shortness of breath or other human-like symptoms?" The frantic chief replied, "Yes, they are. Could it really be because of this bug?" Xiao Long sighed. "It's possible, but not certain." The old man asked, "Then can my granddaughter be saved? If we have the right medicine, it's possible, but—" Tang Shan let out a confident laugh. "Jubai, what do you think of my eye for talent?" Jubai replied happily, "Indeed, I have now realized the young master's true value." Xiao Long walked in, confused by their sudden change in attitude. Tang Shan spoke up, "Young master, join our Sichuan Tang clan." Xiao Long was speechless. "Huh?" Tang Shan said with confidence. "I mean it. You should join our Sichuan Tang clan." Completely lost, he muttered. "But why?" The elder began to explain. "There is a creature known as a goo insect. It's also known as goo poison. It's a type of vile bug raised by evil people in the Central Plains." Tang Shan continued. "These villains force people to swallow the bug, which then causes them periodic and agonizing pain. Or they use it to control people's minds." Xiao Long looked horrified. To control people like that is truly terrifying. Tang Shan confirmed that while the power was real, many in the martial world had lost their lives to this bizarre poison. He explained how some people murdered their own children before taking their lives, while others betrayed their families just to serve the wicked. Standing beside him, the village chief heard this and began to weep. "Oh, the heavens! What a terrible fate for these people." Tang Shan explained that for ages, the entire martial world had been trying to create an antidote for this monstrous curse. A medicine that could either force the parasite out or dissolve it entirely. Xiao Long was stunned, saying, "That's absolutely unimaginable." Suddenly, Tang Shan pulled an object from his robes and declared, "If the martial world really had such an antidote, where would it be made?" He proudly revealed a round pill. "Of course, it would come from us, the Sichuan Tang clan. If this medicine can dissolve a tumor the size of a fist, what threat are these microscopic parasites?" Tang Shan presented the large, shimmering pill and said, "The Vugu Ronghua pill. A tiny piece is all it takes." Xiao Long's eyes widened with admiration. "The Vugu Ronghua pill," he whispered. "That's a seriously epic name for a parasite killer." Looking at the tearful village chief, he said, "So please, there's no need to worry anymore." Tang Shan added, "Your granddaughter can be saved." And just like that, starting with the chief's granddaughter, the villagers slowly regained their health. The chief hugged his granddaughter with joy. "Oh, thank the gods, what incredible luck." The villagers' warm welcome was their ultimate reward. Seeing all the smiling faces, it seemed the legends about the tribe's cheerful nature were true after all. Tang Shan clapped Xiao Long's shoulder and said, "If this young hero hadn't found the cause, their savior wouldn't be me, but him." The young men of the village chanted in unison, "Thank you, young hero. Thank you so much." Xiao Long replied shyly, "Well, about that." But the crowd roared, "The young hero is our village's savior." Even though it was the Tang clan's medicine that cured them, Master Tang Shan gave all the credit to Xiao Long. And watching him receive everyone's heartfelt thanks, Tang Shan looked as pleased as if the praise was for himself. The young men surrounded Xiao Long, tossing him into the air to celebrate. A moment later, the village chief approached Tang Shan to ask him a question. "That thing you mentioned back at the village gate, was that something?" Tang Shan looked confused. "What thing?" The chief explained. "The people you're looking for. The village with the missing people." Tang Shan replied, "Yes, that's right. But why do you ask?" With a worried expression, the chief said, "I wanted to repay your kindness, so I looked into it and heard a strange story." Everyone fell silent to listen to the old man. "There's a girl in our village who married in from another place. A few years ago, in her parents' village, something strange happened. All the villagers started disappearing, one by one." Hearing this, Tang Shan was stunned. He glanced around and muttered, "We have a lead." He quickly asked, "So where is this village?" The chief replied, "It's a small village to the west." When they arrived, the place was just a desolate ruin. Tang Shan covered his nose. "There are bodies." One of his attendants pointed. "I think that's the place, master." Suddenly he exclaimed, "What is this?" The piles of corpses weren't just human remains, there were skeletons mixed in. Tang Shan stated grimly, "This poison is strong. There are poison corpses." The poison was coming from the decomposing bodies. A large, bearded man shivered. "It sends a chill down my spine. Don't let the young hero see this." Xiao Long replied, "I've already seen it all." And then, he spotted something and asked, "What's that over there?" He saw a set of sharp talons and the beak of a strange bird, swallowing the severed head of a snake. He immediately picked up a rock, saying, "I can't let that bird dishonor the dead." He powerfully threw the rock towards it and yelled, "Get out of here!" Tang Shan shouted, "Wait!" The stone flew past, startling the bird. It slammed its talons into the ground, its eyes filled with killing intent, ready to attack. "Stop! Something isn't right here." The bird spread its wings and launched into the air, bringing with it an aura of death. Xiao Long watched in horror as a cloud of black smoke washed over the skeletons, causing them to slowly melt away. He stammered, "No way! It's actually melting them." Instantly, a hand covered his mouth. Tang Shan screamed, "Everyone, get back! That's a sinking bird." Immediately, his men sat down, forming a protective circle. Tang Shan explained, "When the sinking bird spreads its wings, it can bring death to everything around it. Its beak shines like bronze, and is as sharp as a spear, its body covered in dark purple feathers." His two retainers listened with grave expressions. Tang Shan continued, "When it gets angry, it unfurls its wings, poisoning everything nearby and killing it. That's why it's called the sinking bird." Xiao Long shouted with excitement, "Was that one of the 10 great poisonous killers?" Tang Shan nodded. Xiao Long's eyes lit up, filled with exhilaration. "That's right. It's the one at the very top of the 10 great poisonous killers. Hailed as the king of all living creatures, the sinking bird." He whispered, "This is absolutely terrifyingly awesome. All the poisonous bugs and snakes on Earth are basically cute pets in comparison." Xiao Long couldn't contain his joy at seeing it, saying, "This is truly an honor." A strange gas fills the air, drawn in by a swarm of highly venomous snakes. The other 3 men start whispering. They say the Chen bird only feasts on the heads of the most toxic serpents. Worried, he asks if this is some kind of omen. The old man confirms it's a huge deal. Seeing a Chen bird is a near impossible feat, a creature so rare, it's only seen once every 100 years. Xiao Long is in awe, and Tang Shan can't help but ask, "What is it, young hero? Are you thinking of catching it?" To everyone's shock, the old man just laughs. When Xiao Long admits he'll try, Tang Shan just gives him a knowing, mysterious smile. Then, he suddenly says, "Kid, you seem to have a real interest in the 10 great deadly poisons. If so, there might be a way." Xiao Long, completely stunned, asks if he's actually being serious. Tang Shan explains that by mastering the secret poison arts of the Tang family, his body will become immune to all poisons. He could even resist the toxins of the Chen bird. In this world, he explains, only the Tang family's martial arts can stop it. He points to his own face, laying out the catch: the Tang family doesn't teach its secret techniques to outsiders. He emphasizes that even if he wanted to help, as the family head, he absolutely cannot break the clan's sacred laws. Xiao Long's eyes light up. He shouts, "If I become a member of the Tang family, can I learn it then?" And if he could reach that state of total poison immunity, could he truly stand against the Chen bird's venom? Tang Shan answers with total confidence. If the young hero agrees now, he'll teach him personally and handle the entire initiation ceremony. The others look on skeptically, but Xiao Long is completely convinced. Tang Shan lets out a mischievous little smile, but he adds a little pressure: if the young hero hesitates too long, he'll have to reconsider the generous offer, won't he? Blushing with excitement, Xiao Long makes his decision. "I agree to become a member of the Tang family. Please guide me." Family head. Tang Shan lets out a huge laugh. "Really? Excellent." He claps him on the shoulder, announcing, "From now on, you are part of the Tang family." At the hideout of the bloodhand Asura, Jia Yungxiang, they find footprints next to a pool of poison when suddenly, a voice speaks up. Family head. The bearded man hands him a book, explaining it was inside the cave. Tang Shan begins to flip through its pages. He confirms the script written in blood is the secret manual of the bloodhand poison ancestor. Xiao Long is shocked. Written in blood? He closes the book, saying it's time to leave. Xiao Long asks him, Are you planning to head to Sichuan now? Tang Shan confirms it. They need to get the inner core of the green-spotted centipede. This reminds Xiao Long of his own venomous pets. He asks if they can swing by the Taoist temple so he can release his friends. Tang Shan agrees, offering to prepare his travel pack. With everything settled, Tang Shan turns and says, "Let's move out." But as Xiao Long looks back, something catches his eye. He points back towards the cave, saying something looks strange. The bearded man asks what he means by that. Everyone crowds around to look. One of them asks, "This?" Then they all realize it at the same time. It's a feather from the Chen bird. Every eye is fixed on the feather as it emits a faint purple light. Tang Shan carefully puts on a glove and picks it up for a closer look. He opens a special box to store it, then offers it to Xiao Long. "Consider it a gift for joining the Tang family. You seem to really like it." Xiao Long is ecstatic. "Thank you, senior family head." Tang Shan just turns back and smiles at him. He tells him that while everything is fine, he doesn't much care for that title. He suggests they'll figure out a better one after the bonding ceremony. Xiao Long wonders to himself, a bonding ceremony? At that very moment, back at the Tang family estate in Sichuan, things were heating up. An injured Tang Jun is rushed in, supported by his clansmen. One of them reports urgently to the grandmaster of the family. He reports that Tang Buxing has arrived ahead of schedule. The old man yells, "Hurry, how is Yinner doing? Is she all right?" The subordinate confirms she's still hanging on. Wasting no time, the old master demands, "Take me to her. Now." As the doors swing open, Tang Jun rushes into the room, calling out Yinner's name. Everyone by the bed immediately greets the grandmaster. The Tang matriarch cries out, "Father." He reassures his daughter-in-law, telling her he's brought the medicine as he reveals a single pill. This is the inner core of the green-spotted centipede. She covers her mouth, trying to hold back her tears. "You actually did it." The room is silent as they wait for him to administer the cure. Yinner's face is pale as she gasps for air. Tang Jun calls her name sadly. He holds the pill aloft, saying he almost didn't make it in time. The matriarch urges him, "Father, please, give her the medicine." He slowly places the pill into Yinner's mouth. Instantly, a green aura flows from her body, and Tang Jun checks her pulse. He then begins to circulate his internal energy to aid the process, while her mother watches nervously, whispering for her daughter to wake up. Elsewhere, a completely exhausted Xiao Long collapses, thinking to himself that he'd heard the Central Plains were vast, but this was just unbelievable. After taking a boat from Hainan to Hongzhou and then passing Nanning, the month-and-a-half journey had finally brought them to Sichuan. They stand before the gates of the Tang family estate. The bearded man announces, "This is the Sichuan Tang family, young hero." Xiao Long is speechless. This is the magnificent estate of the Tang clan. A voice explains that the entire mountain belongs to the Sichuan Tang family, which is why it's called Tang Clan Mountain. Xiao Long could hardly believe his eyes as members of the Tang clan poured out from the estate, shouting in unison. "Welcome back, clan head," they roared. The sheer number of them left him stunned, muttering, "Are all of these people really from the Sichuan Tang clan?" It was an overwhelming sight. Then, a splash of red cut through the crowd as a young woman rushed forward, her footsteps echoing a welcome return. Tang Shan turns in surprise at the sound of her voice. It's his beloved daughter, Yinner. She's awake, and she runs right into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Overjoyed, Tang Shan cried out, "Yinner, are you really all right?" She clung to him, whispering, "Father, I'm so sorry." Then Yinner pulled back to ask, "But what about you? Are you okay?" Xiao Long just stared at her, captivated, murmuring to himself, "I've truly never seen anyone shine with such brilliant beauty before." Her father turned to her. "There's someone I want you to meet," Tang Shan announced. "Xiao Long, this is my daughter, Tang Yinner." Xiao Long froze on the spot. Her father added with a smirk, "Ah, and I remember what you told me about her, the smell of weeds." Yinner just looked on, completely confused. "Weeds?" Tang Shan playfully tapped her forehead and said, "A weed, of course." The comment made Yinner blush bright red as the two stared at each other silently. Xiao Long recalled what her father had said before, "My daughter, one of the 3 great treasures of the Central Plains." He quickly protested, "No, not that kind of weed." He was mortified. This was the poison flower, Tang Yinner, the sole daughter of the Tang clan. Ever since she was a child, Yinner had carried a deep, secret sorrow that almost no one else understood. In a conversation between 2 of the family elders, one had remarked that her supposed talents were still unproven. The other praised her beauty, but dismissed her as not being one of the 3 great beauties of the martial world. From behind a tree, Yinner had to listen silently to their harsh judgments. The goateed elder commented that all they needed was to find her a suitable husband for appearance's sake. The other elder replied, I already said, the head should take more concubines. Why does he object? Their bitter words reached Yinner's ears, and she could only whisper to herself, That's not it, mother. Father isn't in the wrong. She became determined to prove her worth to the elders by mastering her martial arts. Even as a woman, she would contribute greatly to the clan, but her impatience led her to make a critical error, creating an inner demon that sent her into a deep coma. When she finally awoke, thanks to some powerful medicine and the help of Tang Jun, she was surrounded by the worried faces of her family. The Tang matriarch spoke with relief. You're alive, Yinner. Tears streamed down Yinner's face as she asked, Mother, what am I going to do? She sobbed, I'm so sorry, Mother. In her heart, she believed it was all over. Her dream of being useful to the clan was shattered. Yinner looked to Tang Jun, explaining, I've lost all of my internal energy. He took her hand gently. You foolish child. Are you just worried about the trouble you've caused your family? You've actually achieved the very thing you've always wished for. Now stop your crying and be happy. Confused, Yinner asked, The 100 poisons? As she raised her hand, she saw a faint, pale green aura radiating from her palm, leaving her stunned. Yinner turned to him and asked, Grandfather, what is this? Tang Jun smiled. Yinner, that medicine didn't just save your life. It helped you achieve the heavenly poison art, a power far beyond the 100 poisons. Yinner looked confused. A weed? Her question made everyone burst into laughter, leaving a mortified Xiao Long muttering to himself. But Tang Shan just stood there, giving a smug grin at Xiao Long's obvious discomfort. Xiao Long thought to himself, Wipe that look off your face. He forced a laugh. The clan head is quite the comedian. It's an honor to meet you, young miss. He continued. I heard you were ill, so I'm glad to see you've recovered. Yinner nodded. Yes. Then she smiled brightly and said, It's a pleasure to meet you, too. Yinner formally introduced herself. I am the poison flower, Tang Yinner. Thank you for saving my life, young master. I shall never forget this debt. Her introduction left Xiao Long completely mesmerized, thinking to himself, She's absolutely beautiful. But he was snapped out of it by a sudden voice asking, What was that? It was Tang Shan's voice, sent directly into his mind. The man continued his teasing. She might be a weed, but she's a beautiful one, isn't she? A spider lily blooming on the edge of the abyss. Feel like picking it? The question made Xiao Long's face turn completely red. Later, Xiao Long tried to relax in a hot bath, his pet centipedes fast asleep in a nearby basin. He sighed to himself, This is killing me. Spotting one of the little centipedes waking up, he chided it gently. You guys cling to me all day. This hot water is not good for you. Want to get in this bucket for a little while? As if they understood him perfectly, they all immediately crawled inside. Watching the adorable sight, Xiao Long found it strange. It really seemed as though they could actually understand what he was saying. He chuckled. Staring at a naked body like this is a bit embarrassing. To his surprise, they all panicked and hid, making him laugh. You guys are hilarious. Xiao Long sighed, recalling what Old Man Jubai had said about these centipedes. These creatures are considered sacred spirit beasts. His thoughts then drifted back to Tang Shan's teasing words. That flower is beautiful. Want to try and pick it? Unable to calm his racing thoughts, he decided he had to get out of there. On his way, he found a group of people deep in discussion. Tang Shan lifts his tea, asking if things are settled now. But Tang Jun shakes his head, amazed. A young master with that much talent? Unheard of. He replies that while fate brought them this chance, it was the young master who made it happen. Tang Shan agrees, noting the boy's knowledge of poisons is incredible. Not only did he kill Jia Yongxiang, but he also encountered a legendary creature. Hearing this, a wave of shock hits the room, with Madame Tang and Yinner looking completely stunned. Tang Shan adds that he even heard the young master hatched the Qingban Wugong egg himself. Tang Jun just laughs, admitting he can't believe he overlooked such a treasure. Tang Shan nods, saying, Indeed, father. Then, he calls out to Yinner, who looks up, confused. Tang Shan gets straight to the point. He wants to make the young hero his son-in-law. Yinner is floored. Him? Her future husband? She starts to protest. If he's my husband then, but trails off, lowering her gaze. In her heart, she's thinking she's finally broken through to the heavenly poison realm, ready to prove her worth to the family on her own terms. Finally, she speaks, acknowledging that as a member of the Tang family, she understands her father's intentions. Yinner slams her hand on the table, her voice loud but her eyes filling with tears. Is this so-called hero truly worthy of her? She declares that she has to see for herself. With that, She storms out of the room, leaving everyone worried. Tang Shan stands up, a bad feeling washing over him. "Be careful, young master," he mutters, watching his daughter's retreating figure. Even a beautiful Bianhua flower has thorns. And now, she's aiming for the heavenly poison body. She thinks to herself that if she stops now, the elders will never acknowledge her. She has to personally verify his character. Meanwhile, after his bath, Xiao Long is just chilling outside, wondering what all the commotion is about. He sighs, a gloomy look on his face. He's pretty sure he's already made a terrible impression on the young miss of this great clan. He gently pats the Banwu gong on his chest. "What am I going to do with you guys?" he wonders. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him. "Young master, it's Yinner," making him jump. She's out of breath from running. Xiao Long looks confused. "Oh, Miss Yinner?" She apologizes for bothering him, explaining she was in a hurry. Seeing his clueless expression, Yinner asks if she can borrow his hand for a moment. Xiao Long immediately offers it, saying, "Of course, miss." But then he hesitates, his face turning bright red as he stammers about the situation. He gets even more flustered. He doesn't know what she wants, but maybe this is something that should wait until they know each other better? That kind of thing, he mumbles. It requires a deep, mutual understanding. Yenner is confused, but then his words sink in, and her face flushes. "No, it's not like that at all," she exclaims. "What are you even talking about?" Xiao Long sighs, muttering that he probably got it wrong. The romantic sunset does absolutely nothing to ease the awkward tension hanging between the two of them. Yinner sighs and clarifies that she's not thinking what he's thinking, she just wants to check his pulse. The misunderstanding was her fault for being so sudden. Xiao Long gives a sheepish laugh. "Oh, so that's what it was. My mistake, I didn't understand." Yinner sits down, first apologizing for her sudden appearance and rather inappropriate behavior earlier. She studies Xiao Long, noticing how young he is, barely a teen, yet he carries himself with such maturity. So, she decides to explain everything. Xiao Long stammers his agreement. After listening to her story, he feels like he's watching a plot straight out of a classic historical drama. As the sole heir to the main family line, she's constantly fighting off schemes from the branch families. To secure the clan's future, the elders decided the best course of action was to recruit an exceptional son-in-law. Xiao Long nods along, realizing they've even planned out what his position in the family would be if he joined. Yinner continues, apologizing in advance but stating there's something she absolutely needs to confirm with him. She scratches her head, saying that even if things don't go the way she hopes, she has no intention of treating him poorly. "You are our benefactor," she says, "so we will treat you as an honored guest." Then she adds, "Or, how about we become sworn siblings?" Surprised by the offer, Xiao Long just holds out his hand with a smile. "I understand completely. Go ahead and confirm whatever you need to." Yinner pauses for a moment before taking his pulse. "All right then," she says, "let's begin." A strange energy suddenly radiates from her, startling Xiao Long. She explains that not just anyone can master the Tang family's martial arts. Only a rare few can handle their poisons and master the clan's techniques. On the other hand, she says, some people just can't handle it at all. Yinner explains their hierarchy of poisons. Heavenly poison at the top, followed by 100, 10, and 5 poisons. The Tang family's poison techniques require the user to slowly acclimate to different toxins as their internal energy grows stronger. Only by accepting and absorbing it all can one truly achieve profound mastery of their arts. After checking his pulse, Yinner confirms that his body is capable of learning their poison arts. But, she adds, it's only at the most basic level, just a 10 poisons body, meaning his body can only handle 10 types of toxins. For an outsider, achieving the 10 poisons body is already incredible, but Zilong is just stunned by the news. Yinner stands up and adds that in terms of pure strength, he's just a first-class martial artist, the absolute peak for any normal person born without talent. She bows slightly and says, "My apologies, but I must be going now." Xiao Long stands to see her off. "All right, take care." But his mind is racing. Is he really just a 10 poisons body? He suddenly blurts out, "Does this mean I won't be able to catch the Chen Yao?" This was a very, very serious problem. Meanwhile, Yinner steps out from her bath, wrapping a large cloth around herself and letting out a deep sigh. She glances down at her body, wondering why it's been giving off such a strange scent ever since she absorbed the blue-banded centipede's inner core. She's even started bathing several times a day. After getting dressed, Yinner wonders if this is some kind of punishment for disrespecting her benefactor. The scene shifts over to Xiao Long's bedroom, where he's deep asleep, obviously lost in a dream. Suddenly, he finds himself standing among a grove of cherry blossom trees. He hears a voice crying from a distance, "I am so very grateful for your kind heart." "Miss Yinner, Thank you. Thank you, my great benefactor. Xiao Long mutters to himself. Wait, am I dreaming? A girl's voice answers him. No, you're not. It may feel like a dream, but I assure you, this is very real. The blue-banded centipede kneels before him, explaining, I am only borrowing the form of the girl who took my inner core to avoid frightening you. I am the mother of these children. Xiao Long is completely lost. Huh? The blue-banded centipede? He looks down to see adorable children gathered at his feet. He jumps back, startled. Whoa, you scared me. When did you all get here? He looks them over, then asks the spirit, So these are your children? And they're all girls? He kneels down on one leg. But how did you all get into my dream? She hesitates for a moment, and then her face twists with rage. I was brutally murdered, she seethes, leaving my children all alone. My grudge was so strong it reached the heavens, and my soul lingered in my inner core. Her voice fills with anger. When I cursed the girl who absorbed my core, my chance for revenge finally appeared. And so, I appeared in your dream. It's thanks to you, my benefactor, that I could bring my children with me. After listening to her whole story, Xiao Long simply says, I understand now. Then it hits him. He was the one who revealed her location to her killer in the first place. With a worried expression, Xiao Long admits, I didn't mean for it to happen. But no matter what, I'm still connected to your death. Seeing the genuine pity in his eyes, the blue-banded centipede asks, Benefactor, if it's not too much trouble, could you possibly grant me one wish? Xiao Long, who is now holding one of the sleeping children, answers without a second thought. Of course, I'll grant whatever wish you have. She gently strokes her child's head and makes her request. Could you take care of my children until they are fully grown? He's confused. But, aren't they centipedes? She explains that no, they can live on their own after molting twice from their mother's body. The blue-banded centipede elaborates, that is true for lesser creatures, but we are different. She caresses her children and explains that before the young of her clan molt twice, they rely heavily on the aura from their mother's inner core. After that stage, they develop by absorbing the vital energy from other living beings. Xiao Long puts two and two together. But, Miss Yinner absorbed the inner core. Does that mean they have to stay near her? She responds with a grave tone. You need to understand our situation, benefactor. The blue-banded centipede then asks, Do you recall what I said before, about cursing that young woman? He immediately answers, his heart racing, Yes. She continues, Because of my inner core, that girl's body now emits a terrible stench. Xiao Long is shocked. A foul stench? With a wicked glint in her eyes, the spirit says, I will ensure no man ever gets close to her, so that she may never bear children. He gasps in horror. My God! She goes on, If you wish to break this curse, then let my children absorb the aura from the inner core. Perhaps you could even use this opportunity to conquer her heart. Xiao Long strokes his chin, lost in thought for a moment. But then he smiles warmly and replies, I don't think that would be right. I don't want to take advantage of Miss Yinner's hardship. The blue-banded centipede acknowledges his nobility. You truly are a respectable man. Then she asks seriously, But in that case, how do you intend to pass this trial? It would appear, she notes, that the young woman is looking for a man with formidable strength, and I can't give you the 10 great poison slayers' inner core, as her body has already absorbed it. Xiao Long mutters the name to himself, 10 great poison slayers. Suddenly, a huge grin appears on his face. I have an idea. Can you trust me? She's confused. What are you talking about? Xiao Long ruffles the sleeping child's hair and says, Just leave this to me. I'm sure it'll be a success. The next day, after Xiao Long tells her everything, Yinner is stunned. Ah, so the scent from my body is from the blue-banded centipede's core. Holding up the centipedes, he explained. That's right. If you let these little ones stay near you for a few days, they'll absorb your inner core's aura, and the scent will disappear on its own. She spoke shyly, admitting, I feel a little awkward asking this. But Yinner continued, You've told me all this without asking for anything in return. Shouldn't you ask me for some kind of compensation? Xiao Long just smiled. I can't take advantage of someone's hardship. I don't want to be shameless. She was stunned by his reply, lowering her head in silence for a moment. Finally, she made a decision. All right then, I can't keep accepting your kindness without giving something back. Yinner said seriously, I will consider what my father said. Brother Xiao Long, I realize there are things more important than talent or martial arts. Embarrassed, Xiao Long scratched his head and said, Actually, I've been thinking about that too. She asked, Thinking about what? He gave a shy grin. You said I have the 10 poisons body and can absorb 10 types of poison, right? Yinner sighed and confirmed. That's correct. Xiao Long looked at the little creatures. So if I can only absorb 10 types, could I take in the poisons of the 10 great poison fiends of the Central Plains? Yinner asked curiously. Using the 10 poisons from the 10 great poison fiends? She blushed and mumbled. So he wants to become the strongest person in the world. It can't be. For Tang Yinner, one of the 3 flowers of Lin Wu, this was the first time a man had ever expressed such a bold ambition to her. The sky looked gloomy, but sunbeams still pierced the thick clouds, shining down on an outdoor pavilion where 2 people sat on the steps, discussing something. Hua An seemed completely baffled. She looked at Xiao Long and questioned, "Young hero, do you even know what you're saying?" He met her gaze in silence for a moment before scratching his head and laughing obliviously. "I have no idea." She grew even more impatient with him. Turning forward, Hua An crossed her arms and explained, "This path is truly full of hardships and trials. It could take 10 years, 20 years, or even an entire lifetime to achieve." Xiao Long, sitting beside her with a clueless look, suddenly stammered, Is it really that serious?" She covered her face with her hands, letting out only a small, frustrated sigh. "All right, young hero Xiao Long, I hear you're only 15. In 3 more years you'll be an adult, and it'll be time for our wedding." With a completely innocent expression, Xiao Long listened to Hua An discuss their future with the timid tone of a young maiden. "In the next 3 years, if you can successfully tame one of the 10 great poisonous creatures, you might earn everyone's absolute trust. So, if things go well, your chances are very high." She blushed, tapping her fingers together nervously. "About the wedding, that's what I mean." Suddenly, Hua An shot to her feet and shouted, "Anyway, I will always support you." Her outburst made Xiao Long flinch to the side in alarm. After her declaration, she bolted without looking back, managing to call out, "Okay, I'm leaving now." Xiao Long was still stunned, managing only a single sound. "Huh?" He quickly called out to her retreating figure. "Miss Hua An." She turned back, surprised. "Young hero, is there something else you needed to say?" Xiao Long gave an innocent smile, patting the spot next to him as if he were glowing with the light of 1,000 Buddhas. "It's about your treatment. You just need to stay for about 2 more hours. Please, miss, try to stay a bit longer before you go." His words left Hua An frozen in place, looking like she might shatter into a million pieces. She screamed in frustration at his complete cluelessness. Her body went rigid as she clenched her fists, stomping back to her original spot. Her face was bright red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Xiao Long, thinking she was scared of the little insects on him, quickly tried to reassure her. "Don't worry, they absolutely will not bite you." He then turned to the creatures on his hand and cooed, "Right, my little darlings?" They wriggled in response. Xiao Long then translated for them, startling Hua An. "What's this, not listening to father and wanting to talk to mother instead?" He joyfully repeated the important keywords. "Father? Mother?" Hearing this, Xiao Long panicked, his voice rising in a desperate denial. No, it's not like that at all." In the study, 3 parents sat across from each other with serious expressions. "It seems the young hero's talent has not yet captured our daughter's heart." Tang Jun asked Madame Tang in a stern voice. "Did you see them this morning? It seems like something shady is going on between them." Hearing this, the old man fell into deep thought, stroking his white beard. "All right." Tang Shan remained silent for a long moment. Tang Jun cleared his throat. Forcing a marriage would be improper. It's best to let their feelings develop naturally. Madame Tang immediately had an idea and turned to her husband. "Why don't we assign Hua An to be the young hero's martial arts instructor? If they see each other often, feelings might just blossom." Tang Jun replied, "That's not a bad idea." The Tang family head nodded in agreement. "Then I will ask Master Yi to look into obtaining the benevolent grace brainwashing immortal visage." Tang Shan anxiously pointed out that this could be their chance to bring the two closer. But Hua Yin had never shown much interest. Her father was likely expecting far too much as he crossed his arms. He scoffed, shutting his eyes dismissively, and said, "We'll see," before grudgingly agreeing, "I suppose it's the only way." Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the door. "Father, your humble daughter Hua Yin pays her respects." Her loud call from outside startled the 3 men in the room, making them wonder, "Hua Yin, why is she here now?" After regaining his composure, Tang Shan called out, "Come in." She didn't hesitate, pushing the door open to enter. Faced with the 3 stern elders, she swallowed nervously, clearly flustered as Hua Yin glanced back, stammering her words. "Oh, so everyone is here together." Her words made the 3 of them stare, completely confused by what she meant. She straightened up, clasping her hands respectfully. "I have come because there is something I must say." "Something to say?" Tang Shan asked, surprised. Thinking about her next words, she grew embarrassed, her face flushing red, her throat tightening as she could only stutter. I will do as you've instructed, father. She finally blurted it out, clenching her hands together for courage. Tang Shan could only manage a stunned "oh," his face completely frozen, unable to process. My instructions? He finally asked hesitantly. What do you mean? Lady Tang pulled her daughter closer, overjoyed, eager to hear Hua Yin finish her stammering sentence. She was too impatient to wait, adding, could it be that the young hero Xiao Long has finally caught your eye? Hua Yin froze solid, her face changing shades of red. Just as it calmed down, it flared up again at her parents' sheer delight. But why so sudden? You clearly stated you weren't interested before. Her father's bluntness left Hua Yin speechless, unsure how to respond. She nervously tapped her fingers together, a clear sign of her flustered state, before finally daring to speak again. The young hero, Xiao Long, for my sake, he has promised to become the number one under heaven. He made a vow. Her words made both parents ask excitedly, what? The number one under heaven? He stroked his short beard, his interest piqued. Could you tell us a bit more about that story? Honoring her father's request, Hua Yin honestly began her tale. What I mean to say is, my own natural talent isn't very remarkable. However, for my sake, the young hero swore he would master all 10 types of poisons. That is what he promised me. The head of the Tang family just chuckled at her proud, if slightly bizarre, condition. What was that? 10 types of poison? He joked that the kid had no idea what he was getting into. Her mother chimed in, goodness, do people like that even exist in this world? The teasing made Hua An's face flush bright red. A second later, though, she composed herself and clarified her terms. While I've already agreed in my heart, we have to wait until young Master Xiao Long is mature enough to master at least one of those 10 poisons. Only then will I approve the marriage. Do you all understand my meaning? She eyed the three of them, waiting for their reaction. Her parents were all smiles, completely agreeing. Is that all? If he wants to marry my daughter, he'll have to meet her standards. Madame Tang added with a smirk. But you know, men aren't always the quickest to pick up on these things, are they? Hearing her mother, it finally clicked for Hua An. Oh, do I need to explain it to him again then? She asked. Her mother gently patted her head, explaining, doesn't the young master realize that this challenge is basically our approval already? Why wouldn't he try a little harder for my daughter's sake? Tang Jun added with a grin, clearly enjoying the scheme. So for now, let's just treat him like a son-in-law. It looks like we'll have to play dumb about this whole arrangement. If he keeps trying this hard, he'll be part of our family in no time. With that settled, they all looked incredibly pleased. Elsewhere, Xiao Long gripped his companion's hand tightly, exclaiming, that was incredible, benefactor, absolutely amazing. You completely captured her heart just now, didn't you? The praise made his companion blush, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Yeah, well, it was just a bit of courage and willpower. The smiling face was identical to Hua An's, except for a green, diamond-shaped gem on its forehead. After a moment of silence, the double said, benefactor, I think today might be our last time meeting. My resentment is finally gone, so my soul can finally pass on. Holding 3 small children nearby, Xiao Long simply replied, I understand. Letting its hair drift in the wind, the double asked, is there anything I can do for you? We will do whatever you ask. Xiao Long put a hand to his mouth, pretending to think. Well, if you don't mind, could I take a little look? With a sharp snap of his fingers, Xiao Long made his request. The double blushed, clutching its robes as a thought came to mind. So the benefactor is a true man, after all, it thought. But on the outside, it simply hesitated before agreeing. All right, without wasting a moment, it pulled down its robes, wondering to itself, it seems my benefactor really does have a weakness for beauty. Seeing this, his face went dark as he tried to stop her in a panic. Wait, did she really have to take it off? Now she was the one confused, wondering what was wrong. Huh? The kids automatically covered their eyes. She offered, I don't have to take it off if it makes you more comfortable. Xiao Long shouted his refusal. No, that's not what I meant. Fearing another misunderstanding, he clarified, I just wanted to see the green-spotted centipede form. Now she finally understood Xiao Long's strange request, hesitating for a moment before saying, if that's all you want, then just 1 second. The scene changed in an instant. His excited scream echoed everywhere as her body went through a spectacular transformation. From a beautiful girl, she morphed into a gigantic centipede monster, her voice still oddly flirtatious. So, is this form to your liking? Benefactor. Xiao Long let out a tired breath, but his eyes were shining with pure excitement. It's real, he thought. It's just so unbelievably huge. Can I touch it for a second? he asked, already rubbing his hands together. The centipede replied with a deadpan tone, "You're already touching it." Now that he had his hands on it, Xiao Long wanted more. "Can I keep a small piece?" "Wow, with this size, how do the joints even support it? Is it true that when you walk, your front legs light up?" Hearing this, the centipede gave its tiny front legs a little wiggle. She let out a shy sound, asking, "My front legs?" The gesture was surprisingly cute. He got even more excited. "Can I touch your legs?" And for the second time, the centipede gave the same flat response, "You're already touching them." Now that he was in his element, Xiao Long's excitement went into overdrive, firing off questions. How potent is its venom? And its eyes? Does it see with them? Or does it rely on its antennae to sense things? The three kids were still covering their faces. But it wasn't out of shyness, they just couldn't handle this bizarre sight. She could only give him a basic answer. Of course, before letting out a panicked scream. Staring intently at the sharp appendage, he clasped his hands together and asked, "Then please, just let me touch the poison fang once." That question made the centipede freeze. "Huh?" She had to remind him. "You know, that might be a little dangerous." Hearing that, Xiao Long switched to an adorable, pleading voice. "But you said you would grant me any request." The centipede shook her head, embarrassed. "Benefactor, what are you even saying?" She wondered to herself, "Are my daughters really going to be okay?" His hand reached out, his face filled with an almost greedy excitement. Ah, this chitin shell is so perfectly shiny. She concluded that this situation was anything but normal. Just then, Tang Taishan clasped his hands, his expression turning benevolent as he spoke. "That's right, young hero, no, Xiao Long. I've heard the story from Hua Yin Air. From this day forward, you are my son." Hearing that deep and powerful voice, he shot a shocked look at Hua Yin beside him. She simply met his gaze with a gentle, smiling nod. Xiao Long knew she wouldn't help him out of this. He scrambled to explain. Sir, but what about the 3-year trial?" Before he could finish, Tang Tishan cut him off, leaving no room for refusal. "The wedding will be held when you come of age." "That's a matter of course." Hearing this, Xiao Long waved his hands helplessly. No, that's not what I meant at all." Madame Tang, who was sitting beside them, cupped her elegant face in one hand and chimed in with a bright smile. "Oh my, a son-in-law? Xiao Long, welcome once again. I am your mother-in-law." Even the old master of the Tang family joined the chaos. His hair and beard were white, but his eyes lit up as he smiled happily at the boy. "Now that Hua Yin Air has found her match, from now on, only good things will happen to our Tang family." Seeing the entire family so enthusiastically supportive of their marriage, Xiao Long was rendered completely speechless. He glanced at Hua Yin, quietly calling her name. "Yin Air." She didn't respond, but a small smile appeared on her face. For a second, he thought he imagined it, but when he looked closer, her expression had already returned to its usual cold indifference. This left him utterly confused. What was happening? She was the one who set the conditions, so why was everyone acting like it was a done deal? Unsure of the current situation, he made a silent decision. For now, he would just go along with her plan. With that thought, Xiao Long collected himself, scratching his head with an awkward laugh. "Yes, I'll be in everyone's care." He expected things to get even more awkward, or at least that he'd be the only one feeling that way, but the old master and his son paid him no mind. The two older men of the family were just beaming at each other, already deep in their own discussion. "Let's get right to it." "Yes, we must begin." The whole scene left a giant, confused question mark hanging over Xiao Long's head. After discussing things with his father, Tang Shan looked at Xiao Long and said, "Before you learn the Tang family's poison arts, there's something I want to show you." Xiao Long turned to him in surprise. "Yes? What is that?" Seeing his cute and curious expression, the two older men shared a laugh. Then Tang Shan, as the family head, spoke with a serious gaze. "The Hall of 10,000 Poisons. I guarantee that you will love this place." The 4 members of the Tang family lined up. Xiao Long was placed at the very back, following behind the old master while curiously observing the scenery of the rear courtyard. Tang Jun spoke up. "We have been waiting for this moment." He said happily to Xiao Long, "The moment you officially enter the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. As a member of the Tang family, this is our tradition, for the entire family to come here together." Xiao Long replied with excitement. "I'm really looking forward to it, Grandpa." But suddenly, his breathing grew heavy and ragged. His face was flushed with excitement, eager to enter the 10,000 Poisons Hall and witness its marvels. The Hall of 10,000 Poisons, an arsenal of countless venoms. Utterly fascinating. But his thoughts were cut short when Xiao Long suddenly glanced over at Hua An. He could barely believe his eyes. There she was, a stunning beauty, absolutely radiant in the morning sun. Her captivating beauty and perfect curves left him silently in awe. Oh man. He couldn't stop his face from turning bright red. He thought to himself that a beauty side profile is even more stunning, like a painting. Unbeknownst to him, Hua An's parents had been watching his every reaction. But instead of getting angry, they just chuckled, watching their future son-in-law get completely flustered by their daughter. Tang Shan suddenly broke the silence with a tease. Young man, if you keep staring like that, you're going to make my daughter shy. You're part of the family now. So why hang back? It seems our son-in-law is already smitten with our Hua An. Hua An had to remind him, Xiao Long, you should watch where you're going. He just stammered back, flustered and embarrassed. A short while later, they arrived at a chamber built into a mountain, guarded by 3 brawny men. Getting closer, he saw it was a Chuo and a Du, muscles bulging as they stood guard with stern faces. Suddenly, a warrior approached, clasped his hands and said, You have arrived, Grandmaster. Tang Jun immediately responded, I want to show my grandson-in-law the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Open the gate. The 3 guards quickly acknowledged the order with a nod. Xiao Long took in his surroundings with surprise. The security here was far stricter than anything from the medieval era. After receiving the command, the lead guard shouted to open the gate. 2 guards immediately used all their muscular strength to open the massive door. It took a tremendous amount of force just to get it moving. One guard asked, Opening up so early today? Xiao Long watched the 2 powerful guards struggle, completely amazed, thinking to himself, does it really have to be this hard just to open a door? When the 2 doors were finally wide open, a Chuo and a Du were panting, soaked in sweat. The lead guard turned and gave the signal. You may enter. Tang Shan quickly nodded to Xiao Long. Let's go inside. As they stepped inside, he explained, This iron gate is made from Nanman's Kunwu steel. Being able to open it is a great honor. Xiao Long replied in surprise. Is that so? Once everyone was inside, Tang Shan proudly announced, We have arrived. Xiao Long's eyes widened in amazement as he looked around. Tang Shan continued, This is the treasury of the Sichuan Tang family, containing all their poisons. Tang Jun added, This is the path of 10,000 poisons. Be careful, and do not touch anything. Xiao Long asked curiously, So this is the path? Are all the poisons stored in these jars and pouches? Tang Shan quickly replied, That's right. We have many different types here, like Ma Te Du and Thui Ming Du. As he spoke, Tang Shan nudged Xiao Long towards Hua An with his foot. Hua An, why don't you explain? I'm sure our son-in-law would prefer that. His wife agreed. That's right. Hua An didn't object, only blushing slightly as she replied, Yes, father. With that, she pulled Xiao Long along, saying, Come on, I'll show you the Tang clan's most powerful poisons. Let's start with Xiao Huangjin. She grew a bit shy as she spoke. This is Tan Kong Du, a poison all martial artists must be extremely wary of. If you inhale it, you won't be able to use your internal energy, so be very careful. This is also Duan Chang Du, Diet Han Du, Hoa Huyet Du, and that Bo Duan Han Du. Seeing their daughter point out the Tang family's most powerful poisons, Hua An's parents smiled proudly. They looked so cute together. Meanwhile, Hua An's expression turned serious. These are all powerful poisons, but the strongest of the Tang clan is something else entirely. She then handed Xiao Long a small bean and said, Here, take this. Looking at the tiny bean in his hand, Xiao Long asked, still confused. This? Hua An explained. Excluding the 10 great venoms, this is currently the most potent poison we have. She added, This is the signature herb of the Tang clan, the castor bean. At first, Xiao Long was puzzled. A castor bean? In reality, this was ricin, an extremely powerful toxin. Just 2 milligrams is enough to kill a grown adult. He was still in shock as he blurted out, It's hundreds of thousands of times more potent than cyanide. Yep, Hua An confirmed with a smile. This is the closest poison we have to the Tang clan's ideal. Colorless, tasteless, and invisible. That's why it's our most precious one. She continued. And killing someone with this is called a golden kill. After hearing this, Xiao Long suddenly felt a blazing aura ignite around Hua An. At the same time, he heard her instruct him, Remember this, Xiao Long. The most powerful poison isn't necessarily the most painful or gruesome. It's the one that kills silently and surely. The poison arts of the Sichuan Tang family aim for just that silent and certain. Images of the family flooded Xiao Long's mind, making him realize this was a clan of assassins. Just then, a voice cut through their conversation. That's enough for now. It was Tang Jun, speaking from a distance. Next, Let's go see the venomous creatures Xiao Long has been waiting for. At this, Xiao Long's face immediately lit up with excitement. So, you're interested in venomous creatures? The old master even encouraged him, saying if he likes them, he can manage them. The family will give him full support. Xiao Long was so thrilled he stammered, "Really? You'd support my hobby?" Tang Jun wasted no time calling everyone over. "Let's head out right now." But before he could finish, an urgent message arrived from a distance, stopping them cold. "Family head, I have an urgent report." A man named Ju Bai hurried toward Tang Shan, who asked, "Ju Bai, what's going on?" After catching his breath, the man announced, "You are needed at the Xuanwu Pavilion immediately." Tang Shan asked curiously, "The Xuanwu Pavilion? Why would I need to go there?" Ju Bai quickly explained that the family elders were waiting. The moment he heard that, Tang Jun exploded. "What? Those guys again?" Xiao Long suddenly realized these must be the elders she had mentioned. Ju Bai quickly added, "There are two issues. First, the medicine we sent to the Sichuan city lord had no effect. He sent a letter of complaint. As for the second thing, he glanced awkwardly at Xiao Long. Our hero sighed and just said it. It's about the myriad poison hall incident." Tang Jun wasn't the least bit surprised, remarking, "Word sure travels fast around here." After saying that, he led the group away, not forgetting to call out, "Let's go, son-in-law. You're coming with me." Finally, at the Xuanwu Pavilion, a hall filled with old men were deep in heated debate. As they arrived, one of them shouted Tang Shan's name. Before any greetings could be exchanged, they laid into him, "How could you unilaterally decide something so important? How could you possibly marry off our precious Hua Yinner to some nameless orphan with no background whatsoever?" Tang Shan's anger flared up. "A nameless orphan?" he erupted, jumping to Xiao Long's defense. "Are you insulting my son-in-law?" The men quickly backpedaled. "No, that's not it, but it's the truth." Tang Jun stepped forward and asked, "I was the one who made the decision. Does anyone here have an issue with that?" The elder stammered, "Grand head." Xiao Long heard the malicious words and his expression soured. The elder pleaded, "Grand head, please talk some sense into the family head. I had just agreed to everything." Seeing the smile completely vanish from Xiao Long's face, Hua En quietly apologized for all the trouble. He just sighed to himself, "Great, now she's worried about me again." While the elders were still bickering, Xiao Long suddenly spoke up. "Forgive me for interrupting your discussion, elders," he stated with a dead serious expression. "This whole problem seems to be caused by my own lack of ability." Then, patting his own shoulder, he declared loudly, "If I can demonstrate my worth, will you elders finally accept me?" A distant elder was stunned, stuttering, What?" With a confident look, Xiao Long proposed an idea, like solving the Sichuan city lord's difficult problem. Beside him, Hua En and the Tang matriarch grew worried, panicking. "Xiao Long, what are you trying to do? He may not be one to care about saving face, but if anyone dares to disrupt his peaceful life with his pets, he will not forgive them." The entire courtyard was in an uproar over Xiao Long daring to argue with his seniors. The elders sneered. "You dare to do this?" A silver-haired elder shouted. "The elders are speaking. What right does a brat like you have to interrupt?" Many others joined in the criticism. "Exactly. Besides, do you even know what the Sichuan city lord's letter says?" Yinner and the Tang matriarch watched the argument escalate, and the matriarch said, "Family head, he has no background, yet he interferes in our business. This is exactly why we nominated a young man from a prestigious family to be our son-in-law." Hearing those words, Xiao Long felt his patience wearing thin, thinking to himself, "I can't listen to these old fools anymore. This is ridiculous." He recalled his live streams, the positive feedback he received from over 1 million followers, and an average of 3,000 live viewers. Xiao Long confidently addressed the elders. "I hear you still don't recognize me as the Tang family's son-in-law. In that case, I am still a guest." Xiao Long continued to lay out his argument, so articulately that even Tang Shan was impressed. "Furthermore, I not only helped Hua Yinner, the Tang family's treasure, but I also saved the family head by killing the bloodhand Asura, Jia Yungxiang." He clasped his hands to show respect and continued his verbal takedown. "Yet you elders dare to insult a benefactor and honored guest to his face? Is this the etiquette of the Tang family?" In the world of streamers, it was nothing new for Xiao Long to face attacks from multiple people at once. In fact, this had become a familiar part of his daily routine. Armed with extensive experience, he handled the situation with ease. The elders, who had just been furious, suddenly changed their tune. One of them coughed, rubbed his neck, and mumbled, "Well, that's not quite how it is. Ahem, perhaps we were a bit hasty and misspoke." Xiao Long tilted his head with a scornful smile, thinking, Absolutely useless. However, there were still some lingering doubts. But the Bloodhand Ashura, Jia Yungxiang, claiming you killed him is just too absurd. But Tong Shan, a staunch supporter of Xiao Long, had brought evidence. Xiao Long tilted his head, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips as he thought to himself, completely pathetic. Still, some remained unconvinced. Killing the Bloodhand Ashura, Jia Yungxiang. It's just unbelievable. But Tang Shan, ready for this, had the evidence on hand. He wasn't lying. Take a look at this. The master beside him was absolutely stunned, stammering, What is this? As the book opened, everyone was shocked to see the Bloodhand Poison Claw manual inside, written in real blood from the blood sect. Tang Shan smiled at his son-in-law. Xiao Long, show them your centipedes. The boy obediently replied, Yes, father-in-law. This just made everyone even more curious. Centipedes? He summoned his treasures, and a brilliant light from his hand grabbed their attention. My darlings! Tiny, adorable creatures appeared from his sleeves, chirping to announce their presence. The onlookers were stunned, unable to believe their own eyes. Huh? A golden centipede. Tang Shan quickly explained the situation. It's the offspring of the green-banded centipede. My son-in-law is raising them. Would you believe me if I said they killed Jia Yungxiang? The elders were completely floored by this news. What? Green-banded centipedes? Can this young man truly control them? Tang Shan didn't hesitate. If I cannot acknowledge this son-in-law, then what in the world should I call him? Xiao Long couldn't hide his smug look, even telling his creatures, My darlings, remember not to bite anyone now. The elders were too surprised to argue anymore. They finally relented, saying, We never said we wouldn't recognize him. It's just that there are procedures to follow. The family head was angry because you ignored them. Tang Jun sighed. All right, we'll let the son-in-law issue slide. But why are you against him entering the 10,000 Poisons Hall? The elders began to argue again. He isn't officially a member of the family yet. How can we entrust the hall to him? To a boy who isn't even of age? Hearing this, the old man also began to waver. He's right. The hall is too important. Tang Jun quickly offered a solution. Then it's simple. Can you prove your abilities to us? Xiao Long's reply was immediate. Of course, he stated with confidence. To prove my worth, I will handle this the Tang family way. And that meant using poison. At that word, everyone grabbed their heads in pure terror. What? Chaos erupted. Are you planning to poison the Lord of Sichuan? We're supposed to be sending medicine, not committing murder. Even Tang Jun and Tang Shan stared at the boy with total confusion. But Xiao Long just looked back innocently. Family head, what do you think? Inside, Tang Jun thought, they were being far too soft. No, the Tang family way is poison. The next day arrived, and Xiao Long was in training with Tang Jun. The elder told him, a test is a test, but starting today, you will begin learning the Tang clan's 5 venoms origin art. Xiao Long cheered with excitement. But thinking about the actual training, he had to ask, is it more physical conditioning? The elder replied, your body adapts to the martial arts as you train. Tang Jun continued the lesson. The Tang clan focuses on practicality, so you'll learn skills you can use immediately in a real fight. He then unveiled the powerful family weapons. He introduced them one by one, hidden weapons, needles, coins, darts, knives, and even swords and sabers. And there were many more. But these 5 are the most common. He then asked the boy, do you know which hidden weapon is the easiest to use? Xiao Long hesitated before answering, probably daggers or throwing knives. Tang Jun acknowledged his answer. Correct. Now, which is the hardest? Xiao Long looked at a small pouch and guessed, the powder, because you have to sprinkle it? The elder shook his head. Incorrect this time. The most difficult is the needle. Xiao Long was surprised. A needle? Because it's small and hard to throw? The master explained. Because you must remember its exact location, where you threw it. I think it's better if I just show you. Xiao Long was shocked when Tang Jun pulled out a writing brush. With masterful skill, he dismantled the brush. In an instant, it vanished, replaced by a cloud of tiny pieces floating in the air. Xiao Long was in awe. They were light as feathers and pure white. He never thought something so soft could be a weapon, but they transformed into sharp fragments, attacking the ground below. Tang Jun simply crossed his arms, perfectly calm. Xiao Long, however, jumped back in fear. He could feel it, the bristles piercing his skin like actual needles. His eyes widened as he watched the bristles perform a deadly dance. That's when Tang Jun began his explanation. The Tang clan possesses a hidden weapon art called Full Sky Flower Rain. It is the secret technique of our clan. It covers the entire area with hundreds, even thousands, of needles. At this, Xiao Long felt a deep sense of dread. You mean I have to fight an enemy while surrounded by all these needles? Then another question popped into his head. If the ground is covered in needles, where am I supposed to step? The elder nodded. Exactly. That's why you must remember. So you don't impale yourself. Xiao Long could hardly believe it. He asked, so I even have to remember the location of needles, and that get knocked away by an opponent or just fall to the ground? The elder nodded. Of course. Then he added one more thing. For the 5 venoms style, you must remember at least 100 positions. The genius Hua Yin'er could remember 1,000 when she was a prodigy. Xiao Long could only click his tongue as the scene shifted to the clear skies above Qingping Mountain. The air was fresh and full of energy, yet Xiao Long was exhausted, face down on the floor when Hua Yin'er came over. She asked, Xiao Long, are you all right like this? He greeted Miss Hua Yin'er, asking what she was doing, and she answered quickly. She heard he was going to catch storm bees, so she came prepared. But before she finished, he cut her off, saying it was fine. He was planning to wait, but with her supplies, he could catch them himself. She was surprised. Wait? You were going to wait for the storm bees? Xiao Long replied that she'd understand when they got there, leaving Hua Yin'er completely puzzled. Then he had a question for her. By the way, do you know where a storm bee nest is? She replied she'd already found one nearby, and they could go right now. But she was still worried, asking if he'd read the letter from the Sichuan city lord. He confirmed that, of course, he had. Hearing this, she asked again, worried that since he was so young, he might not have fully understood the letter's contents. He replied, Of course, miss, this issue is very important for a man's yang energy. Hearing that, she blushed and told him to stop. That's enough, she said, then asked, You seem to understand the problem quite well, don't you? He confirmed it. The huge problem the Sichuan city lord was facing was impotence. She praised him, saying he was truly knowledgeable for his age. He stammered, Ah? It's because I live alone, so I know things. Suddenly she took off running, telling him to hurry up. This left Xiao Long scrambling to catch up, calling out her name. They ventured into a deep forest, lush with plants and wildflowers. Xiao Long was immediately distracted by a small climbing animal, so much so that Hua Yin'er had to quickly grab him by the collar. They finally stopped at a certain spot. Hua Yin'er announced, We've arrived. Xiao Long nodded in response. Looking at the cave, they were sure this was the place. While putting on gear, Hua Yin'er asked Xiao Long a question. What's the point of finding a hive if there are no bees? He explained to his fiancée that although they were looking for storm bees, they weren't actually going to catch them. What? She exclaimed, shocked. The two began searching carefully through the cracks in the rock. He peered deep into the cave and told her the poisonous insect they need usually lives in these small beehives. Hua Yin'er was confused. A poisonous insect in a beehive? He confirmed it. And then, spotting something, Xiao Long's face lit up. Perfect, he said. This hive looks like it has one. With a deft move, he used chopsticks to grab their tiny prey and cheered. Got you, you little rascal. This left Hua Yin'er wide-eyed with surprise. She asked, Xiao Long, that insect, could it be? He continued, That's right. We didn't come here to catch storm bees, but to catch this little guy. He said excitedly. This creature would be the key to solving the Sichuan city lord's problem. Hua Yin'er observed the critter with suspicion. Xiao Long, she asked, is that insect a ditan? Hearing her guess, he held up the trembling creature right in front of her, and he happily confirmed it. Inwardly, he thought, so that's what they call it here? He then brought the insect even closer. At this moment, it looked pathetic with its watery eyes and shaking body. He explained that this species is often found in storm bee nests. In the Central Plains, they're called ditan, while in Korea, they're known as blister beetles, part of the Meloidae family. Hua Yin'er was amazed. But why would a ditan live in a storm bee nest? I've never heard of this. He smiled and explained that their life cycle is quite unique. Then, he began sharing all the knowledge he had. The reproductive method of the Meloidae family is very strange. Normally, insects protect their eggs or create a safe environment for them, but not this species. Their small, oval, yellow eggs can appear anywhere from rock ledges to the tops of leaves. They can even be found in deserted or dense places. The parents simply lay their eggs without a single worry. Somehow, by some miracle, the blister beetle larvae hatch and crawl to the highest point nearby. When they reach the top, they clump together and pretend to be a flower. But you really don't want to search for pictures of these larvae online. When a beautiful bumblebee flies by looking for nectar and spots them, she'll happily exclaim, "Oh, hello there," and she'll think it's a real flower. The bee will get to work harvesting her pollen, while the cluster of fake flower insects waits. They become sinister, knowing what she's about to do next. Their wicked little claws will reach out towards the bee, and the moment she gets close, they will quickly latch onto her, dooming the entire bumblebee hive. He pointed to the detan in his hand and said, I don't know why they choose bumblebees, but I've heard it's the best environment for their larvae to grow. Hua Yin'er hesitated. Is that so? She bowed her head sadly, saying, Those poor, cute bumblebees. Xiao Long just smiled, consoling her. That's just the law of nature, it can't be helped. Then she remembered something and said, But isn't this the kind of poison that causes skin burns? I know eating too many can be fatal. He smiled and confirmed it. That's right, it can cause skin burns. He then described the wound caused by the orange liquid from the blister beetle's body. He explained that its toxin creates burn-like blisters on contact. As she looked down at the pitiful swamp toad, her face slowly turned red. She bit her lip, covering her mouth as she whispered, But does it actually have that effect? He simply replied, Yes, until the poison is fully flushed from the body. Seeing her reaction, he smirked and teased, It can also make a man rise to the occasion. Hoa Ingan immediately spun around and fled, her face completely crimson, screaming with her eyes shut as she ran. No, no, no. Let's just go back to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Xiao Long shouted in surprise. Wait, let me just catch a few more. A little while later, Xiao Long had captured more of the creatures. He then said, Let's return, and I'll teach the warriors how to prepare the medicine. He looked at the men before him and spoke slowly. All right now. Listen carefully. He raised one finger for emphasis. First, you dry the creatures and grind them into powder. At this, everyone's expression immediately became serious. Complex formulas ran through their heads as they processed his analysis. A dose of 3 parts, or 11.75 milligrams, would be absolutely fatal. For every 3.75 kilograms of body weight, a dose of just 3/10 of a part 1.25 milligrams would kill 50% of those who took it. He scanned the room and stated his conclusion. So, you will prepare the medicine with a dosage of 1/10 of a part 0.375 milligrams, equivalent to about 10 drops of water. After finishing his explanation, he asked, Have you all understood? Everyone stood there in stunned silence, a single thought running through all their minds. My head is about to explode. The man in the lead pulled down his mask and spoke slowly. Your explanation was crystal clear, and your mathematics are brilliant. He stressed each word. We will succeed. Xiao Long replied cheerfully, Yes. Haha, I'm counting on all of you. That night, under the light of a full moon, a voice echoed from a bright room. I never expected that creature to have such an effect. After his granddaughter recounted the story of the hunt and the lesson in the medicine room, her grandfather said, It seems I too should re-examine the Tang clan's poisons. Hoa Ngan replied obediently, Yes, I was thinking the same thing. He brought a hand to his mouth, clearing his throat softly before asking, And he is still sharp with numbers? Yes, Hoa Ngan replied. He divided a single part into 10, saying it was equal to the weight of 10 drops of water. Hearing that, her grandfather's expression grew serious. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together and said in a low tone, It's hard to believe this is that same immature boy. His eyebrows knitted together in thought. I thought I knew a great deal about poisons, he continued, but he surprises me more than anyone. The more I learn about him, the more I see what a priceless treasure he is for the Tang family. He suddenly turned to his granddaughter with a questioning look. So, do you find yourself liking him more than you did at first? Hoa Ngan became flustered. Grandfather. A faint blush touched her cheeks as she refused to meet his gaze. She clenched her fist, raising it to her mouth to hide her shyness. I just feel guilty for being so rash in the beginning, she said softly. He closed his eyes, as if he understood her feelings completely. That's all right, he advised gently. Just treat him well from now on. Then he asked another question. But how will they test the medicine's effectiveness? Hearing this, her eyes suddenly flew wide open in shock. Remembering what happened earlier, she covered her blushing face with her hands, feeling the heat radiate from her skin. The elders are too arrogant, she mumbled. She recalled Xiao Long's wicked little smile when he'd made the suggestion the clan would certainly punish them. She told her grandfather the whole story. He asked in surprise, What? And a moment later, he burst out laughing. Ah ha ha, he is quite an interesting character. Hoa Engen stood beside him silently, but her face was still burning red. At that moment, everyone was gathering in the great hall, their attention fixed on the warrior standing before them. The elders were focused, one resting his chin on his hand, another with his arms crossed in wait. The warrior placed a hexagonal wooden box before Xiao Long, saying, Master Xiao Long, your medicine. Xiao Long glanced at the box on the table and asked, "Oh? And what is this?" The warrior clasped his hands respectfully and explained, "We mixed in licorice powder and honey to add sweetness and make it easier to take." How thoughtful. Xiao Long thought to himself. He opened the box to find a glossy black pill resting on red velvet inside, and asked, "Did you prepare it exactly as I requested?" The other man replied with complete confidence, "Of course, Master Xiao Long. We followed the dosage you specified precisely." Hearing this, a murmur spread among the elders. One of them said coldly, "Humph, making such a big deal." Another agreed, arms crossed. You'd think they had created some legendary elixir or something. The man sitting in the head seat closed his eyes, his authoritative voice ringing out. Silence. He looked toward Xiao Long and continued, "The medicine has been prepared, so how will you prove its effectiveness?" he asked. Xiao Long looked puzzled. "Prove it?" A powerful hand slammed down on the table, making a loud crack as a voice roared. "Of course you have to prove it." The pot-bellied elder was the one who had hit the table. He rose to his feet and yelled, "How can we send an unverified poison to the Lord of Sichuan?" The man next to him quickly chimed in. "He's right. If there's a single mistake, it could be extremely dangerous." Xiao Long looked over at the warrior. "Then there is no other way." The warrior nodded grimly. "Yes," and began reaching inside his robes. The elders watched his every move. He walked over and placed a hexagonal medicine box, identical to his own, right in front of the lead elder. The old man just let out a dismissive huff. He picked up the pill, eyeing it with contempt. "You want us to test your medicine? Who knows what you've put in it?" The others agreed, muttering that this outsider clearly had a dark agenda. Hearing this, Xiao Long just offered a knowing smile. Grandpa Yinhua was enjoying the drama, but a voice snapped him back to reality. He turned, surprised, and asked, "What is it? Didn't you once say that a master of the Tang clan's arts fears no poison? Is that true?" The old man nodded. "It is." With a childlike clap, Xiao Long pressed on. "Then why, sir, do you look so concerned?" Grandpa Yinhua actually touched his head. "Huh. Now that you mention it, I guess I am a little worried." Xiao Long could feel his plan falling into place, watching as the expressions on the elders' faces grew heavy. He cleared his throat. "Come now, you are all esteemed elders of this family, immune to 100 poisons." He drove the point home. "Surely you aren't afraid of a simple toad's toxin?" The lead elder just smirked, crushing the pill with complete confidence. Xiao Long's group could barely contain their delight as they watched the elders, one by one, pop the pills into their mouths while scoffing. "Who would be afraid of such a low-grade poison?" One of them sneered, and another quickly chimed in. "Exactly, you've clearly underestimated us." After swallowing, one of the elders shot him a threatening glare. "If this medicine of yours does nothing, you will regret it. We will restore order to this clan." With that, he crushed the pill between his teeth and swallowed. Silence fell. Everyone waited for the effects to kick in. But time passed, and nothing happened. One of them finally let out a mocking laugh, pointing at Xiao Long. "See? Absolutely nothing is happening." Before he could finish, he froze, as if struck by lightning, watching his disciple's head suddenly snap up. Every single elder was now staring at the floor. The atmosphere was silent and incredibly strange, and on that day, discipline within the clan was powerfully re-established. A voice rang out under the sun, "Send this medicine to the Sichuan city lord, it's highly effective." Moments later, the elders left with the oddest expressions. Each one was flustered, clutching their stomachs with both hands, their faces bright red as they hurried away. Xiao Long grinned. Just like Grandpa said, all we had to do was provoke their pride, and they'd walk right into the trap. The old man chuckled. "Ha ha, they still have their honor, so they had no choice. But don't hate them," he added gently. "They only act for the good of the clan." Xiao Long heard this, a little skeptical. "Really?" The old man simply closed his eyes. "In the end, we are all one family." "I understand," Xiao Long replied. Just then, Yinhua burst in, running and looking completely panicked. "Xiao Long, it's a disaster." Seeing her state, he asked, "What's wrong, my lady?" She bent over, panting, and finally got the words out. "It's our." She slowly straightened up, catching her breath. "Something's wrong with our pets." He was completely baffled. "Huh?" Suddenly, a hand grabbed his collar, and a low voice growled, "Son-in-law." It was Grandpa, his face livid, eyes blazing. "Our what?" He yanked his collar, veins popping in his neck as he roared at Xiao Long. "You two have a child? Looks like I haven't disciplined you enough." Yinhua, frozen in place, finally snapped out of it, both angry and embarrassed. Not a child. The Wugong, the creatures Xiao Long is raising. At that, Xiao Long's expression immediately shifted to one of pure worry. He opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. Grandpa let him go, and he rushed to Yinhua's side, asking anxiously, "What? You mean the Wugong?" She quickly explained, "I saw you've been training so hard, so I had my sister look after them." Hearing that, his heart sank as he thought to himself, "Did something happen to my babies?" In his panic, his hand accidentally landed right on her chest. "Let me see," he said, completely unaware, as Grandpa heard his granddaughter's sharp yelp. Ah! A moment later, the two of them were looking at the Wugong, all lying peacefully on the ground. Ignoring the bright red handprint now forming on his cheek, he whispered, "You said they were moving strangely?" Yinhua clenched her fists, her voice tight with worry. "They were fine all morning. I hope they aren't in pain." He studied the creatures, noting, "Their shells look almost translucent and strange." Then, his eyes lit up in sudden realization. "This is it!" A huge smile spread across his face. "Miss Yinhua, I don't think you have anything to worry about." Watching the Wugong squirm, he explained, "They're just molting. Like snakes, they have to shed their skin to grow. It looks like it's that time." Grandpa Yinhua looked surprised. "Molting?" Leaning against the tank, Xiao Long simply nodded. "That's right." Suddenly, one of the Wugong began to rub its head on the ground, making a scratching sound. Yinhua gasped, "Xiao Long, look!" As the Ngo Kong centipede emerged from its old skin, revealing a fresh orange-gold shell, she yelled out, "The head!" As the centipede broke free from its old shell, the old man's voice filled with wonder. "Oh, how marvelous!" Hoa Ngan was also watching, completely captivated. Suddenly she cried out, "Xiao Long, the other two are about to shed their skins." Just then, another centipede slowly emerged from its casing. Its new shell was a soft, inviting orange-yellow. The last of the three gracefully shed its old layer, its entire body beginning to move slowly. Seeing all three resting obediently on the ground, he announced with joy, "They've all successfully molted." Hoa Ngan's eyes lit up as she looked at them, saying, "They seem bigger than before." She turned to Xiao Long and asked, "What are their names?" He paused for a beat. Names? The thought hadn't even crossed his mind. His expression turned serious as he put a hand to his chin, pretending to think. Looking at the three centipedes on the ground, he had a flash of genius and shouted, "Let's go with Senti 1, Senti 2, and Senti 3. Hearing those ridiculous names, Hoa Ngan immediately shook her head in disapproval. Absolutely not. She imagined them one day soaring through the heavens, crossing vast mountain ranges. She explained, "If a centipede lives 1,000 years, it becomes a dragon. They need names that are more majestic, names fit for a dragon's form." Hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but laugh in response. "Ah, my lady, how can centipedes possibly turn into dragons after 1,000 years?" The old man overheard their argument and decided to intervene. "But still, 1,000-year-old centipede is called a dragon. We shall call them the heavenly dragons." Hearing the old man's tone, Xiao Long immediately understood where Hoang got her ideas from, thinking to himself, "So he's the one who taught her that." He looked down at the three centipedes, thought for a moment, and then spoke. "All right. Names." After making his decision, he turned to Hoa Ngan and said, "We'll call them Primo, Odora, and Nitido." She repeated the names, surprised. Primo, Odora, and Nitido. He quickly explained his reasoning. "The first one that hatched is Primo. The second one seems more feminine, so I named her Odora, as in fragrant. The third one has a glossy shell, so I'm calling it Nitido." Hoa Ngan looked at the three of them, slowly repeating the names. Primo, Odora, Nitido. All three of them watched the baby centipedes with excitement. She then said softly, "Isn't it usually the father who names the children?" And with that, the three little centipedes had their new names. Later, Xiao Long was staggering down the street, his strange walk catching everyone's attention. As he walked, he thought to himself that another day had passed, and these things were still clinging to him. Man, what a hassle. He sat down next to a crate on the roadside, letting out a deep sigh. He could feel his undershirt was still a little damp. He figured his body still wasn't totally dry, but at least he could move around now. He sighed again. Ugh, this still feels a bit weird. Suddenly, the centipedes popped out from his shirt, one nudging his cheek and chirping happily. Ack, ack. A small smile touched his lips as he thought, "You guys have gotten a lot heavier. The biggest change is definitely your size." He lay back on the crate, looking up at the sky. A red mark was now on his cheek from all the friction. The centipede beside him chirped softly, as if apologizing for being so heavy. Another one quickly chimed in with an ek. He sighed, thinking back. At first, they were only as big as sausages. Now they're as long as my entire arm. He felt a surge of pride watching them grow, feeling every little movement beside him. He thought, my waist is probably getting pretty crowded for you all. Now you can only cling to my arms and waist. Just then, a loud laugh echoed nearby. Ha ha, look there. I told you I was right. He sat straight up, looking toward the sound. Two men, one tall and one short, were walking down the street. The shorter man had a mole on his face and was holding a small red pouch. He was laughing with his companion. It's definitely the Sichuan-Tong family. We have to observe them carefully. The man next to him agreed. Let's go. Xiao Long stroked the head of a centipede on his arm when he heard that loud laugh again. Making money is just too easy. Ha ha. He watched them leave, wondering what that was all about. Looking up, he noticed it really was a beautiful day. White clouds drifted lazily across the sky. At the Sichuan-Tang family estate, the scene was calm and quiet, just like any other day. The family head cleared his throat. Excellent, this is wonderful news. He looked at Xiao Long and asked, didn't you just send your homemade medicine to the Sichuan city lord? Xiao Long nodded and replied, yes, we did. The family head thought of the lord's plump figure and was moved to tears of joy. He beamed, then announced, I hear the city lord found the medicine to be extremely effective. So, the city lord sent a huge reward and his personal thanks. Hearing this, both of them were absolutely delighted. Xiao Long asked happily, is that so? Ho Anangan's father laughed loudly. You've only just become my son-in-law, and you're already bringing in profits. You've already done so much for me. Xiao Long laughed shyly, scratching his head. Heh, it was nothing. Suddenly, the man's expression turned serious. He spoke slowly, and that is precisely why. While stroking his beard, he looked Xiao Long right in the eyes. I'm giving you a spirit medicine, whether you like it or not. Xiao Long was stunned. A spirit medicine, you mean? He suddenly remembered something the master had told him. He'd said the medicine would increase his internal energy. Ho Anangan interrupted. Father, what exactly is this spirit medicine? He replied, oh, it's nothing too grand. He looked at the two of them and said, word by word, the honey of the golden-haired bee king. Long's mind immediately went to bees gathering nectar. Honey? He wondered. Was it just honey? He knew internal energy was key to becoming a master, so he'd definitely take it. With that, he happily shouted, thank you, father-in-law. But Hua Yin's expression instantly tightened, all her happiness gone. Father, she said, her voice sharp. Her voice was flat. You said it was a reward, but it's only honey? Seeing her reaction, her father got flustered and began to stammer. Ah, about that. But before he could finish, she grabbed Xiao Long's hand, her anger flaring. What Xiao Long accomplished cannot be taken lightly. Sure, the golden mane bee king is a mid-tier poison insect, but it's honey? That's the lowest grade spiritual medicine you can get. You can't cheap out on his reward. He earned it. She scowled, demanding a real prize, at least a spiritual medicine that grants a year's worth of internal energy. Her father looked down, his voice quiet as he tried to explain. Even for a spiritual medicine, the preparation costs aren't cheap. Hearing that, she clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with fire. She gritted her teeth. Compared to what Xiao Long risked, that's nothing. Her father coughed and avoided her gaze, thinking to himself, a daughter really does end up siding with her husband. Xiao Long broke the tense silence. Father-in-law, what exactly is a golden mane bee king? The man turned back, clearing his throat. Ahem. He pictured the massive golden hive hanging from a tree, bees buzzing in and out, and began his explanation. The golden mane bee king is a mid-tier poison insect that lives in the forest and basically looks like a giant bee. They're about the size of a small dog. From what we know, eating their honey gives you 2 months of internal energy. But Xiao Long latched onto something else entirely the size. His eyes lit up with excitement. As big as a puppy, you say? How cool. Seeing his reaction, Hua Yin pinched his cheek to snap him out of it. Xiao Long, hold on. I'm still mad here. Just then, her father spoke up again, looking a little awkward. Hua Yin, that's not what I meant. I figured Xiao Long would want the thrill of finding the golden mane bee king himself. At this, Xiao Long's ears perked up. Find it myself? He thought. He shot to his feet, buzzing with excitement. Father-in-law, you mean I get to find it myself? He nodded in confirmation. That's right. Xiao Long's breath hitched, his face flushing red with pure excitement. He thought, harvesting honey myself? Back when I was a YouTuber, I did this tons of times. He bolted for the door, yelling back, let's go, father-in-law. When it comes to getting honey, I'm a pro. His father-in-law just laughed. Haha, I knew you'd be up for it. Hua Yin could only sigh as she watched them go, their excited voices fading away. Xiao Long's curious voice drifted back. So what does the golden mane bee king look like? Her father's deadpan reply. Well, obviously, like a bee. And so, leaving the Sichuan Tong clan behind, their grand honey-gathering adventure began. Along the way, he smugly thought that since this was intel from his father-in-law, they'd have the place all to themselves. But when they arrived, two groups were already there, screaming at each other. A scarred man yelled, "We got here first, so the honey is ours." But a man in black shot back just as fiercely. What? We bought this information fair and square, so it's ours. Hearing this, Xiao Long's group was completely stunned. Huh? The scarred man's buddy fired back. You bought the info? So did we. Was it from a scruffy-looking guy with a giant mole on his face? The man in black was shocked. How did you know that? But he quickly added, either way, we're not giving it up. Xiao Long's expression suddenly froze. He remembered two shady guys he had passed on the road, wondering, could it have been them? It all clicked. Those guys sold the same intel to everyone else. Meanwhile, Hua Yin's father was listening to the whole argument, his entire body trembling with absolute rage. He clenched his fists, silently cursing those scumbags. Then he roared, "How dare you humiliate the Sichuan Tang clan right here?" Every single head whipped around toward the voice. Shock spread across their faces as one of them stammered out, "What?" The Sichuan Tang clan. Xiao Long felt his epic honey-gathering plan go up in smoke. He remembered what his father-in-law said before they left. Xiao Long, this is your first time out on a mission. Be careful, and remember, you represent the Tang clan now. He had replied politely, "Yes, sir." His father-in-law then looked down at a group of warriors assembled below them. "Take them with you. You need to learn how to command men." Xiao Long was stunned. "Wait, you want me to lead them?" He glanced at Hua Yin, hesitating. But, Lady Hua Yin, before he could even finish, her father boomed with laughter. "Ha ha, you kid. Hua Yin is your woman, now you're her partner." Hearing that made him blush, beat red, and stammer. "Partner." Hua Yin just smiled encouragingly. "You'll do great, Xiao Long." Then she added, "And I'll be there to help you," which only made him more flustered. "Ah, I'll do my best." Back in the present, the air between the Tang clan and the other groups was electric. Everyone was locked in a tense stare-down, and Xiao Long could only think one thing. What do I do now? Model. What's the move? He turns to the man beside him, the squad captain, Nguirt Jiang, and asks how they should handle this. Should we cut them in? Nguirt Jiang strokes his chin, lowering his voice. Cut them in how? The captain just crosses his arms, clearly not on board. Who are these people to demand a share from the great Tu Zhendong family? Hoang An agrees. She doesn't know who they are, but they've got some serious nerve. A murderous glint appears in her eyes as she glances at them. They dared to sell information the Tu Zhendong family had already bought. The rival leader sees her, his eyes widening. Wait, it's the poison flower, Weird Where. This sent the man behind him into a panic. A direct descendant of the Dung sect is here? The leader immediately clasps his hands, gritting his teeth. After a moment, he bows his head. The Fengvan sect didn't realize the Tu Zhendong family was involved, so we will withdraw. The people around him watch this, completely stunned by his sudden retreat. Understanding the situation, they follow his lead, bowing their heads. The Van Ho sect will also take its leave. Another man shouts, "Damn it, I won't forget this," before vanishing. Seeing them flee like they'd seen a ghost, Xiao Long is baffled. They're just running away? He can't help but wonder. Is the Tu Zhendong family really that terrifying? As they disappear, he asks, "So, is it over?" "Not likely," Nguirt Jiang calmly replies. He figures they're probably hiding somewhere nearby, watching. These types don't give up that easily. He turns to his subordinate. Kobar, find their position. Kobar clasps his hands respectfully. Yes, great master. Seeing Xiao Long's worried face, Hoang An reassures him. It's okay, Xiao Long. He just stares into the forest ahead, whispering, "My bees." Right now, Hoang An, Xiao Long, and Nguirt Jiang are hiding behind a boulder. In front of them is a massive tree with huge hollows in its trunk. A few massive bees are buzzing around the entrance. A closer look reveals their black and gold bodies, covered in thick, fuzzy hair. The swarm flies in and out of the trunk, their wings creating a constant hum. Xiao Long gasps. That's it, the Kim Mao Fong Vung. Hoang An is amazed. This is my first time seeing one. It's huge. He grins back at her. Aren't they adorable? She nods in agreement. Their fur looks so fluffy. Zhang adds proudly, that's why they're called Kim Mao Fong Vung. After watching for a bit, Xiao Long makes an assessment. Still, this colony seems a bit small. Maybe just a few hundred of them? How can a hornet get that big? Hearing the strange word, Hoang'un asks, colony? He patiently explains, ah, it's what you call the whole swarm. Usually, a hive has between 5,000 and 7,000 bees. She's shocked. You can tell that without even going inside? Xiao Long answers with total confidence. You just have to watch the number coming in and out of the nest to get a rough idea. Suddenly, footsteps from behind make them all turn. Kobar kneels on one knee. Great Master, I've located the 4 sects. Zhang asks, where are they? Kobar hesitates for a moment before reporting what he saw. Just as you predicted, they've set up camp and are waiting. He can't help but curse under his breath. Those bastards are right on the other side. Though he couldn't see exactly what they were doing, he's sure they're planning to make a move. After hearing the report, Zhang strokes his chin, thinking, they're probably waiting for nightfall to steal the honey using the Dung family's own method. Xiao Long's curiosity is piqued. The Dung family's method? What's that? Seeing his interest, the captain explains. If you burn mugwort leaves and let the smoke drift into the nest, the bees become docile. Then we can go inside and collect the honey. Hearing this, Xiao Long nods in admiration. Wow, that's a pretty smart technique. But beside them, Kobar speaks up hesitantly. But the wind. It's blowing towards us. They all look up and realize he's right. In unison, they all go, ah. While everyone else is starting to worry, Xiao Long suddenly claps his hands together, a brilliant idea striking him. I've got it. Kobar quickly asks, you've thought of a way? His face is flushed with excitement as he lays out his plan. If the wind is blowing towards us, that means we can use it to mask our scent. Hoang'un thinks for a second, then nods. That's true. Xiao Long jumps to his feet, looks toward the tree and shouts, I'll be right back. Hoang'un panics. Xiao Long, as he starts to run, she grabs his sleeve to hold him back. No, you can't, Xiao Long. The Kim Mao Fong Vung is a poisonous insect. It's incredibly dangerous. But instead of being scared, he's more determined than ever. Just once. I'll just try to touch it and come right back. Suddenly, a massive boulder comes rolling towards them, making both of them scream out in shock. Ah! The boulder keeps rolling until it crashes to a halt right in front of the nest. They both stare, absolutely horrified. Xiao Long whispers, trembling. From inside the tree, a furious swarm of bees pours out. Hoang'un immediately grabs him, pulling him away. We have to run, now, she says in a panic. With her arm wrapped around his neck, Xiao Long can only manage a choked sound as the once peaceful forest erupts into chaos. The mist hung heavy as dusk settled in. Xiao Long, perched on a large rock, let out a frustrated sigh. There has to be a way, he thought, closing his eyes to focus. But it felt like trying to light a fire against the wind. He was caught between a rock and a hard place, the 4 sects on one side and the 7 bees on the other. He recalled the bees, their fur as soft as clouds, and his lips drew into a thin line, the golden-haired bee king. This was no ordinary hive. He opened his eyes, hand on his chin. A shiver ran down his spine as he remembered Hua Yin carrying him to safety. From 30 meters out, you could feel their wings beating. These were not just hornets. Suddenly, a voice called from behind him, Xiao Long, over here. He turned to see Hua Yin, a smile breaking across his face. Ah, Miss Hua Yin. She wasn't alone. She had several wugongs with her, 2 perched on her shoulders. She held another one out towards him in her hands, her expression bright as she spoke. Looks like they finished eating, she said, so I brought them over. Watching the creature chirp, he was genuinely moved. Thank you so much, Miss Hua Yin. The wugongs fluttered over to land on him. Xiao Long spoke softly. They've calmed down a lot. Hua Yin sat beside him. No words were needed between them. The comfortable silence was warm enough. After a moment, Hua Yin finally broke the quiet. Have you managed to figure anything else out? He hesitated. I just wanted to observe a bit longer. She immediately looked apologetic. I'm sorry for pushing you. Xiao Long, take your time, there's no rush. Her words only made him feel more pressure. He just gave a quiet, forced smile. She's totally rushing me, he thought. Suddenly, Hua Yin pointed ahead. Xiao Long, look, over by the base of that tree. In the distance, 2 monkeys were fighting fiercely at the base of a tree, as a swarm of bees buzzed around them. The chaotic sounds reached them. Are those monkeys? She asked. Are they fighting? Xiao Long was just as surprised. Monkeys? One monkey threw its limbs up, trying to intimidate the other, while letting out a series of threatening screeches. The other monkey refused to back down, matching its rival's aggression. Hua Yin covered her mouth. Oh my goodness, they're absolutely furious. Xiao Long watched in silence, until a strange scent drifted past his nose. Miss Hua Yin, he called out. He looked around. There's a smell. He sensed it was coming from the golden-haired bee king's hive. This scent, could it be? His expression darkened instantly as the pieces clicked into place. Pheromones. He pointed towards the tree, shouting, Miss Hua Yin, we need to get away. The swarm is about to go berserk and head right for us. She didn't understand what was going on, but she nodded instantly. Huh? Right. Got it. She shot to her feet, scooping him into her arms and taking off, just like before. Xiao Long was stunned by how fast she reacted. The second they leaped into the air, a massive explosion erupted from the ground below, throwing debris everywhere. Hua Yin landed hard, holding him tight as they skidded to a halt. Her body went rigid, her face a mask of shock at the sight before them. A storm of bees was pouring out. One of the monkeys was torn to shreds, while the other lay whimpering, on the verge of death. The monkey's arm was shredded down to the bone, and the swarm descended eagerly to feast. Watching the monkeys become a gruesome banquet for the bees, Hua Yin gasped in horror. That was way too close. He nodded gravely. Yeah. She turned to him, her eyes filled with curiosity. But Xiao Long, how did you know the golden-haired bee king was about to attack? You told us to run before we even heard them. Remembering the strange scent from the tree, he hesitated. Ah, was it the smell? She pressed on. What kind of smell was it? Hua Yin paused for a moment. Come to think of it, it smelled like night-scented lily. He was stunned she knew the name. Seeing her calm expression, he wondered could she actually identify pheromones by scent. He had to be sure, so he asked if she recognized the scent from earlier. Hua Yin smiled. Ah, of course I do, she confirmed. The smell just now was just like a night-scented lily. Before she could finish, he lunged forward, grabbing her shoulders. That's it, he exclaimed. Hua Yin blushed. Ah, Xiao Long, you seem a little too excited. He buried his face in her shoulder, overcome with emotion. Feeling him so close, her face flushed bright red, even though she had no idea why he was crying. The little wugongs poked their heads out from inside his robes, curious. Xiao Long looked up, a huge smile on his face. I've figured it out. I found a way to wipe out the 4 sects and get the honey. Later that night, under a bright moon, people from the sects gathered around their campfires. Each group cooked their own food, with wary guards posted all around. One man tilted his head back, taking a long drink of wine. His face was flushed as he took in the delicious smell of roasting fish. He wiped his mouth and let out a hearty laugh. Man, that's good. Someone leaned in. So, when do you think we're making a move for the honey? The man thought for a second before answering. Honestly, it's not clear yet. 3 days ago, they were running around like crazy. Now, it's dead quiet, he mused. Something tells me they're about to make a big move. The man with the scar chimed in. Yeah, maybe you're right. But then he wondered, can you actually make money from a beehive? Have you been scammed your whole life? If the wax is royal quality, it's incredibly valuable, you know. Only the royal family uses it. They just collect the honey and toss the hive, so the rest belongs to us. Thinking about the score, he let out a sinister laugh. But what if they fail? The other guy rubbed his hands, mimicking that creepy chuckle. He remembered the girl with those piercing eyes. Still, the poison flower, the martial arts master. We need to be careful and avoid trouble. But thinking of her beauty made him laugh again. Seriously though, she's not bad at all, that look of hers. His partner licked his lips with a thirsty look. Huh? Just thinking about it makes me itch for a fight. Another man joked. Who knows? Maybe one of us will end up marrying into their family. A foul voice cut in. Oh, of course. After having your life saved, you have to repay the favor, right? Suddenly, a strange scent filled the air, making him pause with a grunt. The whole group stood up, murmuring amongst themselves. Where is this smell coming from? Could it be the scent of a poison flower? It has to be. Its fragrance had to be just as beautiful and sweet. As it grew closer, everyone's faces twisted in shock, mouths wide open. Huh? What is that? Someone finally recognized it and screamed. It's the queen bee. The queen is leading the swarm in an all-out attack. Time for us to move in, right? The leader pushed through the dense grass, shouting with excitement. Let's go get the queen bee's honey! In his hand, he held an object carefully wrapped in cloth. The 3 of them started moving forward cautiously. Reaching the tree trunk and staring into the dark hole, the group hesitated. Guiyet Jiang tried to calm his nerves and cleared his throat. Ahem. Xiao Long. This doesn't look safe. Let me go first and lead the way. One by one, all three of them stepped inside. Once inside, they looked around, absolutely stunned. Whoa, look at that! The honeycomb is huge! Above them hung a gigantic, glistening golden honeycomb, its cells perfectly formed. It was an absolutely breathtaking sight to behold. Nguyen Zhang started a fire to create smoke. Luckily, it seems all the bees have already flown out. But Xiao Long heard a strange sound, his eyes darting around suspiciously. What's going on here? Nguyen Zhang couldn't believe his eyes, leaning in for a closer look. His voice was laced with worry. No honey? That's impossible. The honeycomb cells were completely empty. Hoangan asked seriously. Could it be true that not a single one is left? Like Xiao Long said, this has never happened before. It's so strange. Then, a suspicious thought hit Xiao Long. This hive doesn't have a single egg in it. Nguyen Jiang asked him, what does that have to do with the hive being out of honey? He boldly offered a theory. The swarm might have been preparing to leave for a while, so they ate all the stored honey. He continued, maybe because they sensed the presence of humans around here. Hoangan sighed. Ah, so that's what happened. To confirm his theory, he approached a nearby honeycomb for a closer look. That's right. When a swarm decides to migrate, they stop laying eggs, because they no longer have the time or energy to care for the larva. Suddenly, he froze, spotting the rear half of a bee. Its size seemed pretty big. He smiled strangely and asked Nguyen Zhang, Sir, if you used your skills continuously, how long could you last? The man was surprised but answered, if I run at a moderate speed, I can probably last for about half a day. Curiosity getting the best of him, he asked, why do you suddenly ask about that? Just then, Chubai's voice echoed from outside. Young Master Xiao Long, he stammered out, the queen bee. Remembering the scene, he urged them on in a panic. The golden bees are returning. You have to get out of here quickly. But Xiao Long didn't hesitate. He just bent down, grabbing for something. He hesitated. Wait a moment. Hearing this, Nguyen Zhang immediately yelled, let's go, young Master Xiao Long, just leave it. Seeing him dawdling, Hoanan grabbed him by the collar. Xiao Long, let's go. Chubai was still anxiously waiting outside the entrance. Hurry up. Xiao Long quickly followed, hiding something close to his chest. The bright moon still hung high in the sky. The three returned to their group, breathless and exhausted. Whoosh! Someone nearby let out a sigh of relief. That was way too close. Hoa Ngan sighed. Phew, good thing we escaped before the swarm returned. The creature in Xiao Long's chest poked its head out for fresh air. Hoa Ngan asked, absolutely shocked. Xiao Long, what are you holding? He just smiled and held up the giant bee. This is the queen. Since there was no honey, I brought back the one who makes it. Nuyet Jiang cried out in terror, the queen bee. Hoangan just stared at the bee, which was trying to look cute, completely speechless. Young Master Xiao Long. Suddenly, the color drained from both Nguyen Zhang's and Hoangan's faces. The bee in his hands let out a piercing shriek. But he wasn't scared at all. In fact, he added more. Soon, the swarm will realize their queen is missing and come after us. Behind them, the swarm was already gathering into dark, menacing clouds. He had no idea, but she was still smiling brightly. Time to run. And with that, a desperate chase for their lives had officially begun. The group fled in a panic with the bee queen, the buzzing behind them growing into a deafening roar. This frantic chase had been going on for days now. Looking into the bee queen's sparkling eyes, Xiao Long reassured her, just calm down. I will take you to a place where no one can disturb you. During that time, the team sacrificed rest to keep moving at full speed. Looking at their condition now, it was just pathetic. As the group was taking a break, Xiao Long looked into the distance and shouted, they're here. Everyone glanced over in horror as one person said in despair, ah, I can't run another step. On their way here, several members of the Dushui team had already fallen behind, and he silently swore to master his movement arts after this. Suddenly, a man collapsed forward with a scream. The person next to him was stunned. Huh? Another one down? The group glanced back nervously as they ran, only to see the man sprawled on the ground as his teammate yelled, Dulong is down. As a result, Huang Dulong of the Dushui team was left behind. Xiao Long immediately urged them on, everyone, use your lightness techniques and go faster. He figured if they got far enough away from the queen, they'd be safe. His companion panted, Sir Xiao Long, are we even going to make it out of this? Xiao Long replied with uncertainty, maybe. 3 days later, despite his best efforts, Yue Jiang finally collapsed to the ground, unable to continue. He coughed raggedly and told the two in front of him, I'm sorry, Sir Xiao Long, but this is as far as I can go." Xiao Long and Hua Yin looked absolutely wretched, their hair a complete mess. Xiao Long looked at the man in shock, crying out, "Clan! Clan head!" Hua Yin was quiet for a moment, then suggested, "Xiao Long, let me carry you." Hearing this, he shyly refused. "Young Miss Hua Yin, that's not necessary, I can walk." But unexpectedly, Hua Yin just rubbed her own face with both of her hands. After psyching herself up, she looked refreshed, smiling at him with newfound resolve. "I can do it." A member of the Tang family never quits. Back at the Tang family's main gate, 2 guards stood watch, perfectly dressed and armed for their duties. When they heard footsteps approaching, they looked over, muttering in confusion. As the figures got closer, one guard gasped, "Oh, the young miss is back." He saw the 2 of them, exhausted with dark circles, Xiao Long supporting Hua Yin as they walked. The guard couldn't believe his eyes, his mouth hanging open as he asked, "The young miss?" Chaos erupted through the Tang family estate as a signal flare was shot, summoning the entire clan. The Grand Elder and the Patriarch heard the signal, rushing out of their rooms. The Patriarch asked worriedly, "What is it? Is something wrong?" A man immediately reported, "It's young Miss Hua Yin. She has returned." The Patriarch saw his exhausted daughter being held up by servants, with a frantic Xiao Long right beside her. Both of them looked absolutely terrible. The Patriarch stared in disbelief, asking, "Is it really her?" He embraced his daughter, then roared in anguish, "Xiao Long, what is the meaning of this?" The boy quickly knelt, stammering, "Please, calm down. Father-in-law, young Miss Hua Yin is just exhausted from 10 days of non-stop running." Then, as if he just remembered, his tone became serious. "But this isn't the time to talk. We have to get to the training grounds." The Grand Elder heard this and asked, shocked, "What? Why the training grounds?" Xiao Long didn't answer, instead reaching into his shirt to pull something out. He held the bee queen up in both hands for everyone to see, and then announced, "This is the queen of the golden-haired bees. The rest of them will be here soon. We need to get to the ancient tree on the training grounds, now." The Grand Elder couldn't help himself and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, this kid has real potential. He's destined for greatness." But the Tang family patriarch, on the other hand, did not look happy at all. He demanded, "What? Weren't you supposed to get honey? And you brought back their queen?" Before Xiao Long could respond, the Grand Elder grabbed his shoulder, saying, "All right then, let's go," making the boy yelp. "Huh?" He used his lightness technique, grabbing Xiao Long and launching them both into the air. It made the boy scream in terror, "Oh my God," as the people on the ground shielded their faces from the dust. Xiao Long felt completely dizzy as the elder carried him through the air. Suddenly, he shouted in alarm, "Ah!" The Grand Elder glanced at him, concerned. "What is it?" Seeing a familiar, dense cloud of yellow and black in the distance, he urgently reported, "Grand Elder, the swarm is catching up." But the old man was completely unfazed. Quite the crowd, isn't it? Did you bring every last one of them?" With that, he accelerated. "It's just ahead. Let's pick up the pace." The sudden jolt of speed made Xiao Long yell, "Ah!" The Grand Elder made a rough landing, kicking up dirt and rock everywhere. He brought him to a massive tree and announced, "We're here, Xiao Long." Xiao Long quickly clutched the bee queen and dashed towards the tree in front of him. Looking up at the enormous trunk, Xiao Long said, "Golden-haired bee queen, this is the place I mentioned. From this day forward, this will be your new home." The bee in his hands buzzed, confused. He pointed to a huge hollow up ahead, asking, "Will this work?" But the only answer he got was the loud buzzing of wings. The golden-haired bee king cautiously approached the tree, and after a thorough inspection, it turned to Xiao Long with a smile. Seeing it so happy, it seemed the new home was more than acceptable. As the swarm drew closer, the patriarch yelled, "Xiao Long, get out of here, the bees are coming." He simply turned and replied, "Yes, patriarch." The massive swarm created a deafening buzz, forcing everyone on the ground to look up with a mix of awe and terror. The golden-haired bee king saw its swarm and immediately began to buzz with joy, flapping its wings wildly. It quickly led the entire colony into the tree it had just scouted. The patriarch could only watch the scene, speechless with amazement. Honestly, in all my years, I have never witnessed anything like this." Xiao Long watched along with him, letting out a soft sigh. Watching the bees fly in and out of the tree, he finally relaxed. The golden-haired bee king had been successfully captured. A single bee dips its tongue into a wooden bowl, taking a long drink. Watching the bees gather in groups to drink, he felt satisfied. He'd given the exhausted swarm sugar water to help them recover their strength. It's often said that sharing a meal builds a bond, that kindness is grown from these small gestures. Luckily for him, they had something just like sugar here. The Tang family members stood by, watching and commenting cheerfully. They're really enjoying it. They actually look pretty cute up close. Seeing the golden-haired bee king drinking contently, he thought to himself, this should definitely lower their defenses a bit. If they recognize him as their master, all the better. Suddenly, he shouted out, "Ah, that's right." The family head turned to him, asking, "What is it?" Xiao Long then asked sheepishly, What about Lady Hua Yin?" The old man gave him a sarcastic look. "So you finally remember." Recalling his daughter's exhaustion, he said scornfully, "She was so tired I had to carry her to her mother. I can't believe you made her run for 10 days without a break." Hearing that, Xiao Long couldn't even look him in the eye and mumbled, "Yes, father-in-law, I'm truly sorry." They had only slept about 2 hours a night, spending the rest of the time running. Just then, the patriarch remembered something else. Xiao Long, thinking of the group he brought along, he asked with concern, "So where is the poison blood squad?" He froze, sweat beading on his face. He guessed uncertainly. "They're probably collapsed somewhere on the road. We should probably go back for them." The patriarch could only close his eyes and laugh out loud. On his orders, the poison blood squad was later recovered and brought home safely. In Hua Yin's room, warm sunlight streamed through the window. After Xiao Long recounted everything that had happened, Hua Yin looked overjoyed. "It seems the golden-haired bee kings have already recovered their strength. That's such a relief." Xiao Long smiled back and replied, "Yes, Lady Hua Yin." He added that the swarm was already hard at work collecting nectar from the poisonous flowers in the mountains. She nodded. "Oh my, look at them. They're so adorable." Suddenly, a frantic shout from outside interrupted their conversation. "Mr. Xiao Long! Mr. Xiao Long!" Xiao Long glanced toward the door and asked, "Yeah, what is it?" The man was in a rush but maintained his manners, holding onto the doorframe as he urged, "Sir, you need to come outside for a moment." He paused to catch his breath, then said, "The golden-haired bee swarm is acting really strangely, like they're searching for something." Hearing this, Xiao Long's mind started racing. He immediately bolted outside, with Hua Yin following right behind him. High above them, some of the bees were already waiting. Seeing the swarm circling his head, he asked in shock, "Seriously?" At the sound of his voice, the entire swarm immediately turned toward him. The buzzing grew louder as they started landing all over his head and body. "Huh? Hey, you guys." Hua Yin started to worry. "Xiao Long, are you all right?" The bees continued to pull at his arms, tugging at his clothes. He frantically asked, "Why are you all doing this?" Suddenly his feet were lifted off the ground, and all he could do was let out a helpless, bitter laugh. The people below watched as Xiao Long was carried away. Hua Yin's mouth hung open as she yelled after him in shock, "Xiao Long!" The bees flew him right to the giant tree and dropped him off. The roar of beating wings filled his ears as he stumbled to his feet, letting out a confused, "Huh?" When he saw what was in front of him, his eyes went wide in shock. He asked the bees, stunned, "What happened to your hive? What is going on here?" A bee flew up behind him and pushed him forward. He went with it, a smile slowly spreading across his face. "All right, I get it. You guys want me to come inside." Stepping further in, he looked around and gasped, "Whoa." Seeing the rows of perfectly formed, shimmering golden honeycombs, he couldn't help but be impressed. The hive was nearly complete, and honey collection was already underway. A single bee slowly flew toward him. He watched it, completely baffled. It turned out to be the queen bee. She looked at him with an affectionate gaze, flying over to land on his arm and gently beating her wings. He asked quietly, "You want me to lift you up?" In response, her wings beat even faster, but the bee swarm just grew thicker, clinging to his face until it was completely distorted. A headache was starting to form. They were clinging so tightly he could barely move. He bowed his head, lifting the bee queen just as she wanted. Her big, shimmering eyes were locked on him. The bee queen slowly closed them, her front legs reaching out to touch his face. Seeing this, a stunned Xiao Long shouted out, "Huh? Hey, wait a second." But it was too late. The bee queen was right up in his face, causing him to blush furiously. A groan echoed in his mind. He felt something soft against his lips as his whole body flushed hot, his vision blurring and his head spinning. He swallowed instinctively, realizing something was flowing into him. The entire swarm watched as the queen forced a kiss on Xiao Long. When they finally pulled apart, a small bubble formed between them. He quickly dropped her and gasped for air. His first kiss, stolen. Blushing furiously, he pointed at her and stammered, "You, Queen Bee, that was my first time. What was that for?" A terrifying feeling washed over him as he completely lost control of his own body. He collapsed limply to the ground with a heavy thud, his eyes suddenly glowing with light. Looking up for the bee queen, he gritted his teeth in anger, seeing what looked like a smile on her face. "What did you feed me?" he demanded. After the incident, Xiao Long was crumpled on the ground, his face twisted in pain as he coughed violently. His face felt like it was on fire, and white foam started to trickle from his mouth. A strange, overwhelming itchiness washed over his entire body. He rolled around, but nothing could ease the agonizing feeling. His vision went blurry as fluid streamed from his nose and mouth. He could hear his own heart pounding like a drum. He reached a hand toward the bee queen, coughing painfully. "You." He suspected something awful. "What did you feed me?" As his eyes fluttered shut, he saw her looking back at him with a completely innocent expression. Before blacking out, he heard Hua Yin's panicked voice, "Xiao Long, Xiao Long." Then he saw her calling for the Taishan clan head. "Grandpa, something's wrong with Xiao Long." The old man's face was grave. It seems he swallowed a potent spirit medicine. His vision went completely black as he heard Hua Yin scream, "Xiao Long, stay with me, wake up." Then the elder's voice came, "I will guide the energy for you." When he opened his eyes again, Hua Yin was holding a cloth, about to place it on his forehead. When she saw his eyes open, she cried out in relief, "Xiao Long, you're awake." He sat up, rubbing his head and looking around. Where am I?" she answered. "The Tang clan's medical hall." She gently tucked her hair behind her ear and explained everything. "When we saw the golden-haired bee queen carry you off, Grandpa and I rushed over immediately. But by the time we got there, you were unconscious, so we brought you here." She then asked, "Do you remember what happened?" He hesitated for a moment. The memory came flooding back. He covered his face, his mind a mess. "My first kiss." Seeing him like this, Hua Yin asked with concern, "Xiao Long, are you okay? Does any part of your body feel strange?" He stayed silent, so she offered, "Should I call for a physician?" He quickly stopped her. No need. It's just." He trailed off with a heavy sigh. He organized his thoughts before speaking. "The bee queen gave me some of its food. That's probably what caused all this." Hua Yin's curiosity was piqued. "What exactly did you eat?" He seemed unsure. I don't know the exact name, but if I had to call it something, it'd be royal nectar." She repeated the unfamiliar term, completely confused. "Royal nectar?" He smiled and nodded. "That's right. The worker bees collect honey and pollen to survive, eating nothing else their entire lives." She pressed on. "And what about the queen bee?" He answered immediately. "From birth until death, she only eats the royal nectar created by the worker bees." The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. That royal nectar the queen forced on him was basically royal jelly. Hua Yin began to understand. "So that's what it was," she murmured. "The lifelong food source of a queen bee." Suddenly, a thought struck him and his voice filled with excitement. "But royal nectar has other special uses." She leaned in. "What kind of uses?" He explained enthusiastically. "A normal worker bee only lives for a month, while the queen, who eats royal nectar, can live 60 times longer." "Really? That's incredible," she exclaimed in disbelief, trying to get him to calm down. "Xiao Long, just take a breath." A blush crept onto her cheeks. She coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment and said, So that's it. Mystery solved." She then explained that the inner power method Xiao Long learned, the 5 poisons returning to origin gong, was just a basic technique, so it couldn't absorb all of the elixir's energy. Huang An let out a sigh of relief. The king bee's honey was worth 2 months of inner power. But if Xiao Long absorbed 60 times that amount, did he just gain 10 years of cultivation in an instant? She congratulated him on his encounter, leaving him completely stunned. But when the topic turned to his internal energy, Hoengan suddenly hesitated. Then, hiding her blush behind a cloth, she added, "Look in a silver mirror that royal jelly seems to have. Other effects." Hearing that, his eyes shot wide open. "Other effects?" Xiao Long touched his own face and wondered, "A silver mirror?" And sure enough, when he saw his reflection, his hand flew to his cheek. "Something's different," he said in a hushed voice. It dawned on him slowly. The royal jelly did this? Where did the country boy from Hainan disappear to? Xiao Long lightly traced his jawline, astonished. His features were sharper, his skin softer, almost like a woman's. Then a terrible thought struck him. Sweat beaded on his face as he turned bright red, his hand frozen on his cheek. Picturing a female version of himself, he struck a pose with a grin. "Hello there, my name is Wei Xiaoling." He grabbed his face in pure horror. "This is the stuff the queen bee eats?" He quickly looked down, fumbling with his belt. He held his breath, dead silent. The next moment was critical. He had to check if his little brother was still there. After completing his inspection, he collapsed onto the floor, staring at the ceiling and letting out a huge sigh. It was safe. He remembered what Hoa Engen said: if grandfather hadn't guided his energy, it would have been a total disaster. He realized he should probably thank him. He almost died, but he was saved. Now, walking down a familiar road, Xiao Long felt a weird vibe as everyone stared at him. Seeing all the young ladies giggling, he wondered if his boosted internal energy was just making him hyper-aware of their strange looks. He took off like a bat out of hell, thinking, I gotta get out of here, leaving a wave of laughter in his wake. He arrived at the Sichuan house, the Tang family's dining hall, but stood at the door, hesitant to actually walk in. He decided to just peek inside from the doorway. On the table was a massive feast, a true spectacle of sight and smell. Everyone was already seated as servants brought out the food. When the madam glanced over, she finally spotted him. After a second look, she exclaimed, "Oh, my son-in-law is looking radiant. Are you feeling better now?" Xiao Long bowed his head respectfully, clasping his hands. "Yes, mother-in-law. I'm sorry for making you worry." She clapped her hands with delight. "Don't be silly. A fortunate encounter is something to celebrate," she said before turning to tease her daughter. "My! Look at that skin. Hoanongan is going to love it." This made Hoanongan blush furiously. Mother, flustered, she tried to change the subject. "Xiao Long, come and sit down." Amid her mother's cheerful laughter, he meekly replied, "Yes." They all took their seats to begin the meal. As servants brought the last dishes and poured tea, the family head asked with concern, "Xiao Long, is your body feeling stronger?" He nodded obediently. "Yes, father-in-law. My apologies for making you worry." Then he added with even more reverence, "Thank you, grandfather. I heard that you personally oversaw my condition." The old master just smiled. A fortunate encounter is always a happy event, but the family head leaned in. "So, tell us what happened. I heard from Hoangan about the royal jelly, but what really went down?" Xiao Long had no idea where to even start. He instinctively touched his face. A new habit. Well, thinking back to his very first kiss, he closed his eyes and began. "I think the golden-haired king bee was so happy with its new hive that it wanted to repay me, and ended up dragging me back to its nest. And then it just suddenly fed me the royal jelly." He finished with a cheerful conclusion. "I think that's pretty much how it all started." The madam covered her mouth. How bizarre. The old master, however, seemed impressed. "Oh? So even an insect knows gratitude?" He then made a proposition. "Is it possible to acquire more of this royal jelly? It would be a great asset for our Tang family." The family had agreed. The honey from the golden-haired king bee is already a treasure. The royal jelly would be invaluable, but the madam was far more interested in its beautifying effects. "Son-in-law," she asked excitedly, "can you find more?" Noticing that all eyes in the room were now fixed on him, he cleared his throat. Even Hoa Ngan turned to him. "Ah, that's right. Xiao Long, can you find it again?" He closed his eyes and gave a small nod. But in his mind, he was thinking that with normal bees, you'd just make a bunch of queen cells and trick the worker bees into producing the stuff. Remembering how Chubai ran for his life from the swarm, he thought, "Master Xiao Long, that's definitely not going to work here." He could only imagine what that intelligent king bee would do if he tried a trick like that. He'd probably end up a human beehive. Thinking of the queen bee's pure form, he pondered. Royal jelly is normally created to feed the larvae, but he was fed directly by the queen herself. He couldn't help but wonder if that made the substance fundamentally different. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. "To be honest with you all, I think it's probably impossible." The old master immediately shot back. "Impossible? What's the reason?" The madam was right behind him. "Son-in-law, why not?" He just looked at them and replied, "Even if you could get it, who would dare to eat it?" The family head started guessing aloud. "Huh? Does it taste bad? Or is there some kind of smell?" The boy just quietly shook his head. It wasn't that. Then, he drops a bombshell. The royal jelly comes directly from the queen bee's mouth. It seems the transfer has to be direct. He clarifies, saying it's like a kiss mouth to mouth. The queen's essence has to be passed into another's mouth to work. The old patriarch's jaw hits the floor, completely shocked. "What? Direct contact with the queen bee?" His wife is just as stunned. "Huh? What does that even mean?" The family head just sighs in defeat. It seems getting more is impossible unless it's Xiao Long. He's the only one favored by the golden-haired bee king. Suddenly, the clatter of chopsticks hitting the table draws everyone's attention. Hua Yin doesn't look at him, but asks in a low voice, "Mouth-to-mouth contact?" She quickly covers her own mouth in horror, her eyes shooting sideways. Brother Xiao Long, did you have a mouth-to-mouth contest with that bee king? Under a lonely, waning moon, the world is bathed in a pale, silver light. A hand, covered in a web of crisscrossing scars, rests on a table, veins bulging. This is none other than the legendary martial alliance leader, Chu Jiangsu. His mind is a tangled mess, a storm of thoughts on the verge of exploding. The wooden door creaks open softly. A graceful figure glides in like a fairy from another realm, a delicate mole accenting her face. She lowers her head, carefully carrying in a tea tray. Alliance leader Chu Zhongshui glances at the beautiful woman, his voice calm. Did you prepare the famous Shishan white dew tea? He clasps his hands behind his back proudly. Ah, the unforgettable taste of home. As the woman pours the tea, she replies softly, yes, it is the finest Xishan white dew tea. It's a famous specialty of our Nanchang. The alliance leader nods gently. Thank you, my lady. I will be sure to savor every drop. The beautiful woman stands beside him, her bright eyes following his every single move. He raises the cup to his lips, just about to take a sip, but in that exact moment, a hurried voice calls from outside. Alliance leader, your strategist, Zhuge Hu, has an urgent report. The worried tone makes the alliance leader pause. He sets his cup down, his voice firm and authoritative. What is it, at this hour? Come in, Zhuge Hu. A handsome, agile young man quickly enters the room. He clasps his hands and bows apologetically. My apologies, alliance leader, for disturbing you so late at night. He quickly gets to the point. We just received an intelligence report from our network in Sichuan. I believe the matter was of great importance, so I came to you immediately. The alliance leader waves a hand dismissively. No matter, if you came yourself, it must be serious. Speak. Zhuge Hu steps forward. His hand slips discreetly inside his sleeve, as if searching for something. He pulls out a goatskin scroll and places it on the table, reporting grimly, the blood-hand Asura, Zhuo Yunyang, is dead. With this shocking news, it's revealed the Tang clan recovered his head and his infamous blood-hand poison palm manual. The alliance leader's fury erupts, and he slams his hand on the table. In an instant, the jade teacup shatters. What? He roars, his hand trembling from the sheer force of the blow. Gritting his teeth, the alliance leader demands answers. The blood-hand poison palm. How could they possibly recover that demonic technique, let alone Zhuo Yunyang's head? Zhuge Hu quickly bows. Alliance leader, years ago, Zhuo Yunyang was fatally wounded by the myriad poison's divine monarch and vanished. He fled to Hainan and went into hiding to recover. Then, as if remembering a juicy detail, Zhuge Hu's tone becomes excited. And this case has a very fascinating twist. According to our latest intel, the great demon Zhuo Yunyang was defeated by a young hero working together with a poison user of unknown origin. The alliance leader's brow furrows in sheer disbelief. What did you say? A young hero? And a poison user? Zhuge Hu casually sits down opposite him, fanning himself with an air of mystery. It might sound like an unbelievable story, but this is a drama so compelling, I assure you, you'll be hooked for a long, long time. The beautiful woman stands silently in the room, her own curiosity piqued as she listens to Zhuge Hu's incredible story. Back in Sichuan, at the Tang clan estate, all the elders from the main and branch families have gathered in the Great Hall. After hearing the report, a white-haired elder nods in confirmation. It is exactly as reported. Family head. Another, more hot-tempered elder, shouts furiously. So, there's a traitor who dared to sell the Tang clan's secrets to an outside power? A different elder agrees, just as enraged. The sheer audacity. To think someone would dare tarnish the Tang clan's reputation to this degree. Xiao Long noticed the complete shift in everyone's attitude and turned to Hua Yin, whispering, Hey, why isn't my father-in-law trying to kill me today? Hua Yin let out a small laugh. Of course he's not. Seeing Xiao Long's utterly confused face, she decided to explain things more clearly. When the family's reputation is on the line, even the clan elders can't just sit back and do nothing. Besides, at the end of the day, this was strictly a family matter. The head of the Tang clan closed his eyes, head bowed in thought, before finally making his decision. I've already sent the Beggars sect to confirm their location, so we should hear back soon. I'm heading to Yongchuan Prefecture myself. A concerned elder quickly asked, Clan head, how do you plan on dealing with them? The clan head already had it all figured out, laying out his plans step by step. First, we'll use soul-annihilating poison, blood-melting poison, and gut-rupturing poison. As he spoke, he described the gruesome aftermath bodies bursting into flames, organs dissolving, and enemies writhing in pain so intense their souls would try to flee their bodies. Then, he announced the final blow. Finally, I'll grant them a cup of 7 treasures soul-shattering poison to speed up their trip to the afterlife. Willow Dharma Valley? Xiao Long was stunned, his jaw dropping as his voice cracked. Old Master Tang spun around and barked an order at Yue Jiang, his tone leaving no room for argument. What are you just standing there for? Assemble the entire poison annihilation squad. We're leaving now. Yue Jiang bowed low, urgently replying, As you command, Old Master. The poison annihilation squad assembled with terrifying speed, standing in perfect ranks in the courtyard, their eyes fixed on the Old Master, awaiting his command. Before taking off, Old Master Tang shot a look at his esteemed son-in-law. Kid, you just handle things at home and focus on your recovery. I'll take care of this. Xiao Long quickly clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Father-in-law, rest assured, I understand completely. Please, be safe. Hearing that, Old Master Tang threw his head back and laughed, his presence overwhelming. Safe? Ha 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 ha. It's those insects who need to worry about being safe. Just watch as I bring down 1,000 punishments upon their heads. With that, he led his formidable squad away from the Tang estate with unstoppable momentum. He watched the mysterious black-clad figures disappear into the distance. Xiao Long couldn't help but ask Hua Yin, My lady, are those the legendary Poison Annihilation Squad? I've been with the Tang clan for so long, and this is the first time I've ever seen them. Hua Yin covered her mouth, a mysterious smile on her face. That's right, they handle the darkest, most vicious business in the martial world. She then clarified, Basically, they specialize in eliminating people, that's why they have such a pretty name. Hearing this, a chill shot down Xiao Long's spine. Just vicious? He thought to himself. I have a feeling it's way more than that. Just then, a pointed cough echoed from behind them. Cough, cough. Startled, the two of them spun around to see who it was. Xiao Long immediately bowed. Junior Xiao Long greets the esteemed elders. The lead elder leaned on his cane, his voice raspy like wind through dry leaves. No need for formalities. We heard our son-in-law came across a rare opportunity. Xiao Long remained humble, careful not to show any pride. Yes, elder. His mind raced. Could they possibly know about the honey from the golden mane bee king? The elder let out another dry cough. He struggled to speak. Cough, cough. We came to ask our son-in-law for a small favor. Xiao Long was still completely lost, so he asked, A favor? What kind of favor? He probed. Is it about the golden mane bee king's honey you might have heard about? Before Xiao Long could even finish, the elder waved his hands dismissively, his voice tinged with a bit of guilt. No, not at all. Definitely not that. Do you really think we'd be greedy over such a trifle? The elder behind him chimed in, putting on a righteous air. Indeed. All spiritual treasures in this world find their fated owner. How could one possibly force it? Xiao Long saw the two elders were just beating around the bush, making him even more suspicious. He decided to ask directly, Then what is this about? The two elders exchanged an awkward look, as if they were struggling to find the right words to say. After clearing his throat to build up some courage, the lead elder stepped right up to Xiao Long, placing a bony hand on his shoulder with a mysterious look. He flushed slightly and leaned in to whisper, Come a little closer. The thing is, don't you have a certain pill called the Chitan pill? We heard you refined it yourself, which means you have complete control over it, right? Cough, cough. At that moment, it all finally clicked for Xiao Long. He let out a long, knowing as a sly smile spread across his face. He then pulled out 3 glossy Chitan pills, juggling them in his hand with a half-smile. Haha, I'm still trying to adapt to the Tang clan. There's still so much I don't know. If the esteemed elders could, perhaps look out for me a little, then a small matter like this is nothing at all. Just then, the grand elder of the Tang family stepped out, his voice cutting through the chatter. What's all this commotion? You're as loud as a chaotic market. The stern voice landed like a thunderclap, and the once jovial crowd froze solid, turning into living statues. A solid 5 seconds passed before the elder, who was about to take a pill, choked on his own spit with a pathetic gasp. Everyone rushed over in a panic, patting his back, grabbing his shoulders, desperately making excuses. We were just having a friendly chat. Just bonding with our new son-in-law, that's all. Seeing this, Grand Elder Tang finally let out a satisfied, booming laugh. Ha ha ha. It seems you all have finally realized the true value of Xiao Long. Standing to the side, Hua Yin watched this whole scene unfold, a cold sweat drenching the back of her robes. The other elders just bowed and nodded furiously, tripping over their words. Of course, Grand Elder, you're absolutely right. But suddenly, a panicked shout echoed from the distance. Grand Elder, a report. This is a disaster. A complete disaster. Grand Elder Tang spun around instantly, his voice sharp and severe. What is it? Why are you screaming like there's a funeral? The man didn't dare waste a second, blurting out, reporting to the Grand Elder, the Sichuan City Lord. He's on his deathbed. He's like a candle in the wind, about to be snuffed out. At these words, everyone's face turned pale with utter shock. The elder from before gasped. What? The Sichuan City Lord? But Xiao Long quickly interjected. Let me ask you something. Did the Sichuan City Lord strictly follow the dosage and instructions that I provided for him? The messenger stammered, knowing he couldn't hide the truth any longer, and finally confessed, well, the thing is, after the City Lord, after seeing the medicine's miraculous effects, he took on several new concubines, and then he decided to increase the dosage himself. He upped it several times over what you instructed. Hearing this, Xiao Long broke out in a sweat, screaming on the inside. Oh, for crying out loud, what an absolute fool. Grand Elder Tang rubbed his temples, a massive headache setting in. His voice was filled with resignation. Fine, fine. I have to go there myself, right now. Before leaping away, the elder made sure to give one last order. Xiao Long, you're the only man of the Tang family left here. Protect the women well. Do you understand? Xiao Long replied with a firm nod. Yes, grandfather. I will take your words to heart. Grand Elder Tang immediately activated his lightness skill, becoming a streak of cyan light that vanished from the estate in an instant. Xiao Long watched his frantic silhouette disappear, wondering to himself, what could possibly make the Grand Elder rush out like that? As dusk settled, the main halls of the Tang estate lit up one by one. Hua Yin sat down beside him. Xiao Long, she asked gently, how is your training with the 10 Poisons dual origin art coming along? Is there any progress? Xiao Long hesitated a bit, answering without much confidence. Well, it's a lot less confusing than when I started. He thought to himself that if the 5 Poisons art was like one great river of energy, then the 10 Poisons art was like 2 rivers flowing at once, working in tandem like a powerful 2-cylinder engine. Hearing this, Hua Yin couldn't hide her smile. It seems you've already gained a basic resistance to most common toxins, she continued excitedly. And what's more, you should be able to project that energy outward or even infuse it into objects. Xiao Long's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind reeling with doubt. For real? Is it really that incredible? After a moment of internal debate, he set his jaw with determination and said, all right then, let me give it a shot. His gaze locked onto a wooden dummy in front of him. Xiao Long slowly rose to his feet, carefully picking up a throwing knife. He gripped it between his thumb and index finger, then focused his mind entirely, becoming one with the weapon in his hand. Reciting the mantra in his head, he circulated his internal energy, forcing the 2 streams of qi to spin together in perfect harmony. A faint, pale blue aura began to glow at his feet before quickly spreading, enveloping his entire body in its light. Xiao Long slowly opened his eyes, and now, his pupils glowed with that same mysterious, otherworldly blue. He told himself, the moment this energy completely fills my meridians and muscles. A sound like rushing wind echoed in his mind. Planting one foot firmly on the ground, he pushed off hard with the other, launching the knife toward the dummy with insane speed. The blade, glowing with that sharp blue aura, tore through the air like a meteor burning through the night sky. A world-shaking boom echoed out as the knife hit its mark, plunging deep into the dummy's torso and shredding the fabric like confetti. Lady Hua Yin, I did it. I had a breakthrough. The young man's joyous voice shattered the silence of the night. In reply, Hua Yin just smiled, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. Xiao Long, you truly are a genius. You perfectly channeled your true qi into that throwing knife. But lurking in the surrounding darkness, a group of assassins watched in utter terror, their eyes wide with shock at the incredible, air-shredding power they had just witnessed. It pierced straight through the wooden target, embedding itself deep into the stone wall behind it. The intruders exchanged horrified glances. Had they been exposed? One whispered, his voice shaking. We have to silence them. But his partner shot back. No, it's just a coincidence. The third man clutched a scroll, his voice dropping to a barely audible murmur. It was just a copy anyway, but the bloody hand poison palm was theirs. Mission complete. They had to get back to base before things got messy. He couldn't hide a smug grin, his voice a gravelly cackle. Haha, those idiots from the Tang family. Security was a total joke, making it child's play to sneak in and snatch their prize. But suddenly, a strange scent filled the air. He frowned suspiciously, whispering a warning to his accomplices. Hey, anyone else smell that weirdly sweet odor? The whole group glanced around, trying to pinpoint the source. When they finally looked up, their blood ran absolutely cold. A gigantic hornet was staring them down, its eyes practically glowing with rage. The creature's furious expression made it clear it wanted to tear them to shreds. Its buzzing was a low, thundering roar filled with killing intent. In the dead of night, a single scream tore through the silence of the training grounds, chilling everyone to the bone. Xiao Long jumped in shock. What? What was that? Hua Yin's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, was already fixed on where the sound came from. She guessed aloud. Looks like we have some uninvited guests. And sure enough, from behind the trees, a group of men in black appeared. They looked like they'd just seen a ghost, screaming in unison, "Arg! Why is there a demonic hornet here?" Their bizarre outfits and sneaky behavior were a dead giveaway. Hua Yin knew instantly these were the intruders. For the safety of the Tong family, Hua Yin didn't hesitate. She launched herself directly at the enemy. She didn't forget to yell an order, "Xiao Long, what are you waiting for? Fire your arrows." A stunned Xiao Long just shouted after Hua Yin's retreating figure, "Miss, be careful." The leader of the men in black saw the situation was critical and began to panic. He screamed at his men, "Retreat." Just then, another was stung on the ear, letting out a terrible cry of pain. "Get it off! Get this damned thing off me! Please help!" But his cold-blooded companions didn't even give him a second glance. They used their movement techniques and scrambled to escape. But Hua Yin was a blur, closing the distance in a flash. Her voice was like ice. "Stop right there." She channeled energy to her wrist, and a black leather whip covered in sharp spikes appeared in her hand. Hua Yin put every ounce of her strength into the attack, swinging the whip like a dragon striking its prey. But the men in black were surprisingly skilled, leaping into the air to dodge the lightning-fast whip strike. This surprised Hua Yin, who thought to herself, "They actually dodged my black dragon's descent?" The man who was stung knew he couldn't escape and decided to fight back, hoping to buy his allies some time. He roared like a wild animal. He swung his sword straight at Hua Yin. "Hia, die!" From outside the fight, Xiao Long could only shout a warning to her. "Miss, be extremely careful." His voice was laced with undeniable worry. The man in black swung his sword frantically, all while the giant hornet was still clinging to him. But Hua Yin was a martial arts master, expertly gripping both ends of the spiked whip. She easily deflected a fatal sword blow, even giving him a look of pure contempt. Then, she launched her counterattack. She whipped the spiked end straight into the man's face like a bolt of lightning, causing him to freeze in sheer terror. Not giving him a moment to recover, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one carrying a razor-sharp force. It was only then that the hornet released its unlucky victim, circling once before, soaring up into the sky. Xiao Long saw the intruder lying motionless on the ground and rushed over to Hua Yin. "Miss, are you hurt?" Hua Yin casually recalled her whip and replied calmly, "No, I'm fine." Suddenly, the man on the ground began to convulse. He let out one last groan, then went still as black smoke began to rise from his body, his mouth gaping wide. Xiao Long was utterly horrified, stammering, Who was that guy? Is he dead?" He couldn't help but curse internally. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Hua Yin knelt down, carefully observing the corpse of the thief who dared to infiltrate the Tang family estate. Noticing his deathly pale skin and other strange symptoms, she declared with certainty, "He bit down on a poison capsule to commit suicide. He must have been hiding a massive secret." Suddenly, torches all over the Tang estate lit up, and alarm bells began to echo everywhere. "We have intruders. Capture them alive." After gathering an elite team, Hua Yin gave a stern command. "Split up and pursue them. They cannot be allowed to escape. Xiao Long, you and Captain Zhu Bai of the Blood Toxin Squad, with me." In the quiet of the night, deep inside a dense bamboo forest, flickering torches appeared and disappeared like fireflies. Shouts echoed through the night, "Catch them! Catch them!" The Tang family members relentlessly chased the enemy's trail. Zhu Bai yelled as he ran, "They can't have gotten far. We have to capture them at all costs. Time to round up the rats." But feeling the chase was too slow, Xiao Long glanced at the golden-armored centipedes in his pouch. He made up his mind. "Time to fly, my little jet engines." But as his foot landed, he suddenly fell straight into a deep pit. He screamed in absolute terror. Zhu Bai heard the desperate cry and whipped around, yelling in horror, "Master Xiao Long!" He and a trusted subordinate rushed back, working together to pull Xiao Long out of the hole, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" Xiao Long struggled to the edge, breathing a sigh of relief as he thanked them. He thought he was done for, but then, something felt off. He turned and looked back down into the deep pit behind him, muttering in confusion. "Huh?" Before his eyes was a sea of green and red snakes all writhing together, their heads raised and aimed right at him. A cold chill ran down his spine as sweat poured from him in sheer terror. "Wait, what is that? A snake pit?" Zhu Bai's face turned deathly pale. He stared into the snake pit for a moment, his voice trembling as he spoke. It seems to be a den of venomous snakes. They usually gather in places with dense yin energy, especially this season. They become twice as aggressive. Be careful. But contrary to everyone's horror, the golden-armored centipede seemed absolutely thrilled. It muttered to itself, seeing every last one of the young snakes staring daggers right at it. They opened their mouths and hissed, trying to assert their dominance. The Tang clan members were even more confused. Strange, tiger-striped water snakes are never this hostile. He then looked at everyone with an apologetic voice. It's my carelessness that's delaying everyone. Looks like it's about to rain. Let's get moving quickly. Jubai immediately responded. As you command, warrior Xiao Long. Having wasted precious time, the Tang clan members pushed forward at full speed, continuing their pursuit of the enemy. A flicker of fire suddenly appeared up ahead. The leader shouted, "Over there, get them!" Jubai quickly turned back, pointing in another direction as he ordered, "Split up, that way too." 3 men in black scowled. On high alert, they watched the Tang clan closing in through the dark, pouring rain. At that moment, a massive thunderclap echoed. It ripped through the silent night. The two sides faced off, the power gap between them as wide as an ocean. The leader gave a grim order, "Tighten the circle, we fight to the death." Jubai's tone was just as sharp. "You rats have nowhere left to run." With that, he and his men reached into their chests in unison. They pulled out their prepared weapons. The men in black didn't even flinch, drawing their own swords to meet the challenge. The two sides stood off for a few tense seconds, then the Tang clan's leader let out a roar, "Attack!" and he charged straight ahead. The other side knew that their only chance for survival was to fight to the very end. The leader swung his sword at the man in black, but the assassin skillfully parried the attack with dual blades. "Shh! You insects dare try to take our lives." The brutish man sneered, his words dripping with contempt. His partner was no better. He roared, "Carve a bloody path," and swung his greatsword like a storm, its powerful aura sending the old master stumbling backward. The junior warrior's face filled with terror as he screamed, "Senior, be careful!" But it was already too late. In that life-or-death moment, a flash of sword light tore through the rain, striking the man in black with lightning speed. He was terrified, his body trembling. This time the assassin snapped out of it, desperately using an iron bridge technique to dodge, just in the nick of time. The young man then channeled all his inner force, launching 3 flying daggers like lightning bolts. It was the Tang clan's famous 3 shadows soul-snatching technique. The 3 glints of cold light pursued relentlessly, forcing the man in black backward. He was Smigo, like a cornered animal. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming leaped into the air, dodging a fatal dagger at his feet. But another dagger, as if it had eyes, seemed to have predicted his move with pinpoint accuracy. With a sickening thud, it plunged deep into his chest. Fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain, staining his robes red. He clutched the wound, his face pale, screaming like a wounded beast. Jubai gritted his teeth, growling, "You lucky black turtle." His eyes were like daggers as he stared at his opponent, his voice filled with bitter resentment. "Consider today your lucky day. The heavy rain washed the poison off my daggers." Just then, a bizarre sound echoed through the entire area. It was enough to make their skin crawl. What a lively gathering of pathetic insects. Jubai's nerves went taut. He shouted cautiously, "What devil dares to speak?" A figure then descended from the sky with majestic power. A single palm strike shattered an elephant-sized boulder into 100 pieces. An old man appeared, his face as ferocious as a demon's. His blood-red eyes glowed with a light that sent chills down their spines. They felt an immense pressure crash down on them, as if Mount Tai itself were collapsing. Jubai's face went white. He screamed a warning to his team, "This is bad. A true master is here. Retreat, now." A faint, blood-red aura rose from the old man's body as he let out a hoarse, grotesque laugh. After the chilling laughter stopped, he spoke. He asked the black-clad man gasping on the ground, "The item. Did you get it?" The man frantically pulled an old book from his chest, offering it up like a sacred artifact. "My lord, it's just a copy from the Tang sect." Xiao Long, who had been listening from afar, snapped his head around, shocked. He remembered the Grandmaster's strict warning. Only those with a twisted heart would ever lay eyes on this. The boy's face went pale with terror as he gasped, "Huh? Could it be?" His mind reeled in panic. Could that be a copy of the cursed book Gra accidentally read before? Absolutely disgusting. The boy quickly screamed a warning to the warrior in front. "Warrior Jubai, be careful, that's the manual for the Bloody Hand Poison Palm. Even the name spells trouble." Hearing that name, Jubai's reaction wasn't much better. A cold sweat dripped down his face. What? A copy of that disgusting manual? He gritted his teeth, his face turning purple with rage. Damn it, you filthy, wicked scoundrels. You're nothing but perverts. Seeing his opponent's completely indifferent attitude, Jubai flew into a rage, cursing the old man to his face. What kind of person would actually crave that evil, twisted art? You got the guts to state your name, you coward? The old man ignored the insults, smirking as he flipped through the book, just as I predicted. Since it's a copy, it only contains the techniques, not the deeper principles. But still, this is more than enough. After quickly scanning a few pages, he carelessly shut the book and gave an order to his injured subordinate. Shui Rong, I grant you permission to unleash the ultimate technique of the blood cult. It's a bit rushed, but this is our golden opportunity to announce our return. The mighty blood cult is invincible. So, the man in black was named Shu Rong. Hearing his cult leader's command, he quickly clasped his hands, bowed his head, and gave a firm reply. As you command, cult leader. He then lowered his hand, aiming it directly at the unmoving man on the ground. Blood suddenly began to steam from the man's body, and the sickeningly sweet stench spread in every direction. Seeing this bizarre scene, Xiao Long's eyes went wide. He grabbed his head and screamed like he'd seen a ghost. Ah, what the heck is this? Jubai's face was filled with confusion as he muttered in a daze. He could feel it, a dense spiritual power was gathering in the man's palm. The surrounding blood slowly pooled into his hand. Was he actually absorbing blood from a living person? Clang! A sword dripping with poison fell to the cold ground. The man clutched his wound, which was already healing thanks to the bizarre art. The old man let out a contemptuous chuckle. Not bad. You've got a decent eye, kid. His hand, with its horrifyingly long claws, began to condense with crimson energy as he arrogantly introduced himself. Listen closely. I am none other than the elder of the blood cult, Blood Eagle Soul-Rending Claw, Qi Jene. What a ridiculously long name. It sounded like something you'd name your neighbor's tiny dog. The old man stared at Xiao Long, sizing him up from head to toe. You look quite appetizing, boy. Very good, very good. He rubbed his hands together with a sickening crackle, drool dripping from between his sharp teeth. The old man licked his lips like a starving demon. It's been far too long since I've tasted the life essence of someone with a spiritual foundation like you. It must be absolutely delicious. In the pouring rain, the two sides stared each other down, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Qiu Jian'e tucked the secret manual into his robes, then barked an order at the staggering Shui Ying who had just gotten up. Seize that brat for me. Nothing restores my energy better than the life essence of a young boy. Ha ha ha. Shui Ying immediately bowed, shouting, As you command, cult leader. Then the two of them, faces full of killing intent, charged toward the Sichuan Tang group. Jubai panicked, screaming out an order. Quickly form the 5 poisons fire extinguishing formation. Do not let that old fiend touch a single hair on Lord Xiao Long. Qiu Jenny just laughed, leaping into the air. Ha ha ha. Go ahead and try to stop me. You worthless insects. His entire body radiated a furnace-like heat as he shot into the air like a hawk. Below, a massive explosion ripped through the ground, followed by piercing screams everywhere. Xiaolong threw his arms over his head to block the chunks of rock flying past his ears, sweat pouring down his face. An urgent voice echoed in his ear. Lord Xiaolong, get away from there. It's dangerous. From behind, Shui Ying appeared like a phantom, grabbing the boy tightly by the neck, causing Xiaolong's eyes to widen in complete shock. A terrifying and bloodthirsty cruelty shined deep within his eyes. Shui Ying's words were cold as ice. Time to take a nap, kid. It seems the elder has his eyes on your life essence. Looks like it's your unlucky day. Ha ha. Xiaolong's face turned a deathly pale as he struggled desperately to breathe. In a desperate moment, he grits his teeth and whispers a command. My precious ones, it's time to move. Instantly, a swarm of golden centipedes erupts from the boy, attacking the man in black with terrifying speed. On Xiaolong's command, a lead centipede sinks its fangs deep into the enemy's hand. It chirps in pure fury, ready to tear him apart. The blood shadow stares at the strange golden creature, utterly baffled. A centipede? What in the world? While he's lost in thought, a sharp dagger is already tearing through the air towards him. With a sickening thud, it slams right into his head, sending blood spraying out like fireworks. Then, an incredible force like a landslide hits the blood shadow, launching him backward like a kite with its string cut. Xiao Long throws his hands up to shield his face from a blinding light, squeezing his eyes shut. He turns his head when he hears a familiar voice calling out to him through the rain. Xiao Long sees the beautiful Hua Ingan, looking like a goddess, leading her people forward with a powerful aura. Behind her stand Yue Jiang and the Great Elder, their faces grim. The boy leaps for joy, shouting, Huanggan, sister, you finally came to save me. But Huanggan and Yue Jiang's expressions turn deadly serious as they take in the horrific scene before them. They see Zhu Zhenei, shrouded in black mist like a demon, effortlessly crushing the members of the Tang sect. Huanggan immediately turns to Jubai, demanding to know what in the world is happening here. Jubai's senses sharpen. He whips around to face Huanggan, calling out simply, Young miss. No time to waste. Jubai reports urgently, Young miss, it's bad. An elder from the blood sect launched a surprise attack on our estate. Huanggan's eyes widen in absolute disbelief and horror as she takes this in. The blood sect? Here? Realizing the gravity of the situation, she gives a powerful command. All units, support Vice Captain Jubai. Yue Jiang immediately responds without hesitation, shouting, Yes, young miss. The evil-eyed elder strokes his goatee, a grim look on his face. So that little girl is the one who defeated Zhuo Yunyang, the blood hand poison eagle. His face twists into a demonic scowl as he licks his dry, chapped lips. His voice drips with scorn. Blood hand poison eagle. What a magnificent title for a complete piece of trash. To think he was taken down by a few tiny centipedes. Absolutely pathetic. Yue Jiang roars back. Shut your mouth. Today, this place becomes your grave. But Zhu Zhenei completely ignores the threat. He just throws his head back and laughs, a piercing, demonic shriek that could shatter eardrums. Is that so? We'll see who gets buried here. The ground starts to shake violently, like a massive earthquake. He begins to cast his dark arts. Demonic energy explodes around him, so thick it's almost impossible to breathe. His thin hair stands on end like a lion's mane. A twisted, eerie voice echoes all around. Let's see what you little ants can do. In the forest, Xiao Long carefully bandages his arm, whispering words of comfort. Just hang on a little longer. He grits his teeth, tightens the knot, but a terrible feeling of dread begins to rise inside him. The situation is beyond desperate. Zhu Zhenei is still on a rampage, roaring like a maniac. He moves like a possessed puppet, casually lifting a soldier. Their own side is losing steam, and fast. Meanwhile, the blood sect demon just needs to drink blood to completely recover. At this rate, they are all doomed. Just as Xiao Long is lost in his thoughts, a figure flies past him like a shooting star. It crashes into a massive tree with a sickening thud. Startled, Xiao Long whips around to see Huanggan gritting her teeth. Her brow is furrowed in agony as she tries to suppress the bone-shattering pain coursing through her body. His voice is filled with pure panic. Miss Huanggan. Suddenly, she coughs up a mouthful of hot blood. He panics, grabbing onto her fragile shoulders. His voice is full of helplessness and dread. Miss Huanggan, are you all right? Huanggan tries to reassure him, forcing a weak smile onto her pale face. I'm fine. She raises her small, trembling hands to grab his, looking him dead in the eye. Xiao Long, she says, her voice serious. Though utterly exhausted, she pleads with him. You have to go back to the clan. You must summon reinforcements immediately. We can't handle these monsters on our own. Xiao Long's brow furrows, and he silently curses under his breath. Damn it all. Seeing Zhu Zhenei still rampaging with absolute arrogance, he feels completely and utterly crushed. He feels completely useless. In this whole battle, what has he even done? Absolutely nothing useful. Seeing the situation grow even more desperate, Captain Yue Jiang turns, his voice full of tragedy. Xiao, Lord Long, please, for the clan, for the entire Sichuan Tong clan, you have to leave now and get reinforcements. The Great Elder spoke up, his voice raspy but firm. We'll hold the line here with our lives. You must go. Time was running out. Xiao Long stood silent, a storm of emotions churning inside him, completely torn on what to do. After a long moment, he forced the words out. I understand. I'll give it my all and get back as fast as I can. But doubt still lingered in his heart. My movement skills are still so weak. Am I even capable of completing this mission? Hearing this, Hua Yin suddenly turned and threw her arms around him, whispering encouragement. You can definitely do it. I believe in you. But behind his back, where Xiao Long couldn't see, hot tears were already streaming down Hua Yin's face, soaking her cheeks. Her voice choked with emotion as she insisted. You will absolutely make it. You've been training so hard this whole time. I've seen it with my own eyes. Xiao Long froze for a second, resting his chin on her soft hair as her gentle voice echoed in his ear. And next time, let's go looking for poisonous herbs together again. Okay? I still remember that promise. The two reluctantly pulled apart. Hua Yin gripped his broad shoulders, her expression serious. Xiao Long, it's all up to you now. Then, she quickly spun around and ran resolutely back towards the smoky, blazing battlefield, leaving Xiao Long standing there, stunned, watching her go. His face went completely blank. He started muttering to himself as if his soul had left his body. Damn it, there's not another second to waste. He gritted his teeth, turned, and bolted in the opposite direction on his life-or-death mission. The sound of his splashing footsteps echoed through the dead quiet of the night. He ran, panting heavily, sweat mixing with the freezing cold rain on his face. But in his exhaustion and stress, he didn't see the slick stone at his feet. He tripped hard, losing his balance and crashing face first into the mud. His strong body lay sprawled on the wet ground, completely covered in muck and grime. He lay perfectly still, seemingly without an ounce of strength left to get up, as the wugongs crawled out from his clothes. Their anxious chirps filled the air, sounding almost like the cries of a newborn baby. Xiao Long pushed himself up, his head spinning. How strange, he thought to himself. How could I possibly be this useless? He reached out and poked the chubby cheek of the lead wugong, his mind racing with troubling thoughts. He cursed himself. Even if I burned through all my energy, it would probably take me half a day to reach the main sect, and almost all of the real masters are away on other missions. Even if I called for help, they'd never make it in time. By then, it would all be over. He looked up at the inky black sky as the relentless rain poured down, hitting his pale face. The ice-cold water seeped into his skin, but instead of chilling him, it seemed to clear his head. The truth of the situation slowly began to dawn on him. They must have sent me away on purpose, just to save me. The realization hit him like a 1,000-pound hammer to the head. His eyes shot wide open in absolute shock. Why? Why me? His hands clenched into tight fists as 1,000 questions thundered through his mind. Is it because I'm the youngest, the weakest, the one who needs protecting? Is this what they call honor in the world of martial arts? What the hell am I, anyway? He remembered the kind, warm face of the clan leader as he made the announcement. From this day forward, you are officially a member of our Tang clan family. The leader's voice still echoed in his memory. Xiao Long whispered those two crucial words, family member. He stared blankly at his own open hand, speaking as if only to himself. I've never really, truly thought about what the word family even means. All this time, I guess I never really felt like a true member of the Sichuan Tang clan. Memories flashed through his mind like a slow-motion film. The smiling faces of everyone in the clan appeared one by one, but they all treated me like family. I was the only one who was always holding back, doubting myself. A bitter smile crept onto his worried face. He asked himself quietly, his voice laced with self-mockery. How can a clan of assassins be so warm? It's just strange. Xiao Long pushed his body up, forcing himself to stand. A look of fierce, unprecedented determination hardened his handsome features. He looked down at the little wugongs swarming at his feet and said gently, "Let's go. Let's go save your mistress." As if they understood him, they all chirped back with excitement and joy. The second the words left his mouth, Xiao Long shot forward like a razor-sharp arrow, his speed now unbelievably fast. Xiao Long clenched his fists, making a promise to himself. I will save them. I have to find a way. He has to succeed. The twisted face of Old Man Chi flashes in his mind, along with two chilling words. Blood cult. Fresh blood, healing blood, and all the venomous beasts nearby. He imagined poisonous herbs, snakes, and even purple toads, but just as the craving hit, he froze, slamming his heel into the ground to stop himself. He stares at the earthen cave before him, a healthy dose of suspicion on his face. Wait, a snake spirit den? And yep, he was right. A whole nest of red-eyed snakes, all tangled together inside. Suddenly, the giant centipede on his shoulder freaks out, chirping wildly. Xiao Long quickly lowers his head, stroking his pet to calm its nerves. It'll all be over in a second. He then gently sets the sleepy centipede down on the ground. Seeing their big brother sleeping, the two smaller centipedes immediately start chirping along with him. Xiao Long spins on his heel and darts straight for that snake-infested cave, leaving his confused pets chirping after him, completely bewildered. Inside the cave, every single snake lifts its head at once, their expressions turning to pure, hungry glee. Xiao Long remains cool as a cucumber, boasting, a true master has his own methods. According to the ancient scrolls, this species, the willow blood snake, is one of the most infamous venomous serpents out there. He just stands there, completely still, letting countless venomous snakes coil tightly around his arms and legs. See, unlike most vipers with big fangs up front, this kind has tiny little fangs way back in its jaw. That makes injecting venom a little trickier. But when it comes to raw toxicity, they're the final boss of land snakes in all of East Asia. Xiao Long grits his teeth, enduring every single bite tearing at his flesh while muttering under his breath. That's it, bite even harder, he thinks. With the Tang Sect's technique protecting me, I should be totally fine. Up above, his centipede crew peeks over the edge, chirping with pure anxiety. Xiao Long hears them and calls out, "Don't worry guys, no problem. Just wait, I'm about to flex on them." But then he looks down and freezes. His arm is now covered in a sea of bite marks, the skin around them turning a deep, angry red. He nods to himself, thinking, yeah, this should be more than enough. Xiao Long scans the cave one last time, deciding it's time for a tactical retreat. But lost in thought, he doesn't see one snake stealthily wrapping around his neck. The pressure tightens, and tightens again. That's when absolute terror hits him. Wait, what the hell is this? He looks down at the snakes crushing his legs and up at the countless hungry eyes staring back at him. His jaw drops. Oh no, this is bad. This is beyond bad. He knows he needs to stay calm, but he can't help cursing internally. Damn it, game over. This was not part of the plan. Then, out of nowhere, his centipedes leap from above, landing right on his head. The snake around his neck gets body slammed to the ground by two of them, clearing the way for the new arrivals. Seeing how thrilled they are, Xiao Long asks, "What are you guys doing?" The snake they just KO'd gets up, hissing furiously at the centipedes. The centipede on Xiao Long's head just glares back, locking eyes with the serpent. With pure fury in its eyes, it launches itself down, sinking its fangs right into the snake's vulnerable throat. Then it slams the snake to the ground like it's nothing, parading the limp body in its mouth as a clear warning to the others. Xiao Long is sweating bullets, stammering, "Bin. That centipede's name is Bin." Bin perks up, chirping brightly at its name. "Good job, Bin," he says with relief. After that wild fight, the snakes are now dead silent. Xiao Long pets Bin's head, murmuring, "You guys were worried about me, weren't you?" He sighs, Yeah. Thanks a lot, you guys." With Bin settled back on his head, Xiao Long laughs. "All right, good work. Let's go home." Meanwhile, back with Hua Yin, the rain is pouring down. She's completely exhausted, fighting for every single breath. She watches as Qiu Zhenei drains another victim, her heart sinking. At this rate, she knows they are all completely doomed. He has Yue Zhang by the throat, a sickening look of pure joy on his face. Too easy, he thinks, like taking candy from a baby. They hear him bellow with pure arrogance. Is there not a single brat left who dares to face me? Hua Yin's group is seething with rage, but she can only hope that Xiao Long managed to escape safely. With that, Hua Yin grabs her thorny whip. She steps forward, ready to give the command. "Model," a leader shouted his orders. "Keep him busy from a distance. I'll take him on myself. Signal for any masters nearby now." One man nodded fiercely. Understood. A Tang family elder suddenly blocks Hua Yifei's path, trying to stop her. "Yifei, you must retreat with Xiao Long right now." Hearing this, Hua Yifei can only gasp. "What did you say?" With a grim face, the elder declares, "How can the Tang bloodline abandon their family on the battlefield just to run away and save themselves?" Hua Yifei quickly argues back, "If we can't even save a life, how could we possibly face the family head again?" Qiu Zhenei watches them bicker and snarls. "Get lost already. Stop all this useless chattering and scram. The Tang family swears to live and die together. We will never abandon our comrades." "Silence!" the old monster roars, his voice like rolling thunder. "You ants are far too noisy." He sneers, his evil gaze looking like it could swallow the Tang family whole. "Isn't it more interesting to let the prey struggle a bit?" Qiu Zhenei strokes his goatee, a twisted grin on his face, imagining the Tang sect being reduced to ash in moments. At this point, he muses, "If I don't make a big move, how can I live up to my demonic name? Leveling the Tang sect and turning this place into a living hell, wouldn't that be the perfect debut for the blood sect's return?" This horrifying plan sends the Tang sect elder into a rage, his hair practically standing on end. He grits his teeth, cursing, "You monster." This old villain clearly intends to leave no one alive. Hua Yifei knows in her heart that retreating now only means certain death. With a flick of her wrist, she readies her whip, her voice firm as steel. "Then today, I'll fight until I'm dust, just to tear you apart." The people beside her hear this and bow in acceptance. "Our Lady is right. We'll live and die together." Even knowing their opponent is a demon, their eyes burn with a fiery, suicidal resolve. Qiu Zhenei glances at the group as if they were nothing but ants, a deep, bone-chilling contempt twisting his lips. But just then, a clear yet resolute voice rings out, shattering the heavy, suffocating atmosphere. Lady Hua Yifei is right. A true hero of the Tang family would never abandon their brothers and sisters to flee. Hearing that voice, Hua Yifei is completely stunned, her jaw dropping in disbelief. It's Xiao Long. Though his body is battered from a fierce battle, his spirit is high and his eyes shine like stars. She quickly raises a hand to her cheek, struggling to find her voice again. Xiao Long, she stammers in absolute shock. Why did you come back? Her heart is pounding, filled with sheer panic. Xiao Long closes his eyes, gently stroking the centipedes on his body as he calmly explains his unexpected return. I once said that we of the Tang family were born to protect our own. Then, without hesitation, he rips off his shirt, tossing it aside. As the fabric falls, it reveals a powerful, muscular body, coiled with strength like a hidden dragon. He clearly has a plan in mind. Xiao Long's voice booms with heroic spirit. And I am also a member of the Tang family. Finishing his words, he grips his dual blades, stomps the ground, and shoots forward like an arrow straight at Qiu Zhen'e. The old monster merely glances at the charging young man, his calm composure unshaken. It's like he's watching a helpless ant struggle. Seeing this, Hua Yifei screams in terror. Xiao Long, don't be reckless. But Qiu Zhen'e just sneers. Ha ha ha. I already spared your pathetic life once, he taunts. I can't believe you were foolish enough to come back and seek your own death. What an idiot. Xiao Long leaps into the air, swinging his dual blades with the ferocity of a pouncing tiger, letting out a roar that echoes everywhere. Watching this, Hua Yifei's heart stops. She cries out in terror, Xiao Long, but Qiu Zhen'e just flicks his sleeve. An invisible force sweeps past, lifting Xiao Long into the air like a helpless chicken. His other hand gathers dark, demonic energy as the monster lets out a grotesque, chilling laugh. Oh? Willingly offering up your blood essence? Haha, I love it when things are this easy. With that, the monster strikes towards Xiao Long's stomach, his eyes full of anticipation. Let's see what a young man's essence tastes like. Xiao Long desperately throws his hands up to block, but Qiu Zhen'e's hand, with its razor-sharp claws, clamps down hard around them. The monster's power is so immense that Xiao Long can only let out a pained grunt. The villain laughs triumphantly. You absolute fool. Don't you know blood flows through your arms as well? Fresh blood begins to rise from Xiao Long's hands, pulled into the air by the monster's evil technique. Feeling his blood being drained, Xiao Long grits his teeth and roars in agony. Hua Yifei screams, Xiao Long, someone save him. Qiu Zhen'e watches with satisfaction as the young man's blood fills the air, laughing like a complete maniac. Heh heh, wonderful, so sweet, he cackles. It's been so many years since I last tasted a young man's blood essence. So pure. A perfect specimen, an absolute treasure. Satisfied, the old monster landed hard, shattering the ground beneath him and sending sparks flying. With a terrifying roar, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the blood wheel. The air itself seemed to boil as a furious shockwave blasted the Tang sect members away, tossing them like dried leaves in the wind. Huangan rushed to catch Xiao Long's broken body, crying out his name in pure agony. Xiao Long. Qiu Zhen'e let out a cold, triumphant laugh. Haha. You insects are so annoying, buzzing around with your little hidden weapons. But thanks to this foolish boy, he sneered, I can wipe you all out in one clean sweep. Huangan shook Xiao Long desperately, her voice breaking as she pleaded, Xiao Long, wake up, please, just wake up. Qiu Zhen'e declared with pure arrogance, Don't worry, I'll make your end swift and painless. A gentle goodbye. Horrified, Huangan clutched Xiao Long, screaming in despair, No, absolutely not. But then a sudden wet hacking sound shattered the tragic moment. Xiao Long's eyes slowly cracked open as a strange, thick, white fluid oozed from the corner of his mouth. The old monster stared in horror, stammering, You. What? What devilish trick was this? He suddenly realized his hair and beard were falling out like dead leaves. Qiu Zhen'e panicked this was the power-scattering purge poison. The old monster trembled uncontrollably, his voice laced with pure terror. No, impossible. How could this be happening to me? My body protection arts. How could this poison get through? He grabbed his head, screaming in absolute, unfiltered horror. This goes against nature itself. What kind of monster are you to be able to do this? Xiao Long's lips twisted into an unsettling grin as he whispered back mockingly. You're asking who I am? He weakly pointed at Qiu Zhen'e, but his voice boomed like thunder. I am your reckoning. As Qiu Zhen'e felt his strength draining away, he could only ask in shock. What? Your reckoning. But Xiao Long wasn't doing much better. His vision was blurring, his consciousness fading fast. Meanwhile, Qiu Zhen'e's face was ghost white, drenched in cold sweat. What? What kind of dark magic is this? Qiu Zhen'e remembered it clearly. Ever since using the boy's blood energy to fuel his own arts, his own blood had stopped obeying him. It had turned traitor. The old monster tried to stomp his foot, but there was nothing there. His body felt completely limp, utterly useless. Qiu Zhenei could only mutter in despair, the blood sect's grand dominion. It was right within my grasp. His feet dragged uselessly as he roared, refusing to accept defeat. I cannot fall here. His face twisted into a mask of pure fury as he let out a maddened scream. Die. All of you. Just die. Huaningan stayed on high alert, gripping her whip tightly before unleashing it like a striking dragon. With a sharp crack, the whip coiled perfectly around the old monster's throat. Huangan's eyes went wide. She couldn't believe it. Seeing Qiu Zhenei struggle so weakly, she could only wonder in stunned silence, did that actually work? A demon as powerful and wicked as him. How could he fail to dodge an attack like this? The old monster struggled in vain, sweat pouring down his face. Qiu Zhenei ground his teeth, cursing, "You rotten kid. Consuming you is revolting. What in the hell did you do to my bloodline?" He tugged at the whip, raving like a madman. "I'll kill you all. The blood sect will return and rule this world." Huaningan yanked the whip hard. She screamed, "Shut up and die." With a sickening slice, Qiu Zhenei's head separated from his body and rolled across the ground. His last words about the blood sect were cut short. Seeing the severed head roll, everyone else just froze, completely stunned. Jiu Bai asked in disbelief, Did we actually win? Our lady just took the blood sect elder's head with one strike." But Lady Huangan was speechless, her eyes wide, fixed on Xiao Long as she stammered out his name. Xiao Long. What in the world just happened? The only answer she got was a voice, thin as a thread. "Huangan, help me." The boy was drenched in sweat, foaming at the mouth, struggling to get the words out. I think I need an antidote. I've been hit with tiger serpent venom." Hearing this, Huangan's blood ran cold. She cried out in pure horror. Tiger serpent venom? Just what in the world was happening here? When Xiao Long finally came to, his eyes shot open. He found himself on a bed, a silver trail on his chin, letting out a bizarre cry. "Ah!" The Tang clan's grand elder rushes over as he wakes, warning him not to move. His body's still way too weak. Hua Yin's voice cuts in, filled with worry. "Xiao Long, just lie still for me." Xiao Long tries to move just an inch, but bone-deep agony rips through him, forcing out a pained groan. That's when he notices his upper body is completely bare. He's lying face down on a bed. He vaguely felt warm fingers tracing his spine, a wave of suspicion and confusion washing over him. What in the world was this situation? Hua Yin sighed in relief, her voice edged with a slight reprimand. "It's good that you're finally awake." The Tang family's supreme patriarch informed him, "You've been out cold for 10 whole days, you know?" Xiao Long was stunned. He stammered back, 10 days? Hua Yin, sitting beside him, began to recount the entire story from start to finish. "After you passed out, someone appeared like a godsend, helping us finally take down that demonic bastard. Then everyone scrambled to get you back to the family for treatment." The memory still sent shivers down her spine. "You were poisoned so badly. If my grandfather hadn't returned in time, you would have been a goner for sure." Hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but sigh. Seriously, the worst luck in the world. Bitten twice, he'd almost met his maker. Once it was clear the treatment had worked, the Supreme Patriarch's voice rang out again. You seem to be conscious now, so there shouldn't be any more problems." "But wait a minute." Xiao Long struggled to sit up, replying respectfully, "Thank you, grandfather." But before he could recover, the Patriarch grabbed him by the shoulders. He shook him so hard his head spun, demanding answers. "Hold on, Xiao Long. Is that tiger-patterned serpent actually venomous? And that blood sect elder, what kind of trick did you use to defeat him?" Xiao Long coughed a few times before answering. Let me explain everything from the beginning." He rubbed his splitting headache, then held up 2 fingers for emphasis. "Grandfather, first of all, let me state this one more time. The tiger-patterned serpent is absolutely venomous, and its poison is twice as strong as normal. No joke. It has 2 types of venom, one in its mouth, and the other from a gland on its neck." Hua Yin's jaw dropped in shock. 2 types? The Supreme Patriarch was just as stunned, his eyes widening. "What? I've lived this long, and this is the first I'm hearing of such a thing." Xiao Long simply nodded. "Yes, that's right. This species of snake is incredibly timid. The moment it sees a human, it bolts and disappears. On top of that, their venomous fangs are absolutely tiny. So, until the 1980s, people were completely certain that this snake was totally harmless. At that, a light bulb went off for the Supreme Patriarch. So, you're saying this is related to why the blood sect elder's internal energy went haywire?" But the blood sect is a horde of demons and monsters. They're supposed to be immune to all types of poison. Xiao Long then revealed his theory. Well, this is just my guess, but it was likely caused by the absurdly powerful venom of the tiger-patterned serpent. Xiao Long analyzed slowly, stroking his chin as he spoke. That's probably why their blood, the very source of their twisted techniques, was severely corrupted, leading to the pathetic state he was in. The Supreme Patriarch let out a deep, thoughtful, "Oh." He was completely astonished by this brand new piece of knowledge he had just learned. So people never knew the tiger-patterned serpent was this deadly. Its venom is 5 times stronger than a regular pit viper's. And if that sinister demonic energy from before amplified it, its toxicity would become horrifyingly powerful. The old man's voice trembled with a strange excitement. I can't believe that right here, in our small Sichuan region, such a ridiculously overpowered venomous snake actually exists. Hua Yin chimed in, her face beaming. Absolutely incredible. Xiao Long, you've achieved something truly legendary this time. The Supreme Patriarch cleared his throat, then spoke with gravity. Ah, that's right. I think I heard Hua Yin mention something earlier. He crossed his arms, a sly grin on his face. Apparently, that blood sect elder called you their natural enemy, didn't he? Hearing that, Xiao Long's face turned beet red as he thought to himself, doesn't that title sound a little too arrogant for my own good? Did I really blurt out something like that? Hearing the old man's hearty laugh, Xiao Long wished the ground would just swallow him whole. He quickly grabbed the blanket and pulled it right over his bright red face. Seeing this, the Supreme Patriarch just patted his shoulder and teased. Haha, yes you did. If he could truly seal away the evil arts of those demonic cultivators, he would become their ultimate natural enemy. No doubt about it. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's tone became incredibly serious. He turned to Xiao Long. On behalf of the entire Tang clan, I sincerely thank you for protecting our family. Clenching his fist, he continued. Furious, they dare use such despicable tricks on his family while he was away. This time, he vowed he would not let them off the hook. He would rip this plague out by the roots. Xiao Long, who already saw the Tang clan as his second family, agreed without a single moment of hesitation. Yes, Grandpa, he replied firmly. We have to completely annihilate these disgusting vermin. They now held their fatal weakness in their hands. All that remained was to gather a large amount of the tiger-coiling serpent's venom. Remembering the beastly Chujen and his pack of vicious dogs, Xiao Long gritted his teeth, making a silent vow. These damned monsters. This time, he would exterminate them completely, even their demonic souls would be scoured clean. Meanwhile, the Tang estate was buzzing with activity. Ever since the demonic blood sect reappeared, the Tang clan had been on the highest possible alert. The Grand Elder worked relentlessly, frantically sending out carrier pigeons to call for aid from every direction. Countless Tang clan masters had been grievously wounded, and many more had died unjustly at the hands of these monsters. Because of this, the righteous sects from across the Central Plains were now gathering their forces at the Tang clan estate to help. They were all determined to destroy the evil blood sect, which threatened to plunge the entire martial world into chaos. 30 years ago, this same sect caused a massive massacre, becoming the public enemy of all righteous cultivators. But this time, the situation felt even more serious, more bizarre. Seeing the utter shock on Xiao Long's face, the old man placed a comforting, wrinkled hand on his shoulder. But this time, fate has decreed something different, he said, his voice filled with unshakable confidence. Because our Sichuan Tang clan is the natural counter that heaven itself has chosen for these blood sect heretics. Xiao Long heard this and pouted, grumbling to himself, Grandpa, are you just teasing me again? As if reading his mind, the old man simply turned his head and gave him a knowing smile in response. Then, his voice turned grave. Xiao Long, I have a request. Are you willing to lend me a hand? Xiao Long immediately spun around, replying without hesitation, Grandpa, you have only to ask. As long as it's within my power, I wouldn't dare refuse, even if I must give it my absolute all. The Grand Elder then made a solemn announcement, the Righteous Martial Arts Alliance, they are about to arrive. Xiao Long was stunned by these words. You mean the Martial Alliance will be fighting alongside us this time? The old man continued, That's right, and I want you to show them the unique poison you've developed. Now that they'd found the blood sect's critical weakness, they had to share the secret with all of their allies. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiao Long agreed without a moment's delay. I understand completely. For the sake of justice, the Tang clan would never back down. The Grand Elder nodded, extremely pleased with this answer. Haha, I knew you would say that, he laughed. And Xiao Long, I have some good news for you as well. Surprised, Xiao Long asked back, Oh, what kind of news is it, Grandpa? The Grand Elder led Xiao Long to a secret location before mysteriously announcing, "The Myriad Poisons Hall has been completely rebuilt. From this day forward, the Myriad Poisons Hall will be under your official management." Xiao Long could hardly believe what he was hearing. "Huh? Is this for real, Grandpa?" Xiao Long's eyes lit up, his heart filled with an incredible joy. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. But the old man wasn't finished dropping bombshells. "Just as you wished," he said. "I've also prepared a specialized poison chamber for you to raise your creatures. To cultivate the world-renowned tiger-coiling serpent, one needed a place that was absolutely perfect for it." Xiao Long was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Oh, thank you, Grandpa. I'm so grateful for your kindness." Watching a messenger crane disappear over the horizon, the elder smiled. "Just think of this as doing your part for the martial world. Give it everything you've got. Don't let me down." Xiao Long smiled back. "I understand, Grandpa." He swore he wouldn't disappoint him. Following the elder's directions, Xiao Long made his way to the appointed place. An absolutely magnificent scene appeared before him, leaving him completely stunned, and walking by his side was Miss Hua Yin, a peerless beauty. After some thought, Xiao Long decided to call this place the Poison Garden, a place for cultivating countless venoms. Seeing this, a curious Hua Yin had to ask. With a smile, Xiao Long explained this entire place was designed to collect rare beasts and every poisonous creature from the Central Plains. Still not quite getting it, Hua Yin pressed on. "You mean, you want to collect every single poisonous creature in the whole world?" And just like that, Xiao Long's expression turned dead serious. "Of course," he declared. "I'll even collect the 10 legendary poisons of the Central Plains. After all, I made a promise to you, Miss Hua Yin." Hua Yin's face instantly flushed crimson. Covering her mouth, she replied shyly, "Well then, I'll be cheering for you." Just then, Hua Yin spotted a crowd gathering in the distance, and she immediately rushed over to see what was going on. She yelled out, "Hey, look over there, there's a huge crowd gathering. Come on, let's go check it out." Xiao Long quickly called after her, "Huh? Miss Hua Yin, wait up." As they got closer, a burly man with folded arms was waiting, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Oh, so the young master has finally decided to show up?" Xiao Long recognized the man, shocked. "Wait, aren't you the former deputy chief?" The man let out a booming laugh. "That's right, I am Tang Jubai of the Poison Creatures Unit. At your service, young master." Xiao Long, still skeptical, repeated, "Poison Creatures Unit." Tang Jubai nodded. "Precisely. A new unit established by the family head, under your command. From this day forward, we will be your dedicated assistants, finding and raising all the poisonous creatures you desire. We are entirely at your command, young master." Xiao Long stared at the men behind him, his face flushing with pure excitement. Thinking of his incredible future, he thought to himself, "They even have specialized caretakers for the creatures? The family is really sparing no expense to train me. This is at a huge turning point on the path to achieving my ultimate dream." The scene shifts. A messenger crane soars through the sky, delivering a secret letter to its intended destination. A woman dressed in pure white robes opens the scroll, her elegant hands carefully reading every single line inside. After reading the contents, she softly chanted a Buddhist prayer. "Amitabha. The vile blood cult has returned to the martial world." She gazed up at the clear blue sky and let out a soft sigh. "Just when the Central Plains were finally at peace, I fear a storm of blood is brewing." Meanwhile, on the main road, Zhu Shui's group travels onward, moving forward with caution. The silver-haired man turned back. "Strategist, we're almost there. We can reach the Tang family manor tonight." Hearing this, Zhu let out a huge sigh of relief. Finally, no more sleeping out in the open. What a blessing. Remembering Zhu Shui's foul mood, Zhu vowed to himself to bring back some good news this time. If I can just find a single clue about that wicked blood cult, then this whole trip will have been worth it. At last, they reached the Tang family manor. The old man announced their arrival. Seeing them approach, the Tang Manor guards quickly called out, "Are you the honored guests from the Righteous Martial Arts Alliance?" Zhu nodded. "Indeed, I am Zhu, strategist of the Martial Arts Alliance." The guards bowed deeply, their voices filled with respect. "We thank you, great masters, for gracing our Tang family with your presence. Please wait one moment." Another guard quickly ran inside to announce their arrival. Suddenly the guard's voice dropped. "Strategist, please hold on." His face grew serious with a warning. "When you enter the Tang family manor, there are certain rules you must absolutely follow." Zhu's curiosity was piqued. "Rules? What kind of rules?" The old man guessed. "Perhaps they've built the legendary sword transformation pool." That pool is a sacred ground before the gates of a great sect. All who visit must lay down their weapons to show their utmost respect. The gate guard stammered, his voice trembling just a little. This might be shocking. But please, you must listen to me. Inside this manor, you are forbidden from taking any life, even that of the smallest microbe. Zhughu was stunned, asking in disbelief, has the whole Tang family converted to Buddhism? The guard stressed again, his tone grave. You'll understand once inside. Just remember this rule. You absolutely must. Zhughu could only let out a confused grunt. Oh, Xiao Long and Hua Yin both appeared, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Alliance Strategist, they said in unison. Welcome. Zhughu smiled and returned the gesture. Miss Hua Yin, he said politely, it has been too long. Hua Yin smiled gently. Indeed. A full year has passed since the martial arts grand tournament. Zhuge Hao asked. And where is Senior Tang Shenjun? She bowed her head slightly. My father has already left to hunt for traces of the blood cult. Please forgive our humble reception. Zhuge Hao waved dismissively. Please, don't mention it. Investigating the martial world is what's truly important. No need for such ceremony. So formal? His gaze then shifted to the man beside Hua Yin, asking with curiosity. And who is this handsome young master here? Xiao Long smiled and stepped forward, clasping his hands in a respectful salute. Ah, it is an honor to finally meet the great strategist. He formally introduced himself. My name is Wei Xiao Long. Hearing this, Zhughu only grew more confused inside. Wei, not a member of the Tang clan? Suddenly Hua Yin's cheeks flushed red as she pointed at Xiao Long and stammered. This man, he is the one I love. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted like a disturbed beehive. The one she loves? The third flower of the martial arts world has a lover? This is an absolute injustice. They roared in agony, tears streaming down. Like a summer rain. Where did this brat crawl out from? So arrogant. Life is so unfair. Zhuge Hao quickly hid his face with his fan. He coughed twice. Let's get going. He feared if they delayed a moment longer, these heroes would demand a sparring match. With this, Master Wei. Suddenly, a strange sound tore through the noisy atmosphere, capturing everyone's attention. Zhuge Hao looked up, asking with a puzzled expression, does anyone else hear that strange sound? A man with sharp eyes quickly pointed towards the sky, shouting in shock, Up there! Look at the swarm of bees flying this way! The crowd turned pale with horror, exclaiming in unison, Aren't those the legendary golden-haired bee kings? Why would such dangerous, venomous creatures appear at the Tang estate? Chaos erupted. Some people immediately rushed forward. They formed a shield for Xiao Long and Hua Yin, while others cautiously fell back to protect Lady Hua Yin. Xiao Long quickly spoke up to stop them. Everyone, please put away your swords. He patted the man in front, explaining calmly, it must be, because of the Tang family's new rules. The man remained anxious, his tone urgent. Young hero, get back now. The golden-haired bee king is an extremely dangerous venomous creature. Just one sting is enough to kill a mortal man. Xiao Long's face turned red from the pressure. He struggled to get the words out. It's the golden-haired bee king. Realizing that wasn't helping his case, Xiao Long focused all his inner energy and let out a shocking roar. The golden-haired bee king is the venomous insect that I raised. Everyone calm down. The man stared, his jaw hanging open as he stammered. What? You raised them? As if to prove his point, one golden-haired bee king swooped down, affectionately rubbing its head against Xiao Long's cheek with a gentle buzz. Then, one by one, the others descended, surrounding Xiao Long as if paying tribute. Xiao Long gently stroked them. He asked in a soft voice, Did you little guys come looking for me? Right. I have been in seclusion for some time. Then he spoke in a stern voice, Hey, I'm warning you guys, you are not allowed to spit venom at our honored guests. The man stood there dumbfounded, thinking to himself, He's treating the golden-haired bee kings like his own children? The tense, aggressive atmosphere among the young martial artists instantly deflated like a wet rice paper. After that terrifying interlude, the group followed Hua Yin into the guest hall. Zhughu walked along, deep in thought. This man, I truly never imagined he would be Lady Tang Yinner's partner. Although he's an outsider, it seems, he can be considered a son-in-law of the Tang family. Suddenly, a loud commotion echoed from up ahead. Zhughu let out a curious hum. A large man pointed at a glass jar and yelled, An insect like this is far more worthy of the Tang family, isn't it? The young woman next to him held up a gecko to counter him. What are you even talking about? Just look at it. It shines as brilliantly as jade. Zhughu felt a headache coming on. sighing to himself, "What is it now?" He quickly pulled Xiao Long's sleeve and asked, "Young Master Xiao Long, why are those martial artists gathered around that bizarre creature?" Hearing this, Xiao Long glanced over, letting out a soft "ah." After understanding the situation, he began to explain. They have all been affected by the Ban Lu Du Wuxing. Zhuge He was even more confused and pressed on, "The Ban Lu Du Wuxing? Does that mean they violated some kind of clan rule?" Xiao Long frowned, stroking his chin in thought. To say they violated a rule is correct, I suppose. This all happened a few days ago. In the dark of night, Hua Yin stood to one side, instructing him, "Right there, feel your inner energy moving and push it outward." Xiao Long waved his hands, asking excitedly, "Oh, is it like this?" Hua Yin shook her head, replying softly, "Xiao Long, that's not quite right." Suddenly, an urgent voice cut through the silent night. "Great hero Xiao Long." Jubai appeared with two subordinates. All three were bowing low, with extremely troubled expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Xiao Long asked curiously, "Senior Jubai, what is the matter?" Jubai hesitated, his voice trembling slightly. I am truly sorry, great hero Xiao Long." Gathering all his courage, Jubai continued, "This time, more than half of the four-spirit fish we worked so hard to catch, to feed to the coiling pan traveling snake have." Xiao Long let out a soft "ah" upon hearing this, and asked, They are dead?" He seemed understanding, sighing, "Well, this is hard to avoid. The four-spirit fish are naturally very sensitive. If they are startled too much, the mother fish might even eat her own young." Jubai shook his head frantically, delivering some truly shocking news. Those martial artists, they ate them as a bar snack. Xiao Long thought he'd misheard, frantically cleaning out his ears. But Kerbai insisted they ate them as a snack. The news struck Xiao Long like lightning, his jaw dropping as he stammered, What? No way. Are you saying they ate the four-spirit fish as an appetizer? Why would they eat them?" Hoa Ngun quietly explained that three-finger fish is a delicacy where they're from, often eaten raw with sauce. Xiao Long just stood there, completely frozen, his face turning pale as a ghost. Kerbai bowed again, sincerely apologizing to the young hero. Hoa Ngun added that some of the guests missed the taste of home and just ate them. Stunned, Xiao Long screamed internally, his mind reeling. "The young four-spirit fish I worked so hard to catch for the tiger pandu serpent devoured by these guys. This can't be. This can't be allowed to happen again. These creatures must be cherished, must be nurtured." With a youthful but determined look, Xiao Long made a solemn declaration. From this day forward, every master of the Tang clan must form a close bond with a poisonous creature. The wise Jia Cat Her nodded, finally understanding. So that was the reason for the dense toxic aura here. He then grew silent, his gaze fixed on the young boy beside him. He thought to himself, "This kid has an incredible presence. He's absolutely no ordinary person." In the quiet room, three figures stood like pillars. The deep Grand Clan head, the mischievous Xiao Long, and the contemplative Jia Cat Her gathered around a stone table under a heavy atmosphere. After hearing the full story, the Grand Clan head let out a helpless sigh. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? Jia Cat Her burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing like a bell. He knew it. Just as he had predicted all along, the mysterious young hero the Tang Clan head met years ago on Hainan Island was none other than young hero Nguri Xiao Long. The Grand Clan head stroked his beard, a wide smile spreading across his face, asking, "And isn't our Xiao Long a priceless treasure of the Tang Clan?" Xiao Long sat there like a statue, letting the two seniors praise him, thinking to himself, "Mysterious? I'm not even close to that level yet." The golden-haired Wind King truly opened my eyes to a new world. Suddenly, Jia Cat Her's voice became grave, filled with concern. "But there's one thing that still worries me. The demonic blood cult has gone completely silent." He sighed again, his tone heavy. "We can't just stand by and watch the blood cult's power grow unchecked." The Grand Clan head gave Xiao Long a cryptic look. "Xiao Long, bring out that treasure." Xiao Long obediently closed his eyes and replied, "Yes." Jia Cat Her was completely lost, wondering what kind of act they were putting on. To heighten the mystery, the Grand Clan head waved his sleeve, and a dome of light instantly covered the three of them like an invisible protective cage. The Grand Clan head slowly explained, "To prevent any unexpected disasters, I'm setting up a sound barrier." Jia Cat Her exclaimed in shock, "A sound barrier? This item must have an extraordinary origin." Xiao Long gently took out an exquisite porcelain bottle, placing it on the cold stone table. "This is it." Jia Cat Her curiously picked up the bottle and shook it, but couldn't figure out what it was. Still skeptical, Jia Kat-her pressed further. What kind of divine object requires the use of a sound barrier? The Grand Clan head calmly replied, power-scattering poison. Jia Kat-her was confused again. If it's just normal poison, why the grand display? Hearing this, the Grand Clan head glanced over at Xiao Long, his eyes holding a deeper meaning. Xiao Long understood and nodded. Jia Kat-her was shocked by his confirmation, asking, but what if this poison only works against the blood cult? Jia Kat-her was so startled he jumped out of his seat, his voice trembling as he asked, Is that true? Does such a strange poison really exist in this world? The Grand Clan head laughed heartily, nodding in confirmation. Haha, that's right. You're quite surprised, aren't you? But Jia Kat-her's brow furrowed seriously. If that's really the case, this is an earth-shattering discovery. The blood cult members appear normal, yet the poison's effects are this potent. Jia Kat-her recalled the words Hoang-an had told him. He continued, according to Taoist Hoang-an, this poison weakens its victim to the level of a common mortal. Hoang-an easily defeated a poisoned blood cult elder with a single move. Hearing this, Jia Kat-her couldn't help but exclaim, just one move? Its power is truly on par with the legendary power-scattering poison. Listening to the incredible story, Jia Kat-her was overcome with gratitude. Thank you, Senior 10,000 Poisons Divine Monarch. I am truly ashamed. I never imagined such a plan could exist. Jia Kat-her solemnly bowed, showing his deep respect. With this fatal treasure in hand, the Alliance leader can surely rest easy now. The Grand Clan head couldn't hide his satisfaction. He let out a proud laugh. Ha ha. If you want to thank someone, don't thank me. Thank this kid right here. It was Xiao Long who discovered this priceless treasure. The Grand Patriarch closed his eyes, a smug smile spreading across his face. This kid actually poisoned himself, endured it, and then tricked that blood sect elder into drinking his tainted blood. Thanks to him, the old man was trapped between life and death for 10 whole days. Hearing Zhugehu's praise, Xiao Long just awkwardly scratched his head. Wow, I didn't realize you thought so highly of me. Suddenly, Zhuge clapped Xiao Long on the shoulder, making him jump. Huh? Senior, you're giving me way too much credit. But Zhugehu's tone turned serious, his gaze firm. Young hero Wei, you only need to ask. And I, Zhugehu, will do anything in my power to grant it. If you have a wish, I'll even take it to the Alliance leader himself. Xiao Long thought for a long moment. Then, he spoke up hesitantly. In that case, I have a bold request. Blushing, Xiao Long shyly asked, I was wondering, could I possibly get some information on poisonous creatures? Zhugehu was completely stunned by this answer. You said what? Information on poisonous creatures? Not a secret martial arts technique, a miraculous elixir, or even gold and jewels. The Grand Patriarch beside them couldn't help but burst out laughing. His laughter echoed through the room. Zhugehu covered his mouth with a fan, thinking to himself, what an eccentric but talented man. In the entire, long history of the martial world, there had probably never been an oddball quite like this. Instead of answering directly, Zhugehu posed a different question. Well, it might not be the type of poisonous creature you want, but would you be interested in the legendary and mysterious stone lizard? Out in the serene wilderness, a stream babbled peacefully. The sound was like a constant melody. Tamer turned and reported respectfully, Uncle, it appears everyone has arrived. This was Gongjia Mountain in Sichuan. Tamer reported in detail. According to the ancient map passed down from our predecessors, a magnificent waterfall and a towering stone turtle statue came into view in the distance. The peak of Gongjia Mountain was just visible. Zhugehu walked to the stream's edge, gently dipping his hand into the clear water, feeling the icy meltwater flow past his fingers. Zhugehu remarked, just as I thought, water from 10,000-year-old snow. It's bone-chillingly cold. Then, Zhugehu gave his orders. Everyone, make camp here for now. Tamer, you will follow me closely. Tamer replied with excitement. Yes, uncle, the followers shouted in unison. As you command, Lord Zhugehu. In a flash, Zhugehu activated his supreme lightness technique. His toes barely grazed the water's surface as he shot forward like the wind. The two figures moved swiftly, one after the other, closing in on the waterfall that plunged down the steep cliff face. They finally arrived. Zhugehu rested a hand on the damp cliff wall, gazing at the powerful, churning current below. As he surveyed the area, Zhugehu muttered, Go past the stone turtle, head upstream against the waterfall, and you'll find a cave entrance. The entrance is hidden beside a fist-shaped rock. Tamer exclaimed with delight. It's a perfect match to the description in the ancient texts. Their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Zhugehu gave his orders in a low voice. I will enter the cave first. You follow right behind me. Tamer accepted the order respectfully. Yes, uncle. With slow, deliberate steps, Jughu entered the dark cavern. His footsteps echoed in the eerie, oppressive silence. His expression was incredibly grave. He knew that even the slightest mistake could have disastrous consequences. He reached a point where the cavern suddenly brightened. Jughu pushed aside a thick curtain of vines and peered inside. A soft gasp of surprise escaped him. It turned out to be a natural skylight, with brilliant light pouring down from above. He let out a soft breath. It seems we've finally arrived. Tamer couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Who would have thought a place this magical was hidden inside such a dark cave? It's beyond belief. Jughu scanned the area and came to a firm conclusion. This place is absolutely perfect for growing spiritual herbs. He carefully inspected his surroundings before shouting with excitement, "Found it!" Before them stood a small, vibrant green shrub. It was dotted with blood-red flowers, and its spiritual energy was so dense that simply breathing it in felt refreshing. This is the legendary 100-year snow ginseng, a spirit herb that thrives on cold yin energy. Tamer was just as thrilled. Now all we have to do is trade this 100-year snow ginseng for the Nangong family's precious black he shou wu. Jughu nodded. Exactly. With this, the young lady of the Nangong family and her severed meridians should finally see some improvement. In return, we'll get a black he shou wu that's at least 200 years old. He sat down, admiring the snow ginseng. He spoke calmly. Excellent. As Jughu reached out to pick the spirit herb, a sharp whistling sound suddenly cut through the air. His body froze in place, completely stunned. Something was flying toward him at an insane speed. He was horrified. Something had just shot out from a dark crevice in the rocks. The object was speeding towards him like a bolt of lightning. Elbow. Tamer rushes to his side, anxiously asking, "Uncle, are you hurt?" Jughu watches the thing move like a flash of lightning, leaving a trail of white snow. He shouts a warning, "I'm fine, but be careful. This thing is unnaturally fast." Tamer just stares as the frost in the cave gets thicker and thicker. The mysterious creature launches another attack on Jughu. He raises his fan to meet it, his brow furrowed as he stares at the fan in his hand. What's this? A thin layer of ice now covers his fan. Jughu suspects it's some kind of sinister cold energy. Tamer approaches, his voice trembling as he asks, "Uncle, what in the world is that thing?" He remains silent for a moment, searching his memory, before Jughu slowly utters two words. "Stone lizard." Tamer cries out in shock. "What?" Jughu recalls the creature's strange, shimmering green and gold form as he explains. "It is a stone lizard, a green one." Hearing this, Xiao Long can't help but gasp out loud. A green stone lizard? He thinks to himself that a naturally green one is an extremely rare species, isn't it? The Grand Master asks curiously, "Stone lizards are harmless, so what is there to worry about?" Xiao Long's eyes suddenly shine like headlights, and he even starts to drool. A look of pure obsession crosses his face as he laughs. He then whispers quietly, "A poisonous stone lizard is a peerless treasure in my eyes." The Grand Master just forces a laugh. "Haha, I don't really know what you're talking about, but we'll go with that." Jughu lets out a few dry laughs, thinking to himself that this guy is a true eccentric. He then kindly speaks up. "If I get any more news about other poisonous creatures, I will definitely let you know first." Xiao Long's eyes immediately sparkle like stars as he fawns over him. "Wow, thank you so much, big brother." The Grand Master can only smile, completely speechless. The next day, his father-in-law finally returns. The moment he pushes the door open, his hearty voice echoes, "My dear son-in-law." In the hall, everyone is already gathered, seemingly discussing something. Xiao Long turns his head and quickly replies, "Yes, father-in-law." Hua Yin also greets him with a gentle voice, "Father." The man rushes forward, looking left and right, even squishing Xiao Long's face while inspecting him from head to toe. "Is my son-in-law healthy?" he asks worriedly. His face completely distorted, he still manages to answer, "Yes, I'm fine, father-in-law." Then, Xiao Long raises his arms, which are covered in snakebite scars, and says with a bit of exaggeration, "I was in a coma for 10 days. My arms have some ugly scars, but at least I managed to keep this sorry life of mine." Seeing this makes the family head's face turn purple with rage as he breathes heavily and curses. "What? That demonic blood cult." Suddenly, remembering something, he immediately shuts his mouth and turns to his daughter. "Hua Yin, my child, are you okay?" Hua Yin, covered in sweat, quickly reassures him. "Father, please calm down," then happily announces the good news. "I'm also safe. Brother Xiao Long saved my life and our entire family." The Grand Master chimes in to support her. That's right, son-in-law Xiao Long performed a great service. By the way, what was it he said after defeating that elder? I am your natural enemy. Hua Yin quickly corrects him. Actually, I was the one who said that. Xiao Long blushes with embarrassment. My plan was just a small, lucky success. Ha ha ha, but because of it, we accidentally discovered the blood cult's fatal weakness. Just then, Zhuge slowly speaks up. Jay Shan, I've been here this entire time, you know. The family head finally notices Jay Shan and asks, Oh, brother, are you well? The two men are overjoyed as they greet each other warmly. The family head speaks with a blaming and slightly resentful tone. Ever since you became a high-ranking official, you've become cold to me. Do I only see you when there's a huge crisis? Zhuge Hao gives a slight bitter smile. My apologies. Oh, is that so? Then I am truly sorry, brother. Seeing this scene, Hua Yin explains to Xiao Long. The two family heads have been sworn brothers since they were young. Xiao Long's jaw drops. Oh, so that's how it is. He thinks to himself that this is totally insane. Zhuge Hao claps the family head on the shoulder. For now, please sit down. We have many important things to discuss about that blood cult. He laughs heartily and replies, Ah, you're right. The old master of the Tang clan waves his sleeve with a majestic voice. Give the order. Both of you, please sit. I want to hear the story from beginning to end. Xiao Long nods slightly and replies respectfully, As you command, father-in-law. After everyone has settled in, the Tang clan head turns his gaze to Zhuge Hu and asks slowly, So what is the situation with that spy? Upon hearing the word spy, Xiao Long is startled and immediately presses for more information. A spy? A series of guesses flashes through his mind. Does he mean a mole? An insider who has infiltrated their ranks? The Tang clan head shoots him a sideways glance, not bothering to answer. It seems he has more important things on his mind. The blood demon sect had infiltrated the Tang clan, their sole purpose being the blood hand poison claw technique. Is that right? The clan head demanded. Zilong quickly confirmed it, saying they were desperate for the secret manual. Who was the traitor who dared to leak the secret of the blood hand poison claw to that evil sect? And how did they confirm it was in the Sichuan Tang clan? Xiao Long shot to his feet, horrified, exclaiming that this was too serious. Could there truly be a traitor among the family or disciples, working with the blood demon sect to betray their own? Suddenly, all the tension in the room just vanished. Everyone around them just stared blankly. Zhuge Hu put an arm around his friend, laughing. Brother Khan, you really need to teach this foolish son-in-law of yours a lesson. Being a new guest, it was only natural for him to be a little slow on the uptake. The Tang clan head could only stroke his white beard and offer a weak smile, trying to save a little face. Xiao Long, however, was frozen solid, screaming on the inside. Was he the only one who wasn't in on the joke? Hua Yin gently spoke up, breaking the awkward silence. Xiao Long, there is absolutely no possibility of a mole in our Tang clan. But he was still doubtful and asked if she was sure. The Tang clan head then began to explain everything in detail, starting with how they even hire servants. They investigate 3 full generations of a candidate's family. Only if nothing suspicious is found do they accept the entire family into the Tang clan. He said with absolute conviction that when a man's entire family is bound to the Tang clan, who in their right mind would ever dare to spy for an outsider? Xiao Long was speechless. Their methods were insane. But if security was this tight and the info still leaked, then a cold sweat started drenching his entire body. In that case, who in the world was the damn spy? The scene shifts, where a woman is being held in the air by her throat by Zhou Zongshui, dangling like a chicken. Her face twisted in agony as she gasped for air, drool spilling from her mouth. With bloodshot eyes, she begged for mercy. Zhou Zongshui gritted his teeth, his gaze burning with pure hatred. The truth was finally out. She was a spy from the Martial Alliance. Zhuge Hu raised an eyebrow, noting that only a handful of people in the Martial Alliance knew this secret. The Alliance leader had caught the right traitor. While that case was seemingly coming to a close, back at the gate of the Sichuan Tang clan, an uninvited guest appeared, shattering the quiet. He held his head high, arrogantly yelling at the guards that he'd arrived at the Tang clan, to travel all the way from Hebei without using any lightness techniques. Now that was an interesting choice. He then slammed a fist against his chest, creating a thunderous boom to show off his powerful physique. His arrogant declaration echoed across the grounds. Go and report to the Tang clan head that Peng Mu Wen, head of the Peng clan, has arrived to pay respects. He pounded his chest again with a loud laugh, ordering the guards to inform their master that Peng Mu Wen of the Peng family was here. A signal arrow shot into the sky. Seeing the signal, Xiao Long and Hua Yin rushed toward the main gate, catching everyone's attention. Everyone was surprised, curious about what exactly was going on. Should we go out and greet them? Xiao Long asked. Hua Yin turned back, explaining with a gentle smile that her father and the elders were in an important meeting. Her eyes were full of trust, and she added with a bit of shyness, "You are the future son-in-law of the Tang clan, so you need to be a little more confident." Hearing that only made Xiao Long more nervous. Xiao Long approached the main gate, opening it with a smile, telling himself it was just a guest from another clan and there was nothing to fear. But unlike him, the guard standing next to him had turned completely pale with terror. As the gate opened, Xiao Long met the intense, serious gaze of Peng Muwen and his men, sending a shiver down his spine. Peng Muwen looked surprised and a bit bewildered. He put a hand on his hip, but then an unconscious smile appeared when he saw Hua Yin. She clasped her hands, respectfully greeting the head of the Peng clan. "Haha, it's been a while," he said. Peng Muwen laughed, saying the last time he saw her she was just a little girl. He barely recognized her. Hua Yin gave a polite but strained smile. "Wasn't that just last year?" she asked. Realizing how much time had passed, Peng Muwen's expression grew serious again as he turned his focus to Xiao Long. "And who is this boy?" Feeling the man's intense gaze, Xiao Long began sweating bullets. Seeing him suddenly drenched in sweat, Hua Yin also became a little flustered. Xiao Long quickly greets Peng Muwen, introducing himself as the son-in-law of the Tang clan. Peng Muwen stared at the young man, stroking his chin in deep thought. Suddenly, he pinched Xiao Long's cheek and asked curiously, "Are you Hua Yin's fiancé?" Caught completely off guard, Xiao Long froze up, not knowing how to react. Hua Yin just covered her mouth with her hand, smiling as she nodded. In an instant, Peng Muwen's gaze sharpened like a blade. Xiao Long started sweating again, nervously looking away. Peng Muwen's attention was now entirely locked onto the boy. He brought a hand under Xiao Long's chin, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Without a second's hesitation, he suddenly reached down and grabbed the boy's private parts. Xiao Long's face turned beet red, and across from them, Hua Yin was utterly speechless. His mouth wide open, Peng Muwen laughed heartily and explained, "I was just wondering if you were a bit too young, but it seems the spirit down below is already that of a true man." Xiao Long was left panting, staring blankly at Peng Muwen. He then looked over at Hua Yin. Peng Muwen gives a thumbs up with a confident grin. "Not bad. In a few years, this kid's gonna be incredible." Hua Yin's face turns beet red as she turns away, hiding her face. She suddenly remembers the Peng clan isn't exactly known for strict etiquette. It seems their clan leader has his own way of sizing people up. Peng Muwen places a hand on Xiao Long's shoulder and starts to smile. All of his subordinates stare at Xiao Long in shock, clearly thinking he's some kind of special character. One guy even leans in, chin in hand, curiously peering down at his private parts. Xiao Long's eyes fill with absolute confusion. He looks away, totally defeated, but then tries to rationalize it. Maybe this is just their style, a weird sign of respect between men. With that thought, he turns back to Peng Muwen with shining eyes, offering a grateful smile for the compliment. Peng Muwen just roars with laughter. This kid is nothing like those useless, pampered young masters from the other prestigious clans. He gives Xiao Long a hearty slap on the back. "I'm Peng Muwen, the head of the Peng clan." The slap nearly sends Xiao Long flying. He struggles to reply, "Welcome everyone to the Tang sect." As they talk, a nervous Hua Yin just sweats from the sidelines. "Clan head Peng, this humble girl has a question." Hua Yin's voice catches Peng Muwen's attention. He turns to her, intrigued. "Oh? And what is it?" Her eyes widen with curiosity. "You came all this way to help the Tang sect, but how on earth did you get here so quickly?" At her words, Peng Muwen's expression turns grim. "The truth is, they aren't here to help." He asks, "Is the Tang sect in trouble?" A look of pure surprise on his face, he eyes Xiao Long's beaten-up condition. "What happened here?" Sweat beads on Hua Yin's forehead. She's completely thrown off by Peng Muwen's sudden appearance, and seeing her confusion, Xiao Long feels just as lost. A little later, back at the mansion, Peng Muwen is visibly surprised to hear about the appearance of the blood cult. Once they're all settled at the tea table, Hua Yin announces that the blood cult members have been completely wiped out. Peng Muwen rests his chin in his hand, watching her intently before letting out a quiet, frustrated sigh. He's kicking himself for not arriving sooner. Beside him, Jughu just smiles silently. The Tang clan head finally breaks the silence. "So, what exactly brings Brother Peng here?" Peng Muwen seems to snap back to reality. He turns to the clan head and confesses, "Listening to Lady Hua Yin's story about the blood cult made me forget my real business. The truth is, I came here to ask the Tang clan for a favor." At that, Both Hua Yin and Xiao Long snap their attention to him. The clan head looks surprised but intrigued. He leans forward and says, "Please, Brother Peng, speak freely." He covers his mouth, turns toward the door, and gives a serious command to his subordinate. "Bring the girl in to meet the elders." Zhuge Hu's curiosity is piqued, his gaze fixed on Peng Muon. The main doors swing open and one of Peng Muon's men strides in, his eyes sharp. Hua Yin instinctively covers her mouth. She's stunned to see he's carrying a small child on his back. Xiao Long tenses up, breaking out in a sweat as his eyes are glued to the man. The man approaches the table, reaching behind his cloak. "Young miss, it's time to get down and greet the elders of the Sichuan Tang sect." Immediately, a sleepy little voice pipes up from behind him, "But I'm still sleepy." The sight leaves Xiao Long absolutely stunned. His jaw just hangs open, completely lost for words. Hua Yin looks just as shocked. A little girl dressed in white hops down from the man's back, a lollipop sticking out of her mouth. The entire hall goes dead silent. Every single eye is locked on this adorable girl. She politely greets the elders and introduces herself. "My name is Peng Yingying." Then she immediately goes back to eating a cookie. Peng Muon pulls her into a loving hug and introduces her to everyone. "This is my daughter." That simple introduction leaves both Xiao Long and Hua Yin completely floored. Hua Yin's eyes go wide with admiration. The family resemblance is uncanny. Meanwhile, Xiao Long's jaw is still on the floor. Seeing their reactions, Peng Muon can't help but laugh. "We look so much alike that everyone has this reaction." He then strokes his daughter's hair, his tone suddenly growing serious. "In fact, she is the very reason I have come to the Tang sect." While she's still focused on her snack, he places a hand on her shoulder. "My daughter, her health hasn't been good. I was hoping the Tang clan head could help." The clan head's expression darkens. "You mean your daughter is sick?" Xiao Long's eyes immediately lock onto the little girl. He couldn't believe it when he heard such a lively kid was actually sick. Looking closer, he could feel a strange energy radiating from the little girl's body. That night, Xiao Long lay restless, letting small centipedes crawl over him. He went over Peng Yingying's symptoms again and again, but no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't find the cause. Closing his eyes, he unconsciously stroked a small centipede, recalling the conversation from just a few hours ago. Back then, Yingying sat quietly on a chair while everyone else watched her with grave expressions. Peng Muon had explained how his daughter would suddenly struggle to breathe, break out in red rashes, and even lose consciousness. But just moments later, she'd wake up as if nothing happened. His face was a mask of anger and utter helplessness. He had searched everywhere, even inviting disciples from the medical sect, but they all insisted the girl was perfectly healthy. One of them even made a bizarre claim, almost getting beaten to death for it. The patriarch asked, "What was this bizarre claim?" Peng Muon replied that they suspected she was being intentionally poisoned. "But in my Peng family, that is absolutely impossible." Xiao Long's eyes went wide with shock, while Hua Yin's face hardened. After checking Yingying's pulse, the patriarch concluded it was indeed poison, and most likely, it was an internal issue within the Peng family. Peng Muon was stunned, frantically denying the possibility. He swore that no one in his clan would ever do something so heartless. Shaking his head, he refused to discuss it any further. The thought of suspecting his own family was just too much. Zhuge Hu nodded in understanding, agreeing not to jump to conclusions. Poisoning isn't always the result of a deliberate attack. The clan head's gaze remained on the little girl, who was busy eating pastries. He decided to arrange an empty courtyard for them in the guest house, asking them to stay for a while. This way, he could observe the girl's condition more closely to figure out if it was poison or some strange, unknown illness. With a look of immense gratitude, Peng Muon thanked the clan head, agreeing to leave his daughter in his care for a time. Back in the present, an image flashed in Xiao Long's mind, the girl constantly eating sweets. No matter how you looked at it, her symptoms resembled a heat syndrome caused by too much sugar. He realized sugar seemed to be building up abnormally inside her body. He shot up from his seat, lost in deep thought. But could this condition really cause rashes? If the symptoms were that obvious, it should have been much easier to diagnose. Just then, a frantic knock echoed at the door. His eyes snapped open as a panicked voice yelled, "Something terrible has happened." Xiao Long rushed to the door, asking what was wrong. The maid replied anxiously, "Young Miss Peng Yingying has fainted." The news hit Xiao Long like a ton of bricks. He threw on his coat and bolted towards Peng Muon's quarters. When he arrived, Hua Yin and the Peng family's retainers were already there, every single one of them looking sick with worry. Yingying was unconscious, her face flushed and her breathing heavy, held in the arms of her panicked father. Hua Yin explained to him that the girl had suddenly collapsed while sitting in the pavilion. The clan head grimly noted, She fainted here too. That meant they could probably rule out the possibility of a spy within the Peng family. Hearing this, Peng Muin clenched his fists. He looked utterly lost, as if he couldn't comprehend what was happening. Then, without any hesitation, he swung a massive punch right into his own jaw. The man standing behind him was absolutely stunned. The punch was so powerful it sent a tooth flying from his mouth. Peng Muin closed his eyes, a bitter smile on his lips. He was punishing himself for ever suspecting his own people, even for a moment. Now he was certain that if Ying Ying fainted again, it had to be for some other reason entirely. Seeing this, one of his subordinates was so overcome with emotion, he covered his face and began to sob. Meanwhile, Xiao Long could only stare, his jaw hanging open in disbelief at the sight of Peng Muin's dislodged tooth. Peng Muin's men then started punching themselves, tormented by their failure to protect their young lady, who had collapsed right before their eyes. Each one declared their guilt was immense. The clan head, shocked, speechless, quickly held up a hand to make them stop. Xiao Long clasped his hands and raised his voice, demanding everyone calm down. At the sound of his voice, the bruised-faced men actually stopped. All at once, every eye in the room locked onto Xiao Long. He raised a single finger, a confident smile on his face. He announced there was a way to find the true cause of her illness and prove everyone's innocence beyond a shadow of a doubt. Peng Muin and the clan head immediately focused on Xiao Long, their eyes filled with curiosity. He calmly sat down next to Peng Muin and looked him straight in the eye. Peng Muin's own eyes widened in surprise. That's when Xiao Long calmly explained that the first step was to remove all of Miss Peng Yingying's clothes. The moment the words left his mouth, both the clan head and Hua Yin froze, as if they'd been turned to stone. As Xiao Long's mind briefly drifted, Peng Muin's eyes were already blazing with pure fury, while the clan head was simply stunned, silent. Peng Muin glared, a mix of confusion and disbelief on his face, as he growled, "What did you just say?" Xiao Long, for his part, was completely baffled by their reaction. This was not at all what he had expected. So he repeated himself, saying they should take off all of Ying Ying's clothes. But before he could even finish his sentence, an enraged Peng Muin lunged forward and grabbed him tightly by the collar. He assumed Xiao Long wanted to do something to his daughter. His eyes were burning with rage. Xiao Long's face went pale with fear. He stammered, "Please, just wait a moment." But right then, a tiny centipede crawled out from Xiao Long's clothes, its fierce eyes locked on Peng Muin. Realizing the centipede was poised to attack, Xiao Long quickly ordered it back into hiding. He could feel Peng Muin's composure completely cracking, and this situation was getting dangerous fast. The patriarch's face was sheet white as he frantically tried to explain that his son-in-law must have a good reason for his words. Hua Yin also spoke up, her voice laced with worry, begging the Peng family head to at least hear Xiao Long out. But his grip only tightened. He grabbed the poor boy's collar. Xiao Long could only squeeze his eyes shut and force a strained smile as Peng Muin glared daggers at him. Pure fury was burning in his eyes, mixed with a hint of confusion. Hua Yin, despite her panic, tried to smile and defend him. She insisted that Xiao Long was a good person. After a tense standoff, Peng Muin finally released his grip on Xiao Long. This boy had dared to suggest something involving his young daughter's body, a girl not yet of age, so he decided he would listen. He would see what kind of twisted explanation the boy could possibly offer. Finally free, Xiao Long gasped for air, a wave of relief washing over him. He sat on the floor across from Peng Muin, his voice serious. "Please, calm yourself and listen to everything I have to say." Peng Muin crossed his arms and closed his eyes, a sign he was willing to trust him. Xiao Long raised one finger, explaining sincerely. He clarified that he simply meant to remove Miss Peng's current clothes in order to change her into a different outfit. It was highly likely, he explained, that the cause of her fainting spells was on her clothing or some personal item she carried. Hearing this, Peng Muin was absolutely stunned. He was speechless, realizing just how catastrophically he had misunderstood the situation. He lowered his head, his hand clenching into a fist, once again ready to punish himself for ever doubting the boy. Seeing this, Xiao Long frantically waved his hands, urging him to calm down. He said it was understandable for him to be in shock over his daughter. With a gentle smile, the head of the Peng family thanked Xiao Long from the bottom of his heart for understanding his foolish reaction. Xiao Long looked directly at Peng Muin, explaining seriously that from this moment on, the Tang family would be in charge of Miss Peng's care. All contact with the Peng family would be restricted until further notice. The patriarch and Hua Yin were both taken aback. Peng Muin pointed to himself, confused, asking if that order included him. Xiao Long simply nodded with a confident smile. He explained that if she continued to show the same symptoms under their care, it would prove the cause had nothing to do with the Peng household. This method was called controlled environmental adjustment, a technique commonly used by those who raise poisonous insects and amphibians. In his past life, Xiao Long remembered taking his small chameleon from its terrarium, wishing the creature could just talk to him, wishing it could tell him it just needed a little more vitamin D. If only these creatures could tell people where they hurt, everything would have been so much simpler. But that, of course, was impossible. Therefore, the keeper must systematically change environmental factors like housing and food to pinpoint what's making the creature sick. Back in the present, Ying was still lying motionless, her face flushed and her breathing labored. Xiao Long planned to apply this exact same method to diagnose her. He wanted to perform a complete reset of her living environment. Then, he would gradually reintroduce old elements to find the trigger. They couldn't just sit by while she continued to collapse. For no clear reason, the patriarch stroked his beard, his expression full of curiosity, and nodded, admitting Xiao Long was right. With a bit of time, they could definitely find the cause of her illness. He couldn't help but admire his son-in-law. It was a truly brilliant idea. Xiao Long's eyes widened in alarm at the sudden praise, looking a little scared. Meanwhile, Hua Yin gently closed her eyes, breathing a sigh of relief. Peng Muan finally understood the plan completely, and his whole body shook. With pure emotion, he hugged his daughter tightly, his eyes filling with tears, and begged Xiao Long to take good care of her. Confidence shone in Xiao Long's eyes as he placed a hand on his chest, smiling decisively. "Patriarch Peng, please believe in me." What no one there knew was that he was used to taming countless strange creatures. Caring for one little girl was nothing by comparison. The next morning, Ying woke up with a choked sob, her eyes swimming in tears. This was not going to be as easy as Xiao Long thought. The little girl started to wail. Seeing this, he flustered, unsure what to do, which only made Ying cry even harder. Xiao Long could only scratch his head in total confusion. From the moment she woke up, the girl hadn't stopped crying. At that moment, Hua Yin and his mother-in-law were out gathering supplies for Ying, leaving Xiao Long all alone to deal with the distressed girl. He moved closer to the bed and asked awkwardly, "Are you sleepy, or are you hungry? I really don't know what to do." But after a few minutes of endless crying, Xiao Long resorted to practically begging. He forced a weak smile. "Are you crying because Patriarch Peng isn't here?" He pointed outside, quickly trying to explain. "Your father went to get medicine. He'll be back soon." Still crying, Ying puffed out her cheeks and replied, "I want candy." Xiao Long broke out in a cold sweat. So that was it, she wasn't crying over her dad. She just wanted candy. Ying started wailing again, sobbing that her candy was all gone and she was all by herself. He suddenly recalled how yesterday, while changing her clothes, Hua Yin had found countless secret pockets sewn into her outfit just for stashing sweets. With a gentle smile, he soothed her, saying, "Be a good girl and calm down. You just woke up. You shouldn't eat candy right away. Let's have some congee first, and I'll make candy for you later, okay?" Hearing this, Ying went completely silent. Her eyes shot open. "Really? You'll really make me candy?" Xiao Long held up a single finger as a solemn promise. "If Miss Peng finishes all her congee and behaves, I'll make a special rock candy just for you." Her eyes sparkled. She gently closed them, smiling sweetly as she made up her mind and promised him. She balled her little hand into a fist. She declared that the Peng family always keeps their word. "If I don't, you can just hit my face." Xiao Long bowed his head, sighing to himself. He had no idea what kind of parenting went on in the Peng household. In broad daylight, hidden in a bush in a secluded corner of the manor, Peng Muan was hiding. His heart was heavy with worry. In the distance, Ying was playing with a bee, and Hua Yin had just walked past. Peng Muan's eyes started to sting. He could only watch his daughter from far away. Because of the rule forbidding contact with the Peng family, he couldn't get any closer. Suddenly, Xiao Long spotted him. He put a hand over his mouth, asking in confusion, "What are you doing here?" Hearing Xiao Long's voice, Peng Muan snapped to attention. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Xiao Long and yanked him into the bushes. His eyes were filled with worry as he asked, "How is Ying?" Pulled so suddenly, Xiao Long fell to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. He quickly sat up, answering, "She's eating very well, and she's been very obedient." Hearing his daughter was eating well, Peng Muan's jaw dropped. Xiao Long added, "She even ate an entire plate of pork." Peng Muan was absolutely stunned, wondering how Xiao Long managed to get her to eat. He simply replied, "She just ate it on her own." This only made Peng Muan even more astonished and confused. Just then, a figure in a red dress appeared. Both men in the bush stared at the girl. It was Hua Yin. She offered a gentle smile, and a respectful greeting to the Peng family head. He returned her smile with a grateful one. "Thank you for taking care of my daughter." Hua Yin calmly replied, "Ying Ying is asking where brother Xiao Long went." Hearing the words brother, Peng Muin froze, and a fierce jealousy flared up inside him. Meanwhile, Xiao Long just looked a little uncomfortable. Peng Muin's eyes were practically burning. He couldn't even have a proper conversation with his own daughter, yet she was already this close with this punk. Seeing the murderous look on his face, Xiao Long's mouth fell open in pure terror. Peng Muin roared, "Since when did my daughter call you brother?" Without waiting another second, Xiao Long gritted his teeth and made a run for it. Peng Muin clutched his head, on the verge of going insane. Hua Yin turned to Xiao Long cheerfully and asked, "Are you heading to the training ground again?" The boy explained as he ran. After playing with the golden-furred queen bees for a bit, Ying Ying had calmed down a lot. He noticed the bees seemed to have a real fondness for her. A few minutes later, he arrived at the training ground. Ying Ying was happily playing with a bee, holding it in her arms and chirping a little hello to him. The bees began to swarm around her. One crawled on her head, while another licked her cheek, making her giggle because it tickled. Xiao Long stood watching with his arms crossed, a smile unconsciously forming on his face. Thanks to these tiny creatures, he and Ying Ying had become friends fast. Another bee climbed onto his head, and Xiao Long suddenly snapped out of it. He realized the golden-furred queen bees liked Ying Ying because she'd spilled syrup on herself. Are they mistaking her for food? He wondered. As for Ying Ying, now that she knew the bees liked her, she begged to go visit them every single day. Just then, the queen bee slipped out from a hollow in the tree. Ying Ying, busy playing, immediately turned to Xiao Long. She pointed to the tree with a radiant smile. "The queen bee is over there." Xiao Long sat on a bench and smiled back. "Don't ask the queen bee to play, okay? She's busy." The little girl obediently closed her eyes and nodded. In that moment, Xiao Long felt a strange, new kind of happiness. He thought to himself, maybe this is what it feels like to have a little sister. Turns out, taking care of a kid wasn't so bad after all. As he was lost in thought, he heard Ying Ying's voice call out to him. "Brother, here's another bee." Hearing this, Xiao Long flinched and quickly put a hand to his mouth, his voice filled with worry. "Ying Ying, be careful. Some types of bees are really aggressive." Before he could finish his sentence, the bee had already stung him. The girl let out a piercing scream, "A bee sting!" Xiao Long bolted to her side, panic in his voice. "Are you okay?" A tiny red welt was already forming on her hand. "You have to be more careful," Xiao Long said, his voice laced with worry. Ying Ying stared at the mark, innocently whispering that it didn't look so bad, but Xiao Long was already grabbing her hand. He insisted they had to apply medicine just in case. Bee stings can be dangerous. Ying Ying just closed her eyes and nodded glumly, but in that exact moment, Xiao Long knew something was terribly wrong. Ying Ying began gasping for air, her face flushing a deep crimson. Her entire body started shivering violently, and in a heartbeat, she went limp and began to fall. But Xiao Long's reaction was lightning fast. He caught her just before her fragile body hit the ground. He stood there, stunned, as Peng Muin's words echoed in his mind. "Sometimes she struggles to breathe," he'd said. "Huge red rashes break out on her skin, and sometimes she just passes out completely." And finally, it all clicked. A flash of pure fury ignited in his eyes as he realized the true cause of her collapse's anaphylactic shock. Anaphylaxis is a severe, life-threatening allergic reaction. It's basically the immune system going into absolute meltdown. Normally, when a toxin gets in, your immune system attacks it, causing a little bit of local swelling. No big deal. The body releases histamine to widen the blood vessels, letting white blood cells flood the area and destroy the threat. The problem starts when the body goes into complete overdrive, reacting to something that should be totally harmless. A massive, uncontrolled flood of histamine gets released, causing blood vessels all over the body to expand, leading to a catastrophic drop in blood pressure. When that happens, oxygen can't get to the brain or vital organs, and they start to shut down. In the worst cases, it can be fatal. Without a second of hesitation, Xiao Long hoisted Ying Ying onto his back. His face was a mask of determination as he took off at a dead sprint. He knew they were running out of time. As he raced on, he whispered into her ear, "Ying Ying, just hold on a little longer." Minutes later, thanks to his incredible speed, he skidded to a halt before the Patriarch's estate. "Patriarch!" he yelled. Ying Ying collapsed. The doors flew open and the Patriarch emerged. By now, Ying Ying was as red as a tomato, her breathing growing dangerously shallow. Xiao Long held her gently, his jaw clenched with worry. A moment later, Peng Muin rushed out as well. Seeing his daughter unconscious, he demanded, "What happened?" Xiao Long quickly explained, "She can barely breathe." Peng Muin took his daughter with trembling hands, his eyes filled with pure terror. He immediately began pouring his internal energy into her body to stabilize her system. The patriarch watched silently from the side. Slowly but surely, Yingying's breathing evened out, and the angry red rash began to fade. In just a matter of seconds, every critical symptom vanished. Only then did Xiao Long let out a relieved breath and slump to the ground. He was in awe of the power of internal energy. In the modern world, treating this would have required a shot of epinephrine, not to mention steroids and antihistamines, maybe even intubation. But in this world, internal energy seemed to solve everything. The patriarch's gaze remained locked on Yingying, his expression grim. He recognized these symptoms, they were identical to all the other times. He turned to Xiao Long. "You were there," he asked. "Did you see what triggered this reaction?" Peng Muin looked over too, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Xiao Long, do you know what caused it?" Xiao Long sat up straight and nodded with absolute certainty. "I saw it perfectly." He held up a single finger, ready for the reveal. Yingying collapsed right after a bee stung her. At his words, both Peng Muin and the patriarch stared, their jaws hanging open. They couldn't believe it. A tiny bee causing a reaction this severe? The patriarch stroked his beard, deep in thought. It was rare, but he'd heard of people collapsing from bee stings. Still, that didn't explain all the other times she had fainted before. Peng Muin agreed. If it were only from bee stings, his daughter probably wouldn't have survived this long. He was at a loss. It seemed they still didn't have the root cause of the problem. The patriarch let out a heavy sigh, but just as he was about to admit they'd hit a dead end, Xiao Long smiled. "Oh, but I've found it," he said calmly. The patriarch stared, stunned. "Are you serious?" he demanded. Xiao Long's smile was unwavering. "The bee sting was the key," he explained. "It's what helped me discover the real reason." Peng Muin was utterly speechless. "Then explain it, quickly," he urged. Xiao Long simply nodded, preparing to lay it all out for them. Peng Muin was sweating with anticipation while the patriarch narrowed his eyes, still skeptical. Xiao Long's gaze shifted to the recovering Yingying. He closed his eyes, a small smile on his face, and said something that left them all completely floored. "First, we need to take off her clothes." As twilight fell, Hua Yin closed the chamber door. She turned, her expression confirming it all. Xiao Long had been right. At a quick glance, the rash on the girl's body wasn't obvious. But if you looked closely, you could see old, faded marks. And several new ones had just appeared. Behind her stood Xiao Long sporting a lump on his head along with the patriarch and Peng Muin. The patriarch crossed his arms, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. As for Peng Muin, his eyes were shining with pure joy. He was relieved, silently admitting Xiao Long was completely right. Just then, the matriarch opened the door, her stern gaze signaling for silence. The young lady wasn't awake yet. Everyone nodded quietly. Peng Muin brought a fist to his mouth, letting out a small cough. He had to admit that everything was just as Xiao Long had described. There were other marks besides the rash. Xiao Long, a noticeable lump still on his head, watched him quietly with eyes full of sadness and confusion. Peng Muin finally asked the question. Why had his daughter been unconscious all this time? "It's bee venom poisoning," Xiao Long stated firmly. Peng Muin's brow furrowed. He remembered the family head insisting that wasn't the cause. Besides, how could a simple bee sting go unnoticed? The Peng family courtyard was paved with stone, not a flower in sight. Where would bees come from? He demanded to know the basis for Xiao Long's conclusion, though he had to admit Peng Muin had a point. A normal sting would be easy to spot. But he didn't doubt his theory, because the girl's symptoms were a perfect match for anaphylactic shock caused by bee venom. His eyes slowly opened, pupils shining brightly. Inside his mind was a massive library filled with knowledge on every venomous creature known to man. His expression suddenly became incredibly serious. He knew he was looking for a different creature with venom similar to a bee's, one containing melittin or peptides that cause swelling and trouble breathing. His thoughts drifted to the temperate climate of the forests in Hebei, China. A few venomous creatures immediately came to mind. The white-lipped pit viper, the Chinese scorpion, the Chinese red ant, and the red imported fire ant. Xiao Long tapped his chin, ruling out the snake and scorpion. At that moment, Peng, Muin, and the family head were focused entirely on him, their expressions completely baffled, wondering what he was doing. He continued to picture Yingying eating sweets. He needed to find a situation where she would be repeatedly exposed to this creature, something that happens often. A flash of insight struck him. Yingying has a major sweet tooth. He recalled she had a secret pouch hidden in her clothes for sweets. A smile crept across his face as he realized he'd found the key. He stated his conclusion again, his voice firm. It is definitely bee venom. Please, you have to believe me. Hua Yin looked at him, still bewildered. Peng Muin, getting annoyed, repeated that there were absolutely no bees in the Peng family mansion. Xiao Long turned to them with a confident smile. Those from the Tang sect should know that venom doesn't affect everyone in the same way. For some people, even the tiniest amount of it can be absolutely lethal. Meanwhile, others can withstand 10 times that amount without a problem. Peng Muin's jaw dropped, sweat beading on his face, even though he had no idea what the boy was saying. The family head held out a hand, his expression one of complete agreement. Xiao Long is right. The same poison affects people differently. Xiao Long raised a hand to explain further. As we've seen, Ying Ying is extremely sensitive to bee venom. Hua Yin and the others listened in silence, nodding slowly as Xiao Long's eyes lit up with confidence. He pointed to his own head and said, "One thing is certain. She's highly vulnerable to this venom. But since there are no bees in the house, that leaves only one other possibility." Peng Muin watched the boy intently as more sweat dripped from his forehead. Somewhere in the estate, a queen lay on the ground, gazing gently at another of its kind right beside it. The culprit was a bee, all right, but a very, very special kind. Hours later, after nightfall, Xiao Long was crouched beside some rocks. Hua Yin held a torch to light the area, and behind them, the family head stood watching the young man with skeptical eyes. Peng Muin asked curiously, "Are you certain this is the place?" Xiao Long smiled, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "This is it." He turned to Hua Yin. "Can you bring the torch a little closer?" Hua Yin nodded, moving the flame closer with a curious look on her face. Xiao Long placed a piece of candy on the ground. Before long, small ants emerged from a crack in the rocks and swarmed it. Suddenly, one ant attacked another. The ant under attack seemed to be crying for help. In a flash, Xiao Long snatched the aggressive one with chopsticks. His eyes were resolute. "This is our culprit." The attention of Peng Muin and the family heads immediately snapped to the tiny ant. They were shocked because the creature was clearly an ant, not a bee. Xiao Long told them, "Take a closer look. After all, this species of ant is a distant relative of the bee." Peng Muin squinted at it, having no idea what Xiao Long meant. A few seconds later, his eyes and those of the family heads flew wide open in horror. The tiny ant was incredibly aggressive, and upon closer inspection, they saw a huge stinger on its abdomen. They couldn't believe their eyes. An ant with a stinger that large was impossible. The family heads finally understood what Xiao Long meant by distant relative, while Peng Muin could only stand there, his jaw hanging open in utter shock. Xiao Long looked at them, revealing this creature was the distant relative that made Ying Ying collapse. A true needle ant. Peng Muin's gaze was locked on the ant, sweat pouring from his face. The other family heads were just as stunned. So this was the real culprit behind Ying Ying's condition. The creature is from the order Hymenoptera, known as the Asian needle ant, or Pachycondyla chinensis. Many would wonder what an ant has to do with a stinger. It's simple. This golden ant evolved from the same ancestor as bees, meaning they share similar traits, including a powerful venom. In fact, research shows that people allergic to golden ant venom often have the same reaction to bee stings. As Xiao Long picked the ant up with chopsticks, it thrashed around, becoming even more aggressive. He pointed to it with a smile, saying, "I doubt this ant intentionally targeted Ying Ying. It probably showed up to hunt demonic beasts that invaded the pass. After all, golden ants primarily feed on other demonic creatures." They remembered that after the bite, a Peng clan member had examined the wound. It looked just like a common rash, so they couldn't identify what had bitten the poor girl. Even when Ying Ying regained consciousness, she thought it was just an insignificant little scratch. Peng Muin's jaw dropped in disbelief. It all made sense. No one could believe Ying Ying had collapsed over such a tiny, seemingly harmless creature. With a curious look, he turned to the Tang clan leader and asked, "So, can you prepare an antidote?" "There's an antidote for bee venom, yes, but for someone as highly sensitive as Ying Ying, a standard one won't be effective." At those words, Peng Muin froze. The clan leader continued, "But just knowing the cause is a huge step forward. At the very least, they could now be prepared before she had another relapse." Peng Muin gritted his teeth in frustration, but then let out a helpless sigh. He turned to Xiao Long, smiling sincerely. "Thank you." Xiao Long just nodded happily. "It was nothing." With a confident look, he added, "Clan head Peng, don't worry. There's still a way to treat Ying Ying. It'll take time, but it's definitely possible." Hearing this, all the clan heads were completely stunned. Peng Muin quickly reached out. "What is it? Tell me now." Xiao Long just scratched his cheek and answered calmly. "It's a method called desensitization." Hua Yin's attention immediately locked onto him, wondering what on earth her husband was planning. Xiao Long started to explain, But a still confused Peng Muan asked, "So, do we have to take off Ying Ying's clothes again?" Xiao Long broke into a sweat, rushing to explain. "No, it's not like that. This is a medical treatment. It involves injecting a small amount of the venom into the patient's body over time. This will gradually reduce the body's sensitivity to the toxin. That's why the process will take quite a while." From behind, Hua Yin shot him a furious glare, looking ready to teach him a painful lesson. "I'm absolutely certain that once the treatment is complete, Ying Ying will never faint from this venom again," Xiao Long declared. The Tang clan leader crossed his arms, surprised but clearly impressed. He realized Xiao Long's proposed method was completely feasible. Even his own Tang sect used similar techniques, slowly introducing toxins to the body to build up a natural resistance. Peng Muan clenched his fists and asked again, "After the treatment, will Ying Ying really be okay?" The Tang clan leader smiled and nodded. "It will take a long time, but it's entirely possible." Hearing that confirmation, a brilliant smile lit up Peng Muan's face. He closed his eyes and slapped Xiao Long hard on the back. "Thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter." Startled by the slap, Xiao Long could only scratch his head in confusion. The scene made the clan leader and Hua Yin burst out laughing, while Peng Muan's eyes shone with pure relief. He gripped Xiao Long's shoulder, his voice filled with excitement. "After receiving such a great favor, I can't just let this go." "What do you want?" he asked. "Anything at all. Just name it, and I'll make it happen." Xiao Long suddenly felt flustered, sweat beading on his forehead. He thought to himself, "The people in this world are so strange. You help them with one small thing, and they immediately promise you the world with these incredibly grateful expressions." Xiao Long quickly clasped his hands. "Clan head Peng, Ying Ying is like a little sister to me. How could I possibly ask for a reward?" Peng Muan just roared with laughter at that, slapping him on the back once more. "I'm not one for formalities, kid. Just spit it out." The slap was so hard that Xiao Long actually yelped in pain. He knew if he didn't say something fast, this man's enthusiasm might just kill him. Just then, an idea sparked in his eyes. He quickly asked, "Well, could clan head Peng come with me to visit a mountain?" Peng Muan was baffled by the request. The very next day, he, Xiao Long, Gu Fei, and Hua Yin were at Mount Gongga in Sichuan. They all stood completely stunned by the majestic beauty of the waterfall, a sight none of them had ever seen before. Peng Muan smiled in admiration. "What a magnificent mountain." Xiao Long smiled back, replying, "I heard there's a beautiful cliff here, too." Hua Yin stepped closer, her eyes fixed on the roaring water, and smiled. According to the general, this must be the place. Xiao Long was confident she was right. This was the exact waterfall and cliff he had been talking about. But the problem was how to get into the cave hidden behind the cascade. Hearing his question, an idea suddenly sparked in Peng Muan's mind. Peng Muan mentioned that since Xiao Long was a novice at footwork, he couldn't possibly know the legendary wave-stepping swallow technique. "What's that?" Xiao Long asked, his curiosity piqued. Peng Muan's smile vanished, replaced by a glint of pure mischief in his eyes. Without warning, he grabbed Xiao Long by the collar, hoisting him into the air. "Explaining takes too long. I'll just show you." Xiao Long's eyes widened in absolute terror, sweat pouring down his face. Across from them, Hua Yin just stares, her hand clapped over her mouth. With a powerful heave, Peng Muan launches Xiao Long straight towards the waterfall. Hua Yin lets out a terrified scream. Xiao Long lands near the waterfall, but before he can even catch his breath, Peng Muan is already standing right there. Hands on his hips, Peng Muan grins triumphantly. "Not bad, your reflexes are quick." Xiao Long collapses to his knees, cursing this absolute madman. Hua Yin rushes over, full of concern. As she helps Xiao Long sit up, her eyes catch something, a hidden cave entrance behind the curtain of water. Xiao Long stares in disbelief. A secret entrance hidden behind a waterfall, this is wild. A spark of pure excitement ignites in Peng Muan's eyes. It was time to go inside and see what they could find. A few minutes later, the group steps into the cave. The sight inside leaves both Xiao Long and Hua Yin stunned. Something feels off. He says as much, and Hua Yin beside him nods in agreement. Before them are small rocks, covered in brilliantly glowing crystals. And yet, all the surrounding plants are completely withered. This cave is nothing like what they expected. Xiao Long crouches beside the crystals, observing them carefully. The ground is carpeted with countless, vibrant, and unknown flowers. It's indescribably weird and mysterious, like another world entirely a hidden paradise. Peng Muan and the others begin to explore, but Xiao Long's gaze is drawn back to the dead trees. To him, this isn't a paradise at all. It feels more like a hell. Hua Yin, following behind, points it out too. Light is filtering in from above, but none of the plants are blooming. Instead, they're all withered and dead. Peng Muan has a theory a divine beast is altering the environment around it. His focus shifts to the stones, and he notices a chilling energy radiating from the one in the center. Peng Muan grips his sword, his voice low and serious. Everyone, stay behind me. He then cautiously approaches the cluster of rocks. An intense, cold aura washes over him. He can feel the danger. His expression turns deadly serious. Just then, a powerful roar echoes from deep within the cave. Xiao Long and Hua Yin both jump in shock. Peng Muan's sword is out in a flash, his gaze sharp as steel. Careful, it's up ahead. Don't move from your positions. But while everyone else is tense, Xiao Long's eyes are lit up with pure excitement. To him, that roar was just incredible. From a crack in the rock, a creature with glowing eyes slowly emerges. It locks onto the boy and lets out another powerful roar. Xiao Long's jaw drops in utter amazement. It's a gigantic, fat-tailed gecko. The creature advances toward them, the chilling aura radiating from its body growing even thicker. It's about 1 meter long, with small, round yellow eyes and a short, chubby tail. Xiao Long unconsciously brings a hand to his cheek, his own eyes full of adoration. The gecko is so adorable that Xiao Long nearly loses it. Hua Yin covers her mouth, smiling as she whispers, "This green lizard is beautiful." Hearing that, Xiao Long clenches his fist, a grin spreading across his face. He knew this girl could see its true worth. Peng Muan, on the other hand, is breaking out in a cold sweat. But then he grits his teeth as a realization hits him. Right on cue, another roar echoes from deeper inside. "There's a second one," he warns, his hand tightening on his sword's hilt. Hearing this, Xiao Long can't help but wonder. Could they be a mated pair? He gets so excited it looks like steam is coming from his nose, his imagination running wild with visions of them having babies. He immediately turns to Peng Muan, insisting they have to capture both of them alive. The gecko outside glares at Xiao Long with pure killing intent. The chilling aura from its body intensifies. Deeper in the crevice, the second gecko appears to be badly injured. Hua Yin turns to him, asking what's wrong. Xiao Long's expression suddenly turns serious, his entire focus now on the cave's interior. He just caught a faint glimmer of light, but he was sure of one thing. His eyes lock onto the gecko inside, his voice laced with worry. "I don't think it's breathing anymore." The gecko outside lets out a furious roar, guarding the entrance without moving a single inch. Xiao Long decides to leave the surveillance to Captain Gu Fei. If anything at all happens, he's to report back immediately. Gu Fei, hiding nearby, musters a strained smile. "You can count on me. If it shows any strange behavior, I'll report it." With that settled, Xiao Long leads everyone out of the cave, deciding on a temporary retreat. As night falls, they set up a campfire near the waterfall. Both Hua Yin and Peng Muan watch Xiao Long, lost in thought near the cave entrance. They know nothing about this species' behavior. Acting rashly could end up harming the one that's already injured. While her centipedes playfully crawl over her, Hua Yin tucks her hair back, her voice soft as she calls him down for dinner. He watched her preparing his dinner, and he couldn't help but blush at the simple, sweet gesture. Around the campfire, Peng Muan sat on a log, asking curiously, "So, any progress?" Xiao Long, sitting beside Hua Yin, thought for a moment. "The gecko inside. It hasn't moved an inch." Peng Muan's gaze hardened. "When I checked, it was the same story. Not so much as a twitch, but a living creature has to eat eventually." Xiao Long stared deep into the flickering flames. He found the whole situation bizarre. Lizards might fast when stressed, especially fat-tailed geckos that store energy in their massive tails. If it wasn't eating, it had to be living on its reserves. Time was running out. They had to act. With a serious expression, Xiao Long suggested they go inside to check on the motionless creature. Peng Muan couldn't help but grin, thinking it was finally time for some action, but Xiao Long quickly clarified, "We're not capturing it. I think we need to see where it's hurt," he explained. "If it's just hungry, we might be able to get it to eat something. I need Master Peng to lure the other gecko, the one on guard duty, outside." Peng Muan seemed a little surprised by the request. He flexed a massive bicep and laughed. "Wouldn't it be easier to just knock it out in one hit? We could grab both of them then." Xiao Long broke into a sweat, knowing that punch would be a death sentence. He forced a smile. "Master Peng, if you hit it, I'm afraid it would die instantly." Peng Muan let out a booming laugh, admitting the boy was absolutely right. He gave Xiao Long a hearty slap on the back, saying it was only natural for a scholar like him to be stunned by true power. He nodded slowly. "All right. The plan is to subdue it gently. That's the best approach here." Xiao Long used a stick to draw their plan in the dirt. First, Peng Muan would lure the healthy gecko outside. Meanwhile, he and Hua Yin would move in to check on the injured one. Hua Yin added a few stones. The poison squad can block the path, providing cover. Peng Muin smiled and asked, "So, is there anything else I should be watching out for? Just make sure it can't climb up the wall and get over to our side. That's it. Done." Peng Muin slammed a fist on his chest, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "My body has been itching for a good fight." With that, he charged towards the cave. "Master, slow down," Xiao Long yelled in a total panic. A faint smile touched both Hua Yin and Xiao Long's lips. He knew that if the gecko was truly sick, it probably didn't have much time left. Peng Muin, sword slung over his shoulder, led the group back into the cave. Seeing them return, the gecko let out a low growl, its eyes glowing with rage. "Master, you can begin now," Xiao Long whispered, cupping his hand to his mouth. Hearing the signal, an excited grin spread across Peng Muin's face. He drew his sword, channeling energy into it until the blade glowed. His men drew their own weapons in unison, advancing toward the rocks. Seeing the attack, the gecko let out a massive roar and launched itself forward with all its might. But Peng Muin reacted instantly, blocking the blow with his sword. The gecko slammed its tail against the blade, and the force of the impact actually made him smile with admiration. He couldn't believe a creature this small could stand against the Peng family's greatest warrior. It backed up, gathering strength for another attack. This only thrilled Peng Muin more. His eyes lit up as he swung his sword, deflecting the gecko's charge. The creature was momentarily thrown off balance. "Now's our chance," Peng Muin shouted. In a flash, his men had the tiny creature surrounded. Trapped, it roared in fury. The tense scene made Xiao Long nervous, but Hua Yin grabbed his shoulder and whispered, "Let's go." Now. Moments later, they had slipped past the fight and reached the rocks where the sick gecko was laying motionless. "Is it actually injured?" Hua Yin asked, her voice filled with worry. "It looks like it," Xiao Long replied, his eyes wide as he took it in. He saw that the tip of its tail was necrotic from an incomplete shed. It couldn't finish shedding its skin, and now its eyes are blind. "What do we do?" Hua Yin asked, leaning on a nearby rock. "We have to treat it, right now," Xiao Long explained. With no medicine in sight, he smiled confidently. "I'll just have to peel the skin off myself." Hearing this, Hua Yin seemed a little flustered. "You seem to enjoy peeling the skin off of things lately, don't you?" Xiao Long's face turned beet red, but he knew this was the only way. He took a single step, and the injured gecko stirred, waking up. He slowly reached his hand toward it, explaining gently, "I'm going to help you. Just try to stay still." The little gecko slowly closed its eyes. Xiao Long picked it up, completely amazed. It was just like the queen bees. It seemed as if the creature could actually understand his words. He explained to Hua Yin, "These creatures, they also shed their skin, just like snakes. But wild geckos eat their shed skin, so you almost never find any traces." Hua Yin's eyes widened in sheer amazement. Xiao Long set the gecko on a rock and pulled out a kunai. He could already tell this old skin was too tough to remove by hand. With a small knife, Xiao Long began his delicate work. "It looks like a gemstone." Hua Yin gasped, completely amazed. Xiao Long slid the kunai across the old scales, making a tiny incision to reveal a new layer of skin, pristine and gleaming. He gently peeled the old skin from the gecko's leg, pulling it away like a glove as Hua Yin pointed, her face full of fascination. Xiao Long wasn't surprised by her reaction. Back when he was a YouTuber, molting videos were always guaranteed to go viral. Only the head and tail remained. His movements became incredibly precise, especially around the eyes, desperate not to cause it any harm. The incomplete molting had caused a nasty infection, trapping pus under the skin around the poor creature's eye. With painstaking care, he managed to peel the skin from its head, leaving it completely unharmed. "Feeling any better now?" he asked with a smile. The gecko's body trembled once, then slowly, it opened its eyes, causing Hua Yin to let out a cheer. But Xiao Long remained focused, his expression grim and thoughtful. "What is it?" Hua Yin asked, her excitement fading. "Yeah," he admitted honestly. "I'm still trying to figure out what to do with its tail." Beads of sweat formed on his brow. He knew that to stop the spreading rot, the tail had to be removed. But in the gecko's weakened state, the shock alone could kill it. Just then, a shout echoed from the distance. "Xiao Long, be careful." Instantly, he and Hua Yin were on high alert. "We lost track of the other gecko." As soon as the words were out, the healthy gecko appeared behind them, its eyes burning with raw hatred. Panic flared in Xiao Long. "Easy, calm down," he said, raising the kunai while his other arm shielded the injured creature. "I'm just trying to help your friend," he explained frantically. The animal's gaze locked onto the kunai, filled with confusion and alarm. But the sight of the weapon erased all doubt, and it roared in fury. An intense wave of cold erupted from its body, blasting Xiao Long backward. It's enraged, he realized in a panic as the gecko launched itself into the air. In a flash, Hua Yin dove in front of him. "Look out!" she screamed, shoving him out of the way without a moment of hesitation. The furious gecko crashed down with devastating force right where they had been standing, a terrifyingly close call. Xiao Long fell hard, still clutching the injured gecko. The other creature locked its eyes on them, letting out an enraged roar. Xiao Long held out a hand, his face etched with fear. "Wait," he pleaded. "This isn't what it looks like." He stared seriously at the male gecko, trying to project calm. "It's not what you think. Please, just calm down." Right then, the female gecko in his arms began making strange noises, sounds that left Xiao Long completely baffled. The male gecko, eyes still blazing with fury, coiled to strike again, but it suddenly froze, a flicker of surprise on its face. The two geckos started chirping back and forth, then suddenly let out quiet little noises that sounded almost like they were laughing. Xiao Long's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. At that exact moment, Peng Muan and his men finally returned to the cave. Seeing the bizarre scene, he called out anxiously, "Xiao Long, are you all right?" He tightened his grip on his sword. "That thing is unbelievably fast," he admitted. "I can't believe it managed to slip right between my legs." The moment it saw Peng Muan's sword, the male gecko bared its fangs and growled. Before things could explode, Xiao Long stepped between them. He raised a hand. "Chief Peng, please, just wait a moment." With a confident smile, he turned to face the clan leader. "I'm fine, please just give us some space. I'm going to try talking to it." Peng Muan was utterly bewildered by the strange request. "You think it can understand human speech?" he asked, stunned. Xiao Long looked at the gecko with unshakable confidence. "It seems to understand on some level," he replied. "I don't think it's going to attack us anymore." He then turned to Hua Yin. "Could you bring me some dry grass?" Though still confused by it all, she nodded. She and another man quickly gathered hay from near the rocks, and soon they had woven a soft nest for the female gecko. Xiao Long and Hua Yin sat beside the nest as he spoke gently to the male. "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming your mate. I was just helping her remove the stuck scales and clearing her eye. You should continue to lick it for a while." The male gecko moved closer, curiously licking its mate's eye. Xiao Long crossed his arms. "Now, we only have one problem left." At his words, both geckos and Hua Yin snapped their attention toward him. "Her eye is going to heal just fine. The problem," he continued grimly, "is that her tail is already half necrotic. Licking it won't do any good." The male gecko looked at its mate's tail, then turned back to Xiao Long and nodded. He made a snipping motion with his fingers. "We have to cut it off," he stated bluntly. Hearing this, the male gecko went pale, breaking out into a cold sweat. The image of his mate's tail being cut off was too much, and it started to growl again, much to Xiao Long's confusion. The gecko suddenly lunged, eyes glowing, ready to strike. Xiao Long threw his arms up to defend himself and let out a terrified shout. Several hours later, a campfire crackled warmly in the cave, built by Peng Muan's men. Xiao Long and Hua Yin sat on a nearby rock model. Hua Yin gently used her finger to apply a special ointment to his cheek. Xiao Long sighed. "It still hurts. I was just trying to help, and it still got me." Hua Yin gently reminded him, "Stay still, or it's going to leave a scar." Peng Muan stood nearby with his arms crossed, letting out a loud laugh. "You're finally starting to look like a man. You've got a glorious battle scar." Hearing that, Hua Yin shot him a glare so sharp that even a man who'd seen countless battles couldn't help but shiver. Xiao Long felt a sense of relief now that the misunderstanding was finally being cleared up, as little centipedes crawled playfully over Hua Yin's hands. When they showed no reaction to his killing intent, he realized the gecko never intended to harm him in the first place. Just then, Gu Fei appeared and explained, "This creature has something it wants to say." Xiao Long forced a smile, touching his cheek. "Are you ready?" he asked. The gecko simply nodded. Xiao Long stood, vowing to do his absolute best. But he had one question first. He raised a finger. "What do you normally eat? If we're going to sever the tail, your mate needs something nutritious to recover." Hearing this, the gecko hopped, turned around, and started to lead the way. Xiao Long scrambled to follow. The creature moved just a few meters before it stopped near a tiny plant. It plucked the plant with its mouth and offered it to Xiao Long. As he held the small plant, Bai Muan and Hua Yin gathered around, their curiosity piqued. Hua Yin suggested, "Can I see that for a second?" Xiao Long immediately handed it over. After inspecting it closely, she said, "It's faint, but I can feel a flow of spiritual energy coming from this. I'm certain this is a sprout from a spirit herb that once grew in this cave." Xiao Long took the seedling back, completely shocked. Bai Muen's face grew serious as he added, I've heard the stories. They say spirit herbs only grow where spirit beasts dwell. Hua Yin looked at the sleeping centipedes on the rocks, guessing, if so, these little creatures probably survived by absorbing the herb's spirit energy. Xiao Long's fist tightened. He realized that digging up the spirit herb meant they were in some seriously deep trouble. Panicked, he rushed to replant it, but Bai Muan stopped him. That's useless. He placed a hand on his shoulder, explaining, once a spirit herb is touched by human hands, it will never grow again. The gecko knew this, which is why it dug it up for us. Even if you replant it, it won't survive. His words struck Xiao Long like a bolt of lightning. An image of Shajihu mercilessly ripping the spirit herbs from the cave flashed in his mind. He'd left the tiny geckos crying helplessly. Tears welled in Xiao Long's eyes at the sheer cruelty of humans. Just then, Bai Muan curiously asked Gu Fei the name of the spirit herb that used to grow there. Gu Fei observed him silently for a moment, then replied, that thing is called ice ginseng. Bai Muan thought about it, and a huge smile broke across his face. In that case, he said, all we have to do is find something that emits the same kind of energy as ice ginseng. Hearing that, Xiao Long shot up, his eyes shining with hope. Does something like that actually exist? Bai Muan grinned and nodded, revealing, it's called ice jade. Just like ice ginseng, it also holds the essence of cold energy. But then he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The only problem is, how do we actually get it? Ice jade isn't something money can buy. As they were deep in discussion, Hua Yin stepped forward, getting everyone's attention. She spoke with a serious tone. If you're talking about ice jade, I know someone who possesses it. Her words were like a ray of hope, sparking identical curious smiles on Xiao Long and Bai Muan's faces. This was incredible news. Xiao Long eagerly rushed over, asking who had the ice jade. Faced with his intensity, Hua Yin suddenly got flustered and said, you need to calm down. She began to sweat, unsure how to put it into words. Her strange behavior left both Xiao Long and Bai Muan utterly confused. Hua Yin swallowed hard, tapping her chin before finally telling them the truth. It's another kind of weed. This bizarre answer made Xiao Long's jaw drop, while Bai Muan just looked even more confused than before. Hua Yin sighed, her eyes deadly serious. Xiao Long, however, was terrified, having no idea what was happening. Then he remembered in this world, girls are sometimes called weeds. He instinctively put a hand to his face and sighed, wondering why his father-in-law had to speak in such confusing riddles. Bai Muan crossed his arms and asked bluntly, so who is this other weed you say has the ice jade? Hua Yin's confidence returned. She held up a finger and revealed, she is one of the 3 flowers of the martial world, the one known as the Flame Empress Peony. Her real name is Nangong Shui, daughter of the Nangong family. From what I hear, Shui has the ice jade, but has no real need for it. Upon hearing this amazing news, a smile returned to Bai Muan's lips. Xiao Long, on the other hand, was still completely stunned. Suddenly, the little gecko ran up, chirping to get Xiao Long's attention. He turned back, curious, only to see its eyes filled with tears and its expression utterly heartbroken. What's it saying? Hua Yin asked. It's telling us to hurry and treat its friend, Xiao Long replied. He held up a hand, signaling that their chat could wait until after they treated the gecko. Hua Yin nodded with determination. Agreeing, Xiao Long peeked through a crack in the rocks to find the injured gecko fast asleep. He gently lifted it from its nest and began to examine it carefully. The other gecko stood beside him, its eyes filled with worry. A confused Hua Yin asked, I thought geckos could just detach their tails? Why is it holding on so stubbornly? Xiao Long sadly admitted she was right, but explained that some species of geckos simply can't do that. At this, Hua Yin's eyes shot wide open in shock. The ability to drop a tail is called autotomy, and the rules vary wildly from species to species. Some can drop their tails but can't regrow them, some can drop and regrow, and some can't do either at all, so he couldn't make any assumptions. He had to conduct a very precise examination. Xiao Long began to gently touch the gecko's tail, searching for the point where it could possibly separate. He explains to a baffled Hoan Gan that while a gecko's tail looks like it can be severed anywhere, the breaking points are actually predetermined. All you have to do is apply pressure to the right spot to trigger the separation. Hoa Ngan is floored. She never bothered to learn about geckos since they aren't poisonous. And she really doesn't get how Xiao Long is so knowledgeable. In her eyes, it's nothing short of incredible. The gecko is still sleeping peacefully in Xiao Long's hands. He might sound confident, but the tail is suffering from severe necrosis. He's not entirely sure the operation will be a success. Still, he takes hold of the tail, his eyes flashing with sheer determination. He has to try. A few minutes later, the surgery begins. Peng Muin sits on a rock, realizing this is taking much longer than he'd anticipated. He stares intently at Xiao Long, while the little gecko lets out a series of high-pitched squeaks. A moment later, Xiao Long emerges, holding the sleeping gecko in his hands. "How is it?" the clan head asks. Hoa Ungan smiles as Xiao Long beams back. Fortunately, the surgery was a success. With proper care, it should make a full recovery. Hearing this, the tiny gecko can't hold back tears of joy, a grateful smile spreading across its face. Xiao Long sits down next to it, sharing in its happiness. Peng Muin watches the boy, more convinced than ever that he is truly extraordinary. The gecko couple returns to their nest, the delicate operation now complete. Xiao Long and the others decide to stay nearby for a few days. They have to monitor its condition. A few days later, a curious Xiao Long and Hoengan head back to the cave, eagerly running toward the rocks. Nearby, the gecko pair is playing together happily. Seeing how much better they are, Xiao Long can't help but smile. The geckos look back at them with gentle eyes. He clenches his fist, realizing with a jolt of excitement that they have evolved. They've gone from looking like wildcats to adorable lizard puppies. He thinks to himself, if this happened in his past life, it would have gone viral on social media. Xiao Long's attention shifts to the female gecko, noticing she's also regained a fair bit of her strength. He decides it's finally time for them to leave. Hearing this, the gecko's eyes fill with a hint of sadness. Xiao Long smiles and explains, "We're not leaving for good. We're just going to get some food and we'll be right back. Until then, you two need to protect that chi seed properly." The two geckos nod as if they understand. Xiao Long turns back, a confident look in his eyes as he tells Hoangan, "It's time to return to the Tang clan." He clenches his fist, thinking the time to claim the ice jade has finally arrived. Hours later, they return to the manor to speak with the clan head. Back at the Tang clan, they set the gecko matter aside to catch up on news, the most shocking of which is an update on the blood cult. The clan head clasps his hands, his expression turning grim as he decides to fill them in. After a spy embedded within the Muram alliance was exposed, the masters managed to track an owl that he had raised. A mustached man peeks from behind a tree, his eyes widening in horror. The owl led them straight to the blood cult's main hideout. The place was swarming with ninjas. By sheer coincidence, a team returning from the alliance had brought back poison from a cloud tiger water snake, and that very poison played a critical role in the successful raid on their stronghold. Presenting a letter, the clan head reveals the alliance leader personally sent a handwritten note of thanks. "He's very proud of you, Xiao Long." Xiao Long gives a forced cough. The clan head then asks, "So, did you catch that mysterious gecko?" "I was planning to visit the poison garden to see it." Xiao Long starts sweating bullets, nervously replying, "You could say we caught half of it." Hearing the bizarre answer, the clan head is visibly confused. At that moment, a serious-looking Hoangan decides to explain everything to her father. After hearing the whole story, the clan head sets down his tea, stroking his beard as he contemplates the ice jade. Hoangan plants her hands on the table and explains, "For that reason, we plan to head to the Anhui province together to visit the Namgung family." After a moment's thought, the clan head calmly gives them his permission. For him, the timing is actually perfect. He needs them to deliver something on their way. The timing isn't the best, not with the blood cult running rampant, but with Xiao Long going with Hoangan, he can rest a little easier. Xiao Long sighs, wondering if this is just a mission in disguise for him. Right before they're about to leave, the clan head's face turns grim and he tells them to wait. He closes his eyes, revealing some disturbing rumors about the Namgung family. Xiao Long and Hoa Ingan look at each other, their eyes wide in shock. That night, near the Namgung estate in the Huangshan Mountains, two men are taking a walk through the area. The bald man, sweating in disbelief, asks his friend, "Are you kidding me?" His friend replies with a determined gaze, "I'm serious. The young lady of the Namgung family isn't normal." "Don't talk nonsense," the bald man snaps. "Stop spreading such filthy and scandalous rumors like that." Suddenly, his friend's attention is caught by something. Not far from them, a man is lying sprawled out on the ground. Seeing this, both of them panic and rush over to the man, confused as to why anyone would just collapse out here. Model. His friend placed a hand under the man's head, unsure if he was even alive. But then, the man began to smile. This just confused them more. He wasn't unconscious at all, blood was dripping from his nose. His face flushed a deep red. He was panting heavily, almost as if in a state of ecstasy. The two men just stared, thinking he must be drunk. They decided to carry him back to the village. Not far off, a woman watched everything from behind a tree. A strange aura radiated from her body. Her shadow stretched out, unnaturally large, looking like a spider hanging from its silk. Late that night, under the moonlight, a woman was practicing her sword forms. Her focus was absolute, eyes glinting with determination. With grace and precision, she swung her blade again and again, slicing through falling leaves. But suddenly, her body trembled. She gasped for breath, her face filled with frustration. A few leaves had escaped her blade, she still needed more practice, she thought to herself. Just then, a young girl with pigtails holding a lantern hurried over, calling out the name Yin-Er. She was Nangong Yun of the Nangong family. With a serious look, she urged, Yin-Er, we have to go now or we'll be discovered. If you get caught again, Father will definitely scold you. She admitted the swordplay was amazing, but there was a problem. As the eldest daughter, Yin-Er needed to be more careful with herself. The woman called Yin-Er listened in silence. Then, she slowly reached up and removed her wide-brimmed hat, her eyes sincerely admitting, You're right, this was Nangong Shui, the eldest daughter of the Nangong clan, known by the title of the Crimson Peony. At that moment, she began to cough violently. Seeing this, Yun's eyes filled with extreme worry. Nangong Shui clenched her fist, her face turning pale from the terrible illness she carried. It was called deviant qi syndrome. At first, her entire family saw it as a blessing because all her meridians were completely open. This meant she could accumulate internal energy exponentially faster, with zero blockages when circulating her qi. But the old master physician treating her pointed out the flaw: too many open points caused her innate life force to drain away too quickly. Her father worriedly asked if there was a cure. After a moment, the old master replied that she needed yin energy, a specific type pure and incredibly powerful. She had to absorb it before her own life force was completely depleted. Otherwise, it was feared the young lady's life would be forfeit. Back in the present, Nangong Shui gasped, her strength fading fast. Yun rushed to her side, asking if she was all right. Shui gave a weak smile, telling her not to worry, and urged them both to head back. Her gaze suddenly fell upon the lantern, and a strange feeling of empathy washed over her. She saw herself in that flickering flame, a life that would be extinguished the moment its fuel ran out. Looking up at the bright moon, she made a promise to herself. She had to master the Emperor's sword style before this flame of life burned out and vanished forever. On the vast Yangtze River, a boat glided across the water. On board were Xiao Long, Hua Yin, and Gu Fei. Gu Fei suddenly pointed at the water, shouting, Xiao Long, look, a Baiji dolphin. Hearing this, Xiao Long was completely stunned. That was the Yangtze River dolphin, a creature that was widely believed to have gone extinct. It surfaced and began to play happily. Even though he loved insects and reptiles, seeing a legendary dolphin with his own eyes was an entirely different experience. Hua Yin smiled, saying, If we follow the Yangtze River, we'll reach Wuhan, where the Murim Alliance is headquartered. Xiao Long smiled back, replying, Father-in-law's orders were to stop in Wuhan and deliver the red-necked snake's venom. After that, they could get off the boat in Anyang, which was a much safer region. Hua Yin happily noted their excellent pace. Hearing this, Xiao Long sat beside her, his expression suddenly growing thoughtful. There's one thing that keeps bothering me. Hua Yin asked curiously, What is it? If the cold jade is really that precious, the Nangong family won't hand it over easily. This fact just kept nagging at him. She just laughed, telling him to put his trust in her. She explained that the cold jade had a special use for Lady Nangong. She desperately needed it. But here's the catch, the cold jade is inedible. She pointed at Xiao Long, her voice full of confidence. But the item we have can be eaten, so they will definitely trade for it. Xiao Long reached into his shirt and touched his chest, nodding. What you say makes sense, but he was still worried whether this cold jade would be safe for his lizards. He remembered they were cold-blooded creatures. They hated anything cold, and he wasn't about to feed them something he didn't fully understand. With a serious look, he asked Hua Yin, You mentioned the cold jade contains cold qi. What exactly is that? I've heard of yin and yang qi, but it's still confusing. Hua Yin turned to him, her eyes sparkling with amusement, and she held up a single finger. She smiled, ready to explain its importance in martial arts training, and warned him, You need to listen closely and remember this. Yin qi is the energy that creates yin fire. It is a dense, heavy energy that settles in low places and typically suppresses life. Things that are dark, cold, and frightening all have yin properties. So the cold yin qi you're asking about is simply one type of yin energy. Xiao Long's eyes widened, and he came to a simple conclusion. So, yin energy is evil. Not exactly, Hua Engan explained, clarifying that while yin energy creates ice, yang energy creates fire. But if there's an excess of yang, it pushes life functions into overdrive, causing rapid aging and completely draining one's energy. Xiao Long pictured the lizards playing with the ice jade. It finally clicked they needed the cold yin energy because their bodies were naturally cold-natured, and they grew by absorbing it. He scratched his head, wondering if it was something like charging a battery. Aren't yin and yang supposed to be balanced? You know, like male and female. He didn't get how they could achieve balance with bodies that were pure yin. As he was puzzling this out, Hua Ngan's eyes locked onto him, her face turning beet red. She quickly looked away, stammering, I don't know, she then said loudly, trying to hide her embarrassment. We'll just have to discover how to balance yin and yang together. Her words made Xiao Long blush too, his mind a total mess. Hua Ngan covered her face, too mortified to speak. Right on cue, Gu Fei appeared, announcing their arrival and telling everyone to prepare to disembark. Their ship had docked in Wuhan. When the ship stopped, Xiao Long and Huang Gan stepped off. She introduced them, stating they had brought the item he requested. The man with the ponytail extended his hand and smiled. The general is already waiting for you both. They crossed a bridge, and Xiao Long was stunned by the absolute magnificence of the Wulin alliance. Not far away, a woman was yanking a man by the ear, making him scream while sweat poured down his face. The man begged the woman, Jian Feng, to stop, saying he was just about to teach the other guy a lesson. With a furious glare, she made it clear dueling an ally was forbidden. The other man spoke sincerely to Cheng Hu, admitting, "She's right. I was too hasty and didn't check the facts." Cheng Hu shot back, "I was just protecting the young miss's honor." But just then, his gaze locked onto something else. He was stunned to see the newcomer was none other than Du Hua Ngan. She turned and recognized them as well. The man with the white scarf was John Long, the woman was Jian Feng, and Cheng Hu was actually Chang Long. She smiled, saying this was their first meeting since the Dragon Phoenix Festival, and asked how everyone was doing. Cheng Hu couldn't hide his smile either. It had been a while since he'd seen Huang Gan, and they started catching up animatedly. Xiao Long realized that in the martial world, only those with supreme skill received the title of Dragon or Phoenix, meaning all of them were masters. "There's something I need to ask." Jian Feng hesitated. "A strange rumor about you has been going around lately." "What rumor?" Huang Gan asked, a little confused. "They say you've fallen for someone." Huang Gan's eyes flew open in shock, while Xiao Long started sweating, feeling the awkwardness. "Is it true?" Jian Feng pressed. With a strained smile, Cheng Hu confirmed it. "Yes, all the martial artists are talking about it. I was about to challenge whoever started that baseless rumor to protect your honor. We're comrades. I can't let someone insult you." Xiao Long immediately picked up on Cheng Hu's feelings for Huang Gan. She quickly glanced away, insisting the rumor was completely false. Furious, Cheng Hu was about to hunt down the gossiper for a beating, but Huang Gan stepped forward, deciding to set the record straight herself. She took Xiao Long's hand, leaving him a bit flustered. Then she proudly announced, "I don't have a secret lover. I have a fiancé." She introduced Xiao Long to the group, leaving everyone stunned. Jian Feng noted how young Xiao Long looked. Huang Gan gave a forced smile, apologizing that she should have introduced him to them sooner. After the greetings, Xiao Long looked up, only to meet Cheng Hu's murderous gaze. He stepped closer and asked, "Your name is Xiao Long, right?" Xiao Long replied nervously. Suddenly, Cheng Hu dropped to one knee, shocking everyone. He introduced himself as Yang Cheng Hu, the Kang Long of the Yang family. Xiao Long started sweating bullets as Cheng Hu looked up, his face full of rage. "I, Yang Cheng Hu, challenge you to a duel." Jian Feng and Zhan Long sighed, clearly disappointed with Cheng Hu's attitude. Drenched in sweat, Xiao Long asked, "Me? Do you really want to challenge me?" "Yes." "A one-on-one duel," Cheng Hu replied, his eyes blazing with fury. Instantly, Jian Feng grabbed him by the collar and yanked him back. Huan Gan also angrily demanded to know what he was doing. Jian Feng shot Cheng Hu a death glare, telling him to get serious. Xiao Long was just bewildered, unable to believe he'd been challenged the second they met. He couldn't understand why he kept running into such strange people. Just then, a man in white approached, asking what all the commotion was about. This was none other than the grand strategist, Zhuge. Zilong quickly bowed his head in a show of deep respect. Seeing this, Cheng Hu's face went pale with fear. Zhuge rapped Yang Cheng Hu on the head with his fan, angrily demanding, "What are you doing to our esteemed guests?" That one knock left the pathetic Yang Cheng Hu so scared he was completely tongue-tied. With a gentle smile, Jia Katho invites everyone to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, where the Alliance leader awaits. A surprised Tu Long agrees. But as he, Jia Katho, and Hoang Gan head off, Duong Than Ho is left fuming, fists clenched, still burning that he didn't get his fight. His friends can only sigh at the look on his face, telling him it's best to just leave it be. A beautiful river flows right beside the heavenly martial pavilion. Hoa Ngan decides to wait in the guest hall, so Tu Long moves on with Jia Cat Ho alone. A nervous-looking girl fumbles a bit before pointing the way, saying they must first go and pay their respects to the alliance leader. Tu Long can tell she's new and still learning the ropes. Jia Cat Ho smiles, explaining to her that Tu Long was the one who helped catch the spy. He adds that she's the new handmaiden replacing the old one, so her inexperience is understandable. Tu Long just offers a wry smile as the handmaiden squeezes her eyes shut. Taking a deep breath, she announces their arrival. The massive doors swing open, revealing the alliance leader on a balcony, gazing at the view. Jia Cat Ho and Tu Long immediately clasp their hands and bow their heads respectfully. He introduces himself as Tu Long from the Sichuan Tong clan. At this, the alliance leader's eyes flash with surprise. With a kind smile, he invites them to sit after their long journey. But then, his eyes suddenly narrow with suspicion. He points directly at Tu Long. "Those little things on your wrist and belt," he asks sternly. "Do they bite people?" Startled, Tu Long quickly replies, "Oh no, sir." Underneath his clothes, the tiny centipedes are still fast asleep. Tu Long is secretly stunned. The rumors were true. This man is one of the 3 great martial arts masters. Just a single glance was enough to spot the deadly creatures hidden on his body. Once they're seated, the alliance leader gets right down to business. "Tu Long," he begins, "did you bring the venom of the striped water snake?" Smiling, Tu Long presents 3 small vials. "Yes, sir. I brought as much as I could prepare," Tu Long says. Jia Cat Ho looks on, absolutely amazed by the sight. The strategist explains that he once saw this venom extracted in Sichuan. He knows it's an incredibly difficult process and can't thank Tu Long enough. The alliance leader then turns to the young man. "I heard you became the son-in-law of the Tang clan," he says. Tu Long simply turns his head and nods to confirm. When asked about his family, Tu Long is blunt. He has none and is all alone. But Jia Cat Ho quickly interjects, explaining that Tu Long lost his memory in an accident. He explains that before the Tang clan took him in, he lived alone on Hainan Island, surviving as a snake hunter. The alliance leader crosses his arms, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. He realizes the young man has lived a truly difficult and lonely life. But Tu Long just scratches his head and grins. "Actually," he says, "I'm not completely alone." Changing the subject, the alliance leader gets to the point. "I summoned you here to give you a reward. I'm aware of the crucial role you played in the blood cult incident." At this, Tu Long's eyes widen with a hint of concern. He quickly says, "I already told General Jia Cat what it was that I needed," but Jia Cat Ho just smiles. He explains that Tu Long's discovery was so great, it ensures the blood cult filth will never dare return to the Central Plains. A contribution like that deserves far more than a simple reward. But Tu Long quickly waves his hands, refusing. He insists he just stumbled upon it while trying to save his own people, and that the promised reward is more than enough. At these words, both the alliance leader and Jia Cat Ho's expressions turn deadly serious. The leader puts a hand on the table. "You found it while saving your people," he repeats. He then stands up, crosses his arms, and a smile breaks across his face. "Now I get it," he says. "The reason I felt this strange connection to you is because we're exactly alike." Seeing Tu Long's confusion, he clarifies, "I'm not talking about our looks." Suddenly, his gaze turns sharp, etched with pain. He reveals he lost his entire clan, and the one he loved, to those monsters from the blood cult. He fought and clawed for anything, just to save a single family member, and it was on that path of desperation that he reached the pinnacle of his martial arts. The alliance leader looked directly at Tu Long. "I heard you rushed a blood cult elder while poisoned to save a member of the Tang family." "Yes, that's true," Tu Long replied. A small smile formed on the leader's face. 30 years ago, I did the very same thing." He walked toward Tu Long, his presence imposing, yet his voice held a deep sense of empathy. "Back then, I also charged into danger, with nothing in my heart but pure desperation." He placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, offering a reward that left him stunned. "I've decided to pass on my unique art to you, the iron box technique." Both Tu Long and Jia Cat Ho were completely floored, their jaws hanging open in shock. The alliance leader laughed loudly. "I've never taken a single disciple. When I die, this art will die with me. I'm not making you my official student, so the Tang sect needn't worry." Jia Cat Ho shot to his feet, sweating, while Tu Long stood frozen in a cold sweat. "From the bottom of my heart, thank you, alliance leader. I swear I will never bring shame to your name." Hearing this, A kind and satisfied smile spread across the alliance leader's face. As night fell, Xiao Long walked alone, clutching a thick manual. This was a personal gift from the martial arts alliance leader, a secret he could only share with his sex elders for now. He knew that if word of this ever got out, he could become the blood cult's next target. Thinking of telling Hoa Ngan the news, he made his way toward the guest hall. Just then, a deep, gruff voice rang out, demanding that he stop right there. Xiao Long turned and felt a chill, seeing Duong Thonho standing there, glaring daggers at him. Thonho took a step forward, his voice grave. I heard you cleared the Thien Soai pavilion. I'm here to demand an answer for our duel. Xiao Long was amazed by this guy's persistence. Thonho continued speaking. I want to know if you're a man worthy of Hoa Ngan. Prove it to me. Xiao Long responded nervously. A duel is incredibly dangerous. Thonho pointed at his own spear, explaining, Don't worry, I'll remove the spearhead. Xiao Long's gaze sharpened instantly as he replied, I'm worried you're the one who will die. A heavy silence fell between them for a few moments. They stared each other down, unblinking. Xiao Long's words had just poured fuel on the fire. Enraged, Thonho grabbed his collar, roaring, What did you just say? At that moment, something stirred inside Xiao Long's robes, confusing Thonho. Then, from inside his shirt, 3 small centipedes crawled out, ready to fight anyone who dared to touch their master. Xiao Long quickly snatched the centipedes back, shouting, Don't you bite him! Thonho, who was so full of arrogance a moment ago, now collapsed to the ground in fear, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Xiao Long calmly walked closer with a smile. I told you it was dangerous. He crouched in front of Thonho, making the man tremble even more. With bright eyes and a slightly smug look, Xiao Long said clearly, I've already spared you once before. Thonho gasped for air, realizing Xiao Long wasn't joking at all. If he hadn't stopped those centipedes, he really would be dead. Xiao Long stood up, his gaze turning incredibly sharp. In Duong Thonho's eyes, he now looked like a terrifying monster. Are you all right? He asked. Just then, Hoa Ngan's voice came from behind. What are you two doing here? Xiao Long nearly jumped out of his skin. Hoa Ngan walked closer, her eyes radiating killing intent. Thonho, were you trying to harm Xiao Long? Xiao Long quickly put his hand on Thonho's shoulder, forcing a laugh. This is just a little misunderstanding. I got lost after leaving the pavilion, and thankfully, Brother Thanho showed up to give me directions. Hoa Ngan paused, her expression still full of doubt. She noticed that the centipedes on Xiao Long's body seemed agitated and restless. Thinking fast, Xiao Long placed a small centipede on Thonho's head and added, After we talked, I asked him to release a bit of killing intent to test their reactions. Who knew it would turn out like this? We were just joking around. Thonho, though still dazed, quickly played along. He stood up, slung an arm around Xiao Long and laughed. That's right, Xiao Long is correct. Hoa Ngan's eyes were still full of suspicion, but she decided not to pursue it. She thanked Thonho, then said it was time to go back. Xiao Long nodded furiously and hurried ahead. Thonho let out a sigh of relief that was a close call. After walking a bit, Xiao Long looked back with a smile. Including this time, I've saved your life twice now. After saying that, he and Hoa Ngan left, leaving a dumbfounded Thonho standing there, wondering what on earth had just happened. The next morning, as their boat arrived, Xiao Long's group prepared to leave. Hoa Ngan bowed to Thonho and everyone else. We must be on our way. Thank you all for your hospitality. Tramlong also told the two of them to take care. Just before they departed, Kiem Phuong called out to Xiao Long, Please wait a moment. Then she put her hand on Thonho's shoulder, signaling him. The proud young man from yesterday now bowed his head to Xiao Long, his eyes full of sincerity. Kiem Phuong said, I heard what Thonho did. Later, Thonho awkwardly scratches his head and thanks Xiao Long for his generosity, leaving the boy a bit confused. He explains that after talking with Kiem Phuong last night, he finally realized how foolish he had been. His fists are clenched, eyes watering. I'm completely humbled by your tolerance, he admits. He admits he acted horribly, yet Xiao Long still protected him. You're the one who truly deserves Hoa Ngan, he says. Please, take care of her. Xiao Long just smiles and says goodbye. He knows they'll meet again at the Long Phuong tournament, no need to make enemies out of potential allies. As his boat pulls away from the dock, Thonho and his friends smile and wave him off. The sky is clear, birds are soaring. Later that night, at an inn near Mount Hoang, Xiao Long and his companions finally sit down for a meal after a long day's journey. Having left Wuhan behind, the group finally made it to Anqing. Gu Fei suggested they rest, since it was getting late and Huang Mountain was known to be treacherous. The Nangong family estate was still another half-day's travel. With that, Everyone agreed and found an inn for the night. During their meal, Hua Yin was still completely astonished. She couldn't believe Xiao Long had received the legendary Iron Box Divine Art, the signature technique of the Fist Emperor himself. He said, "We look alike." Xiao Long wondered aloud. "Is that a good thing?" Hua Yin nodded firmly in response. She explained that while training for the Iron Box Divine Art is agonizingly painful, mastering it allows you to block even pure sword energy. It was the Fist Emperor's personal art. Some even say it's on par with the diamond body technique from the Shaolin Temple. And since it's an external art, it wouldn't conflict with his internal energy. He would have absolutely no problem learning it. Xiao Long was stunned. A body impervious to blades. He knew he'd received a world-shaking technique. Hua Yin offered a gentle smile. "I'll help you train," she proposed. "They say the first emperor used to whip his own body every morning. I can do that for you." Xiao Long's jaw dropped at the thought. But Hua Yin just clenched her fist, determined. "That's right. Toughening the skin with a whip is part of the process." An image of Hua Yin in a maid outfit holding a whip flashed through Xiao Long's mind, making him blush. Just then, an old man approached, asking if they were planning to climb Huangtian Mountain. Xiao Long turned back, curious, while Hua Yin simply nodded and asked the man why he was asking. The old man introduced himself as the innkeeper, then asked if they were on their way to the Nangong family estate. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Long asked, standing up with a puzzled look. Hua Yin suddenly recalled her father's warning about vicious rumors. She wondered if this was somehow connected. The innkeeper leaned in, revealing in a low voice that people heading up Huangtian Mountain had been mysteriously disappearing for months. Although they were always found safe later, every single one of them had been completely drained of their vital energy. Hearing this, Xiao Long's face turned pale with fright. Hua Yin, however, was skeptical the whole story felt off to her. "And what does any of this have to do with the Nangong family?" she asked. The old man coughed, blushing slightly. He revealed that every single victim, upon waking, claimed the woman they were with was none other than Lady Nangong Shui herself. Hua Yin was stunned, immediately firing back. "That's absurd. It's obviously a trap. Some kind of malicious slander." "Calm down," Xiao Long urged. The panicked innkeeper quickly added that everyone who hears the story reacts just like she did. Meanwhile, at the Nangong estate, Shui was embroidering in her room. Suddenly, a maid entered, announcing the family head had summoned her to the main hall immediately. She was a little surprised, wondering if her father had somehow discovered her secret late-night sword practice sessions. When she reached the main hall, Shui was shocked to see several men kneeling on the floor before her father. Seeing her arrive, the Nangong family head sternly ordered the men to raise their heads and confirm if his daughter was the one they saw. Shaking with fear, one of the men looked up, while the others just continued to frantically beg for their lives. "Speak the truth now," the Nangong head growled, which only deepened Shui's confusion. He then turned to her, his voice grave. "Shui, have you been sneaking out to Huangshan Mountain at night? These men claim you drained them of their vital energy." Shui's eyes widened, filled with utter shock and confusion. Her face went pale as she burst into tears. "Explain yourself," her father demanded, his voice sharp and severe. The girl admitted, "It's true. I have been practicing my sword in the valleys of Huangshan, but I swear I have done nothing else." The father turned back to the two men. "My daughter claims she is innocent. You must provide solid proof of what you saw." Tears in his eyes, the heavy-set man swore, "My lord, we're only saying what we saw. We meant no disrespect to the young lady." The other man started sobbing too, crying that he didn't understand what was happening, if everyone had gone mad or if they were haunted. Hearing that, the heavier man suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened as he jumped to his feet. "A mole. There was a mole." The patriarch asked curiously, "What mole?" Pointing to his own chest, the man revealed, "The woman we saw, she had a mole right on her chest." The father muttered to himself, then turned to his daughter. "Shui," he asked, "is this true?" She covered her mouth, her eyes filled with absolute terror. At that reaction, her father's anger finally erupted. He couldn't quite believe it. Hua Yin and Xiao Long left the inn, beginning their trek through the forest. Hua Yin's face was still burning with anger. Gu Fei silently walked ahead, carrying all the luggage. Was she really still upset about what the innkeeper said? Xiao Long drew closer, asking her curiously. No, she flatly denied it. But then she whirled around and snapped, saying it was ridiculous to think Nangong Shui would absorb a man's life force. Her sudden outburst made Xiao Long wary. Hua Ingan sighed, her tone softening as she apologized for her outburst, calling the rumors complete nonsense. Then, she dropped a bombshell that left Xiao Long utterly stunned. The secret was that Nangong Shui cannot be touched by men. With a somber face, Hua Ingan explained that Shui has a strange condition. If she doesn't constantly absorb yin energy, her own lifespan gets drastically shorter. Because of this special constitution, yang energy the kind men possess is like a deadly poison to her. That's why she avoids any man getting close, let alone anything more intimate. Xiao Long was completely baffled, thinking to himself that this whole plot sounded like a fantasy novel. He couldn't help but wonder how this would all turn out. Hours later, they arrived at the Nangong estate gates, where a guard eyed Xiao Long with suspicion. The guard demanded to know their business. Hua Ingan whispered, her expression grim, that the atmosphere in the Nangong home felt off. She warned that if they asked to see Sister Shui without a good reason, they'd be turned away. She then told him to make something up on the spot. All right then. Xiao Long decided to go along with it. He approached the guard, cleared his throat, and confidently announced, "We're here to make a transaction." The guard just stared back at him, silent. Seeing his brilliant plan fall flat, Xiao Long started to sweat. Huangyan was panicking too, having no idea what he was trying to pull. But just then, the commotion drew someone to open the gate. When they saw who stepped out, both Xiao Long and Huangyan were floored. It was Nangong Yun. She was just as surprised to see Hua Ingan, and thanks to Yun, they were finally allowed to enter. The moment they were inside, Huangyan and Yun practically jumped for joy. "It's been so long," Yun said, adding, "Has it really been 2 years since the meeting of the 7 great families?" Hua Ingan just smiled. Then, a confused Yun turned to Xiao Long, asking, "What did you mean earlier when you said you were here for a transaction?" Hua Ingan closed her eyes with a worried sigh, while Xiao Long just gave an awkward laugh. Hua Ingan stepped in to explain, "We need the cold ice jade. The last I heard, Sister Shui had it," she said. Hearing this, Yun seemed a little surprised. Hua Ingan continued earnestly, "We are truly desperate for it, so we came to see if we could negotiate a deal." Yun clasped her hands with a gentle smile. "In that case, let's head to my father's hall to talk. My father will be thrilled to see you after all this time." Hua Ingan put a hand on Xiao Long's shoulder, smiling as she revealed, "And I've brought something with me to trade for the cold ice jade." Xiao Long's eyes went wide in confusion, as a shocked Yun asked, "You're planning on trading him for it?" Soon after, they stood in the grand hall of the Nangong family. After hearing their story, the patriarch shot to his feet, asking in shock, "Is what you say true?" His eyes were wide with unconcealed amazement. He couldn't believe they'd brought a spirit pill that was brimming with cold energy. "Xiao Long, go on and show him," Huanggan prompted. At her word, Xiao Long smiled. He reached into his robes, pulled out the spirit pill, and set it on the table. The patriarch's gaze was instantly locked onto it. Inside the pill, a tiny object glittered brightly. "May I inspect it more closely?" the patriarch asked. "Yes, of course." Xiao Long nodded, his heart pounding nervously. This was the very pill he had carried so carefully, keeping it warm against his body the entire journey here. He prayed they would accept the trade. The patriarch examined the pill with extreme care, noting the incredible purity of its cold energy. "With this," he declared, "the girl can hold on for at least 10 more years." "Is it truly that amazing?" Yun asked with genuine curiosity. The item was simply too precious to refuse. The patriarch agreed to the trade. At that, huge smiles of relief spread across Hua Ingan's and Xiao Long's faces. The patriarch then pointed to the pill, asking, "What exactly is inside it?" Xiao Long could only offer a strained laugh, replying that it was a secret he couldn't possibly reveal. The patriarch assumed it was related to where the medicine was found, so he respectfully decided not to press the matter any further. Xiao Long gave a slight cough and smiled his thanks, but he couldn't stop a cold sweat from forming. He knew that wasn't the real reason at all. His mind flashed back to a few days ago. He'd been strolling through the clan grounds with his grandfather when he felt something cold in his robes. His grandfather saw his odd expression and asked what was wrong. He pulled the object out and stared, completely baffled. It was nothing more than a dried gecko tail. Xiao Long showed it to his grandfather, explaining there was a strange, ice crystal-like thing inside the tail he'd kept as a memento. Intrigued, his grandfather examined it carefully and realized it was radiating cold energy. He said it would be an excellent material for cultivators of ice-based martial arts. Stroking his chin, Xiao Long recalled the geckos. He'd assumed they stored nutrients in their tails, but it turned out to be pure cold energy. His grandfather had smiled, suggesting Xiao Long could refine it into a spirit medicine. Back in the present, Xiao Long mused that this shriveled gecko tail really wasn't anything special. With a joyful expression, the head of the Yin family announced he would use this spirit pill to trade for the ice jade. The young girl obediently nodded. The family head invited them to rest, promising a banquet to welcome his honored guests. He also noticed how close Hua Yin seemed to be with Shay, so he made a request. My daughter has been through a lot lately. Would Miss Hua Yin perhaps stay and comfort her? Hua Yin smiled and agreed. They stood up and followed Yin to the guest house. On the way, Yin spoke cheerfully. It's thanks to you, Sister Hua Yin, that my father is finally in a good mood. We've all been on edge. Hua Yin grew curious and asked about Shui, having heard some rumors near Huangtian Mountain. Yin's expression immediately fell into sadness. So you've heard about it too. I don't believe Sister Shui would do such a thing, but with no clues, she was confined and forced to use the Shogong Sha to prove her purity. Hua Yin was stunned, while Xiao Long was completely lost. She explained it was an ancient method women used to prove their virginity. They would raise a gecko inside a jar. It was fed cinnabar until its whole body turned red, then ground into a paste and applied to a woman's body. If she was a virgin, the mark was impossible to wash away. Xiao Long was floored, then became indignant. Determining a woman's purity should be a Qilin's job, not some gecko's. Just then, they finally arrived at the place where Shui was staying. Not far off, she sat quietly, the crimson mark still visible on her arm. Hua Yin smiled and called out a greeting, startling the quiet girl. Yin quickly explained they had brought a spirit pill filled with cold energy, which his father wanted to trade for the ice jade. Yin handed the pill to Shui. The moment she touched it, she was shocked by the immense frosty aura radiating from within. She thanked them and took out the ice jade to complete the trade. Xiao Long carefully inspected the jade, unable to hide his satisfied grin. Suddenly, Shui let out a sorrowful sigh. Hua Yin spoke sincerely. I heard the rumors. I don't believe you would do that, so don't lose heart. Shui sadly replied, but there were so many witnesses they even knew where my mole is. A glint appeared in Xiao Long's eyes. This was clearly a mystery case, right up his alley. In his past life, he was nicknamed Sherlock for his skills in solving mystery games. He smiled and asked Shu, do you ever bathe or steam alone in the pond at night? Shu just stared at him blankly. Hua Yin calmly asked, you want to know who was spying on her? Xiao Long's jaw dropped. He had been read like an open book. Shui shook her head, saying she never bathes outside. The villagers are like family, with no reason to slander her. Yin just scoffed. See? You guessed wrong. Xiao Long couldn't believe his utter failure. He dropped to his knees, crushed by despair. Just then, Hua Yin suddenly smiled, clasped her hands together and announced, I have already solved this mystery. In my opinion, there is only one possible explanation for this situation. All eyes flew towards her, a mix of confusion and pure curiosity. Hua Yin paused for a moment, then with eyes shining with confidence, she dropped a bombshell. The culprit is a ghost. Both Yin and Shui were completely stunned, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Hua Yin simply nodded to confirm. Xiao Long, however, was a little confused. He expected some profound explanation from Hua Yin, not a sudden talk about ghosts. He stroked his chin, recalling his encounter with the ghost of a centipede after it died. This situation, he thought, wasn't entirely impossible. Have you accidentally touched or done anything strange recently? Xiao Long asked Xu, like eating the inner core of a spirit beast. Xu pondered for a moment before seriously replying. Recently, I touched an acorn and a tree branch. Xiao Long and Hua Yin broke into a cold sweat, baffled by her innocent answer. This, they realized, was what you'd call goofy charm. Suddenly, Shui's eyes widened. She clasped her hands together as if she'd remembered something vital. When I was training alone at night, she said, I felt someone's presence, as if I've been watched this entire time. Is that true, sister? Yin asked worriedly. Shui gave a firm nod. At first I thought it was you, but when I went to check, nobody was there. She placed a hand on her chin, wondering if she was just being too sensitive. But watching her, Xiao Long knew this was a highly suspicious situation. Just as they were lost in thought, a maid came running, completely out of breath. Something terrible has happened. What is it? Shui asked with deep concern. The maid clasped her hands, stammering. Another villager has disappeared. The family's warriors have already started the search. Yin was horrified. Shui, however, lowered her head, pure anger visible on her face. Xiao Long calmly asked if she was all right. Suddenly, Shui's eyes lit up. No matter what, she had to catch that ghost herself to clear her name. Don't go, sister. Yun gripped her hand tightly. If her sister snuck out alone and got caught again, this time it would be serious. Shui paused, then smiled, telling Yun not to worry. She turned to Xiao Long and Hua Yin and announced, We're not going alone this time. What do you mean? Yun asked, confused. Shui approached Hua Yin, taking her hands with a pleading look. Would you two be willing to help me? Xiao Long and Hua Yin were both stunned by the sudden request as night fell. Somewhere in the forest, a small owl perched on a branch. When it turned its head, it saw Xiao Long and the others searching the area. Yun trembled, clutching Hua Yin's hand, whispering that if they got caught, she'd be locked in isolation for at least half a year. Hearing this, Hua Yin could only manage a worried smile. Yun turned to Xiao Long. I thought you were helping me stop my sister. I don't get why you're suddenly so invested in this. Xiao Long, looking lost, just offered a weak, awkward laugh in response. A little while earlier, Shui had pulled out a piece of gold jewelry. She explained it was a norigai, a traditional hanging ornament with a center designed to hold an ice jade. I'm not sure why you two need an ice jade, but if you're looking for something to carry it in, this isn't a bad choice. She then split the norigai in half. Even separated, she explained, it could serve as a token between two people. She said this while looking directly at Xiao Long. I promise to give it to you if you help me. Xiao Long was speechless. Both his and Hua Yin's eyes were glued to the glittering piece. And now, back to the present. Xiao Long was deep in thought. He placed a hand over his chest and declared, as I said before, I don't want the norigai. I simply want to protect Lady Shui's honor. You're lying. Yun snapped, her face flushing red with anger. Yun, don't be so rash. Shui gently advised her sister. While Hua Yin just smiled awkwardly, Yun was about to lose her mind, not knowing what to do. A few minutes later, they stopped. This was the area where Shu had sensed a presence. She decided to check the surroundings thoroughly, hoping to find a clue. But what if the culprit is actually a ghost? Hua Yin asked, stepping closer. Shui drew her sword, her voice resolute. Then I'll cut it down with this evil purging blade. Standing nearby, Xiao Long felt the tension mount. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open in complete shock. From out of nowhere, a thick fog rolled in, so dense that no one could see a thing. Xiao Long frantically looked around. He shouted Shui's name and the others, but there was no reply. He began to wander, terrified that they had been separated. Suddenly, his foot caught on something. He looked down and realized it was a spider web. He picked it up. The silk was incredibly thick. He knew the creature that spun it had to be enormous. Then, a terrifying scream pierced the air. Xiao Long whipped around in a panic. That was Yun's voice. He quickly called to his little centipedes, "Can you find your mother?" As if they understood, the tiny creatures leaped from Xiao Long's body and scurried away into the fog. He tasked them with protecting Hua Yin while he himself plunged deeper into the forest, realizing they were being lured in. He couldn't understand why there were so many webs. Then, panting, a bit of knowledge about spiders flashed in his mind. Spiders are divided into two types, sedentary and wandering. The sedentary kind spins a web and stays put. The wandering type is constantly on the move. But this entire forest was filled with webs covering the ground. There's no way a normal spider would spin webs like this. He knew this was no ordinary creature, as a red mist filled the air. As the fog slowly cleared, Xiao Long, with a grim expression, knew he had to find Yun and the others immediately. Seconds later, he stopped dead. The trees ahead were tangled in a mess of webs. He stared, completely bewildered by the scene. Suddenly, he heard Yun's voice. He looked up and was frozen in horror. She was wrapped in a cocoon, stuck fast to a tree. Xiao Long turned in terror and saw a woman sitting on top of a gigantic spider. The woman smiled, her eyes glowing with pure malice. It was Nonggong Xue. With sinister eyes, Xue let out a demonic smirk. Xiao Long stood rooted to the spot, unable to believe what he was seeing. The entire area was covered in webs from a ground spider, the likes of which he had never seen before. It wove its silk on the ground instead of in the air. Xiao Long gritted his teeth. He stared at the one sitting on the giant spider. It finally clicked. The thing before him only had the shape of Nangong Shui. It was actually a spider demon in disguise. He watched as it intentionally let its robe slip, revealing a tempting shoulder to lure him. He figured this must be the result of its evolution for hunting prey. Xiao Long suddenly blushed. He thought to himself, "You don't even have to try. I'm already captivated." At that moment, Yun woke up and started struggling. She glared angrily at Xiao Long, shocked that even he had fallen into the trap. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Long stepped toward the demon. Seeing this, the creature flashed a triumphant smile. But Xiao Long, completely mesmerized, simply whispered, "You're absolutely beautiful." He then suddenly lunged forward, hugging the creature and stunning the spider demon. Its eyes flashed with malice as it prepared to strike him down. But in that instant, Xiao Long gave the command. A tiny centipede shot out from his robes, sinking its fangs deep into the spider demon's neck. The monster screamed in agony. Xiao Long backed away. and the little centipede quickly returned to his side. With tears in its eyes, the spider demon reached toward Xiao Long as if begging for help. Its expression was so convincing it was an easy trap. It clutched its neck and began to stagger. A moment later, it collapsed to the ground. Xiao Long panted, his eyes wide as he stared at the motionless body. He wasn't sure if the centipede's venom had completely paralyzed it. Grabbing a nearby branch, he cautiously gave the body a little poke. Centipede venom is a powerful neurotoxin, one designed to paralyze its prey. He figured that while the venom was strong, the sheer size of this creature meant it would probably be fine. Reassured, he started petting the spider, whispering, "Don't worry, I saved you from those villagers." Xiaolong's eyes lit up with pure excitement, and without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around the giant spider. He was ecstatic. It had a bright red body, 4 big spots on its back, and thick, velvety fur, a magnificent crimson spider. He silently marveled at it, wondering what this beautiful creature's face looked like, and decided to check its fangs. Were they as big as a Goliath spider's? With that thought, his curiosity got the better of him, and he started to flip the spider over. In that exact moment, a figure rushed in. An enraged scream echoed out, followed instantly by a devastating kick straight to Xiaolong's face. Before he could even process what was happening, his body was sent flying like a leaf, slamming hard against a tree and thudding to the ground. Knocked out cold, Hua Yin stood stunned, her hand covering her face as she realized in horror that she hadn't controlled her strength. A few minutes later, Xiao Long staggered to his feet, still looking completely dazed. Hua Yin rushed to ask, "Are you okay?" she explained, her voice still trembling, that the mist engulfing the forest was clearly the spider's doing. Inhaling it amplified a man's desires, almost like a potent drug. She had breathed some in herself and had to use her internal energy to purge it before finding him. Xiao Long calmly replied that he didn't feel anything strange, placing a hand on his chin as he came to a conclusion. So that's why the villagers acted possessed. It was all because of this mist. He wondered if it was some kind of pheromone. He said all this while casually touching the spider again, asking Hua Yin what kind of monster could spew such a toxic fog. Seeing him so carelessly touching the creature again terrified Hua Yin, but then her face flushed as red as a tomato. She mumbled an apology, admitting that she thought he had been seduced by the spider. Xiao Long was confused for a moment, but then he realized that, in a way, she was right. He had been completely captivated by the spider's beauty. "I was just trying to get a better look at it," he explained, his hand still stroking the creature's hairy leg. "Its legs are so fuzzy, it's cute." Hua Yin, sweating nervously, begged him to stop. Suddenly, something clicked in her memory, a vibrant red body, 4 large spots on its back, thick fur as soft as velvet. Just then, a dry cough sounded out. They both spun around, startled, but saw no one. Xiao Long wondered if the spider had made the noise. The voice called out again. It was Yoon, still tangled in the web. Damn it, he had completely forgotten about her. They rushed to get her down. Yoon's face was pale and her breathing was weak, but she was alive. He realized she was just paralyzed. Hearing this, Hua Yin let out a sigh of relief. Night was falling, and Xiao Long said their only task left was to find Xue. Hua Yin was sure they'd find her soon now that the mist was gone. But first, Xiao Long had something else in mind. He started using the spider's own silk to bind its corpse and began dragging it away, determined to bring it to his clan for study. Not long after, Xue appeared. Seeing Yoon lying motionless on the ground, her eyes filled with both tears and raw fury. This spider had not only dared to tarnish her honor, but it had also harmed her little sister. She drew her sword, ready to kill the monster. "Wait!" Xiao Long yelled out in a panic, instantly running to stand protectively in front of the spider's body. Xue froze, her sword pointed at him. "Move," she commanded, her voice ice-cold. But Xiao Long held his ground. Seeing this, Xue was clearly confused. Xiao Long pointed a thumb at his chest and proudly declared, "I'm the one who caught it, so now it's mine." Hua Yin was completely stunned by his audacity. Xue looked down in silence for a moment, then met his gaze, her eyes blazing. "What did you just say? Killing a creature like this is a total waste. You already killed that salamander with a poison curse, and now you want this spider too?" "Wait, Xue!" Hua Yin cried out, holding Yoon tightly. "She's still alive, she's only paralyzed." At those words, Xue's eyes filled with shock and overwhelming relief. "Really?" she asked. Hua Yin nodded, telling her to calm down. "I understand how you feel," Hua Yin continued, trying to soothe her. "But if the host is killed, the shape-shifting curse breaks, and it'll revert to its other form. Then there'd be no way to clear Miss Doan's name." She looked at the spider, her voice serious. "Think again. If you show this spider to your family, your name will be cleared. Besides, it was Xiao Long who caught it, found the antidote, and saved Miss Doan's life. He helped clear her name, so she shouldn't be swinging her sword around so recklessly. Both Xiao Long and Shui were stunned by Hua Yin's sharp reasoning. Shui sighed, lost in thought for a moment before sheathing her sword. She turned, "I'm sorry, Xiao Long. Please forgive me. I wasn't thinking about the kindness you've shown me." Xiao Long quickly waved his hands, saying it was no big deal, a smile on his face. He gave Hua Yin a thumbs up, silently praising her for thinking so clearly in such a tense situation. Observing the spider carefully, Shui asked Xiao Long what he planned to do with it. He explained his intent to spare it and take it back to the Tang sect. Then he unconsciously reached out and patted Shue's head, his voice full of emotion. "You're so cute." Hearing that, Shui froze solid, her face turning bright red. She completely misunderstood and started fidgeting, saying anxiously, But you already have Miss Hua Yin." Hua Yin sighed, explaining with a tired look, "Xiao Long didn't mean that. He was saying the spider itself is very cute. It was red, had soft fur, and possessed some pretty unique abilities. That's why he thought it was adorable." But hearing this, a look of fear flashed in Shui's eyes again. Xiao Long was still stroking the spider and looked back at her in confusion. He asked what the two of them were talking about, but they both quickly changed the subject. By dawn the next day, Nangong Don was safely escorted back to her family. Everyone was in absolute shock when they saw the massive spider. The Nangong clan leader drew his sword in a panic, enraged to learn this was the creature that stole his daughter's face and disgraced his family name. Xiao Long quickly stepped in, explaining that the misunderstanding was cleared up and the rumors would soon be corrected. Hearing that, the clan leader decided to calm himself. Xiao Long noticed how much he and Shui looked alike, father and daughter, after all. The clan leader extended his hand, declaring that this act had saved the lives and honor of both his daughters, and assured him the Nangong clan would never forget this favor. Because of that, they would honor any wish he had. Xiao Long smiled, pointing to the demon spider. "As I said, I'll be taking this guest with me." The clan leader didn't object, but said something was worrying him. He was amazed the creature was still in Shui's form. He reasoned that if it could steal his daughter's appearance, it could easily transform into someone else's. So, he requested that it at least take on a different form. He never wanted to go through the feeling of doubting his own daughter again. Xiao Long put a hand to his chin, thinking. He understood completely. Even though he'd won custody, there was still the problem of image rights. He was wondering what to do when suddenly, chaos erupted. He ran to Gu Fei to ask what was happening. The crowd was getting agitated, Gu Fei reported. 3 old men appeared with furious expressions, shouting that the spider was a devious thing that had copied the young lady's appearance. They demanded to know why they weren't killing it. Gu Fei sternly held out a hand, telling them to watch their words. "This guest was captured by my clan. Do you dare slander our family's property?" Hearing this, the old men panicked, quickly begging for forgiveness. Xiao Long crossed his arms. The misunderstanding was resolved, and it seemed like most of the people who needed to see had seen. He told Gu Fei they shouldn't let anyone else in, worried that the creature might get hurt if this continued. Gu Fei nodded and ordered the guards to close the gates. As everyone left and the gates were about to shut, a weak voice called out, "Please wait." It was a bald old man leaning on a cane, panting heavily, his eyes filled with desperation. He coughed and then asked, "Can I please have a quick look?" "The order was given, old master. There's nothing we can do," the guard explained. With a sweat-drenched face, the old man begged, "Just for a moment, please." The guard scratched his head, looking troubled. "This isn't allowed. Just let him see," Xiao Long said with a smile. "He's come a long way despite his poor health. There must be a reason." The old man's eyes lit up with shock and gratitude. He thanked Xiao Long, then shuffled toward the demon spider, observing it carefully. Everyone fell silent as the old man's eyes filled with tears, realizing it was really her. The spider looked up at the old man, its own eyes widening in surprise. Are you going to kill it like the others say?" The old man turned and asked. "Not at all," Xiao Long replied calmly. "This is a precious creature. I plan to take it to Sichuan and raise it properly at the Tang sect. Its diet might be unusual, but it's just a lost guest. This whole situation was just fate. It's not this little creature's fault." The old man's eyes welled up with tears of joy. He had never heard anyone speak such words. "I believe you," the old man said. Without a second thought, the old man began to untie the ropes binding the spider. Seeing this, everyone panicked. "That's dangerous, old master," Xiao Long yelled in concern. Once freed, the spider nuzzled against the old man, who stroked it gently, its eyes shining with pure joy. Xiao Long sighed. To him, this was hardly a surprise. He had sensed a familiar kind of energy from the old man from the very beginning. It was the air of a kindred spirit. There was no doubt this man was an enthusiast of strange and exotic creatures. The old man revealed its name was Yaohua. He explained that over 20 years ago, he had lost his entire family to a plague. In his despair, he found this tiny creature, then only the size of a fist. They had been together ever since. When he was healthy, the old man used his own life force to nurture it, but as he grew weaker, he couldn't provide it anymore. And that's when the trouble began. It had done something terrible to the young lady of the Nangong family. The old man turned, his voice full of regret. "It's all my fault." A look of shock flashed in Xiao Long's eyes. Unable to hold back his tears, the old man confessed he had been wandering in misery, not knowing what to do. But now that a kind young master like him had agreed to adopt it, the old man could finally find some peace. He begged and pleaded with Xiao Long to take good care of it. Xiao Long bowed respectfully, promising to raise it well. With teary eyes, the old man turned to Yaohua. "I'm old now. I can no longer take care of you. Please, go with him and live a long, full life." Yaohua and the old man embraced, the creature's eyes also welling with tears. The sight moved Xiao Long so deeply that he found himself tearing up without even realizing it. He was stunned that a beast could understand human language and show such profound emotion. He wondered how much time they had spent together, realizing the old man truly cherished it like his own daughter. He reached out a hand. "Old master, please wait. Would you like to come with us to Sichuan? It would be better to travel together than to part like this." But the old man refused, his eyes full of tears. He was grateful for the offer, but he no longer had the strength to endure such a long journey. "Besides, my family's graves are here. I can't leave them." Xiao Long scratched his head, smiling. "Then could you share some tips on raising Yaohua? This is my first time handling a creature like this." The old man promised to answer any question he could. Xiao Long blushed, admitting with some embarrassment, "What I'm most curious about is the life force. How is it provided?" The old man held out his finger, and Yaohua began to suckle on it. "Let me show you," he explained. "You just offer your finger like this. Even sleeping nearby seems to be enough to transfer life force." Suddenly, Yaohua's form began to shift. Everyone's attention was fixed on it. The old man revealed that when given life force, it transforms into what its master finds most beautiful. Yaohua shifted into the form of a beautiful woman. It was the image of the old man's late wife in her youth. "I just wanted to see this face one more time before I die," he said with relief. He then turned to Xiao Long. "Would you like to try?" Xiao Long approached Yaohua, deep in thought, and placed his finger in its mouth. Before long, its shape began to change again. Xiao Long's eyes widened in shock. He nervously wondered what form it would take, assuming in his mind it had to be Lady Hua Yin. The spider began to transform, and when its new shape was revealed, everyone, including the old man and Xiao Long, was left completely speechless. Gu Fei and the Nangong family head stared with a mix of fear and utter disbelief. It had transformed into a wooden doll. The old man was stunned. This form, he recognized it. This was the shape Yaohua had taken only once before, right before becoming human-like. Panicked, he asked Xiao Long, "Why? Why didn't it take the form of Lady Hua Yin?" Sweat pouring down his face, Xiao Long's mind was reeling. He understood now the reason Yaohua could maintain Nangong Sui's form. It was because the villagers saw her as the most beautiful woman. But now, standing right here was Hua Yin, the #1 beauty of the Central Plains. He gave it his life force, so why didn't Yaohua become Hua Yin? It was completely illogical. He couldn't understand it. Unable to accept it, Xiao Long spun around and bolted, his mind a total mess. If the Tang family heard about this, they would surely see it as a betrayal. Could it be? Could his passion for poisons be even stronger, and his admiration for Hua Yin? No, impossible. He refused to accept that reason. There had to be another explanation. At that exact moment, in Nangong Yin's room, the door burst open. Xiao Long rushed in, completely out of breath. Hua Yin was there, surprised and confused by his sudden appearance. He stammered, I have a favor to ask you." With a serious face, he gathered his courage and asked, "Can I give you a hug?" The sudden request made Hua Yin's face turn bright red. Xiao Long quickly waved his hands, trying to explain himself. But for a split second, he thought to himself that maybe a little misunderstanding like this wouldn't be so bad after all. She stood up, clasping her hands together, and admitted nervously, "So, you finally figured it out, haven't you?" I wasn't trying to hide anything," she stammered. "I just read about it in a book and wasn't sure, so I didn't say." Xiao Long had no idea what she was talking about. Hua Yin took a deep breath and finally just said it. "It's about the spider." It's one of the 10 great poisons of the Central Plains, a human-faced spider. Xiao Long froze. He absolutely could not believe his ears. The creature he'd been petting, the one he found beautiful, was the infamous human-faced spider, one of the 10 most notorious poisons in the land. Looking ashamed, Hua Yin fidgeted. I swear I never meant to trick you, I just needed to be sure, because of the promise we made. Xiao Long finally understood. That was why she had been so hesitant. Knowing a promise was a promise, she stepped forward and hugged him without a second thought. But before Xiao Long could even react, a sleepy voice suddenly called out from the bed. Ahem. Do I need to step outside to give you two some privacy? It was Yin Xing, finally awake. Seeing her, Xiao Long panicked, which made the little girl glance away nervously. 2 days later, Xiao Long's group bid farewell to the Nangong clan. Xue waved, expressing her deepest gratitude and promising to never forget their kindness. Fortunately, after Yao Hua absorbed Xiao Long's life force a second time, it transformed into Hua Yin's form. He thought that now, they wouldn't have to worry about attracting any more unwanted attention. He spoke gently to Yao Hua in its cage. Are you all right? Try to hang in there a little longer. I'll let you out as soon as we arrive. Gu Fei asked Xiao Long about their next move, and he began to explain. The original plan was to go straight to Mount Ganga, but with Yao Hua joining them, he debated whether they should visit the Tang clan first. Hearing this, Yao Hua shook its head frantically inside the cage. Seeing the real worry in its eyes, Xiao Long was genuinely moved. He never thought it would be so concerned for him, such a kind and gentle soul. He silently vowed to get them to their destination as quickly as possible. The plan was settled. They would go to Mount Ganga to get the geckos, and then return to the Tang clan with Yao Hua. Their boat drifted down the river, under a clear blue sky full of seagulls. Two men were talking. Hey, have you heard the news? One asked. Apparently, the Alliance leader himself is leading the Azure Dragon Squad on an expedition. The other man replied. I heard the guys captured in the recent Blood Cult raid gave up the locations of their other fortresses. The man with the ponytail added nervously. I also heard there were almost 0 casualties in that fight. Rumor is some Grand Master created a poison mist that only affected the Blood Cult. It's insane. Xiao Long's ears perked up. They were talking about him. Who could pull off such an incredible feat? The man with the ponytail wondered aloud. His friend replied that the Alliance was keeping the person's identity a secret to avoid retaliation. Whoever it is, they're nothing short of a true hero. From this day forward, he declared, I'm officially a fan of that person. Hearing all this praise, Xiao Long couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement, reminded of his past life as a YouTuber. Soon after, they arrived at Mount Ganga. After disembarking, the group headed toward a large waterfall. Xiao Long explained sincerely, I'm not great with movement techniques, so I can't cross by myself. Maybe Lady Hua Yin and Captain Gu Fei could go ahead and bring the little ones back here? He knew no one was going to just toss him across this time. Gu Fei scratched his head, wondering if the geckos would even follow them without Xiao Long. Hua Yin agreed. Gu Fei's right. It would probably be better if you came with us. How about I try to pull a thick vine across to the other side? While they were talking, one of the warriors pointed up at the cliffs, shocked. He urged Xiao Long to look at Yao Hua, who was nimbly climbing the rock face. Get down! Xiao Long cried out in alarm, but just then, the spider decided to show off. It shot out a strand of silk, making a spectacular leap over Xiao Long's head and landing gently right in front of them. Everyone was absolutely floored. Yao Hua started to reach out its arm, and suddenly, it clicked for Xiao Long. He wondered if that was a ballooning technique, and if Yao Hua was trying to say it could also fly simply because it's a spider. Most people don't know it, but spiders are insects that can fly without wings just by riding the wind currents. They can travel for tens, or even hundreds, of kilometers. This phenomenon is called ballooning. You know when you're walking and you suddenly feel like you ran into a floating spider web? That's the trace evidence of this very technique. Xiao Long's eyes went wide as he realized Yao Hua could also balloon. An idea immediately sparked in his mind. Not long after, Yao Hua grabbed onto Xiao Long, leaped into the air, and used its ballooning technique. They landed safely on the other side of the waterfall. Xiao Long was so happy it worked that he couldn't help but pull Yao Hua into a huge hug. You're amazing, he yelled. How are you so ridiculously multi-talented? Hua Yin approached them, looking clearly uncomfortable. Because Yao Hua has my appearance, this situation makes it feel like I'm the one being hugged, she said. It feels a bit strange. Hearing this, Xiao Long quickly let go of Yao Hua. He told them to wait a moment before he walked into the cave alone. Sunlight pierced through a hole in the ceiling, illuminating a pair of geckos right before him. He smiled to get their attention. The gecko pair returned, looking a bit surprised to see him. They hopped around excitedly as Xiao Long rushed toward them. He frantically asked if they were okay, checking for any injuries. But the geckos simply started licking his face affectionately, making him smile. He realized they had grown even more attached during his absence, and he was just happy to see them looking healthy and strong. He presented the cold jade, promising to take amazing care of them if they came along. The geckos studied the jewel for a moment, then smiled. Xiao Long decided to name them, calling the female Shui and the male Bing. Cradling them, he said, "Time to go to your new home." And just like that, Shu and Bing were officially part of the family. By the time they reached the Tang Sect Manor, night had already fallen. The guards were taken aback seeing Xiao Long, Gufei, Hua Yin, and what looked like another Hua Yin. A closer look revealed it was a spider, and they couldn't possibly understand why it had taken the form of Lady Hua Yin. Xiao Long cleared his throat, declaring with confidence, "Inform the elders. The proud official son-in-law of the Tang Sect has returned." He paused, then corrected himself he had captured. "No, brought back one of the 10 great vicious creatures." Hearing that name, the guards were stunned and decided to report it immediately. They fired a signal flare into the sky, announcing Xiao Long's return. Soon, the clan head, his wife, the Grand Elder, and the other sect elders all rushed to his side. The Grand Elder, recalling Xiao Long had left to find food for his lizards, skeptically asked why he'd returned with a spider. The clan head also demanded answers. "Xiao Long, where have you been, and what exactly have you done?" The clan head and his wife's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The spider was a perfect double of their daughter. With a cheerful grin, Xiao Long explained, "We happened to stumble upon it while passing by the Nam Kung family's territory." This answer left the elders completely baffled. In all their lives, they had never heard of someone just bumping into one of the 10 great vicious creatures, let alone capturing a human-faced spider, which were infamous for being ridiculously ferocious. With a face full of pride, the great elder announced, "Xiao Long always achieves the extraordinary. That is what makes him worthy of our Tang family." The family head erupted in laughter, declaring, "From this day forward, Xiao Long is officially our son-in-law." Hua Yin's mother added with a warm smile, "Now the promise between Xiao Long and Hua Yin has truly been fulfilled." Xiao Long's jaw dropped. He had no idea how she knew about that, while Hua Yin could only blush bright red in embarrassment. "That part doesn't matter. What's important now is that you are part of the family," the great elder stated, his gaze calm. "Starting tomorrow, you are to go to the river and catch a live goose." He smiled, explaining, "Don't you know you have to prepare it yourself for the engagement ceremony? You aren't old enough for marriage yet, but we can at least hold the engagement ceremony for now." Xiao Long's eyes went wide, utterly speechless. The family head raised a single finger, adding one last thing. "Once this is done, even if you stop liking Hua Yin, there will be absolutely no escaping." Hua Yin's father cut in nervously, asking his own father to stop talking about it. Amid the chatter, a brilliant smile spread across Xiao Long's face. This caught everyone's attention. He bowed with deep respect, and at this sight, the elders all smiled proudly. Hua Yin couldn't help but clench her fists, her heart pounding with excitement. With a confident smile, Xiao Long made his declaration. "As a member of the Sichuan Tang sect, and as the official son-in-law of this family, I am now in your care." Back in the Tang sect, Xiao Long's first task was finding homes for the kids. Yao Hua chose a massive tree by the village well for her home. As for the lizards, their behavior was a lot like dogs, so he really didn't want to separate them. Instead of the venom garden, he let them stay right there in his room. Once they were settled, Xiao Long sat down to talk with them. "So, do you like it here?" The geckos nodded happily. "And Yao Hua, if you get hungry, come find me." "Do you know the way?" he asked her. She just smiled and pointed to the spider webs spreading out everywhere. Xiao Long followed her finger, intrigued. Turns out, she had already spun webs all over the place. If any bad guys came, she would punish them. She'd send out a warning signal. Xiao Long's eyes lit up with joy. "You mean if a suspicious person gets in, I just have to touch a web, and you'll come running?" She clapped her hands in delight as the geckos looked at him. It was as if they were all promising to protect him. Xiao Long covered his mouth, unable to hold back his tears of happiness. They were so reliable. He was so overjoyed he just wanted to hug all of them. After a new home for each new member was prepared, the engagement ceremony was held. The clan elders all gathered. Betrothal gifts were exchanged in a simple ceremony, like a sacred vow. However, a small misunderstanding had occurred during the preparation of the gifts. As Xiao Long was waiting in the hall, Hua Yin appeared, holding the geckos in her arms. Xiao Long was surprised and confused, but her eyes were unwavering. And then it hit him she wanted the geckos as the betrothal gift. He couldn't help but wonder if to her, they were just simple decorations. Sweat dripped down his face. This was a real problem. He had no idea how he was supposed to present geckos as a proper engagement gift. He recalled that she loved geckos, but he never dreamed she'd be this direct about it. With a serious look on his face, he said, "I'm sorry, but this is going to be complicated." She just stared back, completely bewildered. Xiao Long took her hand, looked deep into her eyes, and explained that an engagement gift is meant to promise an eternal love. He told her that while the geckos were beautiful, a gift should be unchanging, like ice jade, to truly represent that vow. Hoa Ngan couldn't help but blush, turning as red as a ripe tomato, while Xiao Long gently explained the symbolism. The wild geese represented a long life together, and the official letter held deep meaning. He then added, "When we hold our engagement ceremony, everything he owned would essentially be hers." Trusting him completely, she turned away, ready to follow his arrangements. But then she spun back around, her eyes filled with confidence. "From now on, call me Hua Yin. No more Miss Hua Yin. We're engaged now. There's no need for formalities." The unexpected request sent a hot blush creeping up Xiao Long's face. While the geckos played on, completely oblivious, all he could manage was an awkward, flustered nod. The next day, just as the sun began to rise, they were both summoned to see the sect master, who gently asked if they had rested well. Xiao Long was secretly curious, wondering if the old man had called them in to offer some kind of advice. With a serious expression, the sect master revealed, "I've summoned you to discuss something about Xiao Long's great ultimate technique." Xiao Long immediately focused, his mind racing with confusion. Hua Yin quietly explained to him that the great ultimate technique was all about absorbing poison. It was the key to mastering the Tang clan's internal arts. It clicked. Xiao Long realized she meant the 10 poisons body as the sect master smiled. Bringing back the human-faced spider was an excellent move. It's the weakest of the 10 greats, making it perfect for your first absorption. Xiao Long quickly asked, "So, will I start training the great ultimate technique right now?" The sect master simply shook his head. "You plan to use the 10 great poisonous creatures, but I have a different proposal." Hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't hide his surprise. The sect master calmly explained that while reviewing the poisons Xiao Long intended to collect, he recalled a long-forgotten secret of their clan. He smiled. "Do you know the meaning of the 5 poisons?" Xiao Long froze, wondering if he meant the 5 poisons amalgamation art he'd already learned. The patriarch nodded, then held up his hand, listing them finger by finger. Centipede, lizard, scorpion, snake, and toad. These 5 poisons, he explained, form the very foundation of the 5 poisons amalgamation art. With a grim expression, he proposed a bold new path for Xiao Long to cultivate the divine version of the 5 poisons art. The patriarch clasped his hands, explaining that the Tang clan divides poison beasts into 2 types, common poison beasts and spirit beasts. Common ones are just normal, venomous creatures, while spirit beasts possess mystic power, intelligence, and sometimes even an inner core. The golden-haired queen bee, the twin snow and ice geckos, the spotted green centipede, and even the human-faced spider were all spirit beasts. The Grand Elder chuckled, making it clear that the current 5 poisons art is limited because it only absorbs venom from common beasts. But its original version, the true 5 poisons amalgamation art, could absorb the poison of spirit beasts. He pointed out that with the green centipede and the pair of geckos, Xiao Long already had 2 of the 5 required spirit beasts. If he could find spirit-grade venom from a snake, a scorpion, and a toad, he would have everything needed to master the 5 poisons divine art. Xiao Long was stunned, remembering that fat-tailed geckos aren't poisonous. The elder stroked his beard, explaining he'd already examined them. They carry a unique venom that plunges a person into an extreme cold state. The icy aura they constantly emit is their poison. And so, Xiao Long now stood at a crossroads. Path 1. Absorb the centipede and gecko venom to cultivate the 5 poisons divine art. Path 2. Absorb the human. Face spider's venom and begin the quest to collect all 10 of the great poisonous creatures. This would lead to the twin core 10 poisons body. So, can I use the 10 greats to complete the 5 poisons body? Xiao Long asked. The elder shook his head. The gecko isn't one of the 10 greats. Xiao Long put a hand to his chin, deep in thought. He understood that if he absorbed venom from lower-tier creatures like the centipede and gecko, the path to the 10 poisons body would be forever closed to him. So that was the choice. Absorb what he considered kids' poison to walk the spirit-level 5 poisons path, or persevere and collect all 10 greats to walk the path of the ultimate 10 poisons body. Xiao Long realized this was exactly like choosing a skill tree in a video game. He remembered clearly from his past life playing RPGs how one choice on the skill tree decided if a character became useless or a god. The elder gave him a grave warning. Think very carefully. The 5 poisons divine art is an extraordinary martial art. But the 10 greats, without heaven-defying luck, even I would struggle to meet one, let alone tame it. Xiao Long was completely lost in his thoughts, with no idea what to do. He was torn between the easy, almost fairy tale-like path, the quick power of the 5 poisons body, and the arduous, brutal road of the 10 poisons body, a path that would allow him to reach even greater heights. Hours later, Xiao Long was still sitting there, brooding. Hua Yin noticed him, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She called his name, saying, "If it's because of that promise, you don't have to be tied to the 10 poisons body. The 5 poisons divine art is more than enough. By itself, it's an incredible technique." A hint of worry flickered in her eyes. "Don't make a rushed decision under pressure. No matter which path you choose, you'll still be Xiao Long." Hearing that, he finally turned around. He met her sincere gaze and replied, "Even the sect master said the preparation is the same for both. Only the final poison is different. I've decided I'm going to take my time and think it through." Days later, Xiao Long was still sprawled out on his bed. 2 full days had passed since the grand rite was prepared, yet he still couldn't make a decision. Just then, Hua Yin opened the door to his room, a look of surprise on her face. "What is it?" Xiao Long asked, curious. Her face was covered in sweat as she revealed the blue-spotted centipedes were about to molt again. Xiao Long shot up from his bed, his eyes wide with shock. Without wasting a second, he rushed to the pavilion where the centipedes were. Seeing them, both he and Hua Yin felt a wave of tenderness. Their skin had already hardened like stone. Xiao Long knew they'd been growing fast, but he never expected the second molt to come so soon. "Will their appearance change again?" Hua Yin asked with curiosity. Xiao Long nodded confidently. This time, blue spots would finally begin to appear on their bodies. His eyes filled with excitement just thinking about them becoming true. The centipedes his mother left him made his heart pound. Hua Yin smiled gently, eager to see their transformation. "They'll surely be even cuter than before," Xiao Long said. But then his eyes shot open. He suddenly realized this was no time to celebrate. What if they don't dry their bodies in time for the grand rite? He put his hands on his head, overcome with anxiety. A normal centipede takes a full day to dry, and based on their last molt, this process would surely take even longer. He'd been torn between using the venom of the blue-spotted centipedes or the demon flower for the first dose. But if this happened, he wouldn't be able to use the centipede's venom at all. Xiao Long's mind raced. He knew forcing an extraction now would be a disaster, but he couldn't just sit back and wait either. He pictured the demon flower, the gecko pair, and his centipedes in a fighting ring, with the demon flower raising its fist in victory. And in that exact moment, he realized why he'd been torturing himself for the past few days. 2 days later, the grand rite was finally held in the Grand Rite Hall, deep within the Tang clan's 10,000 Poisons Hall. He had considered postponing it for the centipedes, but the rite's preparations were so complex that a delay was simply impossible. The process was incredibly elaborate. Hundreds of cauldrons were used to boil various herbs and extract their essences. These essences were then cooled and concentrated into a single, massive vat. Next, a precise mixture of various poisons and the blood of venomous beasts was added to the concoction. Handling hundreds of ingredients, each with its own unique properties, and managing them in perfect harmony was an insanely difficult task. Even the slightest delay would render the entire medicinal liquid useless, so sitting back and waiting? Not an option. His mind was made up he would take the poison of the demon flower, one of the legendary 10 great poisons. Xiao Long carefully observed the liquid. He noticed its color was incredibly dark and viscous. The great clan had approached him, announcing, "We will begin the grand rite now. Take off your clothes and step into the vat." Xiao Long snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. He removed his robes, stepped into the medicinal vat, and slowly submerged himself. His eyes widened in surprise. The feeling was strangely familiar, just like an herbal bath he'd taken before. The clan head smiled. "Now, we will add 1 drop of the demon flower's poison. To kickstart the reaction, they would then add the prepared herbs so his body could start absorbing the toxins." He laughed, revealing that normally this process would be unbearable. Luckily, the demon flower's poison had a paralyzing effect, so it shouldn't hurt too much. Hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but worry as sweat began to form on his brow. The clan heads left to get the remaining ingredients. This left Xiao Long all alone in the room. Before long, Hua Yin entered carrying the geckos and the demon flower. She smiled cheerfully at him. "The centipedes are awake. They just finished molting, with new spots and their bodies are glowing brilliantly." The centipedes began to play around. Xiao Long noticed that Nova, Mira, and Gray looked even more adorable now. They curiously climbed onto the vat he was soaking in. Their change hadn't been too drastic. Their new appearance was soft, like little stuffed animals, making them somehow even cuter. The centipede's attention was fixed on the liquid in the vat. Xiao Long chuckled, thinking they must find it strange seeing their father soaking in it. Knowing the danger, he told them to stay with Hua Yin. She smiled and called the little creatures back to her. But Nova didn't listen, its gaze still fixed on the solution. As it tried to climb down, its antenna accidentally touched the liquid surface. It immediately began to writhe in agony. Seeing this, Xiao Long's eyes widened in alarm. Hua Yin, Nova's antenna touched the solution. Quick, wash it with clean water. Hua Yin's eyes shot open with shock and worry. Without a second's hesitation, she snatched Nova up. As it struggled, it opened its mouth, and a single drop of saliva fell into the vat. Xiao Long watched closely as Nova's saliva caused the solution to react violently and change color. The poison was seeping into the vat. Hua Yin realized this with pure terror. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, and then let out a heaven-piercing scream. Xiao Long, calm down. Hua Yin cried out in panic as the solution, now like acid, burned his flesh, turning his face bright red. He'd never known pain like this. A searing agony, like his skin was being peeled off while his body burned from within. He remembered the warning, don't move. Every instinct screamed to leap out, but with unbelievable willpower, he forced himself to stay still. Foam began to spill from his lips. The pain was just too much to bear. The horrific sight left the flower demon and its geckos frozen in shock. Hoa Ngan covered her mouth, eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Just then, the Tai clan head and the patriarch returned. Seeing the horror unfold, they ran towards him, faces pale with shock. Through tears, Hoa Ngan explained the centipede accidentally dripped venom into the mixture. Help, me, Xiao Long gasped out, finally collapsing. The Tai clan head lunged forward, catching him and cradling his head, desperately trying to keep him conscious. Stay with us. Xiao Long, breathe slowly, do not pass out, the patriarch yelled. But he couldn't hold on. His arms fell limp, all strength gone. Panic erupted. The patriarch's eyes were wide with terror. No one knew if Xiao Long was going to make it through this. Slowly, his eyes drifted shut. Xiao Long felt himself sinking, as if pulled deep beneath dark water. Eventually, he opened his eyes. Nova was fast asleep next to him, and a strange energy was flowing from its body into his. Hours later, Grand Elder, Xiao Long's awake. As his eyes fully opened, Hoa Ngan burst into tears of pure relief. He was okay. Xiao Long touched his head, realizing he was still in the same spot. Are you all right? Hoa Ngan asked, her voice laced with concern. The Grand Elder explained what happened. Luckily, I was able to guide your internal energy through the Baihui point. That's how you survived the crisis. The great ritual is complete, he continued. It wasn't the flower demon's venom, but you've successfully absorbed the centipede's poison in its place. Xiao Long sighed, rubbing his forehead. It all clicked. Nova did this so its master could learn the 5 venom's body. Is Nova okay? He asked urgently. Its whiskers touched the poison. Hoa Ngan and the Grand Elder exchanged a surprised look. I cleaned its whiskers right away, she explained. I was so worried, she admitted. I didn't know if you'd live or die. Xiao Long's eyes locked onto hers, consumed by guilt. She turned away, pouting. Xiao Long panicked. He knew he'd messed up. Right after their engagement ceremony, he should have gone to his fiancée. But instinct took him to the centipedes instead. His head throbbed, and Hoa Ngan asked, Is the pain back? But right now, all Xiao Long cared about was making sure Nova was safe. The Grand Elder and Hoa Ngan were speechless. He was more worried about a centipede than his own life. Seeing he still wasn't fully recovered, the Grand Elder called for the physicians. 2 days later, the great ritual was finally complete. Once the medicinal cauldron was empty, Xiao Long went to see the Supreme Elder. Are you truly all right? The old man asked. Perhaps we should run some more tests? But Xiao Long assured him he was fine, his expression calm. The Supreme Elder continued. Regardless, whether you intended to or not, you have begun the path of the 5 venoms divine art. I'll give you its manual. Xiao Long listened, his eyes wide with shock. The Supreme Elder revealed there were 5 techniques in total: the Wugong Duya Jiao, the Dusha Duo Ming Shou, the Xiewei Lian Huan Tui, the Jie Yan Yu Chang Shen Fa, and the Hama Bao Li Zheng. Stroking his beard, he explained each technique belongs to a different style: claw, hand, leg, movement, and palm arts. This martial art allows one to reach a state where man is poison, and poison is man, a true fusion of self and venom. Xiao Long's eyes lit up with pure excitement. The Supreme Elder could tell he was absolutely thrilled with the idea. Xiao Long nodded. He admitted that while surprised, These weren't the assassination techniques or dark arts he had imagined. The Supreme Elder coughed, praising his insight. The truth was, this art didn't come from the Tang sect. He closed his eyes, about to reveal a shocking secret. The Five Venoms' divine art and its techniques were originally the martial arts of the Five Venoms sect, a clan destroyed long ago. 200 years ago, the second son of the Tang clan, a genius of his era, fell for the daughter of the southern barbarian Wild Beast Palace's master. Against everyone's wishes, they ran away together, founded the Five Venoms sect, and created a new art by merging Tang sect poison with Wild Beast fist techniques. But their selfish actions didn't save them from the consequences. About 100 years ago, the Five Venoms sect was finally wiped out by the two great powers. Afterwards, both sides agreed to reclaim their respective martial arts, and the Tang clan took back the Five Venoms' divine art. Because the core techniques of both families were intertwined, there were disputes, but it ultimately stayed with the Tang clan. It said the Five Venoms sect master once stood alone against the combined assault of the Beast Palace and the Tang clan. This was an extraordinary martial art, and the Grand Elder believed it was perfect for someone like Xiao Long, a prodigy with poisons. The clan head was thrilled, believing that with this power, the boy was destined for greatness. And just like that, Xiao Long took his first steps on the path of the Five Venoms' divine art. Leaving the poison hall, he stretched and took a deep breath of fresh air. How long had it been since he'd seen the sun? Only now did he feel truly alive again. At that moment, one of the small centipedes darted towards him. His eyes shot open in shock. It was Nova. The little creature couldn't hold back tears of joy, seeing its master was safe. Xiao Long realized it had been waiting here for him this entire time. Don't be sad anymore. This isn't your fault. Look, your dad is perfectly fine. Nova leaped into his arms, burrowing under his shirt and started playing around. He thought its newly molted skin felt a bit prickly, wishing it would crawl on his clothes instead of his bare skin. Instantly, as if it understood, Nova crawled out of his shirt and scurried along his arm. Xiao Long was stunned. Did Nova just read his mind? No way, he told himself. Must have been a coincidence. He figured that kind of thing happens sometimes when you've had a pet for a while. Right? He felt foolish for even thinking Nova, a simple venomous creature, could pull off something so incredible. But then, Nova's eyes flashed with anger. It was actually mad at Xiao Long for doubting it. He panicked, not understanding what was happening. Without a word, he just thought commanding it to climb on his head. Nova obeyed instantly. Then Xiao Long hid behind a tree and ordered it to find him. It did so without any trouble. This happened not once, but 3 times in a row, leaving Xiao Long genuinely terrified. Nova let out a sigh, full of confidence, as if its heart and Xiao Long's were connected by some strange energy. Meanwhile, Hua Yin was a little worried about Nova. She went looking for it, asking the other 2 centipedes where it went. Ever since it molted, it's been wandering off so much it's hard to keep track of, she sighed. Just then, Xiao Long came running towards her, gasping for breath with Nova on his back, his eyes wide with shock. He bent over, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. Are you okay? Hua Yin asked, before scolding Nova. I told you not to go far. You have to tell me before you go anywhere. Xiao Long cut her off, pointing at Nova. It can understand human speech, Hua Yin calmly replied. Nova has always understood people, that's nothing new. Xiao Long, sweating, frantically explained. No, you don't get it. It can understand me even when I'm just thinking the words. This time, even Hua Yin was taken aback. With Nova on his back, Xiao Long decided to see the great clan head to figure this out. Hua Yin offered to go with them. A few minutes later, Xiao Long placed Nova on a table, explaining it could understand his thoughts. Given that other venomous beasts couldn't do this, the clan head figured it was probably an effect of the great technique, but the Grand Elder stroked his beard, explaining seriously. That's not it. Many in the Tang clan's history have absorbed the venom of spirit beasts. If supernatural abilities like this were possible, there would be records, but I've never seen or heard of such a thing. Then what could be the cause? Hua Yin asked. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before concluding. It must be the Five Venoms' divine art, the clan head chimed in. The technique was made to absorb venom, and Xiao Long is the only one who's used it to absorb a spirit beasts. The Grand Elder smiled, suggesting the secret might lie with the southern barbarian beast palace, where they treat beasts like their own limbs. It's very likely their secrets were embedded into the Five Venoms' divine art. But the clan head said finding the truth is impossible. Why is that? Xiao Long asked, confused. The Grand Elder explained they would never reveal their most precious secrets. If they found out someone had mastered a technique influenced by that secret art, their reaction would be completely unpredictable. So is there any way to avoid this? Hua Yin asked worriedly. The clan head closed his eyes, thought, and replied, "It won't be easy, not unless we owed them a massive favor." A while later, Xiao Long walked out of the main hall, feeling a little let down. He imagined himself and his pets forming a group, like a band of musicians or a whole symphony orchestra. He smiled, thinking it would be great to have companions like that on his journey to become a powerful warrior. As he was processing all this, Captain Gouffet walked up with a smile. "Glad to see you're back on your feet," he said. "Perfect timing. We have a small issue at the Venom Garden. Care to join me and take a look?" Xiao Long was surprised to hear there was a problem. After a moment's thought, he decided the Venom Garden issue should come first. The Southern Barbarian Beast Palace could wait. He realized he'd completely forgotten the garden, distracted by the engagement since his return. "I'll go with you," Gouffet said, his eyes lighting up. "Oh, and there's someone I want to entrust to you." Xiao Long's eyes widened. Behind Gouffet was Ying Ying. The little girl ran forward with a huge smile and threw her arms around him. Xiao Long took Ying Ying's hand. Since she wouldn't let go, he decided to just bring her along to the Venom Garden. He turned, asking why Oan Oan was even here. Gouffet simply smiled and explained she was staying at the Tang sect for treatment, a special request from the Bai family head. Oan Oan looked up, her eyes sparkling. "Brother, you've been back for days and didn't come see me? I've been waiting for you." Xiao Long was a bit surprised, noticing she'd lost a front tooth. He just chuckled and ruffled her hair. "My bad," he said. "I thought you went home. Weren't you bored?" In response, the little girl just held out a small pouch. "Not at all," she said. "I was playing with my click-clack." Xiao Long curiously opened the pouch as Gouffet leaned in for a look. Inside was a click beetle. It's a bug that makes a snapping sound when it's on its back, a pest that eats potatoes, but a familiar toy for children. "Isn't that a wood borer?" Gouffet asked, confused. "Nope, it's a click-clack," Oan Oan insisted. Xiao Long couldn't help but smile, lost in a childhood memory. He used to call them click-clacks, too. This was the very first insect he'd ever kept in his past life, the gateway bug that led him to this world of strange creatures. He crouched down in front of her. "So it seems Onon really likes insects, huh?" The little girl nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, and I like queen bees, too." Xiao Long's eyes lit up with excitement. This girl was like a miniature version of himself. An idea sparked in his mind. What if he trained her with venomous creatures? He lifted Oan Oan into his arms, a smile playing on his lips. "Do you want to learn about insects with your big brother? They're really special and a lot of fun." Oan's eyes shone with pure joy. The two of them started chattering away. Gouffet just stood by with a strained smile, wondering how he'd report this to the Bai family head. They arrived at the venomous creature garden. Oan Owen's attention was immediately captured by a turtle. Xiao Long opened one of the drawers, revealing a striped snake inside. He turned to Gouffet. "How's the mouse breeding program coming along? After another litter or two, we shouldn't have any more shortages. We estimate the population will exceed 1,000 in about 2 months." Xiao Long nodded. The food problem for the tiger-striped keelback snakes was pretty much solved. So what was the remaining issue? Meanwhile, Oan Oan had taken the small turtle out of its cage to play. Gouffet scratched his head, explaining, "The number of crickets we're raising for food isn't increasing. Because of that, some of the creatures are going hungry." Xiao Long stroked his chin, wondering if they were eating each other again, like the baby mice incident. With crickets, you can never raise enough. After thinking it over, he concluded they had to find an alternative food source. Just then, Oan Oan burst into tears, startling both Xiao Long and Gouffet. He rushed to comfort her. "What's wrong, are you okay?" Sobbing, Oan Oan told him there was a strange smell. She held out her hand, and a foul odor rose from it. "Brother, can you check my silk pouch?" Xiao Long was taken aback. He used a pair of chopsticks to open the pouch, and his eyes went wide. It was just as he thought. The little girl had made the exact same mistake he did as a child. He sighed, telling her to look closely. These weren't click-clacks. They were something else. Oan Oan stopped crying as Xiao Long used the chopsticks to pick out another beetle. Gouffet recognized it immediately as a flower chafer. To be precise, it was a mealworm beetle. When it matures, it releases a horrible smell from its scent glands when touched. It looks almost identical to a click beetle, so they're often mistaken. Click beetles make noise with their abdomen, but mealworm beetles don't. "Next time, don't get them mixed up, okay?" Xiao Long explained. Oan Oan clenched her fists and nodded with determination. "Still, you did a great job," Xiao Long said with a proud smile, "because your big brother actually needs these little friends." "Need these stinky insects?" Gouffet was completely lost. Holding up the silk pouch, Xiao Long's eyes gleamed with resolve. He revealed his plan. From now on, they'd raise the mealworm beetles Oan had caught right here in the venom garden. They might not look like much, but they are the most common food source for insects and lizards. Xiao Long smiled. The timing couldn't be better. If they replaced the crickets with mealworms, the food supply would be secure. Thanks to Oan, their immediate problem was solved. Still, he decided to visit the cricket farm to get to the root of the issue. Gu Fei nodded, overjoyed. At the cricket facility, Xiao Long rested his chin on his hand, observing everything closely. The breeding conditions seemed fine. But when he opened the lid of one jar, the scene inside left him stunned. Crickets with missing legs, a clear sign of cannibalism. This was exactly why their population couldn't grow. Gu Fei was shocked, insisting he'd been feeding them plenty. Xiao Long gave a reassuring smile, revealing he'd faced the exact same problem when raising them on Hainan Island. Sometimes it just happens, no matter how much food there is, he said, trailing off in deep thought. It was ironic. He was an expert on venomous creatures but knew little about mass-breeding common, non-venomous insects. This was a real dilemma. Just then, a man from Gu Fei's team named Huang Jian shyly approached. He scratched his head, hesitantly saying that if they needed someone who knew about crickets, he just so happened to know the perfect person. Gu Fei explained that besides himself, Huang Jian was the only other volunteer on the poison squad. The fact that he volunteered took Xiao Long by surprise, but it also made him seem that much more trustworthy. Huang Jian confessed that he sometimes visited the cricket fighting pits for fun, just to earn a little extra drinking money. He explained it was a gambling game where people would bet on crickets fighting each other to the bitter end. Since the strongest crickets were bought and sold for a high price, they were often raised right there at the gambling dens. And there was a woman there who specialized in taking care of them. Huang Jian described her from memory. She was a woman with long hair, covered in bandages, a strange sight, for sure, but they say she knew everything about crickets. As night fell, the streets of the Tang family's domain lit up with the glow of vibrant red lanterns. People poured into the streets to celebrate, the women dressed in their finest makeup while the men gathered for drinks. Soon, Xiao Long's group Gu Fei, Hoa Ngan, and Huang Jian also set out for the casino in the capital city. Xiao Long assumed they'd use their movement skills, thinking the destination was far, but was instead told to dress up and take a carriage. He was lost in thought when the driver's voice snapped him back, announcing their arrival. Gu Fei stepped forward and declared loudly, "Lady Ho Angan, a direct descendant of the Tang family, and her fiancé Xiao Long are here. Lead the way." Hearing the name Tang family, and especially direct descendant, the casino owner's face went pale, his eyes wide with shock. He and his men quickly bowed in respect, introducing him as the owner of the Golden Phoenix Casino, saying their visit was a tremendous honor. The owner scrambled to lead them inside. Past the velvet curtains, a loud and chaotic world of betting unfolded before their eyes. Xiao Long's gaze fell on a group of excited martial artists crowded around a single table. A match was about to start. One man decided to bet all his recent winnings. Two crickets stared each other down, then charged into a furious attack. As they battled, the crowd roared with encouragement. Xiao Long was a little surprised, to be honest. He never expected a cricket fight could be this intense. Just then, one cricket bit hard into its opponent's stomach, sending it fleeing in terror. The winning cricket raised its pincers in pride, its owner grinning from ear to ear with a triumphant look. The battle of champions was over. Moments later, a few men were happily showing off their heavy bags of prize money. The owner revealed that winning crickets are auctioned off immediately, sometimes fetching prices as high as 30 taels of silver. Xiao Long was floored by that number. His eyes lit up with excitement, a cunning smile playing on his lips. He decided then and there that maybe he should get into the cricket-selling business. A few minutes later, they headed down a dark staircase as the owner opened the basement door. He couldn't believe they were here to see a lowly cricket caretaker. He explained dismissively that while some guests asked to see her, there was absolutely nothing special about this girl. Her only job was to feed the crickets and clean up their mess. The owner pointed to a woman with her back turned, revealing that she was the caretaker. He added with total contempt, "She's so useless, that's why I gave her this job. Just gloomy and silent all day." Seeing she still hadn't turned, he started screaming, "Get up! These are important guests. Don't you even know how to greet people?" With a terrified look on her face, the girl stood up, mumbling an apology. But as Xiao Long looked closer, he was stunned. He realized this caretaker had a furious gaze, silently staring right at them. He quietly approached her. "We're from the Sichuan Tang family. We have just one question about cricket care. May we ask for your opinion?" She nodded. Xiao Long raised a finger and explained, "I'm raising several crickets in one place, but they keep eating each other. Do you know why? She thought for a moment, then replied, It's because they crave meat, and you're probably only feeding them grass. Crickets are omnivores. You have to feed them meat to keep them from eating each other. Xiao Long was absolutely stunned. He'd never even considered it. Their cannibalism was just a simple protein deficiency. A strange aura seemed to radiate from the woman. He thought to himself, this is a true expert, and knew he had to recruit her on the spot. He smiled at Hoa Ngan, and she instantly understood, taking out a money bag and asking, Owner, I want to buy this girl. The owner was confused, wondering why on earth they'd want her, but then an arrogant smile spread across his face. He slapped her on the back, telling them they could take her right now. But suddenly, the woman stepped forward. She violently slapped Hoa Ngan's hand away. The bag of gold coins flew into the air, leaving everyone completely and utterly astonished. You dare? The boss exploded, yanking her hair back in a rage. He demanded if she knew who they were, striking her and trying to force her to go with them. But all she did was scream that she refused. Stop it! Xiao Long cried out in a panic, while Hua Yin pleaded desperately beside him. They promised to treat her well, even offered to bring her family to the Tang household, but she still refused the offer. The boss's anger flared. Gu Fei just stood by, watching in silence. Xiao Long told the man to calm down, and then asked his question. Is the girl in debt? Not exactly, the owner replied. About 5 years ago, she just showed up asking to work for free. She wasn't good with customers, so he gave her odd jobs, treating it as just another mouth to feed. Xiao Long sighed. He couldn't understand why she refused to leave with them. Gu Fei stroked his chin, lost in thought. This girl, he said. She reminds me of myself before the Tang family protected me. He turned to the owner with a proposal. Can you let us take her? Just for one day? We'll feed her and try to talk to her. The owner laughed loudly, giving them permission to do whatever. Absolutely anything they wanted. Gu Fei gently asked the girl if she'd like to get some fresh air with them. She hesitated. She looked at the ground, then gave a tiny nod. I'll be back for you tomorrow, then, Gu Fei promised. Xiao Long breathed a sigh of relief. Hua Yin also cracked a smile. A short while later, they brought the woman to the Tang family's guest house in the capital for a meal. Xiao Long was shocked to learn the Tang family even had a building here. Gu Fei explained it was like a branch of the Sichuan Tang family. 2 inns, 8 pharmacies, and 5 restaurants on this very alley. They all belong to the Tang family. Later, I'll show you. Our merchant guild and our security agency. Xiao Long's jaw hit the floor. This entire alley was Tang family territory. His grandfather and father-in-law spent all their time on martial arts, so he'd always wondered how the family even survived financially. He definitely never saw this coming. Miss, Gu Fei asked gently, can you tell us now why you don't want to leave that place? Are you in some kind of trouble? We can help. The woman still hadn't said a single word, Xiao Long whispered to Hua Yin. She hasn't touched the food or tea either, Hua Yin replied. Gu Fei could tell she was holding on to some kind of deep grudge, a heavy one. Don't you worry, he said. Tell us everything. Remember, you're on the Sichuan Tang sect's turf now. The woman placed her hands on the table, slowly rose to her feet, and bowed deeply to Xiao Long, stunning him. My name is Song Ruo. I am from the Song family village, not far from here. Hua Yin was just amazed she was finally speaking. Xiao Long asked calmly, Is there a reason you won't leave the casino? The woman stood tall, pushing the hair from her face. She brushed her hair aside. In that single moment, everyone in the room froze in absolute shock. She had a beautiful face, but half of it had been completely ravaged by horrific burns. Who could be so cruel as to burn a woman's face like that? Gu Fei wondered in silence. She finally spoke her truth, her voice dripping with pure hatred. I must have my revenge, no matter what. Tears of grief and rage streamed down her face. I will not leave this place until this score is finally settled. And with that, Song Ruo began to recount her past. Her story began on a peaceful day in the Song family village. It was a small town where she lived with her younger sister, Song Nian. Their parents died young, so Song Ruo raised her all alone. She raised her little sister by herself. Both were famous for their beauty and jade-like skin, earning them a special name. They were known as the Jade Sisters. On that fateful day, a sad Song Nian asked, Sister, can't you take the day off work? Song Ruo smiled, explaining, The next village isn't far. I'll help with the festival and be right back. Please just wait for me. I don't want to be alone. I want to go with you, Song Nian cried. It was her birthday after all. Song Ruo stroked her sister's head. Song Ruo felt a pang of guilt. She couldn't let her sister suffer. It was a promise to their parents. She pointed to a small jar. It held a few crickets. You can play with these at home, and wait for me. Song Nian calmed down, though her eyes were still wet with tears. But cricket fighting is only fun with two people. Song Ruo sighed, reaching into her pocket and pulling out a scented sachet, her birthday gift. She had kept it hidden. This is the one you wanted before, right? The sachet was a small bag filled with fragrant herbs. Song Nian gasped when she saw it, knowing it must have been incredibly expensive. I got a bonus for helping out last time, Song Ruo explained. I'm giving it to you early, so please be patient and wait for me. Song Nian took the sachet, thanking her sister. She promised to treasure it. Seeing her sister happy again, Song Ruo decided to leave. Come back soon, her sister called. I'll be waiting. Song Nian waved happily, and seeing her smile filled Song Ruo's heart with joy. However, the festival was far busier than expected, so everything took much longer. As night fell, workers lit lanterns and warned Song Ruo to be careful on her journey home. She had to get going. Song Nian must be starving by now. Intent on celebrating her sister's birthday with a special meal, she left in a hurry, completely forgetting her lantern. Late at night, on a deserted village road, Song Ruo carelessly bumped right into a man. My apologies, she said. Watch where you're going, the man grumbled back. In that instant, her eyes flew wide open. The man turned and fled, leaving a familiar scent behind him. It was the smell of the sachet she'd just given her sister. A sense of unease washed over her. Strangers were rare in their village, but she simply pushed the feeling aside and continued home. Minutes later, she arrived. I'm back, she called out, but was met with a terrifying, heavy silence. She must have tired herself out and fallen asleep, Song Ruo thought. She lit a small candle, opened the door, and froze. The sight before her was horrifying. The furniture inside was completely destroyed. Her sister lay on the floor in tattered clothes as the candle fell from Song Ruo's hand. With tears streaming down her face, Song Ruo rushed to her sister's side, her heart overflowing with fear and pain. What on earth happened here? The fallen candle quickly set the house ablaze. Villagers spotted the flames and screamed, "Fire! Fire!" at Song Ruo's house. Not long after, a figure emerged from the inferno. It was Song Ruo, carrying her sister in her arms. She was gasping for air, and right before she could explain what happened, she collapsed. The crowd panicked, screaming for someone to fetch a doctor. Lost in her delirium, the only thing Song Ruo could see was her home, her memories, all going up in flames. Xiao Long finally understood the reason for the scar on Song Ruo's face. She choked back tears and continued her story. When she finally woke up, more than 2 weeks had passed. An elderly couple was watching over her body completely covered in bandages. The burns were still agonizingly deep. The old man broke into tears, explaining he'd hired the escort bureau to find the monster, but it was no use. The woman, full of regret, admitted she didn't know how she could ever face the spirit of Song Nian. All Song Ruo could do was weep in silence. Like the world fading at the end of autumn, her heart slowly began to wither. Her only communication with the world was the soft whimpers she made when they changed her bandages. And so, time passed. Winter bled into spring, and the crickets began to sing again. The image of her sister in the burning house came flooding back. Her sister's last words echoed in her ears. "Sister, catch that monster and settle my grudge for me." In the middle of the night, Song Ruo jolted awake, her eyes wide with terror. She went to the garden and sat on the ground, the crickets chirping all around. It sounded like Song Nian's voice calling her back from the brink. Song Ruo clenched her fists, her eyes burning with a fire of pure hatred. She had to find him and kill him. All that remained of her now was a hatred that had seeped into her very bones. The next day, she told the old man her plan, which terrified him. He demanded to know where she would go with her wounds still unhealed. Song Ruo was firm. Every night, I hear Song Nian screaming in pain. I am her sister. I must avenge her. The old man grew even more distraught. How could a woman as frail as her possibly get revenge, especially when she didn't even know her enemy's face? His wife pleaded with her too, but the nightly sound of crickets only hardened her resolve. In the end, she escaped secretly into the night, leaving only a note wishing the old couple well. Song Ruo clutched the small sachet, whispering to her sister's spirit, "Song Nian, just wait for me a little longer." Her first stop was the city, the direction that monster had fled. She didn't know his face, but just like the red scars covering her body, his voice was branded into her mind, an impression that would never fade. She spoke to every strange man she met, and of course, none of them looked at her with kindness. 2 years later, on a rainy night, she reached the Golden Phoenix Casino. It was cricket season again. Shivering from the cold, She begged the owner for shelter, only to be cursed at and shoved away. Just then, a man walked past, clearly annoyed by the foul smell coming from her body. He snapped, "This stench is ruining my mood. Get lost." Hearing that voice, Song Ruo froze solid. She hadn't forgotten it. She could never forget it. She had finally found him. Zilong and Huayin leaned in, desperate to know what happened next. Song Ruo explained that she later approached a beggar, who told her the bastard was a regular at this casino. At first, she planned to follow him and attack from the shadows, but the beggar said he was a martial artist. She could never win that way. The old man advised her to poison his food or wine instead. She took his advice, but it failed. The poison she bought in a back alley had no effect at all. So, she got a job caring for the crickets in the basement. Every time she heard their chirping, she remembered Song Nian's face. Drifting between sanity and madness, she was constantly ripped apart by the pain. Song Ruo gritted her teeth, tears filling her eyes as her voice filled with rage. "I have to kill that bastard. I cannot leave this place until I do." Xiao Long whispered to Gu Fei and Hua Yin, a look of doubt on his face. Her situation is clear, but her mental state is incredibly worrying. She has to raise the crickets, but their chirping makes her faint, her mind. She seemed to be deeply disturbed. But Hua Yin saw it differently, saying this only proved how deep Song Ruo's hatred truly ran. Once she got her revenge, she would recover. If we help someone with a grudge this powerful, she reasoned, she will never betray us. And she'll become an excellent member of the Tang sect. Gu Fei had to admit that Hua Yin was absolutely right. He explained to Xiao Long that before he avenged his parents, he also used to mutter to himself alone in the rain, just like her. But after the Tang family delivered that revenge for him, it felt like the entire weight had been lifted. Gu Fei's gaze landed on Song Ruo. He understood now. He finally understood why he saw a reflection of his past self in this broken woman. Xiao Long watched Gu Fei, who simply nodded with a confident smile. He placed a hand on his chest, making a vow. "We will help you settle that score." If he can do it, would she swear an oath to become part of their family? Song Ruo's eyes widened in disbelief. They would really help her? She swore if they did, she would serve them for the rest of her life, until her last breath. Xiao Long reassures her, telling her to leave everything to them. His eyes flashed, his voice turning ice cold. Who was it? Exactly. Song Ruo, stunned for a moment, became hesitant and afraid, unsure if she should reveal the truth. After a struggle, she clenched her fists. The man is the third young master of the Great Fire Sect. His name is Jin Dacheng. Xiao Long confidently placed a hand on his chest, declaring he would deal with Jin Dacheng and ruin him completely. Hua Yin panicked, asking again, was she absolutely sure it was the third young master of the Great Fire Sect? Song Ruo nodded. Xiao Long, confused, asked what the problem was. Gu Fei turned to reveal that the Great Fire Sect is a righteous faction. In Sichuan, their power is second only to the Tang clan, the Eme, and the Qing Cheng. Xiao Long was completely floored. He never imagined they were dealing with such a powerful sect. Still, if what Jin Dacheng did was true, his sect's reputation meant nothing. The real issue, they explained, was a pact his clan made with the Great Fire Sect. His great-grandfather had once received a huge favor from them. Because of that, even if the Great Fire Sect commits a heinous crime, their clan must forgive them unconditionally, at least once. Xiao Long's eyes widened in horror. This meant Jin Dacheng had a get-out-of-jail-free card. Hua Yin explained further. In the martial world, oaths are everything. Especially those made in a clan's name, they are absolutely sacred. And they must be obeyed. Is something wrong? Song Ruo asked, her voice laced with worry. Xiao Long quickly forced a smile. He assured her nothing was wrong, telling her not to worry and to get some rest. Tears of gratitude filled Song Ruo's eyes. Finally, she could get revenge for Nian. A moment later, she collapsed to the floor, asleep from pure exhaustion. Hua Yin noted that the sudden relief probably overwhelmed her, suggesting they take her to the Tang Manor to recover. Gu Fei crossed his arms, knowing this was about to get a lot more complicated. Xiao Long nodded, realizing he had to talk to his grandfather, and his father-in-law, believing they would surely understand. The next day, the tension in the Tang clan's Great Hall was thick enough to cut. The clan head stated grimly that the Great Fire Sect is a renowned clan, and its leader is a righteous man. But sometimes, a great father has a worthless son. The clan head, hands clasped, couldn't believe Xiao Long wanted to avenge this woman, not when he knew about their sacred oath. Xiao Long sincerely begged his father-in-law for permission, but the man was deep in thought. The ancestors' oath was tied to the Tang clan's honor. If they started making exceptions, their word would mean nothing. Finally, the clan head stood and made his declaration. He forbade any of his lineage or the Tang clan's poisons from helping that woman. Xiao Long's eyes shot open in shock. He stood to beg his father-in-law to reconsider, but the man's decision was final. Just as Xiao Long was about to plead again, Hua Yin grabbed his hand, gave him a knowing wink, and told her father, "We understand. We will follow your orders." Xiao Long was confused, but Hua Yin just smiled. She had already found the loophole in his command. The Tang clan's lineage and its poisons were forbidden from helping. This was to ensure the family itself wasn't implicated. Their poisons wouldn't be used, and Xiao Long could act alone because she revealed that Xiao Long has no Tang clan blood. The clan head turned his back, a hidden smile on his face, asking why they were still here. Xiao Long was stunned. This was his father-in-law's way of giving permission. Hua Yin urged them to hurry and leave. They had a lot of work to do. Xiao Long clenched his fists. He had been given the green light. Now it was time to prove his worth as the son-in-law of the Tang clan. He pictured himself catching Jin Dacheng, thinking to himself this felt like some kind of twisted initiation rite. Early the next morning, Gu Fei approached Xiao Long, holding a scroll. Although they had permission, he said, they had to avoid tarnishing the family's reputation at all costs. So, he would secretly investigate Jin Dacheng's movements. "Then I'll leave that to you," Xiao Long replied. The first step was to confirm their target's location and habits. Xiao Long headed to Song Ruo's room. Opening the door, he found her having tea with Hua Yin, and he greeted them. He then checked in on Song Ruo, asking if she was resting well. She was already dressed in the Tang sect's uniform, her hair tied up neatly. She nodded, thanking him for his help. Seeing that she was much better, Xiao Long felt a sense of relief himself. He pulled out a pouch. "I brought burn medicine from the Tang sect. I don't know how I'll ever repay you," Song Ruo said, thanking him once again. Xiao Long sat down, asking curiously, "Can I ask you a few things about those bastards?" Song Ruo nodded. Just as Xiao Long was about to speak, Gu Fei burst through the door, out of breath. "Captain Gu Fei, did you confirm the information?" Xiao Long asked. "On my way here, I ran into a guest," Gu Fei said with a worried tone. Behind him was a man with long hair and a long beard, wearing a wide-brimmed hat. His eyes scanned the room, then stopped on Hua Yin with a smile as he took off his hat. "Lady Hua Yin, it's been a while." Hua Yin stood up and bowed respectfully. "I am Hua Yin of the Sichuan Tang sect. It is an honor, Senior Gai Huang." Seeing Xiao Long's complete confusion, Hua Yin explained, "You must show respect. This is Senior Gai Huang, one of the 3 sovereigns, just like Senior Fist Emperor." Hearing this, Xiao Long's eyes went wide with shock. "One of the 3 sovereigns? Like a grandmaster of the Martial Alliance?" He quickly bowed. "I am Xiao Long. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Gai Huang." "I heard the Fist Emperor taught you martial arts," Gai Huang said, "so I came to see what kind of man you are." Song Ruo was stunned. She recognized this senior as the old beggar who'd helped her in the city, and she immediately apologized for her prior disrespect. "Don't worry about it," Gai Huang waved dismissively. "I'm just a reclusive old man now." "Senior Gai Huang, are you here because of the Great Fire Sect?" Hua Yin asked with curiosity. Gai Huang laughed. "As expected of the poison flower, you're incredibly sharp." Hua Yin grew nervous, thinking he was there to stop Song Ruo. "How could I stop this girl after learning of her circumstances?" Gai Huang said while stroking his chin. "With no clear evidence, I can't intervene directly, but I came to lend a hand." "Help without intervening directly?" Xiao Long asked, stepping closer. Gai Huang smiled. "I'll help with information. I'm also curious to see how the Fist Emperor's successor handles this." He revealed that his men had been investigating these incidents for years. Jin Dacheng was the worst kind of monster, a man who assaulted women and killed without hesitation. The only reason he hadn't been caught was due to his sect's immense influence. Gai Huang suspected about 5 cases in total, with 2 in the city. It seemed even the Great Fire Sect saw him as a major problem. The more Xiao Long heard, the angrier he became. This was far worse than he could have imagined. "Ever since the incident at the Song family estate," Gai Huang said, stroking his beard, "Jin Dacheng has been acting more discreetly. He only leaves his home to visit the casino every 3 days, which is why I advised Song Ruo to use poison." Xiao Long coughed, thinking the casino was the only way to get him. Maybe he could try poison too. "You will not use Tang sect poison," Hua Yin stated firmly. Xiao Long turned to Song Ruo. "Among so many people, how could you possibly know which food and drink belonged to that bastard?" Song Ruo explained honestly that he always made very specific and demanding requests, so the information always made it to the kitchen. Whenever a dish contained ingredients like crab or shrimp, he would demand they be removed from his personal portion. That's why she put the substance in that specific dish, even though it wasn't a true poison. Gai Huang recalled the man saying his body broke out in a rash just from tasting it. From that story, it clicked for Xiao Long. Jin Dacheng had a severe shellfish allergy. He immediately thought of tropomyosin, a type of protein. It's found in crabs and shrimp. A few seconds later, a confident smile spread across his face. He turned to Gu Fei. "Captain, could you please get me some golden worm powder from the pharmacy?" Gu Fei just stared back, completely clueless as to why he suddenly needed that. Xiao Long just gave a wicked grin that made everyone even more curious, raising a single finger. He announced, "I will kill him intelligently." Then he crossed his arms, picturing a fat golden worm. He decided to name this operation a delicious death. He knew the root cause of Jin Dacheng's allergy was tropomyosin. This protein is in most animals, but the version in invertebrates has a much lower similarity to the human version, and this is precisely what triggers the allergy. Crucially, tropomyosin is found in massive quantities in golden worms, even more than in shrimp or crab. Just then, Gu Fei returned, holding a bag of powder in his hand. Xiao Long immediately got to work. He took out the golden worms, blanched them, and then stir-fried them in a hot pan. A moment later, a fragrant plate of stir-fried golden worms sat on the table. He smiled and invited everyone to have a taste. Song Ruo, Gai Huang, and Hua Yin stared at the dish, their faces filled with pure horror. They couldn't believe he was asking them to eat this. But Xiao Long insisted, promising it was delicious and that they should trust him. Gai Huang was the first to pick one up. Seeing this, Hua Yin also closed her eyes and popped a worm into her mouth. The rich flavor immediately shocked them. It was actually delicious. How could a simple insect taste this good? Seeing everyone's reaction, Xiao Long couldn't hide his smug satisfaction. Of course, it's delicious, so rich they call it the fat grub. In his past life, this was a surprisingly popular snack. Kai Huang admitted it tasted great, but he still wondered how they could use it to assassinate Kim Dai-thon. Xiao Long just smiled confidently, reminding them about the man's severe allergy to crab and shrimp. What's harmless to one person, he explained, can be a deadly poison to another. Just like shellfish, these grubs contained a fatal toxin for him. It clicked for Hua Engan, then just like how Peng Ying was fatally sensitive to bee venom. Xiao Long added that if they ground the golden grubs into a fine powder and mixed it with food, it would just add a delicious, nutty flavor. No one would ever suspect it was murder by poison. Kai Huang stroked his beard, nodding in approval, finally understanding the phrase, a delicious death. Xiao Long said the more they used, the more certain the effect would be. But the real question was, which dish to put it in. Song Ruo suddenly raised her hand, her voice calm as she suggested, "How about the injeolmi rice cakes? We eat those at the casino all the time." She explained that injeolmi is made from sticky rice with a red bean filling, then coated in syrup and a layer of soybean powder. If they mixed the golden grub powder with the soybean powder and coated the cake, no one would ever notice. The perfect idea lit up in Xiao Long's mind. A chewy, sticky rice cake soaked in grub powder and covered in a thick syrup. It was the perfect meal to trigger death by suffocation from anaphylactic shock. Absolutely perfect for a murder plot. Song Ruo clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. "Let me be the one to make the injeolmi. Only by doing it myself," she said, "will I feel free from this hatred." Kai Huang nodded, agreeing that she should be the one to deliver the revenge. His last meal, an injeolmi rice cake dusted with insect powder, a fitting end for a total piece of scum. Xiao Long decided to ask the casino owner to let Song Ruo cook for a day. As a precaution, Huan Gan suggested they gamble to keep their target occupied. A wicked smile spread across Xiao Long's face, his eyes gleaming with malice. The plan was becoming flawless, a trap that Kim Dai-thon had absolutely no chance of surviving. A few days later, Kim Dai-thon strode into the Golden Phoenix Casino with his bodyguards, carrying a bag full of money. The owner rushed out to greet him respectfully. With pure arrogance, Kim Dai-thon demanded wine and women at his usual table. "My lord," the owner apologized, "that table is occupied by a distinguished guest." Kim Dai-thon paused, then his eyes widened in shock as he walked inside. At his favorite table, Xiao Long and Lady Huanagan were sitting there, gambling away. Kim Dai-thon's gaze immediately fixated on Huanggan's beauty. He recognized her, the poison flower of the Sichuan Tang sect. He hurried over, smiling respectfully. "I never expected to see Lady Huanggan here." Her reply was ice cold. "And who are you?" A bit flustered, Kim Dai-thon introduced himself as the third young master of the Great Fire sect, reminding her that he had visited her once before. Just then, Xiao Long cut in. "I win." He looked at Huang Gan with a confident grin. "What do you think of my skills, my lady?" "Simply amazing," Huang Gan replied with sparkling eyes filled with admiration. A confused Kim Dai-thon turned to his guard, asking who Xiao Long was. His bodyguard replied that he'd heard the poison flower had a fiancé, and guessed that this must be the guy. Kim Dai-thon was horrified. He couldn't believe it. How could a weakling like him land such a beautiful woman when even he couldn't? A vicious glint appeared in his eyes. He remembered the woman from the Song family years ago. She wasn't bad-looking either. The memory made him drool. If she hadn't resisted so fiercely, he wouldn't have accidentally killed her. What a shame her older sister wasn't there. He heard she was even more beautiful. With that thought, he walked over, sat down across from them, and declared, "An honor to meet the poison flower's fiancé. Care for a game?" Xiao Long didn't refuse, which brought a sinister smile to Kim Dai-thon's face. He figured this was the perfect chance to crush and humiliate the kid in front of everyone. An hour later, Kim Dai-thon's arrogant expression was completely gone, replaced by absolute shock. Xiao Long won again as Huang Gan cheered him on. Kim Dai-thon couldn't understand it. He'd been losing for an hour straight and was down half his money. Xiao Long gathered the money bags with a smile. "It's getting late. We should be going." Furious, Kim Dai-thon gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He tried to calm down, thinking it was just a streak of bad luck, and told a servant to bring some food. His eyes were drawn to a few men who were eating. One of them mentioned that the injeolmi today was especially delicious. Curious, he asked a servant about it, who smiled and confirmed it, asking if he'd like to try some. The dish was served, and Kim Dai-thon took a big bite. It was incredible. The more he chewed, the crunchier and more fragrant it became. But moments later, his face contorted in agony. He fell right out of his chair. Suddenly, he collapsed, hands clutching his throat as a familiar, dreadful sensation washed over him. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Long and the others rushed over. The bodyguard frantically revealed that the young master had collapsed right after eating a dish of inomi. Xiao Long ordered the man aside to treat him. Foaming at the mouth, eyes streaming, Jin Dacheng grabbed Xiao Long's shirt, begging for help. But then his eyes widened in terror as a sinister energy radiated from Xiao Long's body. He stared down at Jin Dacheng, asking, "Did you enjoy the inami?" With an ice-cold expression, he continued, "For the crimes you committed in the Song family village, I hope you regret this forever, even in the afterlife." How did you know?" Jin Dacheng snarled, grabbing Xiao Long by the collar. Xiao Long smacked his hand away. "You seem to be in terrible pain," he said. "If the patient struggles too much, I can't transfer my internal energy. Hold him down." Everyone piled on, pinning Jin Dacheng down as he slowly suffocated, the last good taste in his mouth becoming his final memory. The next day, Xiao Long and Hua Yin met the old couple who had been taking care of Song Ruo. The old man bowed, asking them to look after the little girl. Xiao Long reassured them that she was part of the Tang family now, so they had nothing to worry about. As the wind swept through, Song Ruo walked silently towards a single grave. Before returning to the Tang estate, they visited her old village. Luckily, the whole Jin Dacheng incident had been quietly resolved. Normally, there would be an investigation into a potential poisoning, but since he was cast out by his own family, it seems they buried the story. With tears in her eyes, Song Ruo placed a hand on her little sister's grave. She couldn't help but sob, wondering if she'd taken too long. Racked with guilt, she cried about not coming home sooner that day. As she repeated her apologies, Xiao Long noticed something strange. It was as if even the crickets were weeping along with her. Hua Yin was heartbroken too. She remembered Song Ruo saying the sound of crickets reminded her of her sister's voice. Xiao Long wondered what her sister might be saying to her now, under this sad sunset and the mournful sound of the crickets. But all Song Ruo could do in that moment was drown in her own regret. The sun was setting over the alleys of the Sichuan capital. Not far away, a man in a hat was eating. It was the beggar emperor, enjoying a dish prepared by Xiao Long. He couldn't help but smile. It looked awful, but it was rich and delicious. Xiao Long's ridiculously entertaining revenge plan had proven he was someone truly special. Suddenly, he realized two people were watching him from the shadows. His expression turned serious. "Come on out," he said. "Only thieves sneak around like that." Realizing they'd been spotted, the two seemed a bit flustered. They stepped out from their hiding spot, landing behind the beggar emperor. His senses were as sharp as ever, the man admitted. "What are you doing here?" The man was one of the 5 imperial thieves, Jiang Zihao, and the girl was his disciple, Zhao Wanlian. "A thief?" Jiang Zihao crossed his arms, offended. "After all this time, is that how you greet me? What else should I call you?" the beggar emperor asked, confused. "Divine thief sounds much better," Jiang Zihao replied with a forced smile. "Besides, my disciple is here. Can't you give me a little face?" Wanlian then respectfully greeted the emperor. This just gave him a bigger headache. Dealing with this one pain was bad enough, but now he had a disciple, signaling even more trouble ahead. "So what brings you to Sichuan?" the beggar emperor asked. "I have a question for you," Jiang Zihao explained nervously. "I'm looking for the person with the most knowledge about silkworms in all the Central Plains." He pointed to his wrist. "My sacred treasure, the heavenly silkworm, recently broke. I thought it would last forever, but I guess even it has a lifespan. By tradition, I have to pass the heavenly silkworm to my disciple after she finishes training. But at this rate, I'll have nothing left to give her." The beggar emperor stroked his chin, deep in thought. He actually did know someone who might be able to help. Jiang Zihao was desperate to know who it was. The beggar emperor just smiled, his eyes glinting with confidence as an image of Xiao Long appeared in his mind. In all the Central Plains, when it comes to understanding insects, no one can surpass that kid. A few days later, as dawn broke over the poison garden, Xiao Long's pained screams shattered the morning calm. One of Gu Fei's subordinates was whipping his back repeatedly, grunting through his teeth, telling him to endure just a little longer. Not far away, Hua Yin and the small centipede swarm watched quietly. Xiao Long was training in the iron armor art. It's a bizarre technique based on the Fist Emperor's poison. The concept is twisted: the more you're beaten half to death, the stronger your body becomes. The secret is to tense your muscles and circulate your energy, hardening your entire body at the exact moment of impact. "You can do it!" Hua Yin and the centipede swarm cheered him on silently. "Now it really begins," the subordinate said, tightening his grip on the whip. Xiang'er stared at the whip, its eyes gleaming with excitement. It suddenly remembered the feeling of Hua Yin's feathers and didn't hesitate for a second. It leaped straight out of its master's arms. As the whip swung down, Xiang'er jumped right in its path. "Careful!" Xiao Long, his back already covered in welts, cried out in alarm. Luckily, he managed to grab the small centipede in time, taking the full force of the brutal strike on his own back. He gently placed the centipede on the ground and gasped for air, knowing he'd just had a very close call. Hua Yin rushed over worriedly, scolding Xiang'er for its reckless move before sighing. "Can't we just have one peaceful day? Is Xiang'er always causing this much trouble?" Xiao Long asked, surprised. Hua Yin sighed and explained. "This one is just way too energetic. It never sits still, causing trouble the moment its eyes are open. Last time, it nearly started a disaster just by chasing a butterfly." Hearing this, Xiao Long flinched, worried the little creature might have been seriously hurt. Just then, the eldest centipede, Zhao, crawled over to scold Xiang'er. This sight brought an unconscious smile to Xiao Long's face. Anyone who's ever raised a pet would understand same species, but every single one has its own unique personality. Xiang'er was clearly the curious and mischievous one, while Zhao acted as the big sister calm, a leader, always keeping the others in line. And finally there was Binner, the quietest of the bunch. She seemed cold on the outside, but was secretly the most affectionate. Though she did sleep a lot. He only hoped they would grow up healthy, so that one day they could become great poison lords, just like their mother. Seeing Hua Yin gently call the little centipedes over, Xiao Long couldn't help but smile warmly. Just then, Song Ruo and Gu Fei appeared. Gu Fei greeted Xiao Long respectfully, while Song Ruo was carrying a jar. Seeing them both up so early, Xiao Long smiled and praised their diligence. He suddenly noticed the Poison Squad uniform looked surprisingly good on Song Ruo. With a somewhat bashful smile, Song Ruo thanked him for the compliment. When asked about life in the Tang clan, she said everyone treated her very well, and the work wasn't too demanding. Then she cheerfully opened the jar, reporting that these were the things he had requested. The jar was filled to the brim with crickets. Gu Fei honestly mentioned that the number was probably a bit excessive, all because Song Ruo had been way too meticulous. Hearing that, Song Ruo looked a little guilty. Xiao Long just smiled, thinking to himself that being too good at your job can sometimes be a crime. He then declared with confidence, "If that's the case, we'll be bringing new members to the Poison Courtyard very soon." Gu Fei was surprised and asked, "Young master, are you planning to go catch new poison beasts?" Xiao Long nodded, explaining that the best way to handle the surplus of crickets was to use them as bait. But hearing this, Hua Yin quickly intervened. "Xiao Long, before you do that, we should wait for news from the Martial Arts Alliance. To go out and capture poison beasts, we need an official permit. With the current tense situation involving the blood cult, getting approval was not going to be easy. I heard the Alliance Master personally led a raid on the border of the Daidong Nation, but there has been no news since." At these words, the look in both Xiao Long's and Gu Fei's eyes turned sharp and cold. Just as the atmosphere tensed up, a servant came rushing over. Hua Yin asked what was wrong, why she was in such a hurry. The servant announced the clan leader was summoning them to the main hall for an important matter. The two of them hurried over immediately. The atmosphere inside the room was unusually heavy. Xiao Long thought to himself that the clan leader was usually very busy at this hour. He wondered what could have possibly happened. The mysterious smile on his father-in-law's face sparked a strange premonition. The clan leader finally spoke, a radiant smile on his lips. "My dear son-in-law, I bring the news you've been waiting for." He then pulled out a scroll, his voice filled with excitement. "Word from the Martial Arts Alliance has arrived. The expedition was a complete success." Joy and astonishment lit up the faces of Xiao Long and Hua Yin. The clan leader explained further that the Alliance Master had raided and completely leveled the blood cult's base at the border. Half of the evil sect was either eliminated or captured alive, while the rest had scattered and fled. They both immediately understood the meaning of this news. They were so overjoyed they almost jumped up, and the clan head confirmed their greatest hope. "We can finally go capture poison beasts." The expedition had been approved. Xiao Long excitedly admitted he hadn't even had time to think of a destination yet. If that's the case, the clan head clasped his hands, his voice serious. "I have a place I'd like to recommend." His eyes stared directly at Xiao Long. For the first expedition of the Tang clan's poison squad, there was no place more suitable than this one. A land teeming with countless poison beasts, where even the entrance is guarded by vicious creatures on par with the Golden Phoenix, a land called the Paradise of Poison Beasts, Yunnan. A few days later, the group had crossed Sichuan, heading towards the far southwestern edge of the Central Plains, to the tropical rainforests of Yunnan. Deep within the Ailao Mountains lay a valley known as the Poison Gorge. Here, the roars of beasts drowned out the voices of men. It was a land of treacherous rock formations and countless mysterious creatures. To Xiao Long, this place was truly a paradise on earth. That night, Xiao Long lay in bed next to his sleeping pets. His heart was racing with anticipation for the hidden creatures this place held. He gently picked up a centipede, whispering, "Just you wait. I'll bring back plenty of new friends for you all." A few mornings later, the elite expedition team was fully assembled. The management of the poison courtyard was entrusted to Song Ruo, who had just been officially appointed as the vice captain. Xiao Long, Gu Fei, and the others had also finished their preparations. Just as the group was about to head out, a scene both funny and frustrating unfolded. A small centipede was clinging tightly to Xiao Long's leg, whimpering pitifully. A moment later, not just one, but the entire pack of pets from the killer lizards to the demon flower were all over him, refusing to let him leave. "Come on, let me go so I can get going." Xiao Long managed a strained smile, but was met with a chorus of determined growls. He had to try and soothe them, explaining he was only going to find new friends for them, and that the other poison squad members were here to provide yang qi. Hearing this, the demon flower said nothing. In a flash, it shot out its web, wrapping Xiao Long up tightly and making him yelp in surprise. Hua Yin could see her beasts wouldn't budge an inch from their master. This wasn't going to work. Elder Tai spoke up as Xiao Long struggled with some webs. "The other beasts might pass, but not Yao Hua. She has Lady Hua Yin's face. But that massive spider body will attract way too much attention. There's no explaining that away." Yao Hua quietly looked at Elder Tai, then seemed to make a decision. All confused eyes suddenly turned to her. In a flash, Yao Hua's body began to transform. Her giant spider form vanished into thin air, leaving only the perfect image of Lady Hua Yin. She then sat down, flashing a smug little smile. Xiao Long and Elder Tai were stunned, speechless, unable to comprehend how her enormous body had simply disappeared. "Where'd my pet's gorgeous body go?" Xiao Long panicked in his head. He stepped forward, reaching into the air, and felt Yao Hua's smooth spider shell still there. An invisibility technique, Elder Tai instantly realized. Xiao Long was ecstatic. With this ability, no one would ever suspect Yao Hua was a demon spider. Hua Yin let out a sigh, a forced smile on her face. "All right, fine. If this is how it is, you can all come." She approached the beasts, her tone turning strict. "But since you dared to ignore your master's command, you will obey me without question for the entire trip. Understood?" Xiao Long stepped up, hand raised high. "We are ready to depart," he announced with excitement. And so, the Poison Squad's first expedition officially began. As they neared Mount Imai, they ran into a long line of people waiting. "Why is it so crowded?" Xiao Long asked. "It's a checkpoint," Gu Fei explained. "Ever since the blood cult rose to power, these things have popped up everywhere. I hear they're not easy to get through." Suddenly, a female guard at the checkpoint recognized Elder Tai, and in that same moment, her eyes widened in utter amazement. "Please wait a moment," she requested. Her eyes were glued on Yao Hua, who now looked as if she were floating in midair. This is bad, Xiao Long thought. He realized that with Yao Hua's spider body invisible, it looked exactly like she was levitating off the ground. But contrary to his worries, the guard gasped not with suspicion, but with pure, unadulterated awe. It's the legendary technique of walking on air. She was convinced Lady Hua Yin had mastered a divine martial art, truly befitting one of the three flowers of the martial world. The crowd around them began to murmur in admiration. Faced with this reaction, Yao Hua could only offer a grateful smile. Hua Yin shot her a furious look. "Apologies, my lady is just shy." The two of them quickly fled the scene, leaving the bewildered crowd behind. "What did you do to Yao Hua?" "Now everyone's going to get the wrong idea," Hua Yin nearly yelled. "Calm down." Xiao Long quickly soothed her. To avoid raising any more suspicion, Hua Yin had to disguise herself as a man for the rest of the journey. You see, in the Central Plains, people are superstitious. They believe twins are a bad omen. Despite a few small incidents along the way, they finally arrived safely in Yunnan. After the long trip, Xiao Long and everyone else were exhausted. A stunning landscape of rivers and mountains stretched before them. Elder Tai spoke. "This is Alao Mountain. The Poison Valley is just a little further." Suddenly, Xiao Long turned around, his expression hardening. "Something," he said, "is very wrong." "What do you mean?" Gu Fei asked, curious. Xiao Long's voice dropped. "This place is unnaturally quiet." His eyes scanned the area, from the caves to the treetops. Everything was steeped in a dead silence, with no sign of life whatsoever. The Grand Master frowned, his gaze turning grim. "I recognize this feeling. It's exactly the same as when we hunted the Blue Poison Lord." At the mention of the Blue Poison Lord, Xiao Long froze solid. The Grand Master nodded, explaining that in the territory of a powerful beast, even the insects fall silent. Every living thing has either fled in terror, or it has already become prey. He decided to scout ahead himself, telling the others to fall back to a junction of two rivers where he could still see birds flying. After the Grand Master departed, Hua Yin carefully observed their surroundings and confirmed he was right. The area they just left had been teeming with life. Gu Fei sensed it. An invisible boundary seemed to cut this entire area right along the river. Xiao Long grew thoughtful. Some formidable creature was definitely lurking in Mount Ilao. But to claim a territory this vast, it had to be incredibly dangerous. He crossed his arms and sighed. "Strange," he muttered. "What's strange?" Hua Yin asked. Xiao Long explained that for any beast to rule this much land, it would have to be enormous. Something like the Blue Poison King. Yet he hadn't found a single track or trace of any massive creature. He couldn't understand how it could possibly hunt when its own territory was completely barren of prey. Its size and its habitat were a total contradiction. A short while later, the clan chief and his men returned. He reported the situation was tricky. They couldn't find a single thing, not even the entrance to Mount Ilao. He figured the Poison Gorge was probably empty too, and decided the group should rest and resume the search tomorrow. Though burning with impatience, Xiao Long knew the chief was right. They couldn't go back empty-handed. As night fell, the group lit a campfire and began preparing their dinner. While Xiao Long was playing with his centipedes, Hua Yin brought him a plate of food. "You should eat something," she said softly. Then she turned to the centipedes. "All right, my darlings, let your father rest. Come over here to mommy." Xiao Long smiled gratefully. Seeing him studying the map, she asked what he was doing. He was examining the terrain, believing the creature's lair was likely at the center of this region. As they were talking, a dragonfly buzzed nearby. Suddenly, the centipede Xiang'er took notice. Without a moment's hesitation, it launched itself toward the dragonfly like a bolt of black lightning. The sudden and ferocious pounce startled both Xiao Long and Hua Yin completely. "Xiang'er," Xiao Long scolded gently, "you scared me. Don't just jump around." Hua Yin realized it was trying to catch the dragonfly. Xiao Long briefly thought maybe the dragonflies were here because of the river. But then, he suddenly froze. Just moments ago, this place had been completely empty of them. His eyes widened in shock, staring at the swarm of dragonflies in the distance. "We're wasting time." Xiao Long turned to Elder Tai. "Please go back to the places we've already checked. See how many dragonflies are there now." Still confused, Elder Tai asked, "What do you mean?" Xiao Long explained. "Land creatures can hide, but dragonflies can't. They fly everywhere. If they sense a threat, they'll leave for a bit. But once the danger passes, they'll come right back." He put a hand on his chin, his voice filled with confidence. "The reason we didn't see any creatures isn't because this is a predator's territory. It's because something swept through this land right before we arrived." Following Xiao Long's theory, the team set out immediately. The clan chief warned them that the area ahead was dense jungle, so they had to be on high alert. Xiao Long's eyes lit up. He knew he had to catch whatever was moving ahead before it could escape. Normally he'd complain, but this time, he refused to give up. Just then, a strange sound caught the group's attention. Gu Fei said it sounded like bamboo rustling in the wind. But strangely, There wasn't a single bamboo forest in sight. The two scouts in front stopped dead, warning of a cliff ahead. They signaled for everyone to be cautious, because something was down below. Before them was a deep, dark abyss, and the scene at the bottom of that chasm made them all hold their breath. Thousands upon thousands of strange creatures swirled in a gigantic mass. Looking closer, the clan chief realized with horror that they were red ants. Could they be demon ants, he wondered? Gu Fei was also stunned. Their size was far beyond any normal demon ant he'd ever heard of. Not even the ancient records of the Tang family mentioned a species like this. He turned to Xiao Long, hoping he would know what they were. Xiao Long thought for a moment. Though he'd never seen them this huge, he was almost certain they were army ants. Army ants, a species typically found in Africa and the Americas, are famous for moving in massive colonies. Unlike most ants that build permanent nests, army ants migrate in colossal numbers when their food source runs out. Their march looks just like an army sweeping across the land, which is exactly how they got their name. They are extremely aggressive, and once provoked, they won't leave behind a single scrap of bone of their prey. The group watched from the bushes, holding their breath. Xiao Long was just about to signal a silent retreat when a loud snap echoed out. Someone had accidentally stepped on a dry twig. Xiao Long's face and the man's who slipped both went deathly pale. When they looked back, thousands upon thousands of ant eyes were locked directly onto their position. Everyone was frozen stiff. After a moment of chilling silence, the entire sea of ants began to surge, rushing toward them like a terrifying, black tsunami. Drenched in cold sweat, Xiao Long and the others could do nothing but turn and run for their lives. A few minutes passed, and dusk was setting in. They were still running at full tilt, stunned to realize the ants were much faster than they'd imagined. On their way, a small deer was innocently grazing on some leaves when, detecting its prey, a swarm of ants suddenly burst forth. Xiao Long's face went white as he watched the horrifying scene. He suddenly remembered these demon ants hunt by sensing ground vibrations. If they kept running, the ants would undoubtedly target them as their next meal. "What do we do?" the Grand Master asked with worry. Just then, Xiao Long's gaze fell upon the nearby river, and an idea hit him. "The river! The ants can't follow us in the water." The Grand Master immediately pointed. "Jump!" Without a moment's hesitation, they all threw themselves into the freezing water. By the time the bloodthirsty ants reached the riverbank, the group was already deep below. A few seconds later, Xiao Long broke the surface, a relieved smile on his face as he watched the ants turning back. They had survived. Gu Fei let out a huge sigh of relief, totally exhausted. They waited until the very last ant was gone before crawling back onto the shore. That was way too close, like they had just stared death right in the face. Gu Fei shivered while Xiao Long just collapsed, completely out of breath. The head of the Tai family got to his feet, his voice still shaking. What in the world were those things? I, the 10,000 Poisons Divine Lord, have never known fear, but these demon ants are on another level. We have to be extremely careful, Xiao Long warned, his eyes filled with dread. This species devours everything and anything in its path. That explains why this whole area is a dead zone, the Tai family head nodded, stroking his beard. A swarm of that insane size would definitely explain why nothing else can survive here. But Xiao Long looked a little disappointed, thinking they were just demon ants and not some legendary beast. Seeing nightfall approach, the family head suggested they rest. Xiao Long agreed, then walked over to Gu Fei with a mischievous grin. "Hey Lord Gu, once it's dark, how about we go spy on those demon ants?" Gu Fei almost leaped out of his skin. "Spy on what?" "The demon ants, of course," he replied, putting on his most innocent face. Gu Fei started trembling, his eyes wide with pure terror. They had literally just escaped with their lives, and he could not believe this kid was actually serious about going back. "Are you planning to catch the whole swarm like you did with the phoenix beasts?" "Of course not." Xiao Long waved his hand, laughing. "There are way too many for that. No, the plan is simple. Sneak in, grab a few for research, and get out. This kid is completely insane." That's what Gu Fei and the other man were both thinking. Xiao Long stroked his pet centipede, which hissed excitedly. His eyes gleamed as he asked the two if they were in. Under the cover of darkness, the group headed back into the blood-red forest, and somehow, the midnight abduction was a total success. Xiao Long, the family head, and Gu Fei managed to snag 4 massive demon ants. Back in their safe zone with the creatures tied down, Gu Fei was still catching his breath. Stunned he'd survived another of Xiao Long's crazy plans. "I thought they'd be asleep at night," he gasped. Xiao Long just laughed. "Demon ants don't sleep, but hey, we still got 4 of them." Gu Fei stared at the ant he'd captured, his expression full of doubt. "Can we actually raise these things?" Xiao Long crouched down, studying the ants. After a moment, He delivered his verdict: taming them was completely impossible. With a memory that only lasts 3 days and no queen to control them, any attempt at training would be a total waste of time. So this was all for nothing? Gu Fei slumped in defeat, but Xiao Long just gave him a mysterious smile, saying it wasn't a waste at all. He pointed out their strange, terrifying beauty. Just displaying these creatures at the Tang clan estate would be enough to shake the entire martial world. Gu Fei just covered his face in despair. Xiao Long chuckled. "Welcome to the poison squad, brother. You better get used to it." The family head cut in, asking for their next move, suggesting they head west to Ruili or deeper south into the jungle. But Xiao Long shook his head, a confident gleam in his eyes. He revealed they'd first regroup with Hua Yin's team, then follow the demon ants again, or more accurately, get one step ahead of them. The others were completely stunned. Xiao Long cracked his knuckles, a cunning glint in his eye as he laid out his truly audacious plan. The real prize wasn't the ants. It was the countless other poisonous beasts being flushed out of hiding by the swarm. He turned a threat into a golden opportunity. Gu Fei was sweating bullets, convinced they were all going to die. Xiao Long, on the other hand, just grinned like a madman. Catching a few ants was small time. With this new plan, he was about to capture every single poisonous creature in all of Yunnan. That night, by the fire, Hua Yin stared in absolute shock at the 4 captured ants. Her eyes glued to their razor-sharp legs. She was torn between amazement and anger, unable to believe Xiao Long was planning to race these terrifying creatures. Not only that, but he wanted to capture all the other poison beasts that were desperately fleeing from the swarm. Weren't the golden-furred queen bees enough for you? Now you want to deal with these? Xiao Long just laughed nervously, trying to explain. But you were the one who said we got amazing results last time, he reminded her. His words made Hua Yin pause for a moment. She remembered the Grandmaster's words. Her non-stop race against the bee swarm had forced her to absorb a ton of energy from the green-spotted centipede's core. Xiao Long added that the centipedes had already molted twice and no longer needed their cores. This was her golden opportunity to absorb every last drop of that remaining power. The Grandmaster chimed in. If that's the case, shouldn't you be running too, Xiao Long? Hua Yin nodded furiously, her eyes gleaming with approval. She insisted that since Xiao Long drank the queen bee's royal jelly, he also needed to work out to absorb its energy. Sweat beaded on Xiao Long's forehead as he desperately turned to the Grand Master for help. My Qinggong isn't very good. Maybe you could carry me? But the Grand Master just laughed it off. You run just fine. Don't waste this rare chance. Xiao Long could only grit his teeth. Just then, Hua Yin grabbed his hand with a sweet smile. So, will you run with me tomorrow? He was speechless. Hua Yin let out a soft sigh, then leaned in to whisper in his ear, her eyes sparkling with mischief. This is your punishment for making decisions all on your own. The next day, the great poison creature hunt began, but not in any way they had imagined. A massive swarm of demon ants tore through the forest like a flood. They cornered a huge wild boar, and in a blink, the unfortunate beast was completely devoured, leaving nothing behind. Not far away, Hua Yin, Xiao Long, and Gu Fei were running for their lives. The hunting party was right up ahead. Xiao Long shouted a warning. They'll chew through anything in their path. Be careful. His eyes lit up with a devilish smile as he explained their insane plan. Right now, we're 60 jang away from the ants. When they move, we'll close that distance to under 30 jang and hold it. Anything we catch, we pass to the main team running alongside us. That team would cage the creatures and get them to the opposite riverbank, far out of the ants' reach. And so, the deadly race began again. The plan was working shockingly well, since countless other poisonous creatures were also fleeing the swarm in a panic. With an excited grin, Xiao Long snatched up a venomous snake from the ground. He realized the Valley of 10,000 Poisons definitely lived up to its name, and he was determined to catch them all. The hunt continued for nearly 2 more hours, and the iron cages started to fill up. Xiao Long, Gu Fei, and Hua Yin were now running and catching creatures at the same time. After grabbing another snake, Xiao Long immediately tossed it to a team member holding a wooden box. Are you still okay? The man asked, concerned. I'm fine. Xiao Long shot back. With so many creatures waiting for me, how could I get tired? There's a giant python up ahead, Hua Yin suddenly announced. Xiao Long's eyes widened, his attention immediately locking onto a massive electric python coiled on a tree branch. It was one of the 5 largest snake species in the world, huge, yet surprisingly gentle and easy to raise. And it wasn't venomous. But that species isn't poisonous, right? Gu Fei asked, looking confused. You're right, Xiao Long said with a massive grin, but I have to catch it. Gu Fei was horrified. You said the exact same thing about that whip scorpion and the giant toad. At this rate, we might as well just catch everything. Hearing that, Xiao Long's eyes shone even brighter. He stopped dead in his tracks, turned around and declared, "Great idea! I'll grab that other snake too." "Wait, the ants are about to catch up," Hua Yin screamed. "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Xiao Long yelled, dashing toward the python, snatching it, and wrapping it around his neck with a triumphant smile. He refused to let such a magnificent creature become ant food. But Xiao Long's luck had just run out. He tripped on a tree root, falling face first onto the ground just as the ferocious wave of ants closed in. Hua Yin and Gu Fei screamed in terror. Xiao Long looked back, his eyes wide with pure, paralyzing fear as the swarm rushed toward him. At the last possible second, something yanked him up hard by the collar. It was Yao He. Hua Yin and Gu Fei finally let out a sigh of relief. "Nice work, Yao He. Get him somewhere safe. From now on, you are forbidden from going anywhere near those ants." All Xiao Long could do was mumble an apology. "What about the swarm?" Hua Yin asked, changing the subject. "Luckily, they stopped on the other side of the hill," Gu Fei replied. "The sun's setting. We should rest." Too ashamed to even look up, Xiao Long just stayed quiet. Hua Yin agreed, deciding the group would make camp and wait for the main team. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes, and Hua Yin's eyes narrowed with suspicion. A few seconds later, a spear shot out from the foliage, landing right next to Xiao Long. Everyone jumped. Men holding spears emerged from the trees. "Don't move," one of them shouted. "This is the territory of the Beast Palace. Intruders, identify yourselves." Gu Fei immediately drew his dagger, taking a defensive stance, while Hua Yin quickly tried to de-escalate. "Please, calm down. We're from the Tang sect of Sichuan." Hearing this, a man leading a ferocious wolf with glowing eyes stepped forward. "What are people from the Tang sect doing this deep in the Yunnan jungle?" he asked, his voice full of suspicion. Suddenly, He Lang's eyes froze on the spider silk necklace Yao Hua had placed on Xiao Long, and his face immediately turned stone cold. "It's not what it looks like." Xiao Long quickly waved his hands, trying to explain. The leader gritted his teeth as a powerful aura flared from his body. "What the hell are you doing on the lands of the Beast Palace?" he roared, his eyes blazing with fury. This man was He Lang, a warrior from the southern tribe's Beast Palace. He'd found them after hearing strange noises during his patrol. "We'll leave immediately," Xiao Long said, but then he paused, as if remembering something crucial. "Wait, brother He Lang, I have something important to tell you." "What is it?" He Lang asked, turning back curiously. "Can you come with me to that hill for a moment?" Xiao Long's voice was urgent. He Lang agreed, but when they reached the top of the hill, he froze solid. His eyes widened in absolute, disbelieving horror at the sight before him. In the distance, a massive, dark mountain was moving, a churning tide of black that consumed everything in its path. "That's the ant army." Xiao Long's voice was heavy. That rustling sound from before was the sound of them moving. "I believe the Beast Palace is directly in their path. If the Valley of 10,000 Beasts is long and narrow, this place will be a tomb." Cold sweat beaded on He Lang's forehead. He understood all too well if this was true. A catastrophic disaster was hanging right over their heads. "I must return immediately and report to the palace master," he declared. "I invite the members of the Tang clan to come explain this ant species in detail." While Yao Hua was happily playing with He Lang's wolf, Hua Yin smiled and replied, "We would be honored." Xiao Long's eyes were glued to the sea of ants in the distance, his worry unconcealed. "We need to get to the Beast Palace right now. The faster the better," he urged them on. That night, the colossal ant army finally stopped to rest. The entire region fell into a terrifying silence, like the dead calm of the sea just before a world-ending tsunami. They would remain still until dawn, then resume their devastating march. As night fell, Xiao Long's group finally reached the Beast Palace. The sight was breathtaking. An earthly paradise where humans and beasts lived together in perfect harmony. He Lang smiled proudly. This is probably the first time the Tang clan has visited in over 100 years. Hua Yin added her own observation. "The beast-taming arts of the southern tribe's Beast Palace are truly without equal." He Lang pointed to a circular, open area at the entrance, explaining that it was their training ground. He described the Valley of 10,000 Beasts as being shaped like a gourd, with a single entrance flanked by towering cliffs. It made the place a seemingly impenetrable natural fortress. But to Xiao Long, an expert in traps, a fatal flaw was immediately obvious. If that single entrance was blocked, this entire valley would become a death cage with no way out. Arriving before the main hall, He Lang announced with reverence, "Palace Master, esteemed guests from the Sichuan Tong clan have arrived." A voice filled with authority echoed from within, permitting them to enter. The moment they stepped inside, a heavy pressure fell upon them, Three figures sat on high seats, flanked by massive black panthers with predatory eyes, ready to pounce at any moment. An old man with white hair and a face covered in scars introduced himself as Menghu, the master of the Beast Palace. Xiao Long and Hua Yin clasped their hands in respect. Menghu got straight to the point. I heard you came to Yunnan to hunt poisonous creatures. I've also heard my warrior's tale of an army of ants. Tell me what they are, and why they've appeared here. Xiao Long nodded, and began explaining the extreme danger of the ant swarm. He spoke of their terrifying destructive power, and warned them to evacuate immediately. But their reaction was the exact opposite of what he'd hoped for. A suffocating killing intent radiated from Menghu. You're telling me to abandon my home of 300 years because of some little ants? He growled. A brown-haired woman seated beside him placed a hand on her chest, her eyes filled with arrogance. Palace Master, don't listen to this outsider's nonsense. Just give me 500 flying wolves, and I'll wipe them out myself. No matter how many, they're nothing but insects. Xiao Long clenched his fists. I assure you, I am not exaggerating. Your 500 flying wolves would be swallowed whole in an instant. The woman was stunned, then furious. Hua Yin quickly scolded Xiao Long for being too blunt, but he stood his ground. These aren't normal ants. If the beasts here are harmed, it will be a true tragedy. This only enraged the woman more. What the hell does someone from the Central Plains know? Your people eat dog meat. How could you possibly understand our bond with animals? That one sentence lit a fuse. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, pure fury igniting within him. For her to judge all of them based on one cultural difference was far past his breaking point. A powerful energy erupted from his body. He could tolerate many things, but he would never forgive anyone who dared to question his bond with his companions. It was time to show them. Without a single shred of hesitation, he held out his hand. Freeze, now, everyone out. From inside his robes, 3 colossal centipedes crawled out, while Yao Hua revealed her true, imposing form, a fiery red spider. The snow and ice geckos appeared too, spreading a biting cold through the air. The entire grand hall fell into an absolute, stunned silence. Every single person, including the fierce sect leader Manhwa, was completely floored, their eyes wide with utter disbelief. Even the aggressive black panthers began to snarl and back away. But Xiao Long stood there proudly, flanked by his incredible companions. Everyone present was simply speechless. They recognized these legendary venomous beasts and finally understood the woman with him was no ordinary twin. Stroking one of his giant centipedes, Xiao Long confidently replied, I believe your words were a little out of line. These aren't pets. They are my partners. It would break my heart if they ever got sick or injured. So, of course, I understand them completely. The woman was stunned, and the old beast tamer asked in pure shock, Partners? You mean they'll stay with you for your entire life? Another elder, a cat breeder, chimed in. He explained that even in the Beast Palace, where love for spirit beasts is absolute, no one had ever used the term partners. Suddenly, the anger on Manho's face melted away, replaced by a hearty laugh. He roared, saying, How extraordinary! He explained that he'd found it strange to see a woman restraining a young warrior with a chain. But if the one holding the chain is this tamer and his companions, it could only mean they both see each other as master. Xiao Long panicked, realizing this was a complete and utter misunderstanding. The elders, however, became deadly serious. They reasoned that if a young warrior could call the creatures he raised his partners, his affection for them must be immense. And if his advice stemmed from such a genuine bond, then they had to take it seriously. They absolutely could not ignore it. Manhwa nodded in agreement. A building can be replaced, but human and beast lives cannot. Xiao Long and Hua Ngan looked at each other. The plan had succeeded. Everyone was to gather in the main courtyard. Manhwa gave the order, and a few hours later, everyone was assembled. The sect leader approached Xiao Long, placing a hand on his shoulder. He thanked him but also apologized, explaining the emergency meant he couldn't offer a proper reward. The woman from before also came to apologize to Xiao Long. Admitting she was wrong to judge him, he simply smiled and told her not to worry. It turns out this woman, Tuyet Fyo, was the sect leader's daughter. She curiously stroked the centipede on Xiao Long's head, marveling at his power to command insects and venomous beasts. If they have offspring, she asked, could I possibly raise one? But just then, agonizing roars echoed through the valley. The sound sent a jolt of fear through the crowd. What is that? It sounds like an elephant, Tuyet Fyo said, confused. Xiao Long's eyes filled with pure horror as he turned and witnessed the absolutely terrifying scene. A swarm of demon ants was surrounding and tearing a gigantic elephant to pieces. The poor creature had likely been fleeing in their direction. The elders were frozen in shock. There's no time left. Xiao Long screamed frantically. Evacuate, right now. The ant swarm is heading straight for us. Too late, Manhwa gritted his teeth. They've already reached the valley of 10,000 beasts. There was no longer any path for retreat. In a blink, the massive elephant was devoured, leaving only a clean, white skeleton behind. That horrific sight made every single person there tremble in fear. With no other option, Manhwa made a grim declaration. We will have to fight. Huang Yan worriedly asked Xiao Long if their grandmaster and the Venom Squad were okay. He answered with confidence that their caution would have kept them safe across the river. Ko-Fi, however, was drenched in a cold sweat. His heart was pounding with worry for his own team. Breaking through this sea of ants seemed absolutely impossible. Xiao Long was grim. This was the worst-case scenario. If things continued, the swarm would swallow them all. He had to find a way out. At that moment, a massive spider web descended from the mountaintop, grabbing everyone's attention. It was none other than Yao Hua. While Xiao Long was still stunned, Huanangan was already smiling. She suddenly remembered they still had an ace up their sleeve. If they used its silk to cross the mountain, they could escape to safety. Nearby, Manhwa and his people waited. So, what were the people of the southern border beast palace supposed to do? Xiao Long wondered. His small group was fine, but with so many people, it was different. You all should go. Don't worry about us, Manhwa said with a confident smile. In the world of beasts, to eat and be eaten is natural. If we cannot defeat these creatures, then our fate is simply to be devoured by them. Xiao Long and Huangan were stunned. He couldn't just leave them behind. These were people who loved and cherished animals, just like he did. He focused intently, telling himself there had to be a way to save every last one of them. As a YouTuber, I have to think logically. Xiao Long began a careful analysis of the ants' habits and their movement patterns. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, a brilliant smile on his face. I have a plan. Manhwa and the others stared blankly at him, asking, You have a way to deal with this swarm? Yes, sir. Xiao Long nodded with certainty. We're going to have to suffer a bit, but I promise we'll make it through this. There's got to be a way. He smiled excitedly. You want to hear it? The next day, the ant swarm, having fully digested the elephant, began its march into the Beast Valley. Following the plan they'd worked on all night, the Beast Palace warriors set their formation, waiting for them in the grasslands. The demon ant swarm poured in. Xiao Long held his breath, staring them down, patiently waiting for them to draw closer. The moment the first ant stepped on the liquid-covered grass, he roared, Throw the torches! Hei Lang immediately hurled the flaming torch. It drew a perfect arc before landing right in the pool of oil. Instantly, a violent inferno erupted, forming a giant ring of fire that swallowed a huge portion of the swarm whole. It worked, Xiao Long cheered. The vanguard of the hunter ants was now completely isolated. With determined fire in his eyes, he charged forward, yelling, Their formation is broken, water buffaloes, attack! The warriors and the mighty water buffaloes charged fiercely, attacking the trapped ants. They had to destroy this entire group to clear a path for Xiao Long to reach the main army. Everyone, be careful! Xiao Long didn't forget to warn them, a hint of worry in his voice. While the warriors fought, he successfully broke through to the main ant force. But weirdly, they seemed to completely ignore his presence. So he started making faces, screaming, and dancing to taunt them. Hey, you stupid insects, I'm right here. The plan was working. The ants went into a frenzy, furiously turning to chase him. Behind him, Shui Piao and the others finished off the separated group. She watched his lonely figure with worry. Unsure if the plan would really succeed like he said it would, Xiao Long ran with everything he had. It was all going perfectly. He just had to keep leading them around the grassland. But right then, he stepped in a puddle of oil and lost his balance. It was over. His eyes widened in terror. Seizing the opportunity, the ants immediately closed the distance, pouncing on him. He realized in horror he'd slipped on the very oil trap they had set. Ants rained down on him like a black storm. The only thing he could do was close his eyes and prepare for the worst. Xiao Long had been caught. Hei Lang let out a piercing scream. Hearing it, Hua Yin and Gu Fei froze, their eyes filled with absolute fear. The black tide of ants swarmed over him, biting and tearing ferociously. Xiao Long screamed in pain, but he refused to give up easily. Yao Hua, he roared. The spider immediately reacted, shooting a thick silk thread right at him. Luckily, he caught it. With one powerful tug, Yao Hua pulled him free from the deadly encirclement of the ant swarm. Gu Fei and Hua Yin sighed in relief, praising Yao Hua over and over again. Xiao Long collapsed onto some rocks, gasping for air. He looked down and found a single ant stubbornly clinging to his clothes, trying to bite through. Thankfully, His iron body technique made his skin as hard as steel. He silently thanked the martial art for saving his life. Seeing how reckless he was, Yao Hua and the centipede swarm angrily scolded him. He could only manage a weak smile, thinking that even if they didn't, Hua Yin would give him an earful later anyway. His eyes suddenly lit up as he looked toward the ant swarm. They were moving in a circle around the rocks where they stood. Meng Hu and He Lang were stunned, unable to believe the ants were actually moving in an endless circle. It was just as the young man had predicted, and only Xiao Long knew the reason why. Their path had been cut. You see, army ants have terrible eyesight. They move by following the pheromone trail left by the leader. When the Beast Palace warriors destroyed the vanguard, the worker ants behind them immediately lost all sense of direction. In the end, they could only blindly follow the ant directly in front, trapped in this loop until they die from sheer exhaustion. With a triumphant smirk, he revealed this was the death spiral, also known as the ant mill. Hearing this, Xu Piao joyfully turned to her father. Meng Hu crossed his arms and nodded, letting his daughter spread the good news. Everything was okay. And that was how one small warrior prevented the utter destruction of the Beast Palace. 3 days later, the army ant swarm was still trapped in the death spiral. The giant swarm of insects continued marching in endless, self-destructive circles, slowly weakening. The warriors of the Beast Palace walked among them, finishing off the last creatures that remained. Meng Hu asked if this long ordeal was truly over, and Xiao Long hesitated for a moment before nodding. The grateful palace master asked Xiao Long what he wanted as a reward. He then made a very strange request. He wanted help finding the queen among the dying ants. He explained with a mischievous smile that he wanted to try raising it. He couldn't help but feel excited, remembering his childhood passion for raising ants. The search started immediately. Under Shui Piao's command, everyone spread out looking for an ant with an unusually large abdomen. Soon, a warrior called out. Xiao Long rushed over and witnessed a horrifying sight, a giant red ant, dying on the ground, surrounded by countless dead young ants. This monster had murderous, glowing red eyes, and a spear was stuck deep inside it. The spear was lodged deep, yet the creature clung to life. The group watched in horror as the ants began massacring one another, and at the center of this chaos was the giant ant itself. Hua Yin whispered, "Is that the queen?" "Looks like it," Xiao Long answered, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply, fundamentally wrong. The scene left him completely baffled. Every bit of his knowledge on insects screamed that this shouldn't be happening. A queen might eat her own eggs to survive, but she'd never devour her young once the colony was stable. He could only come to one possible conclusion, a horrific and completely unnatural one. This queen was eating its own children. As Xiao Long was lost in thought, Hua Yin suddenly called out to him. She told him to look closer at the queen's head. Xiao Long's eyes widened when he spotted something glittering inside the spear wound. It was a golden needle, lodged deep in the creature's forehead, pulsing with a faint, otherworldly energy. Driven by pure curiosity, Xiao Long cautiously edged closer to the dying monster. He reached out, grabbed the needle, and pulled it out decisively. The giant ant let out one last, agonizing shriek before it fell silent forever. Xiao Long stared at the strange needle in amazement, then turned to ask Hua Yin if she recognized it. She observed it thoughtfully, explaining that while the Tang clan used golden needles, this one's length and shape were extremely rare. Looking closer, Xiao Long noticed the needle was hollow, likely used to inject some kind of drug or poison. While he was still stunned, a familiar voice called out. It was the Grand Master and the other clan members, running right toward them. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The elder explained he'd met warriors from the Beast Palace and learned everything. Just then, Meng Hu approached the Grand Master. After confirming his identity, he did something that stunned everyone. The Palace Master and all the Beast Palace warriors dropped to one knee, bowing their heads in deep respect. "My people owe the Tang clan a great debt," Meng Hu declared solemnly. Hua Yin thought to herself that for a proud palace master like Meng Hu to show such profound respect was truly a rare sight. As they rose, Meng Hu insisted on inviting the Tang clan members to his palace for a feast. However, Xiao Long cut him off, his voice urgent. He said he had an extremely important question for his grandfather right away. He held up the golden needle, explained where he'd found it, and asked the Grand Master if he'd ever seen anything like it. The instant the Grand Master saw the needle, the smile on his face froze, his expression changing in a flash. From relief to shock, and then to absolute horror. He gripped Xiao Long's hand, his voice trembling. "Where did you say you found this?" "What is it, grandfather?" Hua Yin asked nervously, sensing the sheer gravity of the situation. With a dark and heavy tone, the Grand Master looked at his grandchildren and the Beast Palace members, revealing a horrifying truth. It seems an old enemy, one with a deep grudge against both the Tang clan and the Beast Palace, is still alive. The news left Meng Hu and his warriors completely stunned. Who could possibly hold a grudge against both our clans? He asked in disbelief. With a look of pure hatred, the Grand Master spat out the name of their common enemy, the Five Poisons sect. That name struck like lightning. Meng Hu and his elders were stunned into silence, which then erupted into disbelief and fear. Impossible, they cried out. The sect we thought we wiped out 100 years ago is still around? While the elders were still reeling, Xiao Long suddenly recalled a story his grandfather once told him and the divine skill he had learned. It came from the very sect the Tang clan and Beast Palace destroyed long ago, the Five Poisons sect. Suddenly, Meng Hu understood. If it's the Five Poisons sect, they must have used the forbidden Beast Frenzy Burst technique on the Ant Queen. Seeing Xiao Long's confused look, Shui Piao explained it was a dark art that forces a beast to unleash its potential in a mad frenzy. It's considered a last resort, because even the slightest mistake can kill the beast on the spot. The Grand Master added more about the sect's cruelty. They are utterly ruthless, forcing beasts to mate with venomous creatures to cultivate spirit pills. And they're willing to kill anyone who gets in their way. This combination of a Tang clan needle and a Beast Palace secret art is undeniable proof. An unseen fear began to spread through the ranks of the Beast Palace warriors. They whispered, worried the tragedy from a century ago was about to repeat. Breaking the stunned silence, the Grand Master placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Long's head. He acknowledged the danger they had just faced, but his voice was filled with pride. The ant colony has been destroyed, but this proves the Five Poisons sect still exists. You've done something extraordinary, my boy. Meng Hu completely agreed, patting Xiao Long's head. Without this young hero's help, the myriad Beast Palace would have been completely blindsided. A great disaster is coming. Xiao Long blushed at the praise, as the Grand Master stood tall and spoke with a formal tone. He declared that since the Five Poisons cult was never truly wiped out, the 100-year pact was still in effect. In the name of the clan leader, he pledged that the Sichuan Tang clan would fully support the myriad Beast Palace in the coming war. With a determined look, Fierce Tiger clenched his fist and solemnly accepted, officially renewing their alliance. The myriad Beast Palace would, of course, fight side by side with the Tang clan. With business settled, he turned to Xiao Long with a warm smile. Young hero, you've done us a heavenly favor. I want to reward you and your family. Ask for anything. Do not hesitate. Xiao Long was a bit flustered, wondering how he kept racking up such massive life debts. Seizing the moment, the great Grandmaster whispered to his nephew, ask Fierce Tiger for the Five Poisons divine soul art. With a debt this big, he won't dare refuse. Xiao Long turned to Fierce Tiger. Palace Lord, there is one thing I wish to ask. Ask whatever you desire, son. Back in the main hall of the Myriad Beast Palace, Xiao Long's two little centipedes were playfully scurrying across a tiger skin rug. He began to explain his unique situation. Unlike other Tang clan members, he had learned a secret art of the Five Poisons cult, allowing him to command one of his poison creatures with his mind. Getting straight to the point, Xiao Long asked the crucial question. Was the secret to the palace's myriad beast heart mantra hidden within the Tang clan's art? He explained that his ultimate goal was to understand how to create that spiritual bond, and whether he could do the same with his other beloved animal companions. After a long silence, Fierce Tiger regretfully shook his head. Your request is incredibly difficult to grant. Xiao Long couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. Seeing this, Shui Piao gently explained her father's predicament. She said that while the Myriad Beast Palace wasn't stingy, the Myriad Beast Heart Mantra was their ultimate, most heavily guarded secret. It was a technique that let a warrior fuse their soul with a beast, but it was only ever passed down to the Palace Lord's direct bloodline. The fact that Xiao Long, the future son-in-law of the Tang clan, already held a piece of this secret, had put the elders in an impossible position. Suddenly, a glint appeared in Fierce Tiger's eyes. It looked like a crazy idea had just sparked in his mind. He stared intently at Xiao Long and asked a question that seemed to come from nowhere. If you're the Tang clan's son-in-law, what about your own flesh and blood? Confused, Xiao Long admitted he was an orphan, with no family to speak of. To his absolute shock, Fierce Tiger and Shui Piao both looked overjoyed at the news. The Palace Lord even cheered. An orphan? That's perfect. The statement only made Xiao Long more confused. How could that possibly be a good thing? Fierce Tiger let out a hearty laugh. He praised Xiao Long's name and his love for animals, declaring it purer than anyone's in the entire Myriad Beast Palace. Then, his expression turned serious. He looked the stunned young man dead in the eye, pointed an authoritative finger at him, and made an earth-shattering announcement. Xiao Long, from this day forward, you will be my son. The entire hall fell dead silent. Xiao Long and his companions were completely floored by the sudden declaration. Utterly baffled, all he could do was stammer out a question. Fierce Tiger simply nodded, his gaze firm and resolute. He explained that if Xiao Long became family, he could legitimately learn all of the myriad beast palace's techniques, including their most supreme secret art. He added, with the five poisons cult on the rise, it's more important than ever that our two great families become closer. Turning to the great grandmaster, Fierce Tiger respectfully asked for his opinion. He admitted that their attempt to unite the families 200 years ago had failed, but he believed with a special child like Xiao Long, they could right the wrongs of the past. The great grandmaster stroked his beard and thought. He acknowledged it was a very tempting offer, but he wanted the final decision to be left to Xiao Long himself. With the elder's approval, Fierce Tiger turned back and sweetened the deal even more. Become my adopted son, and I will personally teach you the secret art of bonding your soul with beasts. The offer was completely overwhelming. The thought of suddenly having a father and a sister was terrifying to him. Sensing Xiao Long's hesitation, Fierce Tiger and Shui Piao exchanged a quick glance. Suddenly, Shui Piao's face lit up with an idea. She excitedly proposed, "Father, what if we give Xiao Long the flying serpent? He loves poison creatures so much that legendary snake would be the perfect gift." The name Flying Serpent meant nothing to Xiao Long, who quickly looked to the Grandmaster for help. The Grandmaster's expression immediately turned grave. He explained she was likely talking about the 100 Heavens divine serpent from myth. He described it as the greatest of all poison creatures, a divine beast with 2 horns that could soar through the sky. That description shot through Xiao Long's spine like a bolt of lightning. All his hesitation vanished, replaced by pure, unadulterated excitement. His eyes blazed, his fists clenched, his mind was completely made up by the sight of such a majestic creature. Seeing Xiao Long was captivated, Shui Piao delivered the final push with a confident, playful smile. She promised that if he became her little brother, she would personally help him tame the legendary flying divine snake. That promise was the final straw. In an instant, every single doubt in Xiao Long's mind completely vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, he clasped his hands in a formal salute, loudly greeting his new family, calling Meng Hu father and Shu Piao big sister. The palace lord let out a booming laugh, overjoyed to welcome his new son. And while Hua Yin and the Tang clan members stood there dumbfounded, the hall erupted in celebration. And just like that, an official adoption ceremony was held right then and there. It formally made Xiao Long a brand new member of the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace. That night, lying in a soft new bed, Xiao Long couldn't help but crack a smile at the sheer irony of his new life. In his past life, he adopted countless animals, never once imagining that one day he'd be the one getting adopted. He realized the people at this beast palace, with their deep love for animals, were genuinely good just like his family back at the Tang clan. But his peaceful thoughts were shattered when the bedroom door suddenly burst right open. He was stunned to see his new sisters, Shui Piao and Hua Yin, standing awkwardly at the threshold. Both were wearing nothing but their sleepwear. Before he could even react, Shui Piao cheerfully announced, "We're all family now, so we have to sleep together and chat." She winked, explaining that she had always dreamed of doing this if she ever got a little brother. When a bewildered Xiao Long turned to Hua Yin, the girl just blushed and stammered, "It's a custom here, engaged couples sleep in the same room." Xiao Long's mind was spinning. For a split second he thought it was a fantastic custom before the full implications hit him like a truck. His heart started hammering in his chest, but ignoring his obvious panic, Shui Piao mischievously pulled back the covers while a hesitant Hua Yin climbed onto the bed, trapping him right in the middle. As Xiao Long screamed a silent scream in his head, Shui Piao happily suggested they start by talking about his pets. On a nearby table, his tiny poison critters could only stare, baffled, as their master was literally squeezed by his new family. The next day, Xiao Long walked with his new father and sister, his face completely drained after a very eventful family meeting. When Meng Hu asked him if he slept well, all he could offer was a pained, crooked smile. Meng Hu announced it was time to begin his training on the technique he desperately wanted, but first, he needed to check his internal energy. A warm flow of internal power began to seep into his body for the inspection. A moment later, Meng Hu pulled his hand back with a thoughtful expression, concluding that while Xiao Long had copied the beast art, his version was both incomplete and far weaker. "What is the beast heart art?" Xiao Long asked, confused. Shui Piao explained, "It's an internal skill that lets a martial artist connect their mind to a beast, growing stronger together. It also allows the user to understand the hearts of all creatures and issue special commands, proving that actions speak louder than words." Meng Hu then gave his daughter a subtle nod. Shui Piao took a deep breath and let out a sharp, piercing howl. Responding to the call, a pack of massive, ferocious wolves with glowing blue eyes emerged from the woods. The alpha wolf began to snarl at Xiao Long, but Shui Piao quickly reprimanded it. Show some respect. He is my little brother now. The wolf instantly fell silent, letting out a confused little whine. Once the pack had settled, Shui Piao smiled and encouraged Xiao Long to try giving them an order himself. She commanded the wolves to attack Meng Hu in a fierce battle formation, and the entire pack lunged forward in perfect unison. But the palace master didn't move an inch. With just an invisible wave of force, he easily pushed back the entire pack without laying a single finger on them. The demonstration ended with Meng Hu standing calmly among the wolves, who were now as docile and harmless as little puppies. Xiao Long was completely floored, his eyes wide in disbelief. He couldn't believe all 10 wolves had moved in such perfect synchronization. They are all connected through the beast heart art, Meng Hu explained. He proudly described it as the art that lets a practitioner become one with beasts, borrowing their fangs and claws for himself. Once mastered, one could command thousands of ferocious beasts at the same time. This epic explanation and power display completely captivated Xiao Long. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with absolute excitement. This was a truly peerless, divine technique. Without any hesitation, he dropped to his knees, performed a grand bow, and pleaded, "Father, sister, please teach me the beast heart art." A bright smile spread across Meng Hu's face. He laughed heartily and told his newly adopted son to rise. "Of course, my son. I will pass it down to you." "Thank you, adoptive father." Xiao Long was ecstatic. Meng Hu placed his hand on Xiao Long's back once more, and a powerful stream of energy instantly flowed into his body. As he transferred the art, Meng Hu had another thought. He would also help him adjust his 5 venoms technique, realizing Xiao Long's body was under immense strain from the constant use of poison arts. While transferring the power, Meng Hu began to explain that the beast heart art isn't meant to control poisons. Its true nature is to connect with something much more primal, a creature's own bloodline. The explanation left Xiao Long absolutely stunned. Just 1 drop of blood, or even saliva, is all it takes, Meng Hu added. That's why you could command that centipede with just a thought. The connection was formed the moment it bit you. The memory of being bitten flashed in his mind, and everything finally clicked into place for Xiao Long. Meng Hu declared the ritual was complete. You are now fully connected with your little centipede. You can feel its heart and its emotions. He held the tiny creature, feeling a warm, golden energy envelop him. He was stunned he could actually feel it for real. A wave of pure, unconditional love washed over him from his companion, as powerful and raw as the love for a newborn child. Tears rolled down his cheeks without him even realizing. He hugged the small creature tightly in his arms. Meng Hu nodded, satisfied. This was the true power of the fully mastered myriad beast heart technique. Ready for the next step, Meng Hu told Xiao Long to hand over the other small creatures to repeat the process. Although Xiao Long worried they might bite, Meng Hu assured him that he would be perfectly fine. However, this next method was far stranger than anything Xiao Long could have possibly imagined. Lying down and opening his mouth, Meng Hu gave his command. Before the young man could even process what was happening, Meng Hu was holding the 2 creatures right above his face. Your training is to use your spiritual will to feel their saliva as it flows down into your body. Xiao Long was horrified, but it was too late to protest. The 2 creatures above him began to drool, drop by disgusting drop. He could only lie there in absolute disgust, thinking that things had officially gotten way too ridiculous. At the Nanman Beast Palace's training grounds, Xiao Long began training the 3 rabbit-eared centipedes. With his older sister Shui Piao and Hua Yin watching, he gave the signal. "Centipede chain formation begin." He shouted the command, ordering them to use a new formation he'd created. The 3 small creatures immediately charged toward the wooden posts. From a distance, Shui Piao and Hua Yin couldn't hold back their excitement, cooing over how adorable they were. Xiao Long, however, was horrified. This was not the intimidating effect he was going for at all. He groaned, thinking of Hei Lang's pack of ferocious wolves, while his own creatures just looked cute. He tried to get them to attack more fiercely, but seeing their sad, drooping faces, Xiao Long instantly panicked. He quickly scooped them up into his arms, showering them with praise and telling them they did a great job. Half a month had passed since Xiao Long officially learned the Beast Heart formula, and with his existing foundation, he mastered the new technique quickly. Of course, Xiao Long didn't repeat that horrifying saliva method. Instead, he completed the connection by letting all his pets suck on his pinky finger, a much more reasonable solution. Later, while on a walk, Xiao Long asked Shui Piao for news about the flying celestial serpent. She said the warriors had gone to a location 3 days away, so they should be hearing back soon. Just then, Gu Fei ran up, completely out of breath. "Young Master Xiao Long," he called out. "There's a message from the Grand Patriarch." "What is it?" Xiao Long asked. Surprised, Gu Fei struggled to catch his breath. We found it. We finally found the flying celestial serpent. The news sent both Xiao Long and Hua Yin into a frenzy of joy, while a determined smile spread across Xiao Long's face. Without wasting a second, he declared, "Let's go. We're going to see Grandpa right now." The Grand Patriarch was personally overseeing his subordinates as they prepared various medicinal herbs. Seeing his grandson, he greeted him warmly and asked about his training. Brushing it aside, Xiao Long immediately asked about the flying celestial serpent. The Grand Patriarch confirmed it, explaining he was mixing a realgar compound, a special formula from the Tang sect, absolutely essential for the capture. He warned that even though they'd found it, they couldn't act just yet. This snake's venom may not be one of the 10 great poisons, but it is definitely not something to be taken lightly. Before he could finish, the Grand Patriarch's expression softened. He grinned at Xiao Long, saying he'd caught something interesting and wanted to show him. He pointed toward a large ceramic jar, sparking Xiao Long's curiosity. As the Patriarch lifted the lid, Xiao Long and Hua Yin eagerly peered inside. Both of their eyes immediately lit up in pure astonishment. At the bottom of the jar was a strange spider. Its hard, flat abdomen bore a pattern that looked exactly like an exquisitely carved ancient coin, a golden coin spider. Xiao Long shouted with the excitement of someone who'd just found a priceless treasure. The Patriarch smiled, confirming it was a rare species he'd never found in his past life. After the gift, the old master brought the conversation back to the main mission. He said all that was left was finding a secure place to hold the serpent, the flying celestial serpent, after they captured it. As he spoke, his expression turned serious. He worried that normal methods wouldn't be enough, because their target was a high-level spirit beast capable of tearing any container to shreds. Any ideas? The Patriarch turned to him, a clear reminder that Xiao Long was the expert here. But just as Xiao Long was lost in thought, a panicked voice cried out, "Young master, it's gone. The money spider disappeared." The man held up an empty jar, his face pale with apology. But while everyone else panicked, Xiao Long was strangely calm. He told the man it was fine, the spider hadn't escaped. Then he asked for some spider silk and chopsticks, tied an insect to the thread, and dangled it over the jar's opening. Almost instantly, the money spider shot out from beneath the dirt. It snatched the bait with blinding speed. Xiao Long explained this was classic trapdoor spider behavior. They dig burrows to hide, so there was no need to worry. As the man carried the jar away, Xiao Long watched, his eyes thoughtful. He pictured the spider digging its burrow, creating a perfectly fitted, secure nest, a safe pouch, and then it hit him a flash of inspiration. That was it. A specially made bag, shaped just like that burrow, would be the perfect solution. His eyes lit up. He clenched his fist and shouted, "I've got it!" With this genius idea, Xiao Long rushed to find the only one who could make it a reality. His companion, Yao Hua, who was currently dozing in its web. He gently called its name, waking it up. Once he had its attention, Xiao Long held up a small cloth pouch, asking Yao Hua if it could create something similar, only much, much bigger. The plan was simple, yet brilliant. He would use Yao Hua's silk. This was the same super durable material that had stood strong against an entire ant army. A giant bag made from it could easily trap the spirit beast. Understanding its master, Yao Hua got straight to work. Before long, a massive, beautifully woven white bag began to take shape. Xiao Long was completely blown away. He took the bag, praising it. "Incredible. This is exactly what we need." Yao Hua let out a cheerful chirp, clearly proud of its masterpiece. The others couldn't help but look on in absolute awe. Gu Fei tested it with a dagger, but the sharp blade only created sparks against its tough surface. "Just how durable is this thing?" He gasped in amazement. "This is truly a miraculous creation." The Patriarch had to agree, nodding in approval. With this final piece of the puzzle in place, the Patriarch announced, "Everything is ready. We depart at dawn tomorrow." "Understood." Xiao Long replied sharply, standing proudly between Yao Hua and Hua Yin. He turned to Yao Hua, giving its head an affectionate pat. "You did a great job." Yao Hua seemed absolutely thrilled. The Patriarch and Gu Fei chuckled at the adorable sight, while Hua Yin could only watch, blushing. And with that, all preparations to capture the flying heaven god serpent were finally complete. As dawn broke, the party set out, led by their elite beast-hunting warriors. They headed straight for Heshui Canyon, where the serpent was last sighted. "I have awaited this day for a very long time," the Patriarch said, his voice filled with nostalgia. "Ever since I was a boy, I've never had the chance to see all 24 poisons. I only remember they're ranked below the 10 great bizarre poisons." Xiao Long replied. "That's merely a title," he explained. Just as a day has 24 hours, the Tang sect assigned a powerful poisonous beast to each one. Though they aren't the legendary 10 greats, these 24 poisons are still a list of 24 supreme, incredibly dangerous beasts. After a while, a warrior up ahead shouted, "We're here!" Xiao Long's gaze followed, and he forgot how to breathe. Hovering majestically near a waterfall was a massive, dragon-like serpent. Its body was long. Its elegant form was lined with jade-green fins, and two sharp, powerful horns grew from its head. The flying heaven god serpent. He could only whisper its name in utter disbelief. The patriarch then began to recite a description from the Tang sect's ancient records. It rides the turbulent winds of the canyon as if swimming through water. Its body melts into the clouds, its horns exhaling blade-like spiritual energy. It glides between sky and mist, until you can't tell where the heavens end and the sea begins. Then, he revealed the creature's true significance. The Tang sect ranked this beast number 1 among the 24 poisons. It is the beast that governs the very first hour, representing the beginning of all creation. Xuan Huang, a truly ancient and powerful being. Staring at the impossible sight, Xiao Long's mind flashed back to his previous life. He remembered that flying snakes were a real thing back on Earth. He'd excitedly shown a real one to his 1 million subscribers. It was a paradise tree snake, and he'd scientifically explained it didn't truly fly, it glided by flaring its ribs to catch the air. Viewers had accused him of clickbait, but he confidently stated that everything in the universe had to obey the laws of physics. Snakes can't fly. Not like a bird, anyway. That's what he used to believe. But now he was staring at a giant horned serpent soaring through the air, defying all logic. He could only ask himself, what in the world was he looking at? The scene was so unreal his brain wanted to quit. He turned to his grandfather, stammering a naive question. "Grandpa, a snake that can fly, isn't that impossible?" "That's precisely why it's called a flying heavenly serpent." Xiao Long stuttered, trying to explain more, but no words came out. Meanwhile, Hua Yin was completely mesmerized by its beauty. She held up her little centipedes, whispering for them to grow up fast, to become as magnificent as the creature before them. But unfortunately, her excited whispers alerted the divine serpent. Its razor-sharp eyes snapped toward the cliff face. For a moment, its colossal body was enveloped in a brilliant blue aura. Then it suddenly shrank into a streak of light, before launching away at an absolutely terrifying speed. "It's gone!" Xiao Long yelled in a total panic. But amidst his chaos, the Grand Patriarch remained strangely calm. "Don't worry," he soothed. "It sensed us. It won't go far." He decided the group would make camp and send out scouts to find it. After the serpent vanished, the group stood on the cliff planning their next move. That's when Shui Piao approached Xiao Long. Seeing him lost in thought, she asked what was on his mind. He explained he was trying to figure out how to lure it down. Shui Piao laughed, playfully teasing him. "I figured a guy who can control an army of venomous beasts would know basic hunting principles." Seeing Xiao Long's confusion, she explained a simple, yet absolutely critical truth about their prey. It might be able to fly, but it's still a living thing. It has to eat, it has to sleep, which means it has to return to the ground, and that is their chance. The simple logic hit Xiao Long like a bolt of lightning. He was wide awake now. Of course, every creature has to eat and sleep. He'd overthought everything, missing the simple solution right in front of him. His mind instantly flashed back to the video games from his past life. A final boss always has a critical weakness while eating or recovering. Xiao Long was overwhelmed with gratitude. He sincerely thanked his new big sister for the insight. Shui Piao just smiled confidently, promising to help him capture the flying heavenly serpent. The two shared a laugh, but their joy was tragically short-lived. Once night fell, the tables were turned in the most brutal way. The hunting party was in complete chaos. Warriors from the Beast Palace were scattered on the ground, groaning in pure agony. Only now did they truly understand their prey, hovering above them in the moonlight, wrapped in an aura of immense power. It was the divine serpent. The group finally understood why it was known as the first among the 24 poisons. Hua Yin rushed over to Xiao Long, asking frantically if he was okay. Though shaken, he assured her that he was fine. From high above, the serpent's glowing eyes stared down at them all, a pure, terrifying display of absolute power. 3 days had passed since they made camp. Through scouting, they'd finally figured out the flying heavenly serpent's pattern. Every 3 days, it would land on the ground to eat a special fish, and its flight ability could only last for 2 hours at most. Based on this info, they laid a perfect ambush at night. But the plan completely fell apart. This monster was far more cautious than they could have ever imagined. The second the group made a move, it sensed them and shot into the sky. What followed was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. Its steel-hard scales made every single one of their weapons useless. But the scariest part? Its raw physical power. The massive serpent repeatedly dove down like a living meteor. It created horrific shockwaves, tossing warriors around like dry leaves in a non-stop storm of rocks and debris. This devastating attack made it impossible for anyone to even get close. Its venom might not compare to the 10 great poisons, but its overwhelming strength and razor-sharp senses were more than enough to earn it the title of the strongest beast of the 24. Seeing the casualties pile up, the old patriarch made a quick decision, shouting, "Too many are injured. Retreat immediately." Xiao Long nodded without a second's hesitation. The group scrambled to help the wounded, fleeing from the overwhelmingly powerful monster. Every face was a mask of fear mixed with bitter anger. Their first attempt to capture the flying heavenly serpent had ended in a crushing failure. That night, a heavy mood hung over the campfire. Hua Yin was quietly bandaging a wound on her hand. Xiao Long walked over, worried. She assured him it was just a small scratch. Nearby, the patriarch set a warrior's broken arm. He took full responsibility for the failure, admitting that he had grossly underestimated the creature's true power. "We were too careless," he said. "If a lower-ranked beast is already that strong, we should have been way more careful with the top one." Then he turned to Xiao Long and asked, "So, what do we do now?" Xiao Long fell deep into thought. He realized his past life knowledge was completely useless against a creature like this. Looking at all the bandaged warriors, he knew another direct attack was basically a suicide mission. They couldn't just sacrifice their precious warriors to capture one beast. He suddenly thought how much easier this would be if the serpent couldn't fly. "I remember now," the patriarch suddenly shouted, getting everyone's attention. "I have a guess about how that divine serpent actually flies." Every time it took flight, he could feel a strange energy field wrapping around it. It just rises, no flapping wings, no body movement. He figured it was controlling this energy to simply lift itself up. A confused Xiao Long turned to Hua Yin for answers. She explained it was a supreme levitation art, using pure inner energy to float. To pull something like that off, you'd need an absolutely unimaginable amount of inner power. "So that venomous beast has that much inner energy?" Xiao Long asked in utter shock. "Not its own." Grandmaster Tai stepped forward with absolute certainty, revealing the true source of its strength. "An inner core. I'm positive that beast has one of those pure energy orbs, allowing it to do the impossible." This revelation stunned the entire group. Gu Fei and Shui Piao gasped, asking the elder if that was even possible. Xiao Long's mind immediately flashed to the inner core he'd taken from the blue-patterned centipede. This discovery sparked a whole new level of excitement. "This gives us even more reason to capture it," Gu Fei declared. Shui Piao eagerly agreed. The clan head explained that if Hua Yin absorbed the core from a beast like the sky-flying divine serpent, her skills would skyrocket. However, he also delivered a grim reality check. If the inner core was their main objective, capturing the beast alive would be incredibly difficult, if not completely impossible. The very thought of killing such a magnificent creature made Xiao Long's expression darken. Noticing his shift, Hua Yin asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Killing it is not an option," Xiao Long stated, his voice firm and unwavering. "We are going to capture it, and we are going to do it alive." The others were shocked by his definitive decision. Shui Piao was the first to speak up. "Why waste a golden opportunity? This is the core of the legendary sky-flying divine serpent." Xiao Long just smiled lightly and explained that while inner power is valuable, it can be cultivated over time. To slaughter such a unique creature just for a shortcut, he argued, would be a tremendous waste. "To me, a living creature is worth 1,000 times more than an inner core." The clan head smiled warmly. "This respect for life. That's my grandson." He accepted Xiao Long's decision, then asked the obvious, practical question. "So, what's our new plan?" Looking down at his 3 sleeping little bear companions, Xiao Long spoke softly. "Actually, I already have an idea." A confident and slightly mischievous grin spread across his face. He had already issued a silent challenge to the divine serpent. "I'll capture you without spilling a single drop of blood." The plan began immediately, with the group locating the serpent as it descended to a river to drink. Hiding behind a massive boulder, Xiao Long grabbed a pebble and chucked it towards the beast. The sudden noise sent the serpent recoiling in shock. It let out an angry hiss, head raised, scanning for the troublemaker. Watching its reaction, Xiao Long began to analyze. In his mind, the solution became crystal clear. Snakes primarily sense the world in 3 ways: feeling vibrations through their jaw, tasting scents with their tongue, and detecting body heat with their pit organs. From this, he drew a simple conclusion. If they could just mask their scent and body heat, they would become invisible to the serpent. The method to achieve this, however, wasn't exactly what you'd call dignified. The entire group, from the revered clan head to the graceful Lady Hua Yin, was wrapped head to toe in thick, white silk. They looked like a gang of mummies who had just escaped their tomb. "Do I really have to wear this?" the clan head grumbled, completely mortified. These were suits made of ultra-durable, heat-insulating spirit blossom silk absolutely essential for the plan, Xiao Long explained. "They don't completely hide our presence, though, so everyone needs to be careful not to get too close." "I get the disguise," the clan head said, "but how do these suits help us capture the snake alive without hurting it?" Xiao Long just smiled and began to lay out his entire strategy. He repeated Shui Piao's advice. Even a divine beast is still just a living creature that needs to eat and sleep. And based on that foundation, he revealed the next step, a tactic both simple and brutal. "From this moment on, we follow it. Every time it tries to land, to eat, or rest, we harass it with rocks. We give it no peace, not a single bite of food." This simple yet ruthless strategy left the Grand Elder and Hua Yin completely speechless. Xiao Long confidently explained the logic. The Spirit Blossom silk suits would render them practically invisible to the creature. The serpent wouldn't be able to find them to retaliate. By constantly tormenting it, denying it food and sleep, it would eventually just collapse from exhaustion. Even if it was the strongest of the 24 venomous beasts, it couldn't defy the basic needs of hunger and fatigue. "This is going to be exhausting for us too," he admitted. "I'm counting on everyone's stamina." His words were met with a collective, weary sigh from the rest of the group. And so, the grueling 6-day harassment campaign began. Days passed. Just when the hunting party was on the brink of collapse, they found it the god serpent, just as exhausted, desperately drinking from a stream. Instantly, a warrior on watch spotted the beast. A shout rang out, and a storm of heavy rocks rained down upon it. The great serpent let out a roar of frustration and exhaustion. Its entire body was trembling violently. Its vision blurred, and its head spun. Finally, its massive body couldn't hold on any longer. Utterly defeated by hunger and exhaustion, the god serpent blacked out, falling from the sky like a dead leaf and crashing hard onto the earth below. Down on the ground, the warriors erupted in victory cries. The hunt was a success. They rushed forward, tying the unconscious beast in a giant bag made of demon flower silk. They had captured the legendary flying serpent without leaving a single scratch on it. And just as important, not a single one of their warriors had been harmed. Xiao Long gazed at his prize with pure pride. He decided to name the strategy Skynet Earth Trap. With the serpent secured, the team loaded the massive bag onto a large wooden cart and began the long journey home. Lord Tai stood beside Shui Piao, watching the cart with a heavy sigh, remarking on how much trouble this miserable creature had caused. Curious about the prize, Xiao Long asked his grandfather if he had checked its inner core. Lord Tai confirmed he had, explaining that while the core was small, it was incredibly pure and dense. He estimated its strength was equal to 120 years of internal cultivation, a truly staggering treasure. Hua Yin gasped in disbelief. 120 years of power? The immense value of the core instantly changed her tune. Together with Shui Piao, she began pleading with Xiao Long. "We have to take the inner core. This isn't 5 or 10 years of power. It's 120. You're still young with this massive power boost. You could master any martial art to its absolute peak. This is a chance you'll never get again." Even Lord Tai chimed in, agreeing a core of this quality could completely rejuvenate and transform a person's physical body. With a power-up like that, Xiao Long could even surpass the legendary 10 great poisonous creatures. Xiao Long was silent, thinking it over. He had to admit, the offer was incredibly tempting, but his mind kept drifting back to the creature itself. The flying god serpent was an impossibly rare and beautiful being. The idea of killing something so magnificent, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Sensing his hesitation, Shui Piao and Hua Yin only pushed harder. They begged him to make a choice. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Xiao Long could only ask them for a little more time. But their argument was cut short by something terrifying. The wooden cart carrying the serpent began to shake violently. To everyone's absolute horror, the entire cart was suddenly lifted straight into the air. Xiao Long was frozen. The beast inside was awake. The warriors strained, barely holding on to the thrashing silk bag. They realized with dawning horror that the beast's strength hadn't weakened at all. A muffled, enraged roar echoed from within its silken prison. Lord Tai watched the chaos grimly, realizing the serpent was still full of energy, not at all like a creature that had been starved for days. Xiao Long sighed, adding that snakes are incredibly resilient creatures that can go for months without food. Lord Tai pointed out that this now put them in a very, very tough spot. Now that the serpent was awake, it would never stop fighting. Its struggles had already wrecked the cart, making it impossible to transport. He explained that while Xiao Long's other pets were manageable, this god serpent was simply too ferocious and powerful. He doubted they could even find a place secure enough to hold it once they returned home. Finally, Lord Tai's patience wore thin. His face hardened as he delivered a chilling ultimatum. If it continues to resist like this, we have no other choice. We will kill it for the inner core, whether you want to or not. The second he finished speaking, the struggling inside the bag stopped cold. An eerie silence fell, broken only by a soft, quiet hiss. Then, a strange mist began to seep from the silk. Everyone stared, witnessing a scene that defied all logic. A glowing blue orb rolled out from a tear in the fabric. The warriors were completely stunned. Finally, one of them yelled, "Young master, come quick! The flying serpent, it has shrunk." The once majestic giant serpent was now a tiny thing with huge, teary eyes, looking as harmless as a child's stuffed animal. This sudden change was a crushing blow to Xiao Long. Instead of relief, he collapsed to his knees, his heart completely shattered. He screamed, not with joy, but with grief for the magnificent flying god serpent, now reduced to this pathetic little form. Lord Tai understood in an instant. He explained that the creature must have willingly given up its own inner core to save its life. He was amazed by its intelligence, its ability to literally push out its own core. But Xiao Long wasn't listening. He was yelling at the tiny snake, calling it a fool for surrendering its power so easily. He insisted that if it had just waited, with a little more effort, he convinced his grandfather. He picked up the inner core, trying to force the small creature to swallow it back, begging it to regain its strength. And just like that, in a completely unexpected turn, they hit two birds with one stone, getting both the legendary core and a newly tamed divine serpent. Because the creature had shrunk, they could easily transport it and head straight back to the Beast Palace. The next day, within the Grand Hall of the Beast Palace, Elder Tiger and his council had gathered to finally witness their prize. Inside, a lavish box lay the inner core, radiating an energy that was both pure and overwhelmingly powerful. Absolutely astonishing. One observer finally gets it. Now he understands why the patriarch priced it at a staggering 125 power units. But as Meng Hu takes a closer look, a thoughtful expression suddenly crosses his face. He explains the unfortunate catch: the energy inside the core is celestial, while Xiao Long's own techniques draw power from the earth. These two types of power just aren't a perfect match. And he regretfully tells Xiao Long he'll only absorb about half its potential. But Xiao Long isn't discouraged in the slightest. Knowing even half the power from a core this legendary is an absolute godsend. Hua Yin congratulates Xiao Long on his insane opportunity, as he happily accepts the box holding the priceless inner core. Yet the very instant his hand touches the box, three tiny, rabbit-eared centipedes suddenly burst right out of his robes. Their eyes are glowing with an unnatural light, shining with a raw, primal hunger. Before Xiao Long can even react, the three creatures launch forward like lightning, knocking the box clean from his hands. The glowing inner core rolls across the floor as they immediately swarm it, their own bodies glowing as they ferociously fight over the prize. Hua Yin, shocked by their behavior, tries to stop them. "Nova, Mira, Gray, stop it right now." But the creatures, completely consumed by greed, just hiss back defiantly, leaving Xiao Long just as stunned and just as furious. "What are you doing? How dare you disrespect your mother like that?" He quickly snatches up Mira and Gray, scolding them furiously. He declares that their father is beyond angry, and Hua Yin feels the entire situation spinning out of control. It's one thing for pets to bicker, but this kind of raw savagery? It's completely out of character for the three, who are normally inseparable. As she tries to figure out how to intervene, a single, loud gulp suddenly cuts right through all the chaos. Xiao Long's eyes widen in horror as he looks down at the third centipede, Nova, as violent blue energy begins erupting from its body, from its tiny frame. Somehow, at some point, Nova had managed to swallow the entire priceless inner core. And that's where we have to leave it. If you're hyped for what's next, smash that like button, and thanks for watching.